What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I talk about the Coyotes so you don't have to. We got some games to discuss. Jacob Chychrun is on the move, and something. There is something else I'll remember to talk about when we get to it. First and foremost, Jacob Chychrun, as of the game against the Blues in the 11th, is officially a healthy scratch for trade-related purposes. That was an exact quote by the Arizona Coyotes PR Twitter. It's happening. We don't know exactly when. All right, it looks like it's going to be the LA Kings. At some point, Toronto and Edmonton were in, then they're out. They're in, they're out, doesn't really matter. Jacob Chychrun, hopefully by this time next week, will no longer be a Coyote. And officially confirmed today from head coach Andre Tourigny, he will remain out until, quote, something happens. Chychrun has quite literally been the best defenseman for the Arizona Coyotes since prime OEL. It's been an honor, man. Honestly, it's been phenomenal to watch you play. Those couple of playoff games you got to play with us. Best of luck moving forward. But please, get out so we can have some good draft picks. Something, that's probably it for news. Let's go ahead and talk about some games. Starting off with the game on the 28th at Anaheim, the last game before the All-Star break, and the Arizona Coyotes get the first goal of the game. 10 minutes, 21 seconds in. Nicholas Ritchie trying to get his trade value just a little bit up there. Not really. His ninth from Christian Fischer and Travis Boyd, 1-0 Coyotes. Then I think in the third period or second period, Anaheim scores to tie it. Goes to overtime, Anaheim wins it 2-1 final. And thus starts the trend you're going to see that 3 of the Coyotes' last 4 games were overtime losses, and they have recorded a point in at least the last 4 games, so tank be damned. Next up on the 6th, at home at the Mullett Arena against the Minnesota Wild in a game where the Coyotes should have legitimately lost. And for some reason, they didn't. Minnesota's on the board first, but then about 10 minutes into the second period, on the power play, mind you, Jacob Chychrun, his 6th goal of the season from Barrett Hayton and Clayton Keller, were on the board. Tie game, brand new hockey. Why are you doing this to us? Anaheim regains the lead, then about 9.5 minutes into the third period, guess who? Jacob Chychrun, 7th of the season, 2nd of the night. We're tied once more. The assists go into Matthias Maccelli and Juuso Välimäki. When it's a tie game against the Minnesota Wild, who's the one man you want to call on? Jackery McBain! That was stupid. At 13:13 of the third period, that is right, one Jackery McBain, the McBain Pain Train, the former prospect of the Minnesota Wild, the individual that chose to play for the Arizona Coyotes so he can be an NHLer, that guy right there. 7th goal of the season, starting a weird trend that we'll get to in a minute. From Fischer and Nemeth, game-winning goal against his former team, and it led to me putting this on the internet because it took Minnesota 20 minutes to put the final score graphic online. So there you go. That's my art. Melka gets his 14th win of the season in that game. 33 saves, 2 goals against, 9.43 save percentage. The Coyotes have this point streak going for some reason. They beat a playoff team in the Minnesota Wild. Next up, 4 days later in Chicago to take on the Chicago Blackhawks in a game that you would think the Coyotes would just lose. It couldn't possibly be that simple. You want to know why? Because it was a Bedard Bowl! Bedard Bowl, round 2, fight. The Coyotes start another trend here, scoring the first 2 goals of the game, and they are Clayton Keller and Nick Schmaltz. Keller is 19th from Chychrun and Schmaltz. And Schmaltz is 12th from Keller and Hayton. The first goal was about a minute and a half into the game. Second goal about 12.5 minutes. 2-0 Coyotes. Bedard Bowl's not going our way, boys. Mercifully, the Arizona Coyotes surrender 3 unanswered goals. But then the man, the myth, the legend that should be on another team right now, Nicholas Bjugstad, records his 12th goal of the season with about 3 minutes left. And we're going to overtime in a Bedard Bowl. Lovely. It's Bjugstad from Keller and Välimäki. Bjugstad's playing very well. I like Bjugstad. I would love him to stay on this team for the next couple of years while the kids are really growing. But, scoring too much in Bedard here, boys. Anyway, Chicago gets the win in overtime. And, Connor Ingram, 11-13 record on the season. But of his last, 10 games, he's posted a 900 or better save percentage in all but 1. 40 saves, 4 goals against, 909 save percentage. Good on ya, former tank commander. And side note, before I forget, Schmaltz and Bjugstad scored their 12th goals of the season, back-to-back goals. Keller with a goal and 2 assists, Schmaltz had a goal and an assist, and that is the last game Jacob Chychrun would play as an Arizona Coyote. And fun fact, if I'm remembering correctly, in this game right here, Clayton Keller recorded his 300th career point. 300 down, here's to the next 700. Seriously, Clayton Keller has the potential to be the Coyotes' first 1,000 point scorer. Next up the following night, the 11th at St. Louis, and in this game, Chychrun was a healthy scratch. Didn't matter to the Coyotes score the first 2 goals anyway. Anyway, 51 seconds in, Clayton Keller has his second back-to-back 20-goal season, his third 20-goal season as an Arizona Coyote. It was NHL career. I don't know why I said it that way, but we're going to roll with it. His 20th from Nick Schmaltz and Juuso Valimaki. At 9:31, Nick Schmaltz, his 13th of the season. Keller and Valimaki on the power play, and that was Juuso Valimaki's first career multi-point game. St. Louis then scored 5 unanswered goals. Starting at 9:47 of the third, Arizona Coyotes scratched and clawed their way back. Keller is 21st from Hayton and Stetcher, it's 5-3. Bjugstad is 13th from Schmaltz and Valimaki, it's 5-4. Then Krause, his 17th of the season, from Nick Schmaltz and Juuso Valimaki, we are tied. Didn't matter. St. Louis scored the game-winning goal like 90 seconds into overtime. This comeback didn't matter, but for whatever reason, this team decided they don't want Connor Bedard, and they kind of only sort of like Adam Fantilli. Pamelka gets the overtime loss. The Coyotes dropped 3 of their last 4, but they record points in all of them. I mentioned right there, they start a back-to-back trend where they score the first 2 goals, going to Keller and Schmaltz in that exact same order. They'll come back, force it into overtime. On top of that, you had those back-to-back times, the Chychrun and the McBain, as well as the Schmaltz and Bjugstad 12th of the season, where they scored back goals, the exact same number goal as each other. This team is in this weird synergy, and it makes my math-loving brain love it. I don't actually love math, but numbers are very satisfying to me. I only have 2 streaks, and one of them is a technicality. We'll start off with the technicality. Nicholas Schmaltz, he's only scored in his last 2 games. 2 goals and 4 assists for 6 points. Keller has 3 goals, 4 assists for 7 points in 3 games. Those are your streaks. They play tonight in Nashville, where Chychrun will not play, and hopefully we will have a trade finalized in the next couple of days. That is it for your Coyotes report. I'm going to go lay down, and by lay down, I mean edit this, probably play Spider-Man on the PC. Fine, you know what? I'll be the one to say it. Connor Ingram is a menace, and he must be stopped. Connor Ingram, a couple of nights ago against the Tampa Bay Lightning, set a new NHL record for the number of saves in a goalie's first career shutout, and number 2 on that list now is Karel Vejmelka. Coyotes goaltenders over the last couple of years have been fighting for their lives. Before we talk too much more about that shutout, I want to talk about how we got here. So on October 10th, 2022, Connor Ingram was acquired via waivers from the Nashville Predators, and the only thing I could think at the time was, you mean the goaltender that gave up 5 goals so the Coyotes can win the last game in Glendale last year? Look it up. He was the goalie. He was legitimately the goalie. I was sitting behind the net upstairs, but behind the net, I read his nameplate. It said Ingram. The guy's first 3 games, not bad. 10 days later on the 20th at Montreal, it wasn't exactly the best. I mean, he had 24 saves, 5 goals against, an .828 save percentage, you know, logical. But at Columbus on the 25th and at home against the Rangers on the 30th, they were much better games. 30 saves, 3 goals against, 909 save percentage in the win against Columbus. 36 saves, 3 goals against, and a .923 in the loss against the Rangers. So looking at his first couple of games, solid backup goaltender, probably going to be a 1B in Arizona. Maybe moving forward he can be your backup. I think he's only 25 or 26. Side note to address it, backup goalies, age really isn't as much of a factor. Then from November 3rd to December 7th, he had a 5-game stretch where he only posted a 900 or better save percentage 1 game, and that was against the Nashville Predators. He lost that game in overtime, by the way, but he had 42 saves. Oh, and a .933 save percentage. Of the remaining 4 games, they were all below an .862 save percentage, and 2 of them were below an .800 save percentage. The brand new tank commander to finally replace Carter Hutton had arrived. All the Coyotes fans were loving him, except for some of the weird ones that actually thought were supposed to win games this year. Then it would appear that Connor Ingram looked at all of that and said, no thank you, I'm gonna ruin this man's whole career. From December 17th to February 15th, the game where he got that shutout against Tampa Bay, he played 10 games, and in 90% of those games, 9 games, he posted a 900 save percentage or better. I wrote down the numbers. I'll read them off to you. On the 17th against Buffalo, 38 saves, 3 goals against, 927 save percentage. On the 27th against Colorado, 28 saves, 3 goals against, 903. On the 6th at Chicago, 30 saves, 1 goal against, 968. On the 14th at Minnesota, 25 saves, 2 goals against, 9.26 save percentage. On the 17th at home against Detroit, and one of the 2 wins in the stretch, by the way, 37 games, 3 goals against, 9.25. On the 21st at Dallas, 35 saves, 4 goals against, 8.97 save percentage. On the 24th against Anaheim at home, 38 saves, 4 goals against, 9.05 save percentage. On the 28th at Anaheim, 43 saves, 2 goals against, 9.56. On the 10th at Chicago, 40 saves, 4 goals against, 9.09. And finally on the 15th at home against the Tampa Bay Lightning, 47 saves. We're supposed to lose. To be fair, they only won 3 of those games, but 2 of those losses went to overtime, so they have points in half of those games. So anyway, yes, we talked about this. Alright, so on the 15th, his first career shutout, he now breaks their NHL record for the most saves in a goaltender's first career shutout. The record was previously broken last year by Karel Vejmelka. Arizona Coyotes absolutely just hate their goaltending, but they have the magic touch. And I'll say it here, I've made a video, shameless plug, maybe I link it, maybe I don't, look it up on the channel. This team cannot draft goaltenders to save their lives. The 2 best goalies that were drafted by this team were Scott Darling, who didn't even play a game for him, and Robert Esch. I guarantee you right now, you watching, you have no idea who either of those goalies are. But when it comes to waiver claims, guys like Ilya Bryzgalov, now Connor Ingram, when it comes to trades and kind of throw-ins on trades, you can get guys like, I don't know, Darcy Kemper. Free agency, you can bring in guys like Mike Smith. I think he was a free agent. Karel Vejmelka, guys like that, for whatever reason, can't draft a goalie, but we could sure see when other teams are messing up their goalies. A few more stats written down for you. So first and foremost, we're going to break down this 10-game stretch by a couple little stats. Then I'm going to pull back on all 18 games and say, hey, look at this, isn't this ridiculous? 9 of those 10 games in the stretch, like I mentioned, 900 or better save percentage. 6 of those 9 games, by the way, a 9.25 or better save percentage. For context, that shutout against Tampa Bay, I think brought his save percentage from like 897 to 907. Go ahead and talk about how many pucks this man has stopped. So in that 10-game stretch, he made 30 or more saves 80% of the time. In 8 of those 10 games, he had to make 30 plus. In 3 of them, he had to make 40 plus. So let's pull back. Let's look at all the numbers, all 18 games so far this season, just to really put it in perspective. I will just read it off to you. 12 of the 18 games, he has a 900 save percentage or better. He has 30 plus saves in 11 of the 18 games. He has 40 plus saves in 4 of them. He's faced 30 plus shots in 13 games, and he has faced 40 plus shots in 7 games this season. More than half of the games where he has to stop 30 plus, he's gonna have to stop 40 plus. This guy is absolutely ridiculous. And when out-of-towners are like, oh, I have no idea why you'd throw him in mock trades or anything, this is why. He is on a phenomenal hot streak. He was a free asset pickup on the waiver wire. And if the Coyotes can turn him into like a 3rd-round pick, you do that. Something's got to give. This team's winning way too many games. Either Ingram or Vejmelka, one of them got to go because we need Connor Bedard. Realistically speaking, we're probably going to get Leo Carlsson or Adam Fantilli, but the Coyotes really need to go for Connor Bedard. Connor, the former tank commander Ingram, congratulations, you're on a phenomenal start. It looks like you're finally getting your footing at the NHL level, and I genuinely hope if you get traded, you can go somewhere where you can compete for a cup. That being said, someone's got to break your kneecaps. Y'all remember when I was mad at the Coyotes for not doing enough in the Tempe community and really trying to show the residents, hey, we want to be involved in this community? Well, I got some good news for you. We finally get to have a couple of really good stories to cover, and I just kind of want to signal boost them real quick. Not a very long video, but here we go. First and foremost, I want to talk about this. The day after Connor Ingram got that 47-save shutout against the Tampa Bay Lightning, he and Troy Stecher both went to this Tempe elementary school for this reading program. You know what? Here's Patrick Brown's tweet about it. Follow him on Twitter. Seriously, he's a phenomenal reporter for the Arizona Coyotes. He works for the team themselves. And if you want good news, you go to him. Connor Ingram and Troy Stecher visited Tempe's Cecile Shamley Elementary School today to spend some time with the students who have been participating in the Coyotes reading program. Both the kids and the players shared a lot of smiles. Wholesome content, getting involved in the community, getting some Coyotes players out there into the schools. You love to see stuff like that. I want to say it was a couple of weeks ago, Nick Bjugstad was at a YMCA trying to get some kids involved with some floor hockey. You want to see more of that. So again, that's the first story. It's the first really good story, but the second story has to do with what they did yesterday. So the Arizona Coyotes and their organization Tempe Wins, who's campaigning for the arena to get a yes vote, decided to actually try to make an impact in Tempe and organized and sponsored an event to have people from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. p.m. helped clean Lopiano Park. And here's the tweet showing exactly what impact they made. Record-setting impact today at our Lopiano Park cleanup this morning with 1,151 pounds of trash, 5.5 pounds of recycling, and 3 pounds of cigarette butts collected. Thanks to the sponsors of today's event, the Arizona Coyotes and Tempe Wins. Hashtag keep Tempe beautiful. That's what I want to see. This is the kind of stuff I want to see when we're talking about the Coyotes in Tempe. I want them involved in the community. I want them trying to make an actual difference. I don't want them throwing money around. I don't want them acting arrogant and being like, oh yeah, we're just going to put an arena here and whatever. I want them actually going out there and showing, no, we don't just want to play here. We don't just want the arena here. We want to be involved in this community specifically. Tempe's a wonderful city. I enjoy working there. I enjoy spending time there. Hopefully over the summer I'll spend a little more time there, but Tempe's a great place. It really is. And I do think that's where the Coyotes will succeed in doing this. Actually showing the residents you want to be involved. You want to be there. You're willing to make a difference in the community. That's what I want to see them doing. And the fact that they're actually going out and doing this, I have to give a huge kudos to them. You love to see stuff like this, and I just wanted to kind of signal boost that because it's really good to see them getting involved. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. I got 4 games to talk about, like an hour to get this video done, so let's waste no time and get it done. Going into tonight's game against Calgary, the Coyotes are on a 9-game point streak, so you already know the tone of this video. Misery. We'll start off with the game in Nashville on the 13th. With about 3 minutes to go in the first period, Nick Schmaltz gets the Coyotes on the board. That one is his 14th of the season from Clayton Keller. It's very common this year for Nick Schmaltz to have a goal directly from Clayton Keller, 1-0 Coyote. Nashville would then score their only 2 goals of the game, and the Coyotes would proceed to march back. 12-17 of the second period, Lawson Krause, his 18th goal of the season. 12-17 of the second period, Lawson Krause, his 18th goal of the season from Moser and Michelli. It is all tied. Just get it over with. At 4:20 of the third, Lawson Krause, his 19th of the season from guess who? Matthias Michelli and Yanis Moser. 3-2 Coyotes before they put the empty net dagger in. Christian Fischer's 9th from Clayton Keller and Travis Boyd, and there you go, they win against Nashville 4-2. Vejmelka, 29 saves, 2 goals against. What's that, a .935 save percentage? 15, 17, and 5 record so far on the season. He is literally right there around 500 on a team that's supposed to be bottom 3. Alright, let's skip ahead to 2 nights later in the Mullett, taking on the Tampa Bay Lightning on the 15th. And Connor Ingram, you can please leave whenever you'd like. Connor Ingram, 47 saves. This goes to a shootout. I think Schmaltz and Keller get the 2 shootout goals. Keller gets the winner. It's a 1-0 final where both goaltenders were the backups and they both recorded shutouts. We're just going to move on to the game against LA on the 18th in LA, where the Kings get on the board first. Then at 9:06, Joshua Brown, his 4th goal of the season from Victor Soderstrom and Travis Boyd. 4 unanswered goals. At the end of the first period, it was 5-1 LA. The tank was real. We were coming back. Vejmelka got yanked. What was it? He had like 9 saves and a .964 save percentage. The new tank commander is Vejmelka, apparently. Then the Coyotes answered back with not 1, not 2, but 4 unanswered goals to send this to overtime. Keller is 22nd from Michelli and Valimaki on the power play at 15:40 in the second. Keller is 23rd from Payton, 37 seconds into the third period. Boyd is 7th from Michelli and Moser at 7:06, and Christian Fischer his 10th from Brown and O'Brien at 7:50 of the third. Overtime! Nothing happens in overtime. Let's go to a shootout. LA won anyway. Let's just get to the Bedard Bowl in the Mullett against the Columbus Blue Jackets the very next night on the 19th. The Coyotes get off to a 2-0 lead. Boyd is 8th from Stetcher and Fischer at 14:14, and at 16:28, Schmaltz is 15th from Keller. Like I said, a very common occurrence is to see Schmaltz from Keller or Keller from Schmaltz. Luckily, the Coyotes give up 2 unanswered goals, but they couldn't make it 3. It goes to overtime, and exactly 2 minutes into the overtime, Barrett Hayton, his 8th goal of the season. The assist going to Matthias Michelli. The Arizona Coyotes win 2 of their last 3. They're on a 9-game point streak, and they are right now projected to pick around 6th or 7th in the draft. Ingram, another 34 saves, 2 goals against, 9 whatever the hell save percentage. Look, I'm just going to say it right now. Connor Ingram, like you can get traded, and I'll be happy for you wherever you go, but please, get out. as a fan of this team, it's frustrating. All right, it's frustrating because, like, on one hand, they are 5 wins shy of their win total last year. They have a total of 20 wins right now. The coaching is phenomenal. The players are playing well. They're doing a lot of this despite not having Chychrun in the lineup, missing a lot of time with Ghost. They literally are doing this in a year they were supposed to be this god-awful roster because they were never that awful. Like, this roster was never an awful roster. It was just not a very good roster, and you were hoping that everyone would be able to take advantage against them. But no, there are 25 games remaining, including tonight's against Calgary, and the Coyotes are 5 wins away from tying last year's totals, and if they win 10 of those 25 games, they'll have that 5-win improvement this year versus last year, which is what you want to see. That's what I want to see, but at the same time, I want Connor Bedard, Adam Fantilli, Leo Carlsson, or Matvei Michkov. It's frustrating because the Coyotes never do enough to give themselves the best possible chances at those best players. And while yes, it's a deep draft, yes, there are going to be good players available. Yes, if you draft well, you will be able to get good players out of the draft. The problem is the Coyotes need that franchise guy. Love Keller. I just don't think Keller is your franchise player. The Coyotes desperately could have used a guy like Fantilli or Bedard or whatever. And yes, it's a draft lottery. They could still win. We have never moved up. Only ever stayed put or moved down. The Coyotes do not move up, and yes, you could argue, oh, that could change this year. Sure, that could change this year. Sophie Cunningham could also show up to my door and say, you are sexy, AZ Sports Guy. Would you like a kiss? That's not happening. You know it's not going to happen. Come on now. But seriously, when you're going through these rebuilds, you want to give yourself the best possible chance to get the best possible players to make the best possible team. And if this pace keeps up, yes, I'll get over it in a couple of weeks and I'll start looking at those prospects between like 6 and 10, sure. But it's also a lot harder to accurately map out at that point of the draft. Look, last year the top 5 wasn't solidified. Now, this year's a different story, but guys can raise their value, lower their value. I'm pretty sure Leo Carlsson was not a top 3 projected going into this season, so there you go. Anyway, look, it's exciting to see the progression. I love seeing how Hayton's getting on the board, Soderstrom getting a couple of assists, Clayton Keller, Lawson Krause, Nick Schmaltz continuing to be the players that we need them to be. That's going to be a phenomenal bunch of guys to be in the middle 6. Imagine how good that first line's going to be when you don't need to rely on Schmaltz. So yeah, no, I'm just frustrated, I'm annoyed, I'm happy to see the progression where I want to see it. I just really wish they'd do that progression while still losing right now. That's it. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and we have a trade! Yesterday, the trade that I was actually kind of expecting Montreal and the Coyotes to have in the offseason happened between the Coyotes and the Vegas Golden Knights. So the Arizona Coyotes sent defenseman Dyson Mayo to the Vegas Golden Knights in exchange for a 2023 5th-round pick and the contract of Shea Weber. Side note, I'm actually surprised they managed to get out from underneath that Dyson Mayo contract because it signed last year. It's a little under $1 million per year cap hit for 3 years because he was playing pretty well last year for the Coyotes. Then this year, kind of completely different story. Ends up spending most of his time in Tucson. We'll get to that in a second. But he spends most of his time in Tucson and now he'll be going to Henderson. It was actually kind of funny. Everyone was immediately saying, oh, Dyson's going to Vegas. And then if you look at the tweet directly underneath it, it's like he's immediately sent down to Henderson. And Tucson doesn't even play him anymore this season. So there you go. Dyson won't have to play against his former team. I guess to Vegas fans that are curious as to what you're getting in Dyson Mayo, questionable defensive decision making with a little bit of puck moving aspect to him. So there you go. However, I do want to talk about this. Dyson Mayo is actually the all-time leader in games played for the Tucson Roadrunners. He was an original Roadrunner back when they moved to Tucson in 2016. 279 games played. I think he broke Michael Bunting's record last year or this year, but there you go. He is near all-time games played leader. Now, whenever you're on Jeopardy, you know exactly what to say. Who? So moving on from that, Dyson Mayo contract does a couple of things for the Arizona Coyotes. And I did see some Coyotes fans saying, oh, why are we helping Vegas? First and foremost, Dyson Mayo is no longer under contract. You free up a roster space for another younger defenseman. It's actually kind of recycling out the last remnants of the Don Maloney era because he was a Don Maloney pick and Don Maloney signed his ELC. Don Maloney is still my favorite GM of the Coyotes that isn't named Bill Armstrong, by the way. But yeah, so there you go. You're kind of recycling him out. You're getting out from under that contract that didn't exactly age all that well because what I think happened is that he played pretty well on a team that was bad last year and it was like, hey, look, we need to get a couple of players signed long term. At the very very least throughout the minimum amount of time they will be playing at the Mullett Arena. And Dyson Mayo was a guy you're like, sure, you can be a 7th defenseman, and then everything he brought just kind of fell off. I do wish Dyson Mayo the best, but at 26 years old, he's probably going to end up, just being a career AHLer. Then again, Vegas seems to have got the injury bug from the Coyotes, so, I mean, maybe he plays in Vegas this year. Anyway, so yeah, it does kind of cycle out the last little remnants of the Chychrun and Maloney era, but also, now the Coyotes bring on a little over $7 million per year in cap hit. They'll do the exact same thing with this contract that they did with Andrew Ladd. You just don't put it on LTIR, and there you go. On top of that, insurance pays a little portion of it, but you're actually technically paying Shea Weber less per year than you were paying Dyson Mayo, and it keeps you above the cap floor. One thing that Craig Morgan brought up last night on the PHNX show is that when other teams know you need to get to the cap floor, they can take advantage of that. It was one of the many things I took into account when I was doing mock trades, and I always had, like for LA, I had Cal Peterson coming back, for example. But also, if you're forced to take back that money, you're not going to get adequate compensation for taking on bad contracts. Cal Peterson's contract is a contract that I'm saying minimum, you're giving me a 2nd round pick to take on. The Coyotes, I know, do not want to take on that contract, but I'm just saying in my mind, you're giving me a minimum of a 2nd round pick. If the LA Kings know you absolutely must take back money in order to make this trade happen, they're not offering you anything to take on that contract. That contract is just a negative aspect of the trade. So what Bill Armstrong does here is ensure the Arizona Coyotes will at the very least reach that cap floor while also giving themselves back leverage within a week of the trade deadline, because Gostisbehere, Chychrun, Bjugstad's on a fantastic contract, but those 3 players are probably going to be on their way out, and there's only 2 retainment slots. They probably do retain on Shane Gostisbehere. I don't personally see them retaining on Chychrun, but I mean, weirder things have happened. But it makes those deals so much easier to pull off as long as you're doing strict money in, money out, as opposed to, oh, in order to make this work out, you got to take on an additional $3 million in cap hit. It's not how it's going to work. So what Bill Armstrong essentially did here by dropping off Dyson Mayo and taking on a bad contract for a relatively low price, being that 5th round pick, is giving himself back leverage and will likely make that Chychrun offer have to go up if teams actually want to get him. I'm personally not going to take Steve Peters' side on this right now, because he's like, oh, I think, Chychrun ends up not getting traded at the deadline, ends up coming back and playing the rest of the year, then that trade probably happens at the draft. While those trades are easier to do at the draft, and that does make logical sense, I want this whole Chychrun thing to end, so I'm going to say, Steve, you're wrong, or at the very least, I hope you're wrong. Heart emoji. One final note about the Weber contract: there are 3 years left after this deal, meaning if the Coyotes stay that 4th year at the Mullett, this just makes it that much easier for them to be able to get to the cap floor while they're developing this young talent. It genuinely is a win-win. Obviously, you help Vegas a little bit. They get a little more flexibility and whatnot. I know they just freed up like $9 million in cap space because Mark Stone went to the LTIR. But what I'm saying is, even though Vegas benefits, they kind of have to. They made a trade with us. Both teams have to benefit in some way, shape, or form. The Coyotes make out of this trade very nicely, and I'm telling you right now, this is very likely going to be one of those prelude deals that gets another deal down the line done. And considering the fact that Ottawa just traded Zaitsev, Shane Pinto, you are an Arizona Coyote in my dreams. Alright, I'm testing out the brand new setup. You're not going to be able to see most of it because, well, I'm not good at this whole YouTube thing. But I am good at one thing, and that is regurgitating information in a way that's easily understandable to the masses, and thus people are going to click on this because they would rather listen to someone talk about the news and read it themselves. We have a couple of minor trades to talk about for the Arizona Coyotes. I will get to the big one later, but I really want to test out this format and get you to click on another video. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump into it with the latest Coyotes legend that will never play a game for this organization. That is right, the Arizona Coyotes use one of their remaining 2 retainment slots to go ahead and take on some of the Patrick Kane cap hit, and in exchange, they get a 2025 3rd round pick for their troubles. Considering over the last couple of weeks, the Minnesota Wild, for doing the exact same thing, have got a 4th round pick and a 5th round pick, pretty good business by general manager Bill Armstrong. However, because the Coyotes have to give up something, they give up the rights to defenseman Ville Sarjarvi. Not gonna lie, I had no idea he was still in the Coyotes system because he hasn't played for Tucson for a couple of years, and last I checked, I think he was playing over in Europe. So Ville, thank you very much for your contributions to the Arizona Coyotes, or at the very least to the Tucson Roadrunners, and now helping us get a third-round draft pick in a couple of years. I do like the mindset that Bill Armstrong wants to get as many assets as he possibly can for the next few years, so that way no matter what, the Coyotes have extra assets to trade up, extra picks, stuff like that. It's really useful, especially for a rebuild. Alright, enough talk about the player that won't play for the Coyotes. Let's talk about a player that won't even be drafted by the Coyotes optimistically for 3 years. So Shane Gostisbehere, a player who the Coyotes got a second-round pick and a seventh-round pick in order to take on his contract, have sent him to the Carolina Hurricanes in exchange for a 2026 third. I think that's great value. But legitimately, I think that is really good value. A guy that they were paid to take on, 29 years old. The Coyotes didn't have to retain any of that cap money, meaning that they still have one final retainment slot. They can be a third-party broker or take on another bad contract in exchange for some very good assets later. Ghost has been a very good offensive defenseman. He's played pretty well defensively for the Coyotes, though in a system like Carolina, he's going to have more sheltered minutes, and thus he will have more advantageous defensive matchups, and you will probably get a better product defensively than the Coyotes or another team would have gotten. So Ghost, I appreciate your time here. Always gonna love you as a Coyote. Genuinely hope you win a Stanley Cup this year, and then come back and sign with Arizona for 3 more years, because you were great in the locker room, you were a great presence, and honestly, there's going to be a hole in the defense. Now, considering the fact the Coyotes do want a top 3 draft pick, it is good to have that hole on defense and offense right now. But moving forward, starting next year with this core, really trying to build it up, I would very much like to see you back. As for that third-round pick, I was actually thinking they would use that as bait, as a little sweetener for the Chychrun trade. Boy, was I wrong. But regardless, no matter what they want to do from the 2025 draft, 2026 draft, they want to package some picks, get back up into the second. They want to get a veteran guy, they want to move up, they want to get a higher quality player. You can throw that in there. It's going to be a lesser quality pick. You're still going to have the essentially free asset to then use later. So I do like that strategy. And worst case scenario, that's still an extra player you can pick in 2026. So I do like this deal. It does suck to see Ghost go, but going into this season, we all knew he wasn't going to stay, unfortunately, so at the very least, he doesn't leave for nothing, and now he can continue this season playing for a legitimate contender, and I actually have a team I can root for in the playoffs, so there you go. As for the Chychrun trade, I will get around to that at some point, maybe, possibly. You'll see the video, but I do want to see how this turns out first. That will determine how I record that. Anyway, I am the AZ Sports Guy. Like, comment, subscribe, yada yada. Go away. Welcome back. My voice still doesn't exist, but I will try to suck it up because we got a couple of trades to talk about. So the Arizona Coyotes, the last couple of days, have stayed busy on the trade front. The trade deadline is tomorrow, but other than maybe Nick Ritchie or Nick Schmaltz, I don't really see anybody else getting moved. And even then, if Schmaltz was going to get moved, I assume he would have already been moved. So if that move does happen, it probably happens in the offseason or sometime next year. But anyway, I want to talk about the 2 minor trades that went down today. So first and foremost, the Arizona Coyotes traded with the Columbus Blue Jackets, and they acquire the contract of Jakub Voracek and a 2023 6th-round pick in exchange for John Gillies. Gillies, backup goaltender in the AHL, the Arizona Coyotes signed for very cheap in the offseason. Never expected him to play for the Coyotes, though he did play pretty well for Tucson here and there, until he didn't. Pretty much it was one of those things where Gillies was just an extra guy that, you know what, if you can move on from him, there you go. That's essentially a free 6th-round pick. In Voracek, $8.25 million cap hit that goes through to next year. The Arizona Coyotes, it helps them stay right there at the cap floor, and it's good business. You're playing in a college arena. They are trying to mitigate losses. On top of that, the owner is preparing to pay $2.1 billion for a brand new arena. You got to do whatever you can to keep the payroll as low as possible and keep those losses at a minimum while you're playing in the Mullett arena to keep things viable. Though I do plan on talking about that topic a little more deeply when I get my voice back. Secondly, the Arizona Coyotes make a trade with the Edmonton Oilers, who were rumored to be in on Nick Bjugstad for a while, and they went ahead and they got him. The Edmonton Oilers acquire Nick Bjugstad, with the Coyotes retaining 50% of that contract, which, fun fact, I did not even know it was possible to retain below league minimum, but there you go, the more you know. Mike Gould also brought it up on Twitter. I think it was the Kovalchuk contract, something like that. There was a contract that was retained at under league minimum. But Nick Bjugstad, 50% retained, as well as Cam Dineen,
McBain, who's kind of been one of those guys that you keep kicking the can with, 1 year extension down in Tucson. And while he's been a pretty good road runner, I just don't see him as being a guy that will ever end up playing for the Arizona Coyotes. And this feels like more so Bill Armstrong trying to flush out the last little bit of the prospects that were not drafted by him. Frees up roster spaces essentially next year. I think Tucson will look different, and they also looked pretty different going into this season from last season, so it just kind of continues to shuffle. He's already been sent down, so Edmonton, you're not going to see him, playing for you, but Bjugstad, that's a great pickup for you. He can play top 6 minutes. Very likely in Edmonton, he's going to be playing bottom 6, but he played really well with Matthias Maccelli and Lawson Krause. That was one of the better second lines I've seen the Coyotes have in a while. He came to Arizona essentially to prove that he was still an NHL level player, and I think he's proved that. Let's go ahead and put things into perspective with Nick Bjugstad since 2020. So playing for the Pittsburgh Penguins, 13 games, 1 goal, 1 assist, 2 points. 2020-2021 with Minnesota, 44 games, 6 goals, 11 assists, 17 points. Last year with Minnesota, 57 games, 7 goals, 6 assists, 13 points. The career is kind of going down for him. Then this year with Arizona, 59 games, 13 goals, 10 assists, 23 points. He's been up on all of those, minus assists. He's only off by 1. He's played more games, more goals. He's just been better for the overall play, and he's showing that he can still play a solid middle 6 role. So yeah, no, you're getting a really good player here in Edmonton, and I genuinely think it's going to add some pretty good depth for you. If Edmonton needed someone that was pretty decent defensively as well as being able to have a surprising amount of depth scoring, there you go. You got your guy. Now the Coyotes, they receive a 2023 third-round pick from Edmonton as well as a defensive prospect, Michael Kesselring. He's 23 years old, 22 points so far in the AHL, the Bakersfield Condors. Going to be someone that probably is a bit of an upgrade for Cam Dineen, at least offensively for Tucson, though I don't exactly think they're anywhere around the playoffs, but that probably helps. Also at 23 years old, you do get 1 year younger from Cam Dineen, so there you go. I'm not really expecting anything from Michael Kesselring. It's kind of funny he has Kessel in his name, I guess, but not really expecting much from that. I'm more interested in that third-round pick. I really did think that we're going to manage to get a second-round pick here, but you know what? Kind of seems like the Coyotes for these rentals aren't getting quite as much as we would have thought, but it is what it is. More third-round picks, more assets. Coyotes need more of that. Keep stockpiling it. Use them to trade up. Here's a sweetener. We want that guy. Hey, this NCAA player won't play for you. We'll give you this third-round pick. We'll go ahead and take him. Worked out pretty well with Jack McBain so far. So yeah, they're minor deals, but honestly, I think it's good business. You're keeping yourself above the cap floor while keeping the actual salary paid low, thus making playing at the Mullett Arena more feasible and less likely to lose as much money as they were losing in Gila. Just trying to show that financial growth. At the very least, you want to limit the red. It does make some sense. On top of that, more draft assets. You're getting rid of guys on expiring contracts. You're getting rid of guys that really aren't going to be in your system anymore anyway. I like it. Like I said, good business, good moves for general manager Bill Armstrong. I'm interested to see what he ends up doing with a lot of these assets around the draft, but we will have to wait until the draft. Anyway, it hurts to talk, so I'm going to go ahead and post this and then go to bed, and hopefully my voice comes back tomorrow because I'm not going to struggle through the Chychrun video like this. I've been sick. We have 5 games to talk about. Let's just go ahead and get it out of the way. We'll start off with the game on the 22nd. The Coyotes hosted the Calgary Flames, and they got beat. But it didn't initially look like they were going to. They do give up the first goal of the game, but then they answer back with 3 unanswered goals for a 3-1 game at one point. Schmaltz is 16th from Keller and Valimaki on the power play at 1:11 of the second. Keller is 24th at 9:31 of the second, and Matthias Maccelli is 4th at 11:06 of the second. Q5 unanswered goals. The Coyotes losing by a final score of 6-3, and balance restoring to the universe. From Elk against a loss, let's move on to the next one. Next up on the 26th, hosting Nashville, they got demolished, which is funny because the trade happened after the Niederreiter trade, so regardless, they were still down a man. Ghost gets on the board first, shorthanded, 5 minutes and 55 seconds in, his 10th goal of the season. The assist went to Nick Schmaltz, then Nashville scores 3 unanswered. At 7:27 of the second period, Schmaltz answers back his second goal in 2 games, 17th of the season, and we're within 1. The assist went to Keller and Hayton, by the way. Q3 more unanswered goals. Coyotes lose by a final score of 6-2, giving up 6 goals in back-to-back games and 12 goals over 2 games. That's just another way to say they got blown out. Then to end the month of February, on the 28th, they host the Chicago Blackhawks, and they did the opposite of the whole tanking thing. For whatever reason, when the Coyotes play in Bedard Bowls this year, they win. Anyway, the Coyotes score the first 4 goals of the game, and here they are in rapid succession. Boyd is 9th at 10:07 of the first. Hayton is 9th from Schmaltz and Keller at 18:37 of the first. McBain is 8th from Stetcher and Maccelli at 15:32 of the second, and Nick Schmaltz is 18th. 3rd goal in 4 games from Keller and Gostisbehere, 4-0 at that point at 8:39 of the third. Vejmelka gets the win, 23 saves, 1 goal against, like a .950 save percentage. Pretty good, despite the fact you don't want him to win right now, but there's plenty of time for losing, so let's talk about the first couple of games of March. We'll start off with March 1st in Dallas. They lost. They actually scored the first 2 goals of the game, so looking at it, Hayton is 10th from Valimaki and Moser on the power play at 10:28. Then about 3 minutes later, Keller is 25th from Valimaki and Schmaltz. If I'm not mistaken, that's Valimaki's first or second multi-point game of the season. I remember at one point seeing the notification. I just forget if it was this game or like 10 games before. Coyotes give up 4 unanswered goals, lose the game by a final score of 4-2. Once again, balance. And let's move on to the game the other night on the 3rd, hosting the Carolina Hurricanes and their newest acquisition, Shane Gostisbehere. They got demolished. First 3 goals go to Carolina, then Lawson Krause answers back. His 20th at 10:41 of the second period, the assists going to Moser and Soderstrom. Krause now has 20 goals in back-to-back seasons. He can now be considered a 20-goal scorer. Carolina scores 3 unanswered, including the very next goal after this going to Shane Gostisbehere, scoring in his first game as a Carolina Hurricane against his former team. And as one Carolina fan put it on Twitter, Carolina's going to leave the Mullett and just take one of the Coyotes players. Ingram, 36 saves, 6 goals against, still gets the loss despite the fact that he's still playing pretty good hockey. And there's your Coyotes report for May 4th, 2023. Technically it's on May 5th, but I'm going to call it May 4th because May 5th there's a game. And something I've been married for 3 years now. Had to mention that somewhere so my wife couldn't accuse me of forgetting. Well, the trade happened a few days ago, and what felt like everyone wanted to know my opinion on it. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and let's finally talk about the Jakob Chychrun trade. On March 1st, 2023, it was announced that the Arizona Coyotes traded defenseman Jakob Chychrun to the Ottawa Senators in exchange for a 2023 conditional first-round pick, a 2024 second-round pick, and a 2026 second-round pick. Quite the far cry from the reported ask of 3 first-round assets. It even falls short of the other reported ask of 2 first and a second-round pick. And I'm going to say this right now, bringing up pick value to me is just stupid. Well, if this pick is between this and this, it's actually worth 2 first-round picks. If you want to use that to cope, you can, but the actual deal is a first-round pick and 2 second-round picks. Here are the conditions on those picks. The 2023 first-round pick is top 5 protected, and if it's in the top 5, it becomes an unprotected pick next year. The 2024 second-round pick becomes a 2024 first-round pick. If the Ottawa Senators advance to the Eastern Conference Finals this season, the 2024 second-round pick becomes a top 10 protected 2024 first. And that's where a lot of, oh, you're actually getting multiple first-round value there. So if the Arizona Coyotes want to get 2 first-round picks, they would both be late first-round picks. And Bill Armstrong is actually talking about it, how there were other offers that had multiple first-round picks, but they all were late first-round picks. So I actually do agree with the mindset here of trying to go for a team that will be below the playoff line, or at the very least should be below the playoff line, and trying to get a higher quality pick this season. It's a deep draft, and if they can pick somewhere around 10th, 11th, 12th, somewhere in there this season, that would be solid value right there. Having 2 top 10 picks in this draft, this deep 2023 draft, that's huge. That is game-changing, and honestly, if you judge it based off of that, in my opinion, it does fit the qualifications to meet the goal that Bill Armstrong had, and that is this Chychrun trade kind of was the final trade of this rebuild. It was the most important, the most pivotal trade, and let's get real optimistic for a second. Let's say the bottom falls out and Ottawa picks between 6th and 8th, and let's just say because of the Russian factor, Matvei Michkov falls to about 6th or 8th, the Arizona Coyotes could potentially get an absolute steal with this pick. More than likely, the pick will be closer to 10, 11, 12, somewhere in there. Right now, it's projected to be 14th, but that's still an additional top 15 pick. I'll take it. It's decent value. However, it is a bit of a gambler's return, because if the bottom falls out, and apparently Ottawa has one of the top 5 toughest schedules, so it could, and it becomes a top 5 pick, this pick moves to next year, and next year ends up being the year they start making the playoffs. You end up getting a later first round than you would have. And also, let's just say they end up making the playoffs this year, they go all the way to the second round, and then they get bounced. You're picking somewhere around, 24th, 25th, in that vicinity, and then you still only have 2 second-round picks, so it is a gamble. It's a decent gamble, but the last time Bill Armstrong gambled, it cost him the first overall pick. And I'm not gonna lie, it is hard as a Coyotes fan to not look at this trade and be underwhelmed. Ridley Greig is a damn good prospect. I would have loved to have him in the system. Shane Pinto's another really good young player. Guys like that, in my opinion, would have helped the rebuild. In some post-trade media of availability, he even said going into this trade he wanted more draft assets. I don't necessarily think the Coyotes' ask was too high, but what I do think was going on is that everyone else didn't want to pay that price and started scooping up every other defenseman on the market. And even though Jakob Chychrun does have a different place in the market, he's a long-term solution where Shane Gostisbehere or someone like that's going to be a rental, it still is going to artificially lower the price because everyone's needs on the market is being met. So yeah, on the surface, the return kind of sucks. But honestly, I'm not even mad about it anymore. Now that I've had a couple of days to think about it, actually rationalize it, and you know what? Separate myself from the return that I wanted and look at the return that we got and just review the return that we actually got. We get a really good chance at another top 10 pick this year. Doesn't mean we end up getting a top 10 pick this year, but we have another really good chance at it, and in a deep draft, getting an additional first round pick this year is only going to help with that rebuild, and then the extra second round picks for the next couple of years, you can use those in trades, use them to move up to get another first round asset, you can move them to get another college kid to be a sweetener for another deal. There's a lot of versatility you have with getting extra draft assets. I really do like the mindset that Bill Armstrong, he doesn't just want all the draft picks this year, he wants as many draft prospects as he can possibly get for the next 3 years. Especially when I first saw the return, I never thought I would say this, but it's actually a solid return for Jakob Chychrun. You always have that dilemma when you're trading star or elite level players that you're never really going to get full value back, but at the very least, they do have a really good chance of turning one of these 3 assets into another valuable asset that would be similar to a Jakob Chychrun, and then you have extra assets to make more moves later. It's more flexibility, it gives the Coyotes more opportunity, and while again, it does feel disappointing, given the market, given the situation, given the fact that Jakob just did not want to be here anymore, and it was objectively for the best for the team and the player to move on, it's not a bad return. It really isn't. And I can either choose to keep being disappointed, or I can look at the asset the Coyotes got and actually start looking towards the future and the brighter tomorrow that's coming for the organization. So you know what? I'm going to choose to do that. The 2023 NHL trade deadline is coming past, and then another week or so has passed, but you know how things are on this channel. So without wasting any time, let's go ahead and take a look at how GM Bill Armstrong handled the 2023 deadline for your Arizona Coyotes. The first trade happened a couple of weeks before the deadline on February 22nd, and here was the trade. Arizona receives a 2023 5th round pick and Shea Weber's contract, and the Vegas Golden Knights received Dyson Mayo. Dyson Mayo was a player that last year he had a pretty decent stretch up here at the NHL. They signed him to that 3-year extension, and to be completely honest here, he just hasn't been that good since. He's primarily been an AHLer, so at the very least the Coyotes can get out from underneath that contract. It frees up the extra roster space, and it kind of looks like they're going to be doing an entire overhaul of the Tucson defense, which should be a good thing. I have nothing against Dyson himself. It was actually really cool to see him earn that contract. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to live up to a $1 million contract with 2 more years on it, so GM Bill Armstrong moves on from him, brings in Shea Weber's contract to add to the long list of players, Coyotes legends, if you will, that never played a single game for him. He's going to make it a lot easier for the Coyotes to be able to hit that salary floor, and they get a 5th round pick this year for their troubles. There was some concerns that we were just helping Vegas, and yeah, the Coyotes did help Vegas, but at the same time, Vegas also helped the Coyotes because these injured reserve contracts are insured. On top of that, a contract like Weber's, he's making less than the last few years, meaning the cap hit is high, but the actual physical money paid is lower. Considering the fact they're trying to make it work in a college arena for the next couple of years, that's good business. Moving on to another Coyotes legend, on the 28th of February, a 3-team trade happened where the Arizona Coyotes were involved in that Patrick Kane trade. The Arizona Coyotes take on 25% of Patrick Kane's contract and a 2025 3rd round pick. In exchange, they send defenseman Ville Saarjärvi to the Chicago Blackhawks. Not gonna lie, I had no idea that Saarjärvi's rights were still with the Coyotes. I mean, I did think it was a little weird in NHL 23 when he was still on the roster, but I thought that was kind of a glitch. Well, it turns out, despite the fact he hadn't even played in Tucson for a couple of years, he was playing overseas, the Coyotes still had his rights, they moved him on to Chicago, and he definitely wants to be on an NHL squad. A little confused why he never ended up getting an NHL shot here, considering the fact they've been very weak on D, and Dyson Mayo, a right shot defenseman, got a multi-year contract, and I can't help but feel like Saarjärvi probably should be at least as good. So at the very least, he'll get a shot in Chicago. Hopefully he does make the NHL. Coyotes get a 3rd round pick, and you can add Patrick Kane to the list of the legend. Moving on to the next day, March 1st, 2023, and the Coyotes were involved in 2 trades. The first of those trades was with the Carolina Hurricanes, where they sent defenseman Shane Gostisbehere in exchange for a 2026 third-round pick. The Coyotes reportedly did not want to retain on that contract, which does make some sense, and likely that's what ended up costing them a second-round pick, and it is a third-round pick in 3 years. However, it's really good to stockpile assets, not just for this year's draft, but for the next year and the year after that, because rebuilding teams need to continuously get really good assets, and if you can get multiple second and third round picks, those are good assets. Big fan of Gostisbehere, loved his time here, absolutely happy for the guy that he's playing really well so far in Carolina. I think it's 2 goals in 3 games, and I want to see him win a cup. And honestly, the Carolina Hurricanes are kind of like the secondary Coyotes right now because they have a lot of former Coyotes. So you know what? I do hope that team makes a cup run this year because Ghost, damn good player, like the organization, like the team, and I will take that third round pick. And then it felt like within 20 minutes, but I think it was 2 or 3 hours later, the big one happened. Jacob Chychrun was sent to the Ottawa Senators in exchange for a 2023 conditional first round pick, a 2024 second, and a 2026 second. There's a couple of conditions. This year's pick is top 5 protected, and then I want to say it becomes unprotected next year. And that 2024 second, if the Ottawa Senators go to the Eastern Conference Finals this year, that becomes a top 10 protected first next year. I made a video on it, but pretty much the Arizona Coyotes trade defenseman Jacob Chychrun to Ottawa in exchange for a shot at getting a pretty decent pick this year between 8 and 12, or 2 late first round picks, and then the additional second round pick in 2026. It's a disappointing return. To be honest with you, I said it in that video, but I really can't afford to just sit there and harp on what we didn't get. I have to look at what the Coyotes did get and review it based on that. And honestly, especially considering how the market was kind of just collapsing on the Coyotes in terms of defensemen, it's not that bad of a return, but it isn't exactly a great one. Hopefully the Ottawa Senators start to bottom out a little bit. That pick goes around 6, 7, 8, and the Coyotes get a really good pick in a deep 2023 draft. But even if it does end up around 13 or 14, that is decent value. I just really hope the Coyotes hit it out of the park with those assets, because realistically speaking, that pick kind of has to hit regardless of context because you traded Jacob Chychrun for it. Best of luck to Jacob in Ottawa. Definitely seems like he's loving it there. It's good to see him hanging out with his family, but please get this man off my timeline. Next up, on March 3rd, the trade deadline itself, the Arizona Coyotes made 3 more moves. First off, they made a deal with the Columbus Blue Jackets, sending over goaltender John Gillies. In exchange, they take on Jakub Voracek's contract in a 2023 sixth. Gillies is a guy that honestly was never going to play for the NHL team. He played okay in the couple of appearances he had in the AHL, but when you look at it honestly, he's an AHL level goalie. You're going to lose him for nothing, and you get a 6th round pick for him. You also get Voracek's contract, which once again is going to help them stay above the cap floor, while also making it to where they're not going to lose as much money. Once again, good business. It really is. Next up, they made a deal with the Edmonton Oilers, sending over Nick Bjugstad, 50% retained, and defenseman Cam Dineen in exchange for a 2023 third-round pick and defenseman Michael Kesselring. Cam Dineen is a guy that while he's very good at facilitating the puck, he moves it around well, he's just not an NHL defenseman. He's getting up there, I think 24, 25. It was time for a change. Kesselring, pretty big kid, right shot defenseman, 1 year younger, so you're essentially just trying to trade that around. Maybe Kesselring ends up working out and he plays for the NHL team next year. He did play 1 game with the Coyotes after the deadline, and in my opinion, he looked okay. He did get sent immediately back down to Tucson, and Tucson is going through a lot of changes on the defense, but all I'm saying is that Kesselring is someone that I originally just didn't think much of. I had no opinion on it. Now I actually think it's a pretty decent pickup. I just have no idea how much value there is there, but there's probably more than with Cam Dineen. As for Bjugstad, it's really good for him to get to go play on a playoff team, and it also is funny. He gets sent over to the Oilers, and his cap hit is below league minimum. I had no idea you could do that until Mike Gould mentioned it on Twitter. As for the 2023 third, you'll take that asset all day. Maybe you can use it to trade up in the draft, or maybe you end up using that pick to take a pretty good prospect, and that could be one of the last guys you need to fill out the roster. And finally, they made a trade with the Calgary Flames in which the Coyotes send over defenseman Troy Stecher and forward Nick Ritchie in exchange for defenseman Connor Mackey and forward Brett Ritchie. You heard that right. The Ritchie brothers were traded for one another, although unfortunately none of them took each other's number. They both took brand new numbers. I would have thought it was funny to just wear the same number, but there you go. And that marked the first time in NHL history that 2 brothers were traded for one another. That's funny. I appreciate that. As for Nick, it is good to see him on a team that should make the playoffs, as well as Troy Stecher, because Stecher is a pretty solid bottom pairing defenseman. He brings a lot of grit and heart to the role. Obviously, he's not going to be an analytical darling, but he is a pretty decent defenseman. defenseman, and he's already going to be missed in Arizona, but at the same time, he probably wasn't going to come back, and you do him the courtesy of giving him the opportunity to go play for a playoff team. As for Brett Ritchie, I have no opinions on him. He will very likely just leave in UFA, so you don't really got to worry about him too much. He'll probably play on the fourth line whenever he does, and there you go. As for Connor Mackey, I really had no opinions on him, and I kind of don't still, but Bill Armstrong was talking about it. I think this kid's going to be an RFA, so there's still a possibility the Coyotes can hold on to him. I think he's 24 years old, left shot defenseman, and honestly, pretty big kid. At the very least, the Coyotes are taking a chance and getting the opportunity to have a pretty decent defenseman in the system, and worst case scenario, it doesn't work out, you let him go in free agency, and you literally gave up nothing. I don't really have trade grades per se, but I will give the Coyotes deadline overall a B+. Quickly now, here are all the assets the Arizona Coyotes gained this deadline. 2023 first, 2023 third, 2023 fifth and sixth, 2024 second, 2025 third, 2026 second and third, Michael Kesselring and Connor Mackey. And the only piece they gave up that had any years left on their contract after this year was Jakob Chychrun. And while that trade, the Coyotes definitely have to hit it out of the park with the pick in order to make it a good trade, probably give that one, a B- somewhere in there. They still got a ton of assets for a bunch of guys that were not going to re-sign and were simply not going to be here next year. It's good business, it's smart business, and GMBA, despite the fact that to an extent he did kind of have his hands tied this year because I didn't want to end up taking on too much extra salary, this is actually a pretty good haul, and considering the fact this is likely going to be the last haul of assets they get during this rebuild, I think they did a pretty good job, and I'm really excited for the draft this year because they should probably be taking a couple of really good kids in this draft. Like I said, the 2023 deadline, B+. Good work. I'm excited for the draft.
How's it going? Day late and dollar short guy here, recording this on March 14th, 2022. Let's do a Coyotes report for March 10th, 2022. It'll make sense later. Or it won't, but whatever. We got 3 games to talk about, all 3 home games, starting off on the 5th, hosting the New Jersey Devils, in a game the Arizona Coyotes had absolutely no business being in, and they pushed it to overtime. I do believe that was Timo Meier's debut with the New Jersey Devils, and it is pretty cool to see Devils fans having some optimism, but at the same time, y'all gotta stop chirping the desert team. Anyway, New Jersey gets the scoring started off, but then in the first period, about 10 minutes in, Simachev, his 5th goal of the season. That one coming from the McBain paid train! And Victor Soderstrom. Funny enough, 5th goal of the season from McBain, 5th assist of the season, and Victor Soderstrom, 5th assist of the season. New Jersey would score 2 more goals, but then at about 16 minutes into the second period, Zach Kassian, the pylon himself, his 2nd goal of the season from Liam O'Brien and Connor Mackey, it's 3-2, it's a ball game. New Jersey scores again, but then about a minute and a half into the 3rd period, Nicholas Schmaltz, his 19th goal of the season. The assists go into Clayton Keller and Juuso Valimaki. It is a 1-goal game, and then you skip ahead exactly 2 minutes to go in the 3rd period. Who are you gonna call? The Pain Train! That is right, Zachary McBain, the McBain Pain Train, his 9th goal of the season, 2nd point of the night. The assists going to Juuso Valimaki and Lawson Krause, and can I just say, we're going to see it a little more in this video and the next video. Ever since they put Jack McBain on the line with Lawson Krause and Matias Maccelli, this kid is showing he can be a middle 6 center. I think 3rd line, maybe even at times 2nd line center when you need someone to fill in. That is McBain. That is the McBain Pain Train. We go to overtime like a minute in. New Jersey scores. It's a 5-4 overtime loss, and the Arizona Coyotes, since the All-Star break, continue this weird little stretch where they've only lost 1 game in regulation out of like 6. 10 games after the trade deadline, I will do a separate video just to kind of show off how the Coyotes, for some reason, want to start winning now. Ingram, 35 saves, 5 goals against, .875 save percentage. He gets his 4th overtime loss of the season. His record is 6-13-4. Moving on, 2 nights later, hosting the St. Louis Blues in a game where you hope the Coyotes would find a way to lose, but instead, St. Louis, they're singing the blues, even though they would score the 1st goal of the game. It doesn't really matter, because about 13 minutes into the 1st period, to tie it up, Christian Fischer, his 11th goal of the season, having the best scoring season he's had since, what, his rookie year? The assists going to Connor Mackey and Matias Maccelli. Mackey's actually fitting in pretty well. Hopefully they extend him a year or 2. Skip ahead to the 2nd period with about 3.5 minutes to go. Nicholas Schmaltz scores his 20th goal of the season on the power play, giving the Coyotes the lead and making it his 2nd back-to-back 20-goal campaign. The The assist going to Barrett Hayton and Clayton Keller, who Barrett Hayton has been on an absolute tear. I really love seeing the improvements this kid has in his game, because if he can be a second line center on this team, you have Logan Cooley, then him, Austin who? Anyway, 2 minutes into the third period, Travis Boyd, his 10th goal of the season. It is 3-1 Coyotes. The assist going to Clayton Keller and Yanis Moser before I forget. St. Louis answers back. It's a 1-goal game, and the Coyotes respond with 3 unanswered goals. Boyd, second of the night, 11th of the season from Christian Fischer and Victor Soderstrom. Keller, his 26th goal of the season from Nick Schmaltz and Barrett Hayton. And finally, Lawson Krause, his 21st goal of the season, setting a new career high from Matias Maccelli. Vejmelka, 40 saves, a .952 save percentage, only 2 goals against. 17-19-5 record, and the Arizona Coyotes get points in back-to-back games, and they win one of those 2 games. Then we move along to the 9th, the last game I'm going to cover for this video at the very least, hosting the Nashville Predators. You know, the team that just came in like a week or so ago and beat you at home despite the fact they traded, I think it was Nino Niederreiter right before the game, or it might have been right after, I really don't remember. Well, in his first game as an Arizona Coyote, around 8 minutes or so into that first period, Brett Ritchie, his 7th goal of the season from Yanis Moser and Christian Fischer, and yes, that is right, Brett Ritchie, who was traded for his brother Nick Ritchie, has a goal in his first game, and in the next video I will talk about how this guy can kindly go home, because at one point he had, I think, 2 goals and 3 assists in like 4 games as a Coyote. You can leave, please. Apparently Tourigny used to coach him back in the day, and honestly, seeing him get some pretty good points on the board, while they're not going to be able to flip him, maybe it's worth a 6th round draft pick for 2 weeks of negotiations with Brett Ritchie. I have no idea. On the power play, about 12 minutes into the second period, Barrett Hayton, his 11th goal of the season, once again continuing this nice stretch of hockey. The assists going to Clayton Keller and Travis Boyd. It is 2-0 Coyotes. Then about a minute later, the McBain pain train. Second goal in his last 2 games, 10th goal of the season. The assists going to Lawson Krause and Matias Maccelli. Keep this line together, please. Nashville scores, but it doesn't really matter because Nick Schmaltz gets his 21st goal of the season with about 30 seconds to go. The assist going to Patrick Nemeth of all players and Clayton Keller. Nick Schmaltz had a goal per game in this stretch. He is also currently injured. The guy's great when he plays. Anyway, Ivan Prosvetov, he gets the win. His first career NHL win, 39 saves, 1 goal against, around a .975 save percentage. I really want to see what this kid can bring at the NHL level. It's good that he actually got good defense in front of him, and he had a phenomenal game against the Nashville Predators. Hopefully he gets at least 2, 3, maybe 4 more starts to end the season, because honestly, I still think this kid can be your 1B next season. I still see Ivan Prosvetov as part of this team's future. So Ivan, you take this opportunity and you run with it, and I genuinely hope you get like a 6-year extension. They'll sign you to a 1-year, but I can hope. Streaks! Let's go streaking. Let's talk about some streaks. They went streaking. Lawson Krause, 2 goals and 2 assists in the last 4 games. He had the longest point streak as of this point on March 10th, 2023. Clayton Keller, 1 goal, 5 assists in his last 3 games. Matias Maccelli, a goal and 3 assists in his last 3 games. And Nick Schmaltz, 3 goals and 1 assist in his last 3 games. So as of this video, the Arizona Coyotes have won 2 of their last 3, but they're playing the Calgary Flames tonight at the Mullett. I'll make another video probably late tonight, early tomorrow. And at that point, the Coyotes would have won, what, like 4 of their last 5? I'm not even paying attention anymore.
Alright, one final video today before work. Let's do a Coyotes report. Dated for March 15th, 2023, despite the fact it is currently March 16th and the Coyotes play Vancouver tonight. I am great at keeping a schedule. We're going to start off on March 11th with the Arizona Coyotes going to Colorado to take on the Avalanche, and they kept this one competitive. Colorado opens up the scoring, then the Arizona Coyotes answer back with 2 more goals in the first period. At 6:50 of the first, Jack McBain, his 11th goal of the season from his new line mates Matias Maccelli and Lawson Krause, were all tied. And then at 17-18, Clayton Keller, his 27th goal of the season from Barrett Hayton. It's a 2-1 lead for the Arizona Coyotes. Colorado ties it up in the second period, and they lose in overtime by a final score of 3-2. They keep this point streak going for some reason. Ingram, 41 saves, 3 goals against in the overtime loss. That's a .932 save percentage, by the way. Keep Connor Ingram in the back of your mind. As the Coyotes come home the next night on the 12th to host the state of hockey, the Minnesota Wild, and the Arizona Coyotes win this one too. At 1:28 of the first period, Barrett Hayton opens up the scoring, his 12th goal of the season. The assist going to Juuso Valimaki and Brett Ritchie. Minnesota scores to tie it up. The Coyotes go to the power play, and exactly 12 minutes into the first period, Barrett Hayton is second of the night, 13th of the season. Anyway, Minnesota scores 3 unanswered goals. It is 4-2, balance is restored, and the Coyotes, they'll begin to lose again so we can get Bedard. Wait, Wait, they're not doing that? 18:48 of the second period, Brett Ritchie, 8th of the season, third point of the night. He was a part of all 3 of the first goals that night. My God. From Keller and Soderstrom, it is 4-3. Then 12 minutes and 6 seconds into the third period, Clayton Keller, he ties it up, his 28th goal of the season. Jack McBain and Barrett Hayton getting the assist, by the way, and that was a very good pass by Jack McBain. Extend this man. We then head into overtime, where with about 50 seconds to go in the overtime period, his second of the night, 29th of the season, Clayton Keller from Barrett Hayton and Juuso Välimäki, and the Arizona Coyotes, the real state of hockey, beat the Minnesota Wild by a final score of 5-4 in overtime, and many a Wild fan was very angry on Twitter. There were some cool ones, though. Vejmelka, 30 saves, 4 goals against, 822 save percentage. He gets the win. 18-19-5 record. Let's be honest here, Vejmelka, he's going to have 20 wins by the end of the season. And then finally, the matchup 2 nights ago, hosting the Calgary Flames, a game the Arizona Coyotes, well, decided to win. Shout out to Audie James and Mike Gould, by the way. Calgary's on the board first, but then 9:22 of the first period, Clayton Keller, he gets it done. It's a tie game. His 30th goal of the season. The assist going to Barrett Hayton and Juuso Välimäki. Where have I heard that before? And just to pause real quick, that is the Coyotes' first 30-goal scorer since Radim Vrbata in 2011-2012, and their first 70-point scorer since Ray Whitney in the same year, 2011-2012. He's on track to be the first 80-point scorer since Keith Tkachuk in the inaugural season. TLDR, Clayton Keller is the face of the franchise, and he is absolutely leaving his mark on the Coyotes record book. Anyway, the Coyotes take the lead in the second period. 55 seconds in, Matias Maccelli, his 6th goal of the season from, who else? Jack McBain and Lawson Krause. Keep that line together. Seriously, putting McBain on a line with Krause and Maccelli has single-handedly put that man from a 4th liner in the future to a middle 6 center. I love this pairing. Keep it together. Minnesota scores to tie, but then 2 minutes and 1 second into the third period, Clayton Keller wasn't done. His 2nd goal of the night, 31st of the season. The lone assist going to Barrett Hayton, who is also having a damn good stretch. Coyotes take the lead. They give the lead up, though, about 12 minutes into the third period. We're going to overtime. 3 minutes and 10 seconds in, Travis Boyd, his 12th goal of the season from Välimäki and Maccelli, and the Arizona Coyotes not only win back-to-back games, not only have won 4 of their last 6, but are on a 6-game point streak. Ingram gets the win, 7-13-5 record for him, a casual 42 saves, 3 goals against, 933 save percentage. Connor Ingram has had a save percentage of under 900 once this month. Extend that man. Streaks! Let's end it out going streaking. There are 3 active streaks. I'll go from the shortest streak to the longest. The shortest is Jack McBain. He's on a 4-game point streak, 2 goals and 2 assists. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Barrett Hayton is on a 5-game point streak. 3 goals and 7 assists for 10 points in his last 5 games. That is right. After a slow start, Barrett Hayton is currently a 2-point-per-game player. And Clayton Keller, 6 goals and 6 assists in his last 6 games. That is right. He is also a 2-point-per-game player. Clayton Keller and Barrett Hayton, over the last 5 to 6 games, have been 2-point-per-game players. Also 666. The Arizona Coyotes are at home tonight, taking on the Vancouver Canucks. This is my last video for the day. I am very tired now, so let's go ahead and get her done. Should be uploaded before the puck drops tonight, and go Coyotes. On Tuesday, March 14th, 2023, in a game hosting the Calgary Flames at the Mullett Arena, exactly 9 minutes and 22 seconds into the first period, Clayton Keller did something special. From Barrett Hayton and Juuso Välimäki, Clayton Keller scored his 30th goal of the season. Not only has this been a long time coming, because last year, had it not been for that horrific injury, Clayton Keller would have been a 30, maybe even 35 goal scorer last year. So after that year-long delay, not only does Clayton Keller finally become a 30-goal scorer, but he becomes a 30-goal scorer with a really weird-looking bobblehead. Didn't know how else to sneak that into a video, but it's just kind of weird. He's not wearing a Coyotes jersey or anything. It's just like a sweatshirt. Jokes aside, Clayton Keller became the first 30-goal scorer for the Arizona Coyotes since Radim Vrbata potted 35 back in 2011-2012. On that same exact play, because Keller had 69 points heading into that game, nice, he also became the Coyotes' first 70-point scorer since Ray Whitney back in 2011-2012. The parallels between this team and the 2011-2012 team just seemingly keep piling up. Now, why is this so significant? All 4 years under Rick Tocchet, the Coyotes only managed 3 20-goal scorers, and under Andre Tourigny, they've managed 3 20-goal scorers per season. So scoring is going up. At the very least, 20-goal scoring, but when it comes to 30-goal scoring, it's only happened with the Phoenix/Arizona Coyotes 10 times. Keith Tkachuk did it 3 times, including a 52-goal season in 96-97, 97. He also has the club's only 40-goal season. It was the season after that, 97-98. And then only 36 goals in 98-99. JR did it twice. In the 99-2000 season, he scored 34. And in the 2001 season, he scored 30. Mike Gardner potted 32 in the inaugural season. Daniel Briere potted 32 in 2001-2002. Mike Comrie scored 30 goals in 05-06. Doan did it twice, including 31 goals in 08-09 and 30 goals in 05-06. And finally, redeemed Verbato with 35 goals in that 2011-2012 campaign. Clayton Keller is now the 8th player in Arizona/Phoenix Coyotes history to score 30 goals. With a career-high 71 points in 68 games at 24 years old, I think it's safe to say that Clayton Keller is a star player. Not a superstar, but he is going to be a point-per-game player. He's also going to be the 2nd player in Coyotes history to score 80 points in a season. That hasn't been done since Keith Tkachuk scored 86 points in the inaugural 96-97 season. What Clayton Keller is doing right now is leaving a lasting mark on the franchise, and he's going to go down as one of the best Coyotes to ever play for this organization. In that game against Calgary, he not only recorded his 40th assist of the season, but it was his 200th career assist. Keller has hit his stride, and he is very clearly the best player on the team. And considering the fact that he had a 3-year span in which his production was continuously going down, the fact that he's managed to turn it around and turn into the player that he has is nothing more than pure determination and hard work. Just for the sake of it, let's go ahead and look over that career real quick. He played 3 games, recording 2 assists in 16-17. Then in his rookie year in 17-18, all 82, 23 goals, 42 assists, career high 65 points. 18-19, 82 games, 14 goals, 33 assists, 47 points. Still a good season, but that was the first season I started covering the team, and I'm looking at this kid like that's supposed to be the next face of the franchise. That's supposed to be the guy the franchise is going to build around. Watching this kid's two-way game was awful. He was absolutely terrible defensively. He didn't get involved in any aspect that wasn't passing the puck and occasionally shooting. He would turn the puck over bad. He wasn't running a very efficient power play unit, and yes, he was a second-year player, but coming off of that rookie season, you kind of expect some sort of step forward or maintaining it, and the step back was not a very good impression. Then in 2019-2020, you start to see a little more of that two-way game start to pick up. He played in 70 games, 17 goals, 27 assists, 44 points. You're playing in 12 less games and only scoring 3 less points, so while yes, points were going down, you had the pause. He would have scored more points than the season prior if the season was a full 82, and he got his first taste of the playoffs that year. Then you have the shortened 2020-2021 season where he played in 56 games, 14 goals, 21 assists, 35 points. Pretty much around the same level of production, but at that point you're looking at Clayton Keller and you're thinking, okay, he's probably going to be a 20-goal scorer, get about 30-35 assists a season, going to be about 50 points throughout the rest of his career. Solid player, definitely not bad, but also not franchise player worthy. Then last season happened. Before breaking his femur, Keller played in 68 games, scoring 28 goals, 35 assists, and 63 points. He was just shy of a point per game, and that was the first time in his entire career that he looked like a point per game player. Every single aspect of his game at this point has just evolved. Faster skater, more efficient passer, hell of a shot, getting involved in the defensive play, getting involved in the back check and the forecheck and the defensive stick and the offensive zone. At that point in his career last season, Clayton Keller was doing everything. Realistically, it's all started around 2020. 2020 was that year that I'm watching this kid play, and while the production offensively wasn't where you wanted it to be, it was still solid, just not where you wanted it to be. Every other aspect of his game was getting better, making him a more well-rounded player, not a defensive liability, so it just made him a more valuable player overall. Coming off of that broken femur, you do have in the back of your mind, it is entirely possible that he might come back and not be the same. Now, he was young enough that logically he should have healed just fine, but at the same time, you never really know, and you also have that mental aspect of it where who's to say he's not going to try to avoid full speed here or there because, well, he broke his damn femur. I'm going to be honest here, alright? If I broke my femur like that, I probably wouldn't want to skate for a while. Clayton Keller busted his ass in the offseason, and as soon as he came back from day one this season, he hasn't just been the same old Clayton Keller. He's been better. In 68 games so far, 31 goals, 40 assists, 71 points. He is now a point-per-game player. He is now a 30-goal scorer. He is now someone that is on track to be over an 80-point producer, someone who is probably going to finish with around 85 points. That is something this Coyotes franchise has not had literally since Keith Tkachuk back in the inaugural year, 96-97. What Clayton Keller is doing this season is special. This kid is special, and honestly, it has been an absolute privilege to get to watch this kid from that sophomore slump, really seeing a lot of holes in his game, to developing over time to be this complete player that is now a point-per-game guy, a 30-goal scorer, 70-point scorer. This kid is ridiculous, and in my opinion, he has earned the title of face of the franchise. He has completely earned that, and you have a couple of really good players like Dylan Guenther and Logan Cooley coming through the system, and, Joshua Doan, son of Coyotes legend Shane Doan, and I'm still confident saying that Clayton Keller is the face of the franchise. So what's the point of this video? I just wanted to praise a player that is busting his ass and playing well. Also, Barrett Hayton's playing pretty well too, so there you go. Let's go! In some ridiculously exciting news, let's talk about it. What is up, guys? AC Sports Guy here. You don't care about that. I don't care about that. Josh Doan. No internet in the house? No problem. I got a phone. This is from Craig Morgan on Twitter. Per sources, Sun Devils forward and Coyotes prospect Josh Doan will forego his junior season at ASU and turn pro with the Coyotes / Roadrunners. Let's go! This is awesome. This is genuinely great news and kind of sucks. Let me try to break it all down. So first and foremost, Craig Morgan even said right there in that tweet, the situation is fluid and there will be updates. I'm just gonna go with this version of the article that broke while I was eating breakfast and having to rush home so I can make this. So like it said, Arizona State University forward Joshua Doan, he is reportedly going to forego his junior season with the organization. In the article, it does go on to say that he informed the club on Tuesday. That was 2 days ago. I was in the building when they were allegedly informed and I had no idea. But back on track. So the ELC is yet to be signed, though logically if he's going to forego that junior season, I expect that ELC to be signed within the next 48 hours. That's just what I expect. If the news is coming out now, you might as well sign it or announce that it was signed, because it could have been signed 20 minutes ago for all I know. Josh Doan, Scottsdale native, 6'1", son of former Coyotes legend Shane Doan. I don't know if you can tell that I'm a kind of a fan. He was my favorite player growing up, all because I thought his last name was my dad's first name. I will not stop sharing that story until at least one person cares. But this would actually be pretty consistent with Doan throughout his career. He played 2 years with the Chicago Steel in 1920 and 2021. That last year he scored 31 goals and 39 assists for 70 points in 53 games. Then he commits to Arizona State University. He plays there last year at Oceanside last season, scoring 12 goals and 25 assists for 37 points in 35 games. And then this year, the first year at the Mullett, he is named the captain of the team, and in 39 games he would score 16 goals and 22 assists for 38 points. If you're wondering why the number 94, he changed his number from 91 to 94 to end last season in honor of Matt Schott, and they made some pre-made jerseys, so I went ahead and bought one last year. I was going to buy another one this year, but figured I had 2 more years because Josh Doan was enjoying college and I figured he would stay the long term. Obviously, it's going to impact ASU, but at the same time, they have plenty of commits coming over. I do imagine them being rather busy in the transfer portal, so it's one of those things where I'll cover it more, obviously, when more news comes up, but there's going to be a pretty big influx of freshmen coming into the Arizona State University program that, in hindsight, it actually does kind of make sense because there are quite a few players leaving, including the current number 94, Robert Mastro Simone. Oh, you want to hear a little more about Robert Mastro Simone? I can do that for you. So after 3 years at Boston University, Mastro Simone transferred over to ASU for his senior season, where he played pretty much the entire year with Josh Doan. There was a couple of games they broke him up for a little bit, primarily when Doan was going through a bit of a cold streak in the middle third of the season, but for the most part, it was Mastro Simone, Josh Doan right over here. Anyway, Mastro in 38 games, 11 goals, solid, respectable number, 31 assists for 42 points. He was damn near an assist per game guy, and him and Josh Doan just fit together perfectly. In short, this is what I'm trying to say. Sign Josh Doan, acquire Mastro Simone, sign Mastro Simone, have them both play in Tucson for the end of the season in the playoff stretch. You will thank me later. Back to Josh Doan. So he has taken a step up this year from last year. He was the captain, and while he did have that bit of a cold middle stretch, and I guess a bit of a cold start, but then again, he did score the first goal for the Arizona State Sun Devils at the Mullett Arena, as well as the last one to end the season in overtime. I actually have the notes. Let's go ahead and check it out. In the last 10 games of the season, Joshua Doan had about 10 goals and like 7 assists. He ended the season on a 7-game goal streak in which he had like 9 goals. He had a phenomenal season. Yes, you did have that little bit in the middle third of the season where he was kind of gripping the stick a little bit. 21 years old, you're gonna have that. I've gotten to speak to the kid personally, and honestly, he's a damn good kid. He's a lot like his dad. He has a very similar frame, though he's not quite filled that frame out yet, but at the same time, going to Tucson to end this season and being around professional athletes, even if it is at the AHL level, not only will he face better competition, but he'll also have access to professional level facilities, and while the facilities at ASU are nice, I know, I see them every day, they are great facilities, guarantee right now it's going to be a net benefit for him to be able to fill out that frame, get a little bigger, a little stronger, work on that skating, everything that Craig highlights in the article. Seriously, great article, as usual, great work by Craig Morgan, link below in the description, and I'm excited, alright? I am so excited. Obviously a little disappointed for ASU. I am an ASU fan, and next year's going to be interesting, but at the same time, I'm a fan of the Coyotes first. I'm a fan of Josh Doan first, and this was always going to happen. He was always going to leave eventually. I just figured he would stay all 4 years, and Craig Morgan even figured that he would stay at least 3 seasons. But like I said, it does make some sense with the amount of seniors leaving and the amount of freshmen coming in. It kind of makes sense that he'd be like, you know what, I'll go push for the playoffs right now in the AHL. Huge congratulations to Josh Doan. Seriously, I am excited for you, man. Go to Tucson, score a bunch of goals, help lead this team to at least one winning round of the playoffs. I would like to see a little bit of playoff success down there in Tucson. But also a big congratulations to the ASU staff, Coach Greg Powers, everyone there showing they can develop really good prospects. Also, congratulations to Tucson, because assuming that Doan does sign that ELC, you're going to be getting a Doan for the first time down in Tucson, and Josh Doan is officially lined up to be the first player in history to play for ASU hockey, the Tucson Roadrunners, and the Arizona Coyotes. Though technically Colin Theisen isn't that far off. Alright, so it would appear the Arizona Coyotes are just not going to lose ever again. And since I'm going on vacation tomorrow, and this team has 3 road games next week, very convenient, I'm going to go ahead and do a Coyotes report for just 2 games today, and then you'll see me after I get back. If you're wondering where I'm going, I'm going to go get drunk at Disneyland and ride Space Mountain like 6 times. Always go during the parade, because everyone's watching the parades. The lines get a lot shorter. Anyway, Coyotes report. On the 16th, the Arizona Coyotes would host the Vancouver Canucks, former Coyotes Oliver Ekman-Larsson and Connor Garland, and former Coyotes head coach Rick Tocchet. I knew it was going to be a low-scoring game because Rick Tocchet's teams only score like 2 goals a game. Vancouver's on the board first, but then with 30 seconds to go in the first period, Travis Boyd is 13th of the season from Liam O'Brien? We're tied going into the second. About 13 minutes into the second period, Travis Boyd decided he didn't have enough. His second goal of the night, 14th of the season. The assists go into Clayton Keller and Barrett Hayton. 2-1 lead for the Arizona Coyotes. Then 1 minute and 19 seconds into that third period, Lawson Krause decides he wants to get in on the scoring too, his 22nd of the season, with the assists going to Victor Soderstrom and Matias Michelli. Side note, Soderstrom's been playing pretty well offensively, at the very least in terms of facilitating the puck, and he's actually got some points in these games since coming up. So while he has some work to do defensively, at the very least, he's gone from someone that I thought the Coyotes might trade in the offseason to maybe he's going to be a second or third pairing defenseman moving forward. Then again, Barrett Hayton went from, oh, this kid might get traded to, this kid is going to be a top sixer, please don't get rid of him. Vancouver scores one more, but the final score is 3-2. The Arizona Coyotes win and keep that streak alive. What is it? 3 wins in a row and a 7-game point streak. We're not getting Bedard. Ivan Prositov getting his second start of the season, his second win, 2-0 record, 2 goals against, 29 saves, a .935 save percentage, and I'm going to say it right now, Ivan's getting a proper chance at the NHL level against teams that aren't Stanley Cup teams, with a decent defense playing in front of him, and he's actually taking advantage of the opportunity. I stand by. I think this kid is going to be part of the future for the team. Then last night on the 18th, hosting Chicago, Prosy got his second back-to-back start, and of course, because since he plays this year, the Coyotes win. It's his 3rd win of the season, his first back-to-back pair of wins, but we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. Chicago scores first. Then in the second period, with about 3 minutes to go, Barrett Hayton decides he wants to start climbing a little more towards the 20-goal threshold. His 14th from Keller and Valimaki. We are tied. Chicago scores again. It's 2-1 Chicago. We're in the third period, and the Coyotes decide that now is the best time to hit the gas pedal. Exactly 6 minutes in, Clayton Keller is 32nd from Valimaki and Boyd. It's 16:48. Valimaki is 3rd from Keller and Schmaltz. And on the empty net with about 40 seconds to go, Michelli is 7th from McBain and Yanis Moser. 4-2 finish. The Coyotes will never lose another game again, so Bedard's not coming here. Did I already say that? I think I said that. Prosy, 32 saves, 2 goals against. 941 save percentage, back-to-back wins. His save percentage is looking great this year. He's looking really good. And I feel like he's someone like Aiden Hill, where you can only get so good at the AHL level that you need the NHL competition, and so far he's stepping up. Now, it will be interesting to see what he does next year, but as of right now, I'm happy for Ivan, and let's go. Funny enough, Clayton Keller and Juuso Valimaki both had a goal and 2 assists, and I want to say they said that was Keller's 20th multi-point game of the season, and he set a franchise record. So Clayton Keller continuing to be in the record book. So there you go. Clayton Keller, in his last 7 games, he's a goal per game. 7 goals, 9 assists for 16 points in 7 games. Barrett Hayton, 4 goals and 8 assists in 6 games. And Matias Michelli and Travis Boyd can now join the ranks. They both have a 3-game point streak. Michelli, 2 goals and 2 assists in 3 games. And Boyd, 3 goals and 1 assist. We have 2 goal per game players on streaks right now. As for next week, the Coyotes go on a 3-game road trip on the 21st. They started off in Winnipeg. The very next night, the 22nd, they're in Edmonton. Then on the 24th, they're taking on Colorado in 3 of their last road games of the year. I think they have 2 more after that. That being said, there's your Coyotes report for March 19th, 2023. I know it's a short one. This is the 6th video I've recorded today, and I would like to start getting some of them edited. Oh, and if any of you see me at Oceanside Arena today at like 4:30 or 5 o'clock, thanks for being part of that video, and if no one shows up, this part's gonna be real awkward. That point streak was nice. Back to reality. I'm a little late, so you will see a couple of reports over the next couple of days to get caught up. For context, I am recording this after the 8-1 pounding the Coyotes took from the Seattle Kraken, and trust me, you will get a video about that Kraken game after the next Kraken game. That was a really weird thing to do with the schedule, wasn't it? Anyway, let's go back to the road trip on March 21st, starting off in Winnipeg, where the Arizona Coyotes lost a close game in regulation. So Winnipeg gets on the board first and second, but at 11:46 of the second period, Barrett Hayton his 15th goal of the season from Clayton Keller and Nick Schmaltz. It's a 1-goal game, and it would go no further. A 2-1 finish. Milko gets the loss, 23 saves, 2 goals against, 920 save percentage, 18-20-5 record to that point. And we move to the next night at Edmonton. Edmonton's on the board first, but the Coyotes do answer back. At 15:47, Moser his 6th from Krause and Michelli on the power play. We're all tied. Then 3 minutes and 37 seconds into the second period, the Coyotes take the lead. Keller is 33rd from Nick Schmaltz, 2-1 game. Edmonton ties once more, but then at 8:54 of the third period, Keller, his 2nd goal of the game, 34th of the season from Barrett Hayton and Nick Schmaltz. Coyotes take the lead back 3-2 before Edmonton scores to send it into overtime, and then at 1:01 of the overtime, McDavid does McDavid things, and the Coyotes lose by a final score of 4-3 in overtime. Ingram gets a loss, 7-13-6 record, 27 saves, 4 goals against, 871 save percentage, and now we skip ahead 2 nights on March 24th, 2023 at Colorado. Pretty common thing, Colorado's on the board first, but then Clayton Keller answers back in the first period. His 35th of the season from Schmaltz and Moser with a little more than a minute to go in that period. Skip ahead to the third, Colorado scores 2 unanswered, and your final score is 3-1. Veggie gets the loss, 18-21-5 record, 27 saves, 3 goals against, and a solid 900 save percentage. So after that nice long point streak, the Arizona Coyotes finally come back down to reality, lose a few games in a row. I mean, they do get that point against Edmonton, but they do lose a few games in a row, and while they're not going to secure top 3 odds, they're getting further and further from 8 or 9 odds. Streaks, we have 2 current streaks as of this point. Clayton Keller, 10 goals and 10 assists in 10 games. That is absolutely ridiculous. This kid has been phenomenal, and he is this close to breaking the all-time Coyotes record for points in a season. He's already locked up being a point-per-game player. And then finally, Nick Schmaltz, 4 assists in 4 games, so there you go. Solid effort for him. Shorter report today, but the Arizona Coyotes dropped 3 in a row, and I will see you tomorrow. No April Fools today. We get to talk about an absolute despicable, disgusting human being. No intro today. Let's just go ahead and talk about it, alright? This happened a little while ago, and I'm not gonna lie, between being busy at the time and really just not wanting to talk about this disgusting human being, I didn't get around to it. But this does need to be talked about. This does need to be discussed. And honestly, Andrew Barroway needs to be kicked out of ownership and not allowed anywhere near a professional team. For those of you who don't know who this interesting man is in front of you, that is Andrew Barroway, former majority owner of the Arizona Coyotes, who took majority ownership back in 2014, and then sold off a majority stake to Alex Meruelo in 2019. He did, however, retain 5% ownership of the team. Completely my own opinion and not a legal claim, it is exclusively because this man just wanted to have the title of a team owner, despite the fact that, once again, in my opinion, the dude is broke, never really had the money he said he did, and was a terrible owner. You guys remember all that stuff about the toxic work environment for the Arizona Coyotes? That was under this guy. Allegedly. I forgot. I have to say allegedly because I'm assuming someone like this interesting individual would be a little more litigious than others. Now, what did this very interesting man do? Well, as reported on March 24th, 2013, he allegedly strangled his wife. There's no pretty way to dress that up and be like, oh, well, it was this. No. He allegedly strangled his wife. According to this report, he is only to have contact with his wife in strict regards to their children, and of course, he was able to post his own $2,500 bond. It really can't be understated just how disgusting that is. And I do understand the concept that everyone has their day in court, right to a fair trial, yada yada, completely agree. With this one specific case, a bunch of stuff that I literally am not allowed to say but just things that I've heard about this man behind the scenes, I'm not giving that courtesy to him. I'm not. Just, frankly, I refuse. The man should still be behind bars. I'm a married man. Look, I'll give you a little window into my marriage just for a brief moment. It started off pretty rocky, and there were some really bad times in the first year and a half. Never would I ever consider putting hands on my wife, with me retaining the exclusive right that should my wife put her hands on me, since I am much stronger than her, I push her away. This is a 57-year-old man that decided, allegedly, strangling his wife was the way to go. Like, that was a good idea. That was something that is acceptable to do. It's disgusting. This man should not be allowed to be an owner in the league. The NHL has already suspended him, but whatever paperwork needs to be done to get him gone. Any and all available resources and support should be going towards his wife, who is a legitimate victim in this scenario, and his children. Not to this disgusting individual. And I have had this brought up to me personally, is now ASU potentially has their out for the Coyotes, to kick him out of the arena because of the morality clause. Not really, no. It would be a completely different story if, for example, the Arizona Coyotes just decided to promote the guy immediately, or they came out and were like, actually, abusing your wife is based, or something stupid like that. Sure, they would have grounds to go ahead and kick them out because of the morality clause, but the Arizona Coyotes immediately came out, as they should, and said, we agree with the NHL suspension, and we're going to cooperate. And like I said, hopefully, he is forced out. Unfortunately, that means he does get some money, but you know what? Paying this guy some money to never be anywhere around an NHL organization, or any organization for that matter, it's a small price to pay. But one thing that disgusts me almost as much as what this garbage human being, in my opinion, garbage human being, allegedly did to his wife, is disgusting people that want to take advantage of this story for whatever gains they think they're going to get out of it. Yep, that's right. I had to mention this because, to be completely honest here, it boiled my blood when I first read it, and with me finally covering this topic, I had to talk about this. There's an individual named Charles on Twitter who is definitely against the Tempe Entertainment District. I want to mention that as a matter of disclosure, because obviously I am for the Tempe Entertainment District, and when this news broke, one of the first ways I found out about it was because somebody responded to this man's tweet. When strong-arming private citizens with threats of a lawsuit doesn't get you what you want, the Coyotes ownership group gets creative. Are you fucking kidding me? Absolutely disgusting to take advantage of a situation where a woman was allegedly strangled. A man abused his wife, and what you're going to do is try to make some false equivalency. If you don't know what he's talking about, it's because Alex Meruelo and the Tempe Wins group sent a cease and desist to Tempe first. I'll flash the cease and desist on screen real quick. It was essentially stop making blatantly false claims. It's not even a lawsuit. It is a cease and desist. Now, it can lead to a lawsuit should they not cease and desist. It's standard operating procedure when you have a group that is very clearly attacking someone's character and making blatantly false statements. The fact that this individual took this story, this disgusting story of Andrew Barroway allegedly strangling his wife and being arrested for it, and trying to get that lumped in with Alex Meruelo sending Tempe first a letter, it's disgusting. Obviously, you can do whatever you want, say whatever you want, joke about whatever you want. This right here shows a lot about this individual's character. Because even some of the most anti-Arizona Coyotes people out there, some of the people that, like, anytime there's anything regarding the Coyotes, good, bad, neutral, whatever, that are right there in the comment section saying, move this team's an embarrassment, whatever, even those people were not making jokes about this specific story. I don't know, man. I hate literally everything about this story. Andrew Barroway should not be allowed around any NHL organization or any professional sports organization for that matter. To be frank, I think the man should be in jail, and individuals like Charles, you should have deleted your tweets before you ever sent them. So the Coyotes are currently losing their last road game at Seattle right now, so you know what? What better time than this instant to talk about the last 4 games in which the Arizona Coyotes fully embraced the tank for Bedard, conveniently after they were mathematically eliminated from finishing bottom 4. Sounds like the Coyotes to me. Oh, and if you're curious about this, watch the next Roadrunners video. Alright, so we got 4 games to talk about today, so we're going to go ahead and start off with the game on the 26th, hosting the Colorado Avalanche, and Colorado gets the first 2 on the board. Colorado Colorado actually maintained a lead all the way until midway through the third period, where Matthias McCalder answered back. At 10:37 to the third, Machelli is eighth from Jack McBain. The Coyotes are on the board. They would tie it up exactly 1 minute later at 11:37. Christian Fischer, his 12th from Kesselring. It's a brand new game, very late, and of course, this one has to go to overtime. Not before the Coyotes and Avalanche exchange one more goal. For the Coyotes, with about 4 minutes to go in that third period, Clayton Keller is 36th from Valimaki and Schmaltz. That maintains his point streak. I think at that point it was 12 or 13 games. Ridiculous for him. We go to overtime, nothing interesting happens. Go to the shootout, Colorado wins 4-3, and the Coyotes maintain this whole, we gotta get a point on Mullett ice. Ingram missed the overtime loss, his 7th of the season, 906 save percentage. Moving on. So the very next night on the 27th, the Arizona Coyotes would host the Edmonton Oilers, and this one, once again, was a close game. Coyotes on the board first at 3:50 of the first period. Matthias Machelli, his 9th goal of the season. The assist going to Jackery McBain and Lawson Krause, 1-0. Edmonton would tie it, but then at about 12 minutes and 59 seconds of the first period, Barrett Hayton is his 16th goal of the season from Krause and Schmaltz on the power play. Coyotes are up 2-1. Edmonton would then score 3 unanswered, so it's 4-2, but the Coyotes just for some reason saw that and got offended. At 3:52, Matthias Machelli, 2nd of the night, 10th of the season, and it is a 1-goal game. The assist going to Krause and McBain. Then a little over a minute later, Barrett Hayton, 2nd of the night, 17th of the season, from Clayton Keller and Nick Schmaltz. That is Clayton Keller's 13th game in a row with a point. Absolutely mad. Anyway, Edmonton scores next and wins by a final score of 5-4 in regulation, and right there, those are the kind of losses I wanted to see at home all year. 1-goal losses in regulation, so you can, have better odds of getting Connor Bedard. Show the fans you're going to be competitive, but not competitive enough to keep winning games. Skip ahead a few days, on March 31st, and the Coyotes would host the Dallas Stars in a game that, let's be honest here, they weren't going to beat Dallas. They almost never beat Dallas. They lose that one by a final score of 5-2. The Coyotes' 2 goals were both in the first period, both by former Calgary Flames. Juuso Valimaki ties it up. Connor Mackey, his first goal as an Arizona Coyote. That's his 3rd of the season. Valimaki, his 4th. It's 2-1 at that point. 4 unanswered goals, 5-2 finish. Let's move on to the final game of this home stretch before they go to Seattle for their final 2 road games. The next night on April 1st, they would host the San Jose Sharks, and they really got festive, didn't they? They lost 7-2. Moser is 7th from Machelli and Soderstrom, and Kellerman is 1st from McBain and Ritchie. That's it. That's all you got. And Ivan Prosvetov got blown off the ice, and I already saw people on Twitter saying after 1 bad game, they hoped that was it for Ivan. For context, he had 3 great games, winning all 3 of those and posting a, 930, 940 or better save percentage? But yeah, this one was kind of bad. 24 saves, 7 goals against, 774 save percentage? Ugh, that is rough. Unfortunately, it would not get better for him, but that is a story likely for tomorrow. So the Arizona Coyotes lose 4 games in a row. Clayton Keller breaks that 14-game point streak. And the Arizona Coyotes looking a lot like what a lot of people thought they were going to look like the entire season at the very end of the season, but like I said, conveniently after they are already eliminated from Connor Bedard contention. And the saga continues. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. This will have to be a shorter video. I'll have to get this done real quick because tonight we are going to dinner to celebrate me getting 1 year closer to 30. I can have an existential crisis later. Right now, we get to laugh and have a little bit more fun because the Arizona Coyotes have clapped back against the city of Phoenix. And you know what? Let's go ahead and change the format and I'll just read it to you. Let's go ahead and pull up Twitter, obviously where all the intelligent discussion happens. Craig Morgan, breaking, here's the legal action being taken by the Coyotes and their development arm, Bluebird Development, against the city of Phoenix, and it's, I think, 4 pages. Let's just go ahead and just read this. And look, I said it in the last time I talked about this, and the Coyotes had a response to the lawsuit being filed, and I did wish, and I still stand by that I wish that they would have acted a little more professionally, a little more, like it's a business, but we didn't get that. What we did get is we got a little bit of a back and forth. We're going to have a little bit of a laugh. We're going to have a little bit of that here as well. So, Arizona Coyotes development arm files notice of claim seeking $2.3 billion from Phoenix City Hall in response to ridiculous complaint filed by Sky Harbor. You'll see a couple of jokes later. We will read some tweets. Okay, you'll see a couple of those jokes later, but right there, $2.3 billion, that is the total cost of the TED. It's supposed to act as a nice big number because because the City of Phoenix Sky Harbor lawsuit is really flimsy. If you actually pay attention to what's been going on, read the IGA, you're actually there for any of these Tempe council meetings, and Sky Harbor's like, oh, we're not going to be a problem anymore. Their case is flimsy, and this giant number right here is just supposed to scare them off, and I guarantee the lawsuit gets dropped, or they settle out of court, but that's what that's for. It is not an actual attempt for the Coyotes to get Phoenix to pay for the arena, though it would be funny. Coyotes allege the City of Phoenix is seeking to sabotage the Tempe Entertainment District and is reneging on its public promise not to oppose. And here's the thing, is there's a lot of merit to this. The City of Phoenix essentially has a de facto monopoly when it comes to live sports, live events, and whatnot in their downtown area. Tempe is about 20 minutes up the road, and that's with some traffic. So to people living in the East Valley that are a little further from Phoenix, so it would be about a 20-minute drive anyway to get into Phoenix, you don't want to have that competition, and there's a lot of reason why you would believe that they're just doing this to try to get rid of competition. That's not a frivolous claim. It's just not. My opinion, though. The Arizona Coyotes and its development arm, Bluebird Development, have had enough of Phoenix's bullying bureaucrats, and now the City of Phoenix is facing a $2.3 billion claim after it broke its word and decided to undermine a plan to convert a hazardous, unlined Tempe-owned landfill into a new sports and entertainment district next to Tempe Town Lake. On March 27th, Sky Harbor unexpectedly filed a complaint against the City of Tempe, claiming the Tempe Entertainment District plan could not include previously approved multifamily housing because of noise issues. Oddly, both cities have agreed for decades that multifamily housing was permitted in airport flight paths as long as the apartments were designed to minimize the external noise. One of the things I've been talking about for a long time, Richie as well on the Desert Moon Hockey podcast, and he also did a phenomenal video breaking this down much more eloquently than I ever could because he's a smarter man than I am. This is what we've been talking about for months. You are allowed to put residential there. There's already a bunch of residential. I want to say it's approximately 4,000 units all the way along this flight path noise contour. There's also plenty of apartments and whatnot in downtown Phoenix directly below flight paths. And like I said in one of those previous videos, I went to a couple of D-backs games last year at the start of the season, and there were planes flying directly above us with the roof opened. It's not a safety concern. There is not a safety issue. There's already a history of residential being allowed within these areas, multifamily residential. I don't really see how they have a claim here. In my non-legal opinion, Phoenix and Sky Harbor were going to lose the lawsuit. And this is just an attempt to get them to just drop it. Indeed, Tempe's decision to move forward was based in part on assurances from Sky Harbor not to interfere. On November 29th, Phoenix Sky Harbor Chad Mikowski told the Tempe City Council, quote, "A positive and productive relationship between Tempe, Sky Harbor, and the City of Phoenix has been and continues to be incredibly important to us." He added, quote, "I wish you the best as you make this important decision for your community." Following that statement, the Tempe City Council unanimously approved the project's entitlement, zoning, and development agreement. So literally in the same Tempe Council meeting where the Tempe Council members voted unanimously to send it to referendum, they've all been praising the deal. I've been praising it as a phenomenal proposal. Sky Harbor said, you ain't gotta worry about us. And then ironically enough, within a month and a half of the vote, now you gotta worry about them? All of this just kind of chips away at the City of Phoenix's credibility for that particular lawsuit. Those supportive statements followed weeks of negotiations in which Bluebird had agreed to indemnify Sky Harbor against any noise complaints generated by future residents of the Sports and Entertainment District, eliminating any risk to the airport and the City of Phoenix. What has been one of the most common things cited about this deal that the City of Phoenix and Sky Harbor just, we don't want to deal with, that was lawsuits due to noise complaints. Right there, Bluebird and the Coyotes are like, we'll take that responsibility. On top of that, with just simple disclosures and things that you sign into your lease agreements, you can't complain about that. Again, I would know because I'm above flight paths. Bluebird is seeking damages because Phoenix is knowingly and intentionally interfering with its business because Bluebird relied on Sky Harbor's previous statements indicating they would not be in opposition, and because Phoenix initiated a lawsuit against Tempe, quote, for the purpose of stonewalling development of the Tempe Entertainment District. The claim goes on to say that Phoenix appeared motivated by, quote, spite and ill will. Ill will is definitely there. I do think that by any reasonable account, ill will is there. Spite is also probably present. However, I would have probably left that off of this statement, in my opinion. Phoenix is demanding Tempe prevent future residential development in the 65 DNL, and for Tempe to agree to Phoenix's expansion effort, yet details those expansion efforts have not been finalized. Despite its agreement with Bluebird, Phoenix is trying to undo the zoning decisions Tempe has already made. The lawsuit from Phoenix to Tempe is ridiculous and nothing more than a political stunt and meritless lawsuit. Indeed, the City of Phoenix tried to get the Coyotes to, quote, lean on Tempe continue to accept Phoenix's proposed IGA amendment, we will not stand for Phoenix bullying Tempe, and we will vigorously push back on Phoenix's shenanigans. Very strong statements, very much being on the side of Tempe. And side note, I do think that something like this will make more Tempe residents feel like the Coyotes are actually on their side, which is a good thing, because if the Coyotes want to be in Tempe, they have to show it. And in my opinion, this is part of showing that. As a West Valley kid, there's plenty of intricacies that I, quite frankly, am not that knowledgeable about. But I do know that Phoenix and Tempe have some bad blood. Logically speaking, there are going to be shows that usually would go to Footprint Center that want to go to the Tempe Arena because it's a new venue, they're going to want to check it out. Bands always like checking out new venues, and there will undoubtedly be some shows that will go to Tempe over Phoenix, though for the most part, Phoenix is big enough, Footprint Center has a strong enough hold, and from what I've heard, written agreements, to where they will get plenty of shows and they will not actually lose money from them. Yet the possibility of some shows going to Tempe and not Phoenix has Phoenix in a tizzy, in my opinion. That is my opinion. In addition to this claim, the Coyotes and Bluebird will continue to investigate Phoenix and Sky Harbor's use of taxpayer dollars to interfere with the neighboring city's election. Furthermore, they will be seeking any and all communications, documents, and negotiations between the city of Phoenix, Phoenix council members, and Phoenix staff with any and all developers and property business owners within Phoenix city limits and similar proximity to Sky Harbor as Tempe Entertainment District. Here's pretty much what they're saying here. Something's fishy here, and we're going to investigate to see just how fishy. All I'm saying is this. As my buddy Richie already broke down in a video on Desert Moon Hockey, which I will leave linked below because he is much more knowledgeable in this stuff than I am, Phoenix and Sky Harbor's lawsuit does not have merit. Frankly, it's not even designed to stop the TED, it's designed to delay it. Because I know they can't actually stop it, but filing a lawsuit when they did, critical time in a city's local elections that could reasonably get some people a little unnerved, like, oh, why is the city of Phoenix suing Tempe? I don't want my tax dollars going to this. That being the lawsuit and having to defend themselves in a lawsuit, and that might encourage them to vote no to not want to deal with the headache. The lawsuit is very clearly designed to delay and potentially derail because the lawsuit itself cannot stop it. This is an interesting development, and I am just laughing because it's dumb. It really is, but you know what? Speaking of dumb, let's read some dumb tweets. Embarrassment for the league. Move this team already. There's a lot of comments of just move this team, move this team, move this team, and realistically speaking, the Coyotes are fighting back against a frivolous lawsuit, and that makes you want them to move the team. What it really is, just people that already want the team gone, just throwing a fit, as they usually do, carry on. TV soap operas don't have this much drama and so many twists and turns. Yep, they do. We're mutuals, by the way. Just in case I have to disclose a bias. To put that in perspective, last year's entire Phoenix budget for the general fund was $1.7 billion. More evidence, in my opinion, that this entire, countersuit is just an attempt to get Phoenix to drop their stupid lawsuit. When you use shenanigans in a legal brief and about to pistol whip Phoenix. So I guess the Phoenix taxpayers will be paying for the Tempe Arena. And then Five for Howling jumps in, wait a minute, I'm a Phoenix taxpayer. More move the franchise, of course. Coyotes have a stable franchise challenge. Difficulty level, impossible. Mr. Cooper, might I advise you to simply cope? Bullying bureaucrats. It's so nice to say that the Sens aren't the laughingstock of the league anymore. You wish, you pray they still are. I quote tweeted this one, and this one is a bit of a shot to Coyotes fans. I know you guys are not dumb enough to respond and get mad to someone who has Pachirisu as their profile picture. You kidding me? Oh dear, Gary Bettman will have to be at his top sketchy, slimy game to make this one work. I don't know how this has anything to do with Gary Bettman, but of course you're going to have some delusional people that just need to complain and try to bring in external factors and things that they were complaining about before, things they took issue with before. This example, Gary Bettman, this person clearly does not like Gary Bettman. I don't really care for the guy much either, but at the very least he likes the Coyotes, so there you go. So seek help and cope. Just move this team already. Enough is enough. Enough is enough, Jake. Log off Twitter. Man, I love the Whalers logo. I actually have, I think, a Gordie Howe jersey over there, but no, they're not going to Hartford. City of Phoenix is going to pay for Austin Matthews. How is this organization worse than the team? You're mad at the organization for fighting back against a frivolous lawsuit. Some poor idiot thinks they're going to Quebec. So that's how they plan to pay for this, because everyone knows this team is full of crap. Are you a conspiracy theorist? So can they move this poverty franchise to Quebec now? No, it's not gonna happen. You're never getting a team back in Quebec. Please God, just move them to Houston and get it over with. People are just gonna cry, I guess. Why would the airport care about noise issues? They're the ones creating the noise. Fucking hell, Phoenix is a great sports city. Why won't this team just function? I don't understand the complaint here. I legitimately don't. It's the city of Phoenix throwing a fit, going back against their word, and filing a lawsuit against the city of Tempe, which is going to cost both Phoenix and Tempe taxpayers to fight this lawsuit, and the Arizona Coyotes file a countersuit to essentially tell them to back off and drop their lawsuit, and it's the Coyotes' fault? None of this happens if the city of Phoenix and Sky Harbor stand by their agreement and go the hell away. There you go, there's that update. The Coyotes are suing Phoenix because Phoenix is suing Tempe, and a bunch of idiots on Twitter are crying. Where was this when we could have got Bedard? What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. We got 2 games to talk about, the Coyotes' final 2 road games of the season. We're on April 3rd and April 6th. They were in Seattle to play their first 2 games against the Kraken this season. Look, this entire scheduling thing was kind of weird, but let's go ahead and talk about it. So after the Sharks take Prosy for 7 goals in the previous game, Coach Andre Tourigny decided to put Prosy right back out there, wanted to let him bounce back. He gave up 8 goals. Luckily, alright, on the next report, he did have a better game in his last start. That being said, Prosy, you had a phenomenal first 3 games. Your last 3 have not been great. If you get to play a 7th game, if you get to play one more game before the end of the season, get a shutout. That's all I can say. Anyway, yeah, that game on the 3rd, 8-1 final. The lone goal was Lawson Krause's 23rd from Michelli and Connor Mackey. Good to see Mackey getting some points at 4:44 of the second. It was 2-1 Kraken at that point. 6 unanswered goals after that. Prosy gets the loss, 3-2-0 record, 24 saves, 8 goals against, 750 save percentage. Yes, I am going to be reading off of the notes a lot because I'm not going to lie, is that worth memorizing? I don't think 8 goals and a 750 save percentage is worth my time memorizing. We skip ahead to April 6th, 2023. Side note, happy birthday, honey. In a game where the Arizona Coyotes only lose by a final score of 4-2. That one is much more respectable, and I'm not going to lie, I wish Prosy had started that one. Vejmelka gets the net for this one. We start off with 3 unanswered Seattle goals. Seattle is definitely determined because, spoiler alert, they win this game and clinch their first franchise playoff berth, and of course, the clinching game happened against the Coyotes. Congratulations, Seattle. I wish you had a better logo, but at the very least, you guys are building your team the right way, and you made the playoffs in the 2nd year, so congratulations. Anyway, at exactly 12 minutes of the 2nd period, Barrett Hayton is 18th from Matthias Michelli and Lawson Krause. It's 3-1, and it's technically a brand new game, but not really. Like, it wasn't actually. Side note, not all those goals were on Karel Vejmelka, alright? He does technically get all 4 goals against, and for some reason the NHL website said he has a 909 save percentage, but it only had 30 saves, so something about that just isn't adding up, because I do know if you want a 900 save percentage, you gotta stop 1 out of every 10 pucks. That's 34 pucks, and he stopped 30. Math was never my strong suit, though. I am learning from Mr. Bean on TikTok, though. I don't actually use TikTok, I use YouTube Shorts. Because the Vince Dunn goal, essentially, like, Patrick Nemeth put it in, so NHL fix your site, alright? At the very least, that is the first mistake I've noticed the NHL website make the entire time I've been covering this. Whereas, like, the ACHA site or the IFL site aren't exactly the most accurate, or they take forever to get updated, and that's a whole side note. Back to this game. Matty Beniers scores to make it a 4-1 Kraken lead, but then with about, 40 seconds to go, Laurent Dauphin, his first goal of the season from Clayton Keller, a 4-2 finish, and the Coyotes lose their final 2 road games and improve their draft odds to be right around 5th overall. Vejmelka, 30 saves, 4 goals against, 18, 24, and 5 record, and we have one streak to talk about, and that is Matthias Michelli. 3 assists in his last 3 games. That does go up. Spoiler alert for the very next game against Anaheim. But today we have the final game against Seattle, so who knows if that's actually going to continue. That being said, short report for you today because they lost 2 games. What more do you want me to say? We have an update on Coyotes prospects Sam Lipkin and John Farinacci, and also some vandalism in Tempe. We'll talk about that one later. We'll start off with Sam Lipkin. So Craig Morgan tweeted the following a few days ago on April 10th. Per source, the Coyotes have expressed interest in signing 2021 7th round pick Sam Lipkin, who played a major role in Quinnipiac, winning the NCAA title this past weekend. Lipkin is expected to meet with school officials and make a decision this week on what's best for his future. Fun little side note about Sam Lipkin, he was actually teammates with Coyotes prospect Josh Doan back in Chicago, playing for the Chicago Steel in 2020-2021. He also got an assist on the game-winning goal in overtime to win the national championship for Quinnipiac 3-2 over Logan Cooley in Minnesota. He had another assist earlier in the game, giving him 2 assists in that game. He also had a phenomenal first year in college. 14 goals and 29 assists for 43 points in 39 games. He had more points than Josh Doan this year. Lipkin is definitely one of, if not the most underrated prospect in the Coyotes system, and I would be excited to have him sign with the team, and if not playing for the Coyotes next year, playing down in Tucson with Josh Doan. That would be really cool, and Tucson is definitely going to have an influx of talent over the next couple of seasons. Unfortunately, it's not all good news, because Craig Morgan would go on to say this. On the flip side, per source, it appears that Harvard senior and Coyotes 2019 third-round pick John Farinacci will not sign with Arizona and is trending towards becoming a free agent on August 15th when the Coyotes' rights to him expire. This one bums me out. All right, I'm really high on John Farinacci. He's got the right mindset. He's a hardworking guy. He was the captain for Harvard this year. 5 goals, 15 assists for 20 points in 19 games. He did miss some time, but he's a solid player, and I would have loved to see him at least playing for Tucson next year. That being said, shortly after this was announced, I was talking with Mike Gould, and one of the potential explanations he gave me, let's be blunt here, Harvard is a prestigious university, and you are not likely going to leave early. So by the time you're getting out, you're already right at the door of unrestricted free agency. Why not just go ahead and become a free agent and find the situation that's best for you as opposed to signing with the team that drafted you? This is a pretty common occurrence with kids from Harvard, so I don't personally hold it against the Coyotes per se. That being said, he's probably going to go to Ottawa because I believe his sister is married or engaged to Brady Tkachuk, so there's an Arizona connection for you. John, best of luck in your future. I just really wish you would have decided to sign with Arizona. Now finally, we get to the news story I guarantee most of you are curious about. While I was eating this morning, Tempe Wins tweeted the following. A Goodwill location in Tempe was vandalized overnight. Goodwill is a sponsor of the Arizona Coyotes, and this was supposed to be the location of a press conference with NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman later this morning. They have these couple of pictures I will flash on screen real quick. They would also go on to elaborate something about the police being involved. This entire situation is dumb. It's cringy and vandalism. Look, I get it. Okay, technically speaking, because they did go ahead and do this intentionally, it was trying to push a message and whatnot. You could technically consider it that, though every single legal definition it probably wouldn't stick because it's not actual intentional damage to property, and chalk is something that usually has a lot of legal exclusions to it and can be simply washed away with a water bottle. So calling it vandalism is just dumb. Look, it's a terrible look, and very likely, alright, we already know who the people who did this are very likely associated with. However, I'm not willing to make that legal claim because there is not enough information yet. I'm just making a logical observation. That being said, those people being as pathetic as they are, it's not vandalism. It's cringy, but also, like, calling it vandalism is also pretty cringy. And also, one thing that not enough people are talking about, why the hell are you trying to have a press conference at Goodwill? We already get called a poverty team, poverty franchise all the time. Book a school gymnasium, book a conference call in a hotel, anything but a Goodwill. I don't care that they're sponsors. If you look at one of the pictures, and you also pay attention to the wording of the tweet, it's just a random Goodwill store. That's cringy. Alright, what are you doing? To the individuals that wrote vote no on all the parking spaces, cringe. Look, you really thought you did something. You really thought you made some sort of political message. You're idiots. We all know you're idiots. People like me are just going to write you off, and the more you do stuff like this, the more likely reasonable people are to vote yes. So continue to act like a bunch of children on a sugar rush. Please, I implore you to do so, because that's more yes votes for the Coyotes. That being said, Coyotes, Tempe Wins, Alex Meruelo, whoever the hell else, it's not vandalism, and you should have just made a tweet making fun of them. Like, for example, if you were to post these two pictures, same two pictures, and the caption was like, really? Calling it vandalism, calling the cops, look, I get it. I do understand, but it's dumb. That's it for your Coyotes report today. Hopefully I'll have time to post this and do something for the other channel about ASU beating GCU. How's it going? AZ Sports Guy here. It's time to do the final Coyotes report for the 2022-23 season. Only about 3 days late. You know what? We're getting better as the season ends, and then later on today will be the final Roadrunners report of the regular season, and hopefully tomorrow I will have postseason preview up, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't see that being a very long series. So we start off with April 8th, my
27th birthday. Yes, I do feel old, and yes, I do want you guys to stop talking about it. Hosting the Anaheim Ducks in a game, the Arizona Coyotes, they actually won. Meaning, yes, unlike the team that's going to the playoffs, the Coyotes won games in April. Coyotes on the board first. Christian Fischer is 13th of the season from Moser and McBain at 12 minutes and 12 seconds, starting off pretty well. Anaheim ties it up, and then at 6:33 of the second period on the power play, Lawson Krause is 24th from Travis Boyd and Victor Soderstrom. 9 minutes and 6 seconds into the second period, the Coyotes extend that lead. Clayton Keller, his final goal of the season, 37th total, from Nick Schmaltz and Yanis Moser. Arizona then surrenders 3 unanswered goals, going down 4-3. Before, with 35 seconds to go in the game, Matias Maccelli, his final goal of the season, his 11th, sending it to overtime. The assist going to Keller and Schmaltz, by the way. Finally, exactly 4 minutes into overtime, Barrett Hayton, once again, with his final goal of the season, his 19th. He ends up just one shy of 20 this year. From Matias Maccelli and Juuso Välimäki, and the Arizona Coyotes win that one in overtime by a final score of 5-4. That would be the Coyotes' final win of the season, giving them a total of 28 wins, 3 more than last year. Prosy gets the win, 25 saves, 4 goals against, .862 save percentage, and he gets one more game. And believe it or not, I'll talk about it more in the offseason, Ivan Prosotov had a career high in save percentage and goals against. Moving on to the next game on the 10th, hosting the Seattle Kraken in a game they lost 4-1. The only goal was to tie it. McBain is 12th from O'Brien at 9:22 of the first period, which also was McBain's last goal of the season. Prosotov, 33 saves, 4 goals against, .892 save percentage. They lose that game by a final score of 4-1. Let's go ahead and skip ahead to the last game of the season. On the 13th, hosting Connor Garland and the Vancouver Canucks in a game the Coyotes lose in overtime. Vancouver's on the board first. I don't remember if Garland gets their first or second goal, but he gets one of them. O'Brien, of all people, at 5:08, his second from Kesselring and McBain were all tied. Vancouver then scores 3 unanswered, making it 4-1. I think 2 of those belong to Connor Garland. And the Coyotes begin the long, arduous process of forcing this game into overtime. Boyd is 15th from Keller and Schmaltz at 19:53 of the first. In the second at 9:54, O'Brien second of the night, third of the season from Kesselring. Side note, I believe that was Kesselring's first multi-point NHL game. Good for him. And finally, at 16:40 of the third, Nick Schmaltz, his 22nd goal of the season from Soderstrom and Maccelli. That was the final Coyotes goal this season. We go to overtime where Connor Garland gets the hat trick, 15th, 16th, and 17th goals of the season. I miss that man. Vancouver, if you trade him in the offseason, send him home. He's going to Boston, isn't he? Let's see, Vejmelka gets the overtime loss there. His final record is 18, 24, and 6, and that should be about it, right? Wrong, because Clayton Keller was getting an assist in that game. He tied Keith Tkachuk's franchise record with 86 points in a season. Clayton Keller is now tied for the most points in a season for an Arizona Coyote. Really wish he would have broken it. Wish he would have gotten a goal or something in the game against Seattle to set up this historic night. That being said, his name will still be in the history books, and the Arizona Coyotes have a very long offseason ahead of them that hopefully will start with at least a second round appearance for the Tucson Roadrunners, but I will talk about that more later. As for the Coyotes, their final 3 games, they end off 1-1-1. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. They end the season with the 6th worst record in the NHL, up from last year's 2nd worst record in the NHL. And heading into the draft lottery, I think on May 8th, so just a few weeks away, the Coyotes will have the 6th best odds, and I will hopefully have good news to report to you on that day. I wanted to do the 2022-23 Arizona Coyotes season review a little bit differently this year, which required a little more time. That and I procrastinated. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and it feels really good to be back in the Kachina. Let's talk about the 2022-23 Arizona Coyotes season, and honestly, what a ride it was. The season didn't exactly start off the best. Back-to-back losses against the Pittsburgh Penguins 6-2 and Boston Bruins 6-3. But on the bright side, the 3rd game of the season was in Toronto, and if you know anything, the Arizona Coyotes are always good for a victory in Toronto. A 4-2 win on October 17th, 2022. Nick Ritchie, Shane Gostisbehere, and Christian Fischer each had a goal and an assist in that game. It was actually in the Canadian side of the opening road trip that Juuso Välimäki first got to play for the Coyotes because there were some immigration issues. They followed that up with back-to-back 6-2 losses, and to end that 6-game road trip, they do beat the Columbus Blue Jackets by a final score of 6-3, so at the very least, they were only a couple games below 500 heading into the home opener against the Winnipeg Jets. That game against the Winnipeg Jets was actually very special to me for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, I sold my PS5 to get a ticket, had an absolute blast, met a lot of really cool people. Oh, and made a vlog that got me to over 1,000 subscribers. Christian Fischer also would score the first 2 goals of the game, his 2nd and 3rd goal of the season respectively, before the Arizona Coyotes
Coyotes would give up 3 unanswered, including the overtime winner, and lose the first game in the Mullett Arena 3-2. The opening Mullett homestand would be an 0-3-1 effort with losses to the New York Rangers, Dallas Stars, and Florida Panthers. They then go on this massive 14-game road trip, one of the longest in NHL history, if not the longest, and they start that one off 3-0-0. On November 5th, a 3-2 victory in Washington. On November 8th, a 4-1 victory over the Buffalo Sabres. And finally, on November 10th, a 2-0 victory over the New York Islanders. They would then go 1-7-3 for the remainder of the road trip, putting the total record at 4-7-3 on that massive 14-game road trip. They then come home on December 9th, 2022 to take on the Boston Bruins, and they became one of the few teams at that point to beat them in regulation. A 4-3 victory in regulation where Lawson Krause gets the game-winning goal with about 17 seconds to go in regulation, with the primary assist going to Simachev. That combination throughout the year was phenomenal. Vejmelka, casual, 43 saves and a .935 save percentage in that game. The very next game, second on the homestand, hosting the Philadelphia Flyers, the Arizona Coyotes win this one by a final score of 5-4 in overtime, and Clayton Keller records his first career NHL hat trick, and that would also end up being the first hat trick recorded at the Mullett Arena. They go 3-2-1 on that homestand, including the win over the Boston Bruins, go on the road for a game to lose 5-2 against the Vegas Golden Knights, then come home to win back-to-back games against the Los Angeles Kings 2-1 in the shootout, and then beat Colorado by a final score of 6-3. Those games happening on December 23rd and 27th respectively. Unfortunately, as of December 29th, 2022, the injury to Simachev was major and he would miss 6 weeks. On the bright side, also on the 29th, the Arizona Coyotes would host the Toronto Maple Leafs, and they would beat them 6-3 on home ice, with one Chychrun McBain recording 2 goals in that game. Then go on the road for 5 games, going 0-5-0, then going 0-6-1 in their next 7, putting them at 0-11-1 throughout that stretch. That was much closer to what a lot of people thought the 2022-23 Coyotes were going to look like. I mean, you had the hot streak, you had the point streak, there was a big point streak getting ready to come up earlier on in the season. They were actually in a wild card spot for about 2 days. Nobody saw that coming, but they did see that losing streak coming. On January 22nd, 2023, in a 4-1 victory against the Vegas Golden Knights at home, Clayton Keller would record yet another hat trick. January 26th, they lose a couple of games, and then Shane Gostisbehere gets injured. He will be out for about 4 to 6 weeks, and it kind of looks like the bottom's going to start falling out there a little bit. Not really, apparently, because then they would go 6-3-3 in their next 12, leading up to March 1st. Then you have the March 3rd trade deadline, where the Arizona Coyotes traded off a lot of players, trading Gostisbehere to Carolina, Bjugstad to Edmonton, and Chychrun to Ottawa, just to name the more notables, getting back draft capital and prospects like Michael Kesselring in return. On March 3rd, so the day of the trade deadline, after all the trades are said and done, Gostisbehere would make his debut for the Carolina Hurricanes at the Mullett Arena against the Arizona Coyotes in a 6-1 spanking by the Carolina Hurricanes, and if I'm not mistaken, Gostisbehere got on the board in that game as well. Skip ahead to March 9th in a home game against the Nashville Predators. Ivan Prosvetov would finally record his first NHL win. It was a 4-1 victory. He almost had a shutout, but then people like me had to go trying to root for a 2-1 loss so the Coyotes can get Bedard. After the deadline, the Arizona Coyotes were 6-0-2. I actually remember this moment in the Mullett Arena. I think it was the game against the New Jersey Devils. They were showing a clip with Victor Soderstrom talking, and basically what he said was they lost a lot of guys in the locker room and kind of had to refocus, and I guess they refocused because that 8-game point streak, and they were 6-0-2. Prosvetov would start out 3-0 with like a 940 plus save percentage. The dude was playing absolutely phenomenally. We're not here to talk about the second half of that yet. I just want to highlight the first half. The Arizona Coyotes would then end their season 1-9-3, only managing to beat the Anaheim Ducks in that stretch and losing the final game at home against the Vancouver Canucks to a Connor Garland hat trick in overtime. Happy for Garland, by the way. The Arizona Coyotes finished the 2022-23 season 28-40-14. They also finished second to last in the Central Division, so like I said going into the season, they're probably not going to be bottom of the division because look at Chicago. That is a direct improvement from the previous season where they went 25-50-7. A fun fact to point out is that the Arizona Coyotes, they tied their win totals from last season at 25 with around a month to go in the season. This year was an improvement, just straight up in every aspect. Coach Andre Tourigny is a phenomenal coach, but you know what? We got to talk about the players. Of the top top 10 scorers in the team, only 2 did not finish the season with them. We start off with number 10, Jacob Chychrun. 36 games, 7 goals, 21 assists for 8 points. He played phenomenally, and he did get a decent enough return. Number 9, JJ Moser. 82 games, 7 goals, 24 assists, 31 points. Then number 8, another defenseman, Shane Gostisbehere. 52 games, 10 goals, 21 assists for 31 points. At number 7, yet another defenseman. Of the top 5 scorers for the Coyotes, 4 of them were defensemen. Juuso Valimaki, 78 games, 4 goals, 30 assists for 34 points. He was a waiver claim heading into the season. He managed to stay healthy all season. He only missed 4 games, and I'm pretty sure all of them were because he wasn't allowed to play because of the visa issues. He would also sign a 1-year, $1 million extension, taking a little bit of a pay cut to stay with the Coyotes for one more season. That was a phenomenal waiver claim, and I hope that he's going to be part of the defensive core moving forward, because at least having him on your second defensive pairing is ridiculously valuable. Number 6, Travis Boyd, with a more quiet season this year, 82 games, 15 goals, 19 assists, 34 points. He was a negative 32. Look, he wasn't the first line Travis Boyd from last season who had that big revenge tour, but he was still a serviceable middle 6 forward. At number 5, Barrett Hayton, 82 games, 19 goals, 24 assists, 43 points. Considering it took him until November 5th to record his first point of the season, and December 17th against the Buffalo Sabres to record his first goal, Barrett Hayton managing to be almost a 20-goal scorer and a 40-point scorer is nothing short of remarkable, and Barrett Hayton did not give up. He absolutely kept pushing through. He was doing everything right defensively, playing a very good two-way game, but he kept with it. He would not stop pushing. He had a phenomenal second half of the season. Barrett Hayton is a guy that after the cold start went from someone that's probably going to be a very good third-line center, someone that you're going to love to have for the face-off percentages as well as his passing ability, to someone that's very likely going to be giving Logan Cooley a run for his money when Logan Cooley first comes up. Great season by Barrett Hayton. I absolutely love the resiliency. Number 4, Lawson Crouse, 77 games, 24 goals, 21 assists, 45 points. In Lawson Krause's second consecutive 20-goal season, he is officially a 20-goal scorer. He's here. Love Lawson Crouse, and he's not going anywhere. Stop trying to acquire him, Leafs fans. At number 3, Matias Maccelli, in 64 games played, 11 goals, 38 assists, 49 points. He was among the league leaders in rookie scoring for almost the entire season, and I think he was still top 2 in assists by a rookie. While Matias Maccelli will very likely not get Calder consideration, I will say this: he had a phenomenal season, and that raise he's going to get going into next season is probably going to be sizable. Number 2, Nick Schmaltz, 63 games, 22 goals, 36 assists for 58 points. Schmaltz is interesting. He missed 19 games this season. He missed 19 games last season, so at this point in his career, he's probably good for about 20 games missed a season. That being said, he is a consistent 20-goal scorer, 50-point scorer, almost 60-point scorer. This season, he finished with 1 fewer point in the exact same amount of games played. 22 goals and 36 assists for 58 points, where last season he had 23 goals and 59 points. It'll be interesting to see what they do with him in the offseason, but regardless, he is a solid 20-goal scorer and 60-point scorer. That's useful on any team. And finally, Clayton Keller, claiming that 30-goal season, 82 games played, 37 goals, 49 assists for 86 points. He tied Keith Tkachuk for most points in a season by an Arizona/Phoenix Coyotes player. He was 3 goals shy of 40, which would have made him only the second 40-goal scorer in history, behind Keith Tkachuk, who had a 50-plus goal season and a 40-goal season. Clayton Keller took last year's phenomenal stride forward, not only battled back from that horrific injury, but he looked even better this year than last year, was above a point per game player. That's the first time the Coyotes have had an 80-point scorer since Ray Whitney in 2012. Clayton Keller is the franchise. Love this kid. I love everything he's done with his game since his sophomore season, back when I thought he was overrated, to make himself not only a good hockey player, not only a good 200-foot two-way player, but an elite offensive player that took this team, put him on his shoulders, and just ran with it. Him and Barrett Hayton paired together looked phenomenal, and I cannot wait to see them next season. Now let's go ahead and talk about the goaltending, starting off with Ivan Prosvetov. Prosy would start in 7 games with a 4-3-0 record, posting a career-best 398 goals against and an 880 save percentage. Those first 3 games are phenomenal. He did struggle after that, but I do think he's going to have the tools he needs to make those necessary improvements and become the backup next season. That being said, we will have to wait and see, but it was still an improvement, and I'm rooting for you, Ivan. Next up is Connor Ingram, who was a waiver claim the Arizona Coyotes got from the Nashville Predators, who, fun fact, was in net for the Nashville Predators in that last game at Glendale, where the Arizona Coyotes came back from being, down 4-0? He had a great season, though.
though. Played in 27 games, starting in 26, a 6-13-8 record, 907 save percentage, and a 337 goals against. He started off really cold and then just absolutely hit his stride. I would not be surprised if the Arizona Coyotes ended up trading Vejmelka, re-signing Ingram, and then making Ingram and Prosvetov your goalie tandem going into next season. And now we have to talk about the man himself, Karel Vejmelka, who at times just carried this team. He has so much upside. Let's go ahead and talk about this. So, 50 games played, 49 starts, 18-24-6 record, 899 save percentage, and a 343 goals against. The goals against could be a little lower. The save percentage, it would have been nice for him to play a little more solidly in the last couple of games to at least finish with above a 900 save percentage. But the fact that he was on a team in year 2 of a rebuild and he looked as good as he did and he was just shy of a 20-win season, he had a good season. And no matter what happens, whether he gets traded or he's the starting goaltender next season, I love watching this guy. And that is your 2022-23 Arizona Coyotes season review. I have a lot more planned to talk about, but I want to keep this as short as I possibly can. It was just a complete, in every way, shape, and form, upgrade over last year. There was so much progression with players like Barrett Hayton, Clayton Keller, Juuso Valimaki, JJ Moser, Matias Maccelli, so many players having damn good seasons, solidifying themselves as part of this core. Heading into the offseason, that's going to be one of the most interesting for the Arizona Coyotes. I cannot wait for the draft. I cannot wait for training camp to start. Let's go ahead and get it done. For Coyotes fans, there is definitely going to be a lot of optimism going into next season. Love it when the Coyotes drop some news when I'm halfway through a long video. The editing on that season review took a long time. You're not here for that. You're not here for me. You're here to hear about Maximilian Szuber, who has officially signed his 3-year ELC with the Arizona Coyotes. Szuber was taken in the 6th round, 163rd overall last year in the 2022 NHL entry draft, and he had himself a really solid season this year in the DEL, where in 46 games he would record 3 goals and 7 assists for 10 points, and in the playoffs in 15 games he would have 2 assists, helping lead his team to the championship this year. Congratulations, by the way. It's good to have a Coyotes prospect sign after being a champion. Side note, that is not a shot at Sam Lipkin. Over the last 3 seasons, Szuber has played in 83 games in the DEL, scoring 4 goals and 13 assists for 17 points. Might not sound like a lot, but Szuber did have a solid season. He also had a +12 +-. Szuber is a big kid. 20 years old, 6'3", 201 pounds, and as of right now, Elite Prospects does have him labeled as on loan for the DEL next season. This upcoming training camp is going to be interesting because personally, I would love for the kid to play in Tucson this season because Tucson definitely needs more defenders. And also, I want the kid playing on North American ice so it kind of feels like he's closer to making the NHL debut. So Max, congratulations on winning a championship. Welcome over to the Coyotes organization, and I do hope you have a solid training camp. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. We got a couple little news updates for the Arizona Coyotes. First and foremost, like I figured, Matias Maccelli is not a Calder finalist. It is between Matty Beniers, Owen Power, and Stuart Skinner. Skinner's got a hell of a mustache, but personally, I think Matias Maccelli should have got the nod over him, but it is what it is. Maccelli had a phenomenal season. He is an RFA, so let's just brace ourselves for that contract this offseason, shall we? And speaking of contracts, yes, I am getting better at segues. The Arizona Coyotes have finally signed their 5th-round draft pick in 2019, Aku Ratu, to a 2-year ELC. I'm going to assume the original announcement by the Coyotes on Twitter was a typo. Craig Morgan tweeted out a link showing what age you have to be and what you qualify for as an ELC. Ratu is 21 years old, so he qualifies for a 2-year ELC. He was taken in the 5th round, 151st overall in the 2019 NHL entry draft. One of the last picks by Chychrun, actually. And Aku definitely has some upside. I really wanted them to draft his brother in 2021 because I figured 2nd round pick would have been a pretty good spot for him. But we're not talking about his brother. We're talking about him. Ratu is coming off the best season of his career in Liga, playing in 53 games, recording 18 goals, 24 assists, and 42 points, while also playing in 10 playoff games and scoring a goal. He had the highest scoring season of anyone in Liga that has their draft rights owned by an NHL club, and those 42 points is also good enough for 11th best in the league. Ratu has also been described as a hard-working winger and an effective forechecker. 21-year-old, 6-foot-tall winger, at the very least in my eyes, he's probably going to be playing in Tucson next season. And over the last couple of years, when I'm talking about Tucson getting this influx in talent, it's later draft picks like this that I'm talking about. Though, depending on his camp, he does have a shot at making the NHL roster. I'm just not going to get too far ahead of myself. But congratulations, Aku. Welcome to the organization. Glad you finally signed your ELC, and I cannot wait to see you at training camp. Just like the Coyotes, I didn't hear no bell. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. It was announced yesterday that the Arizona Coyotes, they're not done, and a lot of people are really big mad. So, for whatever reason, a bunch of people were just assuming the Coyotes would immediately relocate, despite the fact that local media media has been saying for months, there are in fact backup plans. But then again, it's also why you trust local media and not... Let's just get into it. Yesterday, Greg Wyshynski posted this on Twitter. Slow that Arizona Coyotes relocation talk down for now. NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly tells ESPN, quote, I don't envision a scenario in which the Coyotes are not playing in Mullett Arena next season. Coyotes have confirmed, story soon. And I was watching the PHNX show whenever that news broke and I saw Craig Morgan's reaction, and then Craig Morgan followed it up with this. Slow the talk of relocation, period. I did not expect to say this today, but I am now hearing that there is still a path forward for the Coyotes in Arizona. The saga continues. Yote said I didn't hear no bell. And just for one last cherry on top, Elliot Friedman added this. Mullett for 2023-24 is it? Greg doesn't need my confirmation, but that's where the Coyotes will play next season. The Arizona Coyotes are going to be playing at the Mullett Arena in 2023-24, which buys them precious time. And we're not quite done yet. We have more statements, and we have this tweet that the Arizona Coyotes posted with the following statement. During the 2022-23 season, the Arizona Coyotes will play at Mullett Arena. In addition, we remain committed to Arizona and have already started re-engaging with local officials and sites to solidify a new permanent home in the Valley. We are looking forward to sharing more with you in the coming weeks. Sincerely, Javier Gutierrez, President and Chief Executive Officer. Remember how we kept saying there were backup plans, and for whatever reason, on election night and right after the election results, everyone, even the people that were sympathetic, was like, oh, well, yeah, those talks haven't happened. Because logically, of course, the talks stopped with X or Y, because they were focusing on Tempe. I do not understand why I have to explain that concept to a bunch of adults, but there you go. But you know what? I expect that as an Arizona Coyotes fan, because even the people that claim to be sympathetic are just secretly waiting for the team to leave. And then also, Craig Morgan followed it up with this, further confirming things. Yes, Virginia, there is a plan B, and maybe a plan C. There were always backup plans, all right? And considering the fact that Craig Morgan, he was also depressed. He was also down. He said it on the show, on the PHNX show, on election night, and then even mentioned in the tweet that I showed you, he was not expecting to be positive. The team ain't going nowhere. Now, I do thoroughly believe it's about 3 to 6 months, and that's your max window to get a deal done, because you do not want to be playing at the Mullett Arena any longer than you already have to be. And if nothing is signed, if nothing is done, if there is nothing concrete by that 3 to 6 month window, the team will relocate. But the people that are dancing on the Coyotes' graves gotta feel really stupid right now. You know what? We got a couple more tweets to talk about. There's a couple more reports. We have Alex Meruelo's statement, just one more cherry on top. Arizona Coyotes owner Alex Meruelo, quote, our plan is to stay in Arizona. That's from Andy Strickland. The same Andy Strickland that before any of this went down was talking about how Salt Lake City was the primary option internally. Very clearly it's not. Now, however, like I mentioned, the Coyotes need to get something done. I'm going to stick to the 3 to 6 month window, but 90 days really is key. 90 days probably is it. Because if they don't have something signed, Dave Pagnotta confirms the NHL's current priority remains keeping the team in Arizona. However, multiple league sources have told me the NHL is no longer against considering alternatives. That said, as Daly has told Greg, the Coyotes are, as of now, expected to remain in Tempe next season. Right there, it shows the pressure is on because they cannot play at Mullett Arena forever. It was only supposed to be a temporary option while something else is being built. So, that plan B, that plan C, I talked about it with Robin Leonio on Locked On. We broke down all the different possible areas, but essentially, TLDR, it's Salt Riverland, or you partner up with Matt Ishbia. It is not done yet. The Arizona Coyotes is a cockroach that you just cannot kill. We did not hear no bell. We're still here. Other memes that I was throwing up on Twitter, nothing is over because the Arizona Coyotes, we don't die. And we are going to be here at the very least for one more year. Yes, Leah, we can go ahead and chant it every year. One more year. One more year. The Arizona Coyotes have a lot of complaints levied against them from the players, and they violated the CBA? Well, if you blindly believed Larry Brooks' reporting, that's probably what you think right now, because a lot of people have. But there's a lot more to this story, and TLDR, no, they didn't. But let's go ahead and talk about it. So, on May 20th, 2023, the New York Post posted the following article. NHL, NHLPA to discuss salary cap, future of Arizona Coyotes this week, by Larry Brooks. And in the article, tucked towards the bottom, is the following statement. Quote, Slapshot has also learned that Coyotes players filed multiple complaints with the PA during the season about substandard travel, lodging, and logistical issues
that were in violation of the collective bargaining agreement. This will be addressed this week. Complaints aren't uncommon, alright, and I have no doubt that Larry Brooks did legitimately hear that there were complaints. My issue right here came with the irresponsible reporting of that last line saying that they were in violation of the collective bargaining agreement, because straight up, by just presenting the information in the way that Larry Brooks did, it's literally presenting it as fact and making an accusation that the Arizona Coyotes violated the collective bargaining agreement. And I'm going to be blunt right now, alright, this is late May. If this was going on throughout the season, and considering the fact that there was NHLPA reps at Mullett Arena in the Arizona market constantly because they were keeping a very close eye on the Coyotes situation, if something had violated the CBA, you're not going to just randomly hear about it now, months later after the fact. It would have been a much bigger deal, and it would have been reported on immediately if they had actually violated the CBA. Lucky for Arizona Coyotes fans, we actually have a damn good journalist and reporter that covers the Coyotes for PHNX, Craig Morgan, who looked at this report and decided to actually, do his job and make some calls. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just start reading off the tweets. Craig would start off with this. In his Sunday column, NYP_Brooksy reported, quote, Slapshot has also learned that Coyotes players have filed multiple complaints with the PAs during the season about substandard travel, lodging, and logistical issues that were in violation of the collective bargaining agreement. Craig Morgan reached out to Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly, and here's what he had to say. Here's what NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly wrote. Quote, there is no factual basis for the blurb. The only issue ever brought to my attention related to player concerns related to construction delays in connection with the completion of Mullett Arena. Daly continued, quote, no other player complaints were ever brought to my attention, no grievances were filed, and no complaints were adjudicated, either formally or informally. Craig then reached out to the NHLPA, and here's what he had to say. Just heard from an NHLPA spokesperson who said that there were no outstanding complaints against the Coyotes, all resolved, and that there were 0 CBA violations by the Coyotes this past season, the latter of which would obviously have been the more serious issue. And when Craig Morgan posted that he had reached out to the NHLPA for comment, Larry Brooks decided to make this response. I'm not engaging in a back and forth here, but I did not report that the PA had filed complaints or grievances with the league, only that players had lodged complaints with the PA, and that the issues would be discussed at the upcoming meetings. Thanks. That's actually a lie straight through your teeth, because like I mentioned at the start of the video, by presenting the information the way you did, that Slapshot has learned this, and ending it with that we're in violation of the collective bargaining agreement, you literally levied an allegation against the Arizona Coyotes, and then you want, no responsibility for it. Terrible reporting, terrible job, cowardly response, but at the very least we have an actual journalist to talk about, so let's continue on with Craig Morgan's tweets. As others have noted, complaints by teams with the NHLPA are not uncommon. Were there more with Arizona this season? Probably, given their unique situation playing at Mullett Arena, training in an off-site facility near the ice den, and playing 20 of their first 21 games on the road. Craig would actually give one example of a complaint. I am aware of one such complaint lodged. When Arizona flew from a late start in Edmonton, a March game that went to overtime, to Denver, players wanted to stay overnight in Edmonton. They were told it was not cost-effective and that they got to their hotel rooms around 5 a.m. That pissed people off. Logical, alright, but at the same time when it comes to travel, if you already have all of the hotel rooms booked and everything, it's one of those things where it sucks, but suck it up. Craig continued. A final note, the NHL and NHLPA will meet on Wednesday. It's not as if the PA thinks things are rosy in Arizona. Obviously, the situation is chaotic and troubling after the results of the Tempe vote. The PA wants some clarity on this market, clarity on the future, and it wants it soon. That's logical. I don't blame him whatsoever. The Arizona Coyotes playing at Mullett Arena is not optimal. It's not ideal, but the players in the league were willing to put up with it as long as it was only a temporary option while the Tempe Arena was being approved and built. The second the Tempe Arena did not get approved, there needed to be an adequate backup plan, and a backup plan very soon, because they do not need to be playing at Mullett Arena any longer than they have to. Of note, I've heard from the vast majority of agents who represented Coyotes on the regular roster this past season, none were aware via their clients of any infractions that rose to the level of a CBA violation. The PA had reps in Arizona frequently this season to monitor the situation. Larry Brooks could have essentially confirmed or denied this by making some calls, chose not to, and now Craig Morgan had to deal with this. People like me have to deal with this, and there's still a lot of people that blindly took that information with literally zero credibility and are just running with the narrative, running with the notion. Yes, there were complaints filed against the Coyotes. There are literally complaints every single year. They are not uncommon. It's a very common thing. I can even tell you right now, a former Coyotes defenseman constantly complained about the Coyotes ice, for example, in Glendale. And if the former ice guy is watching this, you know exactly which player I'm talking about. But seriously, complaints are common, and while they're probably probably were more complaints this year against the Coyotes than previous years because they're playing in a college arena. It is completely understandable. Levying the accusation of CBA violations and then cowardly trying to be like, I didn't actually make any accusations. It's dumb, it's irresponsible, and Larry Brooks should absolutely be ashamed of himself and his terrible reporting. The fact that when I got this information, I was able to find the original link to this New York Post article. I didn't get it linked to me, I just got the information thrown at me, and at least attempted to reach out to an actual source to see if there was any sort of confirmation on this, showed that I have more journalistic integrity than you, and I am literally a nobody wannabe YouTuber. Put that in perspective. Let's do a Coyotes report, alright? I finally have enough news for a Coyotes report, and it's one of the first ones of the offseason. I'm not going to waste any time. Let's go ahead and jump right into the stories. We have quite a few to talk about. First and foremost, Clayton Keller is a finalist for the Masterton Trophy, and while I don't think he's going to win it because Chris Letang is one of the people he is going up against, Clayton Keller deserves recognition. Clayton Keller 100% deserves to be a finalist, and in my opinion, he deserves to win. In 2021-22, he had that horrific injury where at full speed he goes into the boards and breaks his femur. And all he did all offseason, it's a great article by Craig Morgan, if I remember, I'll go ahead and link it below, where he did nothing but try to get back. He legit had that Mamba mentality. He wanted to come back, and he came back strong, playing in all 82 games, recording a career-high 37 goals, 49 assists, and 86 points, tying former captain Coyote Keith Tkachuk for most points all-time in a single season, as well as all of those career highs in every single statistical category. All of that coming off of a horrific injury, he 100% deserves to win the trophy. In my opinion, if it was going up against anybody else in any other year, but Chris Letang's probably going to take it, and considering that he had a stroke, he lost his dad, and he's still fighting, and he's still playing, Letang's going to win, and obviously congratulations to him for having that resiliency. And you never really want to be talking about players in consideration for a resiliency award, because to an extent, like, nobody actually wants to be in this situation, and that's completely understandable. But I do just want to say that Clayton had a damn good season, a really good bounce back, and I do hope he wins the award. Next up, Logan Cooley. He will not be going pro. He actually was thinking about going pro. He was leaning in that direction. But per Craig Morgan, after talking to him, Logan did say that the Tempe vote played a factor in him deciding to go back to Minnesota. And honestly, I don't blame him. Look, the Arizona Coyotes' uncertain future is going to be a distraction. And I was there for the 09-10 season. There was a distraction to start the season. And I do not want Logan Cooley being wrapped up in that. I don't want his development being stunted because of it. It is objectively the best possible decision for him. And I'm pretty sure also he can back out at like any moment he wants to and still sign that contract to go pro. So let's say by October that they get sold to Matt Ishbia and Ishbia says we're going to keep the team here. He could always change his mind later, but at the very least, look, go play your game, keep developing. I don't want the distractions over your head. I don't blame him. I saw one Facebook group say, oh, Cooley made a decision that screwed the Coyotes. No, he didn't make a decision that screwed the Coyotes. He made the best possible decision for himself, which is also going to benefit the Coyotes later on. So, Logan, best of luck to you next season in college. I hope you keep developing, and I cannot wait to see you in a Kachina. Next up, Tucson Roadrunners defenseman Ronald Knott, who the Coyotes signed in the offseason, will not be coming back next year. He signed a deal with a Czech team, so I do believe he's going to the Czech League. Best of luck to you. You were definitely pretty solid in Tucson. I just didn't really feel like Knott was going to end up being anything at the NHL level, so it is what it is. 1 year experiment. Best of luck to you and the rest of your career. To round out with a couple of bits of smaller news, Germany upset US. They're going to the gold medal game led by Maximilian Szuber, Coyotes prospect, to go up against Team Canada, who has current Coyotes Lawson Krause, Michael Carconi, and Zachary McBain. So congratulations. One of those two teams, and either 3 or 1 Coyotes players are going to be going home with the gold medal. And finally, over the next week, we had the Memorial Cup where Dylan Guenther, as a member of the Seattle Thunderbirds, is going to be in this tournament against another team with a Coyotes prospect, the Quebec Ramparts, with Jeremy Langlois. So there you go. Regardless, there will be a Coyote competing for the Memorial Cup. There are some Coyotes right now competing at high levels, and I do think it's going to benefit the team later on. So best of luck to all of you, and I will eventually cover some of that. So there you go. That is your Coyotes report for May 28th, 2023, and I will hopefully have more Coyotes content for you in the near future. We have an arena update for the Arizona Coyotes, or at the very least, there have been some updates coming out that not a lot of people are covering. I just want to kind of act as a megaphone and blast that out to the rest of y'all. Most of the information I'm presenting to you will be coming from this article, linked below in the description. EV leaders welcome Coyotes without any incentives. This was published on May 30th, 2023, so about a week ago. Let's start the update with Chandler and Gilbert.
Officials from both Chandler and Gilbert have confirmed that as of May 30th, 2023, neither have been contacted by the Arizona Coyotes. And also, a spokesperson for the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community said the tribe is not currently in negotiations with the Coyotes. Mesa declined to confirm whether or not the Coyotes were in any active discussions with them, and when I reached out to the office of Mayor Giles, I got the following statement as a response that was presented to me as already being a public statement, so again, I am just echoing this. Quote, with the expansion of the metro region, Mesa has become the geographic center. It's a desirable place to locate. There are great privately owned properties available, including the redevelopment of Fiesta Mall. If the Coyotes are smart, they should be looking at Mesa. I completely agree because I do really like that location. Though admittedly it wouldn't be able to support high-end shopping that Alex Meruelo wants there, and there are some minor traffic concerns, it is definitely a better option than being in the West Valley. The former Gilbert Mayor John Lewis, who is the CEO and president of Phoenix East Valley Partnership, essentially their role is advocacy, and I actually did call and personally talk to John Lewis for about 5 or so minutes, and essentially they're in full support of the Coyotes. Nothing is officially off the table from their perspective, though they are not currently aware of any negotiations the Coyotes are taking place in, nor are they involved in anything at this point. That's all paraphrased, but essentially it's, yeah, we really can't say much right now, which I completely understand, and once again, John, thank you very much for your time. One final thing, so a couple of days ago, 48 acres of land over on the 101 by the Talking Stick Resort is now open for development. Now, it's still on tribal land, so the Coyotes would not be allowed to purchase this. There are a lot of other headaches, but I did decide to reach out to Arizona Boardwalk just to see if the Arizona Coyotes had called on it, and here was the statement that Karen Gallo gave me. Quote, we are in the initial stages for this project, and we cannot reveal any of the names of any companies that we're doing business with. We are open to all ideas, and we are looking for companies that have a focus on family-friendly entertainment. One more time, Karen, thank you so much for your time. And one thing I found interesting about that, this is officially speculation. This, right now, you're listening to is 100% my personal speculation. It is not based on anything I've been told by any party associated anywhere in this video. That statement wasn't a no. And just think about it for a moment. Chandler, Gilbert, the Salt River Pima Indian community all confirmed they are not currently in negotiations, but Arizona Boardwalk specifically said that they cannot reveal any names of the companies they're working with. Once again, pure speculation, but I do have to imagine that if the Coyotes had not contacted them, it wouldn't be breaking any sort of unwritten rules or unwritten agreements to just say no, they haven't called. That being said, just because they did not specifically say no, also does not mean that they're saying yes, and doesn't mean the Coyotes have called on it. Now, they should. I do believe 100% that the Fiesta Mall location and this location off the 101 in Talking Stick, the Coyotes should be calling on that. Those are two very viable locations, would be perfect for the hockey arena. That being said, as of right now, the Arizona Coyotes have not been in confirmed talks with any of the parties that we've discussed so far. So what does that mean logically? Well, of course, the Arizona Coyotes are just sitting around until the NHL relocates them, right? No, that's not what they're doing. What's going on right now is any of these sites that we're talking about right now, the Arizona Coyotes are either in very early discussions, meaning that they're literally just getting around to the calls right now after evaluating all the options and deciding who to start calling first, or the parties that they are currently negotiating with are not on any of our radars. Or, like I said, it's the Arizona Boardwalk location. But that's my personal speculation one more time. That's my personal. That does not mean, again, anyone told me anything. But that is everything we know as of right now, June 4th, 2023. You will see it tomorrow morning on June 5th, so hopefully that means that they're announced to go back to Phoenix tomorrow, but I doubt it. Look, it's going to be a bit of a process, but I will be here every single step of the way. Good afternoon! Y'all are getting a Coyotes report, aren't I generous? So, let's go ahead and jump into some news on this Tuesday, June 6th, 2023. We'll go ahead and start off with a contract signing. So, the Arizona Coyotes have signed free agent defenseman Patrick Cook. PHNX said Cook. I thought Coach. I'm just going to say Cook and we'll see what happens. 26-year-old left shot defenseman, 6'1", just coming off a pretty solid season in the Czech Extraliga, where in 46 games he had 3 goals and 9 assists for 12 points, and he had a solid performance in the World Championships with 1 goal and 3 assists for 4 points. This definitely feels like a Ronald Knott replacement, if anything was, because Ronald Knott was someone they signed over from Europe, played pretty well in Tucson, never really found his way into the NHL, so hopefully for Cook, he ends up making his way to the NHL. The Arizona Coyotes could use the extra defensive depth, and worst case scenario, he plays in Tucson and helps to solidify their blue line. So Patrick, welcome to the pack, and I can't wait to see how you play in training camp. Next up, Team Canada wins gold at the World Championships. Unfortunately, I did not get around to covering it, except on Locked On, but I will mention it here. Congratulations to the gold medal winning Canada, with head coach Andre Tourigny, Shane Doan being in the front office, and current Coyotes players Jack McBain, the McBain Pain Train, Michael Carcone, and Lawson
Dalton Krause. Congratulations, guys. Speaking of championship Coyotes, Jeremy Langlois, who was the 94th overall selection in the 2022 NHL entry draft for the Arizona Coyotes, has won the Memorial Cup with the Quebec Ramparts. He beat out Coyotes prospect Dylan Guenther and the Seattle Thunderbirds to win this. The 6'1", 19-year-old defenseman had a solid showing, and I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on this. Whether or not the Arizona Coyotes end up bringing him in, I'm assuming he should be right around the age where he might qualify for the AHL, though I think he's 1 year off. That being said, Jeremy, phenomenal season, congratulations, and hopefully you make the Coyotes roster this year. Next up, we gotta talk about Gary Bettman. So, in the press conferences before the Stanley Cup Finals, of course, we gotta talk about the Arizona Coyotes. Loose quote stolen from Liam Merrill of PHNX. One of the first questions that was asked of Gary Bettman as soon as questions were open was, so what's going on with the Arizona Coyotes? And TLDR, they're hopeful something gets done. They don't want to have to relocate the team. And the Arizona Coyotes are currently exploring all of their options in the greater Phoenix area. Pretty much, they're not going anywhere. He was also asked why the NHL is so patient with the Arizona Coyotes, and in my opinion, that's a really easy question to answer because I've been answering that question for months, if not years at this point. Phoenix is the 5th largest city in the United States by population. The greater Phoenix area actually has 5 million people. They are a top 10 TV market, top 10, top 11, right around there. The NHL does not want to leave this market, and contrary to this weird belief I've seen online recently that you could simply leave for now and come back if you lose the Arizona Coyotes right now, it took them 16 years after moving from Glendale to get an owner that actually has the money in Alex Meruelo that wants to keep them here, that has been actively trying to get a new arena in the East Valley. It took them that long to get the stable ownership. They're just working on the building. I do not foresee them being able to get another quality owner in the next 10 years. On top of that, a new building that will be built for hockey, because if Matt Ishbia does get his new building that it's rumored that he wants, and he doesn't own the Coyotes, he will very likely not have that building built to be compatible with the NHL. It is just an absolutely asinine prospect in my opinion, and the fact that people keep asking this question is really weird to me because it's really easy to answer. The owners do not want to leave the market. It is a massive market and they know there is money to be made here. And finally, we have some minor news. A former Coyotes prospect is signing with the Tampa Bay Lightning. So, the 107th overall pick of the 2021 NHL entry draft, Emil Martinson Lilleberg has officially signed with the Tampa Bay Lightning. He was not extended a qualifying offer by the Arizona Coyotes. They just let his rights expire. Best of luck in Tampa Bay, and because I don't remember if I covered it before, I want to throw it in here. Former Coyotes draft pick Manix Landry has signed 2 years in the Czech Extraliga, so he's probably not coming over. And Craig Morgan did at the time make a valid point that he hasn't really done much to earn an NHL contract. I just like the kid and I would have really liked to see him play in Tucson, but it is what it is. And that will do it for your Coyotes report for June 6th, 2023, and I will talk to y'all later. It has been about a week since this happened. My apologies. As of around June 9th, so last week, former Coyotes captain Shane Doan has officially left the Arizona Coyotes organization and accepted a position with the Toronto Maple Leafs as a special advisor to the general manager. Essentially, former Coyotes captain Shane Doan has left an honorary role with the Arizona Coyotes as the chief hockey development officer and accepted a spot in the front office for one of the most historically significant NHL teams in history. Look, I hate the Toronto Maple Leafs. I have absolutely no problem saying that. I have a bias. I mean, hell, if you watch Locked On Coyotes when I was talking about this, more like yelling about it, of course I have a bias because, well, Shane Doan was my hero growing up. Without Shane Doan standing by this organization, I am convinced this team would no longer be here. And without Shane Doan personally, I would not be the fan I am today. I would have not fallen in love with the team, and I would not have my online career. So forgive me for not exactly being able to maintain objectivity in a situation that is very, very personal to me. So let's go ahead and just deliver the facts. Shane Doan, former Coyotes legend, the only Coyotes player to have his jersey number retired with the organization, has won gold medals as an assistant general manager and a general manager for Hockey Canada in the most recent World Championship, in the Olympics, as well as in World Juniors. He has won at every level he possibly can in international play as a builder, as a member of the front office, as the general manager / assistant general manager, and he realized this is what he wants to do with his career. He realized that he wants to get his hands dirty and he wants to be in the front office. And I don't blame him, because you know what? He's pretty good at it. The gold medals speak for themselves. The thing that I don't like, the thing that set me off, the thing that really frustrated me and angered me is the fact that, from what I can tell from all the reports that have come out, not a single one have mentioned that the Arizona Coyotes attempted to retain him or simply threw out the offer to make the exact same advisory position available in Arizona so that way he can get his front office experience here.
he can grow here. As far as I can tell, that was never offered, that was never on the table. As Steve Peters said on PHNX, there simply was not a job for him. In my opinion, in my personal opinion, alright, as biased as I am, Shane Doan is a very, 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 very specific example of an exception to the rule, and in my opinion, they should have made a position for him. He's Captain Coyote. He is the most influential Coyotes player of all time. He is the most influential hockey figure in the state of Arizona. He has not played since 2017, folks, and he is still widely considered to be the face of the franchise and the guy here. So yes, I'm very frustrated, but you know what? Putting aside my selfishness, putting aside the fact that I wanted to keep Shane Doan here, objectively for his career, this is a phenomenal move for him. He gets to join the front office of one of the most historically significant organizations in the entire league. And I hate Toronto. I hate him with a burning passion. But even I can sit back and admit, yes, they are. It's the Leafs. He said it in multiple interviews. It is the Leafs. And he kept going back to that. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I can't personally blame him. On top of that, former Coyotes assistant general manager Brad Treliving is the general manager over there in Toronto. Meaning that the current assistant general manager in Toronto is probably on borrowed time. And that's not because he's terrible at his job or anything, but typically whenever a new general manager takes over, they want to have their staff, and Brad Treliving, he wanted Shane Doan. Now, allegedly, reportedly, logically, the Toronto Maple Leafs were not the only team that wanted Shane Doan as a member of their front office, which really, again, depresses me, but you know what? It just shows how valuable Shane Doan is, and it shows that multiple teams very likely also wanted his services, and Toronto, of all teams, wanted it. As much as it bums me out to say it, objectively, it's also probably in the best interest of Josh Doan and his development. I'm not going to pretend I know the kid personally or anything. I did get to have one pretty brief conversation with him, but just in the conversation I had, getting to watch him on the ice very closely working at Mullett Arena over the first year, this kid puts a lot of pressure on himself. There was probably something there to the claim that, in some way, shape, or form, Josh Doan is kind of trying to do too much, trying to live up to the Doan name. It's kind of unavoidable for a guy like Josh Doan, being the son of a living legend here. But it was also kind of stated that Shane, by taking this position, will essentially be giving Josh a little more room to kind of grow on his own. And on top of that, if Shane ends up getting involved with the front office here, he could potentially have a say with whether or not his son makes the team, and logically, yeah, that is probably not a good thing. That would set up potential nepotism, and that would probably not be very good for Josh. So as much as I hate to admit that, as much as I absolutely hate to say that, it's probably for the best for Josh's development for Shane to take this position. And of course, I already mentioned it is objectively best for Shane Doan's career, and all I can say to that is, Toronto, take care of him. This is the special individual. All right, I've got to meet him multiple times. He is a phenomenal person. Literally my personal hero. I cannot say enough good things about him. And just, this hurts. And honestly, a lot of my frustration comes from the fact that the Coyotes seemingly didn't even try to keep him. Obviously, you can't really compete with a Toronto offer. Obviously, General Manager Bill Armstrong has every right to build his team and his staff the way that he wants to. And if for whatever reason Bill Armstrong did not feel that Shane Doan was the best fit in his front office, as of right now, he has kind of earned the benefit of the doubt, and we will just kind of have to wait and see because he's done a really good job so far ever since taking over back in 2020. It just sucks, dude. This sucks because after all the Coyotes have been through, after all Shane has been through with this organization, after having a ridiculously rocky couple of years between all the articles coming out, between the relationship with the city of Glendale and the Coyotes deteriorating, to the point where then the Arizona Coyotes had to get in bed with Arizona State University and play at a 4,600 NHL capacity arena, that being Mullett Arena. Phenomenal building, I love that building, but it was never going to be the best look, but it was okay if the Tempe vote at least went through, and then it turns out that seemingly the Arizona Coyotes organization didn't even try. They thought they had it in the bag. They only spent $250K, and they lost that election and put us right back drifting aimlessly in the desert. So it felt like that gut punch. It felt like that kind of last straw, and people like me were really frustrated. Depressed, sad. It just kind of felt like that was some bad omen, and while it's not, it was simply Shane Doan wanted to advance his career. It was really bad timing. But you know what? I can't blame Shane because he has every right to do whatever he wants at this point. He has been the figurehead of this franchise for so long. He has given his entire career, blood, sweat, and tears to this organization. He owes us nothing. But the timing did suck. It did feel like a gut punch. And while it's not Shane's fault in any way, shape, or form, That is why people like me were as frustrated as we were. That being said, this had nothing to do with the Tempe Arena. If the Tempe Arena goes through, Shane Doan probably still takes this opportunity. I just really wish there would have been a spot for him here. I really wish they would have opened up that spot, just an advisory spot, because this man is a living legend. But you know what? As selfish as that is for me to want him here above all else, as selfish as that is for me to say, hey, go ahead and just open up that position, that's not what's best for Shane's career. Just not. Getting another honorary role with the Arizona Coyotes would not do anything to build his career, and as much as I hate to say it, I hate right now that I am agreeing with Steve Peters on this, he needed to leave to grow. It just really sucks to see him go, and it doesn't really matter how old I get. Seeing that news, making this video, just that same 11, 12, 13-year-old kid looking up to my hero, and depressed that he's not going to be here anymore. Shane, best of luck. I hate that I am saying this. I genuinely hate that I am saying this with every fiber of my being, but I hope the Toronto Maple Leafs win a cup with you in the front office. I hope you get your ring, because you deserve literally the best that this sport can provide, because you are without a doubt one of the best people in this sport. Go get something in Toronto that unfortunately we just couldn't give you in Arizona.
Craig Morgan has been back for literally 5 minutes, and we already got a major arena update. We got some other smaller bits of Coyotes news to talk about on this Monday, June 19th, 2023, so let's go ahead and talk about it. Let's start off with the arena stuff. I know it's what everyone's going to want to talk about. So, Craig Morgan has officially confirmed the Arizona Coyotes are looking at multiple sites in Mesa, Phoenix, Scottsdale, and finally with the Salt River, Pima, Maricopa Indian community. Now, this actually kind of lines up with another tip that I got from a season ticket holder who said their ticket rep said the Coyotes were looking at between 5 and 6 locations and that we should get some sort of update in the next couple of weeks from the Coyotes themselves. When I called the Coyotes ticket office pretending to be interested in buying some season tickets for next season, the gentleman I spoke to wouldn't even touch the topic with a 10-foot pole, so I did want to kind of hold off on talking about that because there wasn't really enough to the rumor to really talk about. But with Craig Morgan coming in and essentially confirming it's multiple, including in Phoenix, Scottsdale, and Mesa, there could have actually been something to that report. Could have just been a salesperson trying to finalize a sale, but hey, it is what it is. There is one solid plot of land in Mesa, and that's right along the Red Mountain Freeway in Loop 202. It's a privately owned parcel of land, Johnson Stewart Material LLC, so I'm assuming it's like a quarry or something like that. I have no idea. I am personally an idiot, but it definitely looks like something I would have seen in Buckeye when I was delivering auto parts. There's also a site along the 101 directly across from the Pavilion Shopping Center. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that this specifically is that Arizona Boardwalk location, though it could be. It looks to be in a similar area, but not the exact same, so there you go. Remember, I am not the smartest, but I don't think it is that specific location we were talking about a couple of weeks ago. I do believe this is a different location, but it's along the same freeway, so who really cares? While the downsides of building on tribal land are already known, just to reiterate here, they can't build their sports book or have residential because there is no private land ownership. That being said, the Arizona Coyotes, according to Craig Morgan, are officially in negotiations with the Salt River Pima Indian community. I'll just go ahead and read the quote off for you. Per a source affiliated with the community, there are currently discussions between the master lease lessee, Dorito Partners Incorporated, and the Coyotes. The community is currently granting exclusive negotiating rights with the team to the lessee. The team has promised that it will cover all development costs. That is phenomenal. That is a major, major update. The last update I had for you is literally everyone has said no, they have not contacted the Coyotes yet, except for Arizona Boardwalk, which would not confirm nor deny. And now the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community has given exclusive negotiating rights with this lessee to the Arizona Coyotes, so that they are engaged in negotiations with this land. That is promising. It will likely have to be different than the TED. You'll probably have the arena and you might have a small entertainment district, but it would not have anything to do with the gambling aspect. You can't have your sports book, but it's also entirely possible the Coyotes could partner with them in some way, shape, or form to have a community-run sports book, something like that. Probably not, but I'm assuming there is technically a possibility of something like that. But the fact the Arizona Coyotes are in negotiations, and they're exclusive negotiations, that tells me they are very much considering this, and this is a huge win for Coyotes fans. While this is not the final announcement, this is not the 100% they're doing this, it's very promising that they are at the very least in serious negotiations with another potential location being right there for the taking, and allegedly them also looking around Phoenix and Scottsdale. And while Craig Morgan didn't exactly have any updates on what those locations could be,
It's just showing they're looking in the right spots of the valley, and maybe, just maybe, this ownership group can redeem themselves a little bit and actually get this deal finalized. To kind of pivot but stay on the same topic with guys like Clayton Keller, so obviously you're seeing the rumor mill go absolutely crazy that this team could want Keller, that team could want Keller, the Arizona Coyotes could be forced to trade Keller and stuff like that. It's just been rumors and hearsay and whatnot. There is no official trade request. Clayton Keller, he wants clarity, and I guarantee if the Coyotes are already in negotiations like this, they've given him that clarity, or at the very least told his agents, this is a very realistic possibility we are working on, and that's probably going to be enough to cool things down just a little bit. That being said, Clayton Keller is still not available, and I do not see a scenario in which he does become available because the Arizona Coyotes, at least with this update, are actually putting in that effort to attempt to solve this problem, and it's not just, we're going to pretend to do so and then it is what it is. No. If you're going to the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community and saying we want to build on your land, knowing the massive downsides, knowing that you can't have that private land ownership, knowing you can't have your sports book, you can't have the residential, that tells me they are serious about trying to keep this team here. But there is no trade request. I highly doubt there is going to be a trade request, and there you go. That is the Arena/Clayton Keller update. There is a lot of pressure from the agents of the players to get some sort of clarity here. The NHLPA wants clarity, and the Board of Governors definitely want clarity as well. There still is yet to be an official timeline. I would imagine opening night is the hard date if nothing is figured out by then. This team very realistically could relocate, or that call could go over to Matt Ishbia, because remember, the only way the Ishbia thing works out is if the team is for sale, because through a spokesperson he's already confirmed he has interest in that conversation. The problem is they're not for sale, meaning Matt Ishbia right now is just not the option. But logically, with how much they want to stay in this market, if it's between relocation and forcing a sale to Matt Ishbia in October, if this ownership group cannot get it together, mind you, I have no problem saying the NHL would more likely force a sale to Ishbia than they would force a sale to Salt Lake City or something like that. So the relocation bros, you're going to have to cope just a little bit longer, because as of right now, this team, once again, ain't going nowhere. Phenomenal reporting by Craig Morgan. But we do have a couple more bits of information to get into, starting with Artem Duda, a Coyotes draft pick from a couple of years ago. He's going to be playing NCAA hockey, and they already announced that he's going to be playing for Maine, but as Craig Morgan pointed out in today's episode of PHNX, there's still some hurdles he has to go through to make sure he actually is eligible to play in the NCAA, but if everything goes through, and I'm just going to go ahead and assume everything will go through, having him in North America is phenomenal right now. He will be a little more available for the Coyotes to be able to talk to him, though as an NCAA player, it would be in a very limited capacity, but you at least would have him on North American ice. That's one step closer to getting him in the Arizona Coyotes organization, and hopefully everything works out. We have two final tidbits of information. So, the defenseman Emil Martinson Lillibird, the Coyotes drafted a couple of years ago, we did officially find out why the Coyotes did not sign him. There is a health concern, and while Craig Morgan would not elaborate on what was going on, and obviously Tampa Bay definitely feels like it's worth the risk, that's the reason the Coyotes did not sign him. Definitely a lot better than the potential alternative of someone like that saying, I don't want to play for the Coyotes, but I thought that update was probably going to be valuable regardless. And finally, apparently this comes from Elliot Friedman, but I couldn't find an associated tweet or the clip on his podcast, 32 Thoughts, so I'm just going to present this as I'm assuming this is accurate, but it's also why I want to save it for the very end so I can give this disclaimer. I can't personally verify this was said, but allegedly, if Matvei Michkov drops to number 6, the Arizona Coyotes will be selecting him. There have been some rumors around Michkov that allegedly he only wants to talk to certain teams because he only wants to go to a couple of teams. One of those teams that makes a lot of sense is Washington, who I believe has the 8th overall selection. Yeah, the Alexander Ovechkin connection, and well, by the time he gets over here, it might be a little too late to play with Ovi. Maybe there's one more year left. Maybe. It does make a little bit of sense. That being said, I've had conversations with a lot of Coyotes fans, including Steve Peters of PHNX after a live recording in Glendale, and we all seem to be in agreement that if Matvei Michkov is available at 6, so Carlson would be off the board, Zach Benson's off the board, and the Coyotes are right there like, hey, we want to get the next best talent available. Matvei Michkov absolutely 100% should be a star at the NHL level. The only issue is the contract he has in the KHL and whether or not he does end up playing in the NHL. Those are the only two hurdles. Those are significant hurdles, but if the Arizona Coyotes see him at number 6 overall, it is good to at least see a report that we're kind of all on the same page here. If he's there, you have to take him because this kid is really good, and if guys like Zach Benson, Leo Carlson, they're off the board, Michkov is the next best available player, and then at 12, let's say you want to target Reinbacher, let's say it's another forward that you like, you can try to trade up or back just a little bit to try to get an extra asset and get yourself in the proper position. So I do like the potential of the Coyotes taking him at number 6. Love that report, love that mindset, so I wanted to go ahead and throw it forward to you. But like I said, because I could not independently verify that was specifically said by Elliot Friedman, take it with a grain of salt. And that is your Coyotes report for June 19th, 2023. Phenomenal day for Coyotes fans. We get some actual good updates, and it's good to have Craig Morgan back because, man, every single second Craig Morgan is gone, we just get bad news or no news, and that's pretty bad news right now. I know you're not going to watch this, but welcome back, Craig, and I'm excited. I'm in a really good mood right now. We got a couple of buyouts, a couple of re-signings, and allegedly the Arizona Coyotes made more money last year than the year before. Let's go ahead and jump right into this quick Coyotes report for June 24th, 2023, while I await the finalizing details of a particular trade that if you'd like to know more information on, stay tuned on the channel. Side note, yes, it is a brand new jersey. If you're curious about that, also stay tuned to the channel. But let's go ahead and jump right into this here. So as of a few days ago, June 20th, 2023, the Arizona Coyotes have placed forward Zach Kassian and defenseman Patrick Nemeth on waivers for purposes of buyout. They both did clear. They both have officially been bought out. And the Arizona Coyotes free them up a little bit of cap space as well as valuable roster spaces where at the time it was actually pretty funny. The Arizona Coyotes have more draft picks in this upcoming draft 12 than they had overall contracts on the books with 11. NHL contracts to be specific. My thoughts on the buyouts? Both pretty good. Okay, the Patrick Nemeth, will go ahead and start off with that one. Patrick Nemeth actually played pretty decently for the Arizona Coyotes. His cap hit was just kind of high. He wasn't exactly part of the team's plans moving forward. He was just kind of okay. He did have a surprisingly decent amount of chemistry with Josh Brown, I do believe. But with that being said, you do have a couple of younger defensemen coming up. We are now at the point where we no longer need to have extra veteran defensemen on the roster to act as a buffer, meaning the Arizona Coyotes very likely are going to either acquire another pretty young or kind of veteran defenseman in free agency, or potentially give one of the kids in the system a look without having to rush them. I think Patrick might end up getting himself another contract. I do wish him the best because he was a pretty decent player, pretty decent presence in the locker room for what I can tell, and you know what? He showed up and he was a professional. Now Zach Kassian just added nothing. I completely agree with Craig Morgan. He just simply added nothing to the team, and you might as well free up that roster spot, and in my opinion, with what we're going to talk about next, one of the re-signings, that roster spot just may be kind of already gift wrapped. So Zach Kassian, I'm assuming somebody will give him a contract for a fourth line role. I do appreciate you guys playing on the team last year. However, I see this as objectively a good thing because it frees up a couple of extra roster spaces, and then for some people that might be confused, this does not mess with any retainment slots. Buyouts are different. The Coyotes will still have, I think, 2 retainment slots this year because you're still going to lose that one with Oliver Ekman-Larsson for the next, I think, 8 full years. My God. Next up on the same day, the Arizona Coyotes re-signed defenseman Steven Kampfer, and I know in the tweet they said, welcome to the desert, but no, he actually has already been here. He played for the Tucson Roadrunners last year after he was acquired after the deadline. 2 goals, 5 assists, and 7 points for the Roadrunners in 15 games. Pretty solid in the playoffs in the one round they did play. I like this. It's a 1-year, 2-way contract, so he does make less money in the AHL. He might end up getting a bit of a look at the NHL level, but I'm going to assume he's primarily going to be playing down in Tucson. And I like that because you're going to need the veteran presence down there with these young defensemen. And with signing guys like Szuber in the offseason, there are going to be more younger defensemen playing for the Tucson Roadrunners, or that had the potential to play for the Tucson Roadrunners this season, so I do like this signing. Welcome back, Steven. And then the next day, on June 21st, it was official. Michael Carcone signs a 2-year, 1-way contract. Reportedly, he will be compensated $775,000 a year. The 1-way just means he gets paid the exact same in the NHL as the AHL. He'd already have to go through waivers to get sent down anyway, so you might as well just give him kind of that guarantee in the pay bump. But Michael Carcone, after leading the AHL last season in points, phenomenal season he had. He even played pretty decently the few games he got to play at the Arizona Coyotes last year. I do genuinely feel like the Zach Kassian buyout pretty much guarantees him a roster spot. But one thing I did like, Patrick Brown got to talk to him when he was reporting this. Craig Morgan got to talk to him, not Patrick Brown. Carcone's mindset is exactly what I want because his mindset was essentially, yeah, I'm a little frustrated that I did not get that roster spot last year. However, I'm not owed that roster spot. I still have work I need to do on my game. By the time you see me in training camp, you're going to see a better player.
I love this guy's mindset. Carcone, I am absolutely ecstatic to get him back, and to have him likely having a solid role in the middle of the bottom 6 next season, that's going to help the team be a little bit better. Oh yeah, 31 goals, 54 assists, 85 points last year at the Roadrunners. Just in case any of you really wanted to know that, but like, there you go, it's a 30-goal scorer, so if he can come up and at least get about 15 next year, I'll be happy. Though he's going to be a depth guy, so 12 to 15. And finally, I don't have a graphic for this, but I did want to bring this up because Craig Morgan on PHNX was reporting that the Arizona Coyotes last year made about $2 million more than the last year at Glendale, and while we're still waiting for the final financial reports to come out, that's actually why I didn't want to touch the topic originally. I wanted to wait for the actual reports to come out, the actual hard numbers, so we can take a look at it. The simple fact the Arizona Coyotes, while being able to trim down the overall amount of money they are spending on the roster, while being able to likely lower the amount of money that they are paying to play at the arena they're playing in, because Mullett Arena is much smaller, I'm going to imagine that the maintenance and operation costs are going to be much lower. I had that assumption before I ended up working for the arena, but a small disclaimer, my opinion on that is the exact same opinion as I had going into the season last year, a logic-based one. I have not actually gotten to look at the numbers in any way, shape, or form. But with the rent likely being a lot smaller in a smaller arena, it makes a lot of sense where the Coyotes would have made more money and the potential losses would have been mitigated, the exact same thing we were talking about going into the season. On top of that, the ticket prices getting shot up because while you're playing in front of 4,600 fans, you have to make sure the revenues match up as much as you possibly can because you do not want to lose that much money. So the Arizona Coyotes, I said it going into the season and I stand by it, and we're already seeing some of the fruits of this immediately with more corporate dollars, corporate money coming in. Javier Gutierrez saying that certain corporate sponsors told them legitimately they did not see value in partnering with the Coyotes in Glendale, but as soon as they went down to Tempe, they saw the value and partnered with them, and Craig Morgan even reported that one of the major sponsors re-upped for another year. But anyway, I maintain that last season, heading into that first year of Mullett, the Arizona Coyotes had the highest likelihood of being profitable for the first time in years because they actually had all these things working for them, and we're slowly seeing that borderline immediately. So as soon as the Coyotes get this handled, get the new arena going, I have absolutely no doubts that this team will become profitable relatively quickly, but they do need to get out of Mullett Arena first into their proper long-term building. I still appreciate Mullett. I absolutely love that building. I just really wish the Coyotes would have that definitive option ready to go, but we'll have more information on that hopefully in the coming months. But if what Gary Bettman said is accurate, we'll know at least by January. Anyway, that is your Coyotes report for June 24th, 2023. I'm going to go ahead and get this edited and posted and then jump right on the big trade news. The Arizona Coyotes have made a pretty significant trade today with the Los Angeles Kings acquiring defenseman Sean Durzi in exchange for a 2024 second-round pick. I'm excited about this one, alright? I'm excited because I actually like Sean Durzi as a pretty solid kind of two-way, mostly offensive right-shot defenseman. Reportedly, there are some inefficiencies in his defensive game, but I do have full confidence that Coach Bear can kind of help him along because he's young-ish. 24, is going to be 25 right around the end of October, so he does fit with the Arizona Coyotes timeline right there. But I do like the player a lot, and back when it was being reported that the Chychrun to LA trade was a real thing, which it actually wasn't, I was hoping Sean Durzi would find his way to the Arizona Coyotes, because funny enough, I already had him on the Coyotes in my NHL 23 GM mode. But obviously, you guys can look forward to those kind of numbers. Alright, let's go ahead and be serious for a second. So, Sean Durzi acquired by the Arizona Coyotes. They trade the second-round pick that they acquired from the Montreal Canadiens in the Christian Dvorak trade, meaning that trade tree keeps on going, doesn't it? And the Arizona Coyotes, for context, still have 3 more second-round picks in the 2024 NHL entry draft, so they had more than enough to spare. Durzi has 1 more year on his contract, making $1.7 million, and then he becomes a restricted free agent. So after this season, if the Coyotes decide it didn't really work out, you've spent a second-round pick to attempt to get a roster guy. And I do like that mindset, attempting to fix an actual need within the team, because yes, the Arizona Coyotes are going to be drafting more defensemen. They're going to want to try to keep stock in the cupboards, but they are thin on defense, particularly on the right side. As of right now, the Arizona Coyotes have Josh Brown, Sean Durzi, and Victor Soderstrom as your right-shot defensemen to play along with guys like Yanis Moser and Juuso Välimäki. So I like the mindset. They're showing they want to get good, younger talent. Obviously, he's 24, going to be 25, so he's not exactly a rookie or anything,
but he's still on the younger side and he is perfect to grow alongside the rest of the core. Durzi, 24 years old, 6 foot tall, right around 200 pounds, I think about 196 technically. Right shot defenseman, was picked 52nd overall in the 2018 entry draft by the Toronto Maple Leafs, meaning yes! The Arizona Coyotes will never stop getting good players out of Toronto. Don't mind me, I'm just coping because of the whole Shane Doan thing. But taking a look at Durzi's numbers, they're actually pretty solid over the last couple of years, at the very least offensively. His rookie year, 21-22, 64 games played, 3 goals, 24 assists, 27 points, solid rookie season. And last year, he got a bigger role from the top 4, and while some LA fans were talking about some of his defensive inefficiencies, and while that team wants to win right now, it does make sense if you have a younger defenseman, you wouldn't exactly have the time to be that patient with them, so the Arizona Coyotes can totally take advantage of that. But last year, 72 games played, 9 goals, 29 assists for 38 points. He is a very good two-way, particularly offensive defenseman. And when the Arizona Coyotes announced the trade on Twitter, they showed a couple of highlight reels from him. This guy can shoot the puck, and he's not afraid to shoot the puck, and the Arizona Coyotes need that from a right-shot defenseman. Another potential benefit of this trade is that it takes some pressure off the Arizona Coyotes front office staff in the context that now there really isn't that pressure that you must draft a defenseman early on in the draft. I mean, they're going to draft a defenseman. They should draft a couple of defensemen, but it takes a little bit of the pressure off because you're already doing a decent job trying to bring in other NHL-level defensemen. Oh, and in 13 playoff games, Durzi also has 2 goals and 2 assists for 4 points. He's been in the playoffs both the last couple of years. The LA Kings also got bounced in the first round the last couple of years, but there you go. I'm a Coyotes fan. I will take any shot I can at the LA Kings, but I'm really happy with this deal. This is a great deal for the Coyotes because it is potentially low risk. They have 3 other second-round picks in next year's draft, so there is a mitigated risk factor. You're also trading a second-round pick for a former second-round asset and a guy that was just shy of 40 points last year, meaning his pace is about a point every other night. You could use that on this Coyotes team. They are trying to be more competitive next season. They are trying to be better, and if this works out, you can extend him for 3, 4, 5 years, and now right there, you have a quality right-shot defenseman locked up until he's about 30, heading into the period of time in which this core is getting ready to be competitive. They'll be ready to start trying to push for the playoffs in the next couple of years. This is a great move. Low risk, high reward. Yes, second round picks don't exactly grow on trees, but with how well this team has managed their assets, it essentially feels like second round picks grow on trees. So I love this deal. This is a phenomenal deal for the Arizona Coyotes. I do not personally see it not working out because Coach Andre Tourigny has shown he is a phenomenal coach, predominantly with younger players. Sean Durzi is still younger. He is 24 years old. Yes, he is no longer a prospect. He would be considered a project if he wasn't coming off of a season where he scored almost 40 points. Love this move. Seriously, this is a great move heading into the draft, and I cannot wait to see what this team does in the draft. Alright, one more video before bed, but y'all won't know that because you'll see it at like 8 in the morning. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and we have a re-signing to talk about. I did want to make sure it was official from the Coyotes themselves before I went ahead and reported it. Though Craig Morgan did break the story, and Elliot Friedman went ahead and quote-tweeted him, giving the actual money value on the contract, but the Arizona Coyotes, they've officially re-signed goaltender Connor Ingram. It's a 3-year, $1.9 million per year contract, and honestly, congratulations to him. 26-year-old goalie came in off of a waiver claim last year, and honestly, after a rough start, it was a rough start, he turned it around, had a really good season, and earned himself not only a pay raise, but a 3-year commitment, also the ability to be the 1B that could probably compete to be the 1A, depending on what they decide to do with Karel Vejmelka. And this has felt like a really weird arc, because I was making fun of the waiver claim because I thought it was ridiculous. Like, he was the goalie that gave up 5 goals to the Coyotes in the last game against the Nashville Predators at Glendale, to the guy last year that posted a .907 save percentage on a team that defensively was not very good. He also faced 40 or more shots in 11 games. Absolutely ridiculous. But anyway, last year in 27 games played, he had a 6-13-8 record, .337 goals against, .907 save percentage. That ends up being higher than Karel Vejmelka's save percentage, and Karel Vejmelka had a pretty decent season. A couple of things I like about the move is the fact that it does give the Arizona Coyotes some versatility in what they want to do. They have some flexibility because if you decide to move on from Karel Vejmelka, you have a very good NHL level backup 1B to maybe fringe starter level goaltender in Connor Ingram. And whoever else you bring in could be the 1A, could be the 1B, could be the backup, however you want to do that. He also acts as a buffer between the NHL and Ivan Prosvetov, who, while he did have some really good moments to end last season, he also had some bad moments showing that he does need more development. It kind of solidifies the goaltending position. And then if you decide that you want to give Prosvetov an opportunity, you could trade Vejmelka. You got Ingram right there to be your 1A starter. Or you could trade Ingram, who's on a very team-friendly contract. It gives the Arizona Coyotes a lot of options. And I'm not saying go trade Ingram, because because honestly, I like the guy. I think as a 1B, that's probably the guy I want to be here for a while. And while I am personally disappointed as a fan of Ivan Prosvetov, I'm also really happy for Connor Ingram, and I do think this is probably the best opportunity for the Arizona Coyotes to help solidify their goaltending situation. I don't really have a whole lot else to say, so I will end with this. Connor, I'm glad to have you here for 3 more years. You earned it, and honestly, this has turned into a really good story for the Arizona Coyotes. Javier Gutierrez is finally talking publicly to the media. He finally is giving us some sort of arena update. And if you've followed along with local Coyotes coverage, almost none of this is news to you, including a fun little tidbit. Despite playing in a college arena, the Arizona Coyotes got 10% more in ticket revenue. So there you go. Location, location, location. The Arizona Coyotes do a lot better financially in the East Valley. Who would have thought? I know I said it, but who would have thought? But with that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump right into this arena update. So, he confirmed a couple of things, including the Arizona Coyotes have considered upwards of a dozen sites, whittling it down to about a half a dozen, and hopefully by the first of the year, they will have that final site. They also doubled down on wanting a privately funded arena, privately owned land, and they do not want to go to another public vote. We already knew that, but there's a confirmation. And the last thing is very interesting to me, because a lot of people were saying that this was going to take so long because you have to redesign everything. The renderings released for the Tempe Entertainment District are essentially mostly going to be accurate. They're going to essentially reuse as much of this as they possibly can, because why wouldn't you? You already designed the arena, you've already designed the overall outline of an entertainment district. Just bring that forward, make the necessary changes, i.e. getting rid of the residential. Maybe you still get to keep a hotel, maybe you don't. Maybe cut the theater, maybe not, and there you go. You essentially have your brand new entertainment district. Essentially, if you followed PHNX, you followed myself, maybe even followed me over to Locked On Coyotes, we've all been saying so much of this. And one thing that Javier Gutierrez said that I want to kind of bring home right here, he specifically said that they had re-engaged conversations with certain parties, meaning those conversations had happened before. And yes, they did put all their eggs in the Ted basket. He even kind of admits right there that the approach this time is essentially keep your options as open as possible, so that way you don't have the same situation. But I'm still frustrated with the fact that Javier Gutierrez said within 24 hours of the no vote that there was no backup plan, there was no plan B, and while yes, I've said it before, the context is there is no plan B that is ready to just sign and we're good right now. Obviously it requires more negotiating to get that job done, but it just absolutely frustrated me because that quote was just ran with, despite the fact that once again, here in local media, we knew for a while there were multiple other sites, multiple other locations, and that this team was not just getting ready to leave. Now obviously they could still relocate, things might not go through, anything can happen essentially, but what Javier Gutierrez confirmed here with his own words is essentially everything us and Coyotes local media have been saying forever, but for whatever reason, the vast majority of y'all watching, because I know these videos specifically definitely appeal more to outside the Arizona market, believed Joe Schmo and national reporter number 365 saying they have sources this team is leaving tomorrow and that there are no options in Arizona, despite the fact that we all knew there were, and I have no idea why you guys would choose to take information from people that aren't even well connected here, as opposed to listening to the people that are much more, connected here. But anyway, Javier Gutierrez confirms a lot of things here, essentially doubling down on they want to stay in the Valley, bringing home the message that yes, they are looking at multiple locations in Arizona. They specifically said the East Valley. They mentioned Mesa, Scottsdale, the 101 corridor, literally essentially confirming what Craig Morgan reported a week or so ago, that they're in talks with the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community on that 65-acre parcel of land. So there you go. You have everything you need, all the context right there. The Arizona Coyotes, as of right now, they're not going nowhere. Now, again, that could change. I just personally don't see that changing, and Coyotes fans can get a little extra sleep tonight, I suppose. The first round of the 2023 NHL entry draft is done, and the Arizona Coyotes made a couple of selections. Let's go ahead and take a bit of a look at who the Coyotes got. I just want to say right now, heading into this one, I'm not going to really care too much about where these players were picked. It's 6th and 12th overall. I am just going to look at the players themselves and whether or not I think these players are good. We'll start off with the 6th overall selection. The Arizona Coyotes selected defenseman Dmitry Simachev. 6'4", 201 pounds, big kid, still playing in the KHL for the next couple of seasons. And depending on who you ask, Simachev was actually seen as one of, if not the best, defensive prospect in the draft. To quote the Elite Prospects Draft Guide, he has perfect posture, sinking deep into his stride with ample flexibility throughout his hips, knees, and ankles,
allowing him to generate power and agility that few can match. He gaps up early in space and can match opponent's speed with ease, and his considerable defensive range allows him to recover if he's lost a step. He can match opponents' footwork with ease in the small area game, taking away time and space before closing with force. The Arizona Coyotes also posted a couple of clips of this kid. Honestly, I'm getting some J.J. Moser vibes. I'm also wearing his Zabinic McCulloch jersey right now. Some slight Z vibes as well when it comes to the context of this kid knows where to place his body. He's pretty good when it comes to those tight areas. This kid knows how to play defense. Obviously, he played mostly in the MHL, so go ahead and take it with a grain of salt. He does still need to keep developing. He's only an 18-year-old kid. But there is a lot of upside, and on top of that, while the numbers just weren't there here in the KHL, 18 games played, no points, he can move the puck decently well in some offensive strides, and if he can kind of continue to develop that game along, this kid could potentially be a top-pairing defenseman, if not top-4 defenseman, with a little bit of offensive upside, but with that focus on defense. The Arizona Coyotes could very much use that. Simachev, in my opinion, is a good player. This is a good prospect, and while the Coyotes will have to wait a couple of years for him, I do not think that's going to be a big deal. Just looking at Simachev as a player, I think the Arizona Coyotes got themselves a good defensive prospect here. Next up, at 12th overall, the Arizona Coyotes selected forward Daniil Boot. Boot is actually a teammate of Simachev in the KHL, and there was a clip live where Simachev reacts to Boot being drafted. It's a really cool clip. Essentially, the Arizona Coyotes drafted teammates, and you're already going to have some chemistry there. As for Boot, he is a winger, 6'5", over 200 pounds. This is a big kid. Also from the Elite Prospects 2023 Draft Guide, the first thing that jumps out at you with Boot, once you get past the way he towers over everyone else in the ice, is just how coordinated, dexterous, and creative he is with the puck on his stick. His ability to chain difficult pass receptions into handling moves into passes or shots is really quite remarkable. Not even just for someone his size either. On top of that, Boot is a potent finisher capable of getting a shot off with either leg with a quick release and almost textbook mechanical form. Boot definitely fills the Bill Armstrong mold, and honestly, looking at this guy's skill set, his size, to me it really feels like they drafted Boot specifically to play with Lawson Krause. Think about it. You have a Twin Towers line. No matter which side of the ice, you have a big dude that can move the puck pretty well, that also has a shot that no matter what, you have to respect or they're going to be able to finish. And right there, it feels like that is a match made in heaven for Lawson Krause to have Boot on his line. Boot is coming off a respectable season in the MHL, being a point-per-game player, 15 goals in 26 games and 26 total points. Though in the KHL, he only managed 2 goals on 15 games, but he's an 18-year-old kid playing against men. 2 more seasons in the KHL, I think, will do Boot a lot of good. This kid could be really good at the NHL level, or at the very least, working his way through Tucson. In a couple of years, you're going to have a really good roadrunner. A big kid at that. And those are the 2 players the Coyotes drafted in the first round of the 2023 NHL entry draft. Defenseman Dmitry Simachev and forward Daniil Boot. I like the players. I don't exactly want to comment just yet whether or not I think these are good picks. Arguably, Simachev is probably one of the better defensive prospects, so that might have actually been best player available. Boot, I definitely think there's going to be a little more argument, a little more room to grow. That being said, we're not really going to know whether or not these are good picks for at least 3 to 5 years, and considering the fact the Arizona Coyotes, one of the few teams that actually has a scout that was able to physically scout Russian players, I have some confidence in them. I know the analytics aren't exactly going to love these picks, but I do know that some classical scouting is necessary in the NHL, because you have to find the right balance between old school scouting and this new school analytics, and I just think the Arizona Coyotes, they went for 2 massive swings here. A big defenseman and a big forward. This does have the potential to pay dividends for the Arizona Coyotes in a couple of years, and I am going to choose to look at the bright side of this because the Arizona Coyotes, as Bill Armstrong wanted, they got a couple of good players. How's it going? I am privileged to be here once again with an actual writer, reporter, someone who actually knows a little bit about the game of hockey. Mike Gould. How's it going, buddy?
Matt, it's great to be back. I think the last time we talked was on election night. So hopefully this show goes better than that one did.
Oh man, you had to start off with that. You had to bring back the bad memories.
feels like a year ago already with how much has happened since then, and it's crazy to think that it was just a couple months ago. But yeah, no, I'm hoping to be back down in the valley some point in this fall and see all the new guys who we're going to talk about on the show.
Yeah, and I think the Coyotes got. I'm really happy with the free agency so far, and obviously day one. I just want to get your thoughts on this because Craig Morgan was kind of priming Coyotes fans for a very quiet free agency. It might take a couple of days to start getting some contracts. And they were among some of the first to get a couple contracts out there. What were you expecting, and were you surprised by their approach?
Well, I wasn't surprised to see Troy Stecher brought back. I was thinking maybe he would stick around in Calgary, but I can't complain about him going to Arizona. And I think that's a perfectly sensible thing that they did. I'm a little bit surprised he got less money this year than he did last year, but nevertheless, 1.1, decent little number for him, and he's going to do exactly what he did last year. Everybody likes Troy Stecher. He does exactly what you need him to do. He's a fearless little guy who is pretty, okay in his own zone and can move the puck pretty well. And, for what you're paying for, I think that's perfectly fine. And he slots in, he can play both sides. So, if you need him to go over to the left side, he can. And I think for where things are at right now, and not to spoil anything, tease anything, but I think right now he'd be slotting in probably next to Juuso Välimäki, which is fine by me. And then, so yeah, that was a nice little whistle wetter. I didn't think they were going to do anything else other than Stecher on day one. After I heard about that, I was like, okay, maybe they'll do a couple of depth things, sort of like what they did with Travis Barron and Matt Vialta. But then the next thing that they did was to sign Zucker, and that was really surprising. That was out of left field. I hadn't given Zucker really any thought as a Coyotes target because he just didn't seem like he would be the kind of guy who would sign in Arizona. But it quickly became apparent that this year was the year of the 1-year deal. And the fact that that's the case means that all the teams are sort of starting to be on the radar for these UFAs because it's a short-term commitment. So they're okay with signing wherever as long as they get paid and as long as they, can get traded to a good team at the deadline, or if they're on, helping a team get better, then maybe they're fighting for a playoff spot come February, March. So the Zucker signing was surprising. Then getting Bjugstad back. I mean, I remember after they signed Zucker talking to people and saying, well, if they could get another center, their top 9 looks really good here. And people were saying, well, they should bring Bjugstad back. It makes a whole lot of sense. And then they did it. They heard everybody saying, well, that makes a whole lot of sense to get a guy who can play 2C, 3C if they need to. And so from there, I thought they were done. I thought they were going to be, rolling with 3 centers of Hayton, Bjugstad, and McBain in their top 9. And they had the top 9 wingers with Keller, Schmaltz, Michelli, Zucker, Krause, and maybe Carconi, or Gunther. And then they signed Alex Kerfoot, and I was like, oh my goodness, this day just keeps on going and going. And that contract surprised me. I like it. I like that one too. And they signed Galchenyuk, which I like. And so all in all, I mean, you can look at it as it is 5 relatively major signings on day one from a team that we didn't necessarily know that they were going to sign one guy on day one. And so it was kind of just like, you keep counting. And all of a sudden you go from saying these are sneaky signings to what we said over at Daily Faceoff, the Coyotes are the number 1 winners of free agency day, which is crazy. We can meme about it, but that was like objectively a reasonable point to make because they made 5 signings, 5 major signings, and I think all 5 of them were pretty good value.
Yeah, and especially Zucker. I remember I was having a back and forth on Twitter with someone, essentially looking at some guys I would target, and I was looking at Zucker because I remember he was having some struggles, and then I looked at his stats from last year. 20 some odd goals, 48 points. All right, he's not signing here, but that would still be a good signing. I was kind of floored by that one because they actually paid the big boy bucks, $5.3 million for him for the year. And look, his interview was phenomenal, talking about why he'd want to come here, and even Stecher was talking about how before he first came here, I incorrectly said it was Bjugstad before, but it was Stecher who was saying how it's not a very good look. There's not a very good word of mouth about this organization to other players. He comes here, and to him, he was proven wrong about it. He wanted to come back. Bjugstad wanted to come back. Galley, I love Galley. I've been a big fan of Galley since we first got him. And the fact that these guys keep wanting to come back, Zucker wanted to be part of what they're doing here. Bjugstad's like, they're going in the right direction. I want to be here on the ground level. I think there's no context in which this team was a loser on free agency so far, and I'm surprised to say that. I really am.
Well, I have a lot of friends over at Elite Prospects, and I know their Rinkside site didn't really like the Zucker contract that much, and I just don't see it. I mean, you bring in a guy who has been a consistent score for a lot of his career. He dipped a little bit in Pittsburgh after he first got there, but this is a guy who a few years ago almost got traded to Calgary for a first-round pick, and there was very good reason for that. Especially when he was in Minnesota, he was as consistent a second-line winger, productive, strong at both ends as you can get. And he's exactly what any team, I think I would be surprised if 30 teams reached out to Jason Zucker on July 1st. And it's a tough market for wingers. We've been seeing this throughout the summer. You look at what wingers have gone for in trades. Tyler Toffoli goes for Yegor Sharangovich and a third-round pick. And we were looking at that in Calgary on the day of and saying, boy, that's a bad return. And then all of a sudden, other wingers like Riley Smith gets traded for just a third-round pick. There's no Sharangovich in there. And so you're starting to say, okay. And then Anthony Duclair gets traded for a fifth-round pick and Steven Lorentz. And all of a sudden you're saying, well, I think Calgary did pretty well. And so, it's like I said, it's the year of the 1-year deal. The fact that, Bjugstad and Kerfoot got them notwithstanding. I mean, they're centers, right? Mm-hmm. But, look up and down the UFA market. Domi and Bertuzzi both signing 1-year deals today as well. It's interesting to me that, Bertuzzi gets 5.5 from Toronto. Zucker gets 5.3 from Arizona. Bertuzzi signs with a contender. The thing in the Elite Prospects article that was talked about was that how Zucker signs with the classic Arizona tax. You have to pay more to get the player. Well, to me, I think Zucker's a better player than Tyler Bertuzzi, and Bertuzzi goes for more. He goes for 5.5 to Toronto. So it's like, I think you have to look at this sort of on a more even playing field here. And I think they got pretty good value with Jason Zucker. I mean, if he scores 27 goals again, you don't even care that he's being paid $5.3 million. You're going to sell him at the deadline for 50% retained, maybe get a middleman man in there, and you can get a second-round pick, maybe even a first-round pick. So I think it is really interesting that Alex Meruelo is spending. I think they're, back at the time that the vote went down and they lost, and, I was convinced that night. I thought they were moving next week. I thought the PA would step in. I thought the board of governors was going to do something. I thought it was going to go down. Like I really did. I would not be surprised if this rash of spending out of Arizona is some sort of commitment that was required to be made. That would not surprise me at all. That's me putting on full tinfoil hat here, but it's just like, because it's so unbecoming of them. I mean, look, I totally agree. They wanted to get better and spend money and become a better team. And that I think is totally commendable. And I think they had many ways of doing that. But, I think it is so unlike them to spend $15 million on day one of free agency like this. When have we ever seen them do this? So it says to me that I think there was a message that was sent to the Coyotes. And now this is them sending a message back. And I think it sends messages in a whole lot of different directions too, even, behind the scenes and in front of the scene, in front of the curtain, so to speak. It's a statement. Signing a guy like Jason Zucker on day one, signing Alex Kerfoot, Nick Bjugstad. These are respected veterans who were coming in. They would have had choices. So it's a big deal. It's been a good couple of days for the team. It's been hinted at. They're not done yet. And I think it's all looking up.
Yeah, and I do want to add a little bit of context to that. You can't tell me that there wasn't a conversation behind the scenes, considering how Craig reported and you were there. Is like someone died on the election.
Oh my God!
And and we're all kind of acknowledging, kind of locally, that there was probably some sort of like shock aspect of it because they're going into it thinking they're going to win by 10, 12 points. So, there had to have been a regrouping, but also. And I still am on Keller's agent side on this. You got to stand, by your player. You got to stand by your client. Of course. He wanted that clarity, and you can't tell me. Even Craig Morgan's reporting. You can't tell me logically there wasn't some conversations going on behind the scenes where the spending, the timing works. It obviously does work, but maybe it's a year earlier than you would have originally thought when they start spending some money because you want to start showing that core. No, we have a direction here, and I think it's great. And just to briefly touch back on the Zucker contract. I got to do a recent episode of Desert Moon with my old co-host Richie again. I completely agree with what he said. There is no such thing as a bad 1-year contract.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, even if you paid him $10 million for the 1 year, worst case scenario, he sucks. You wasted it for the 1 year. And Bill Armstrong's goal of we want contracts, we want guys that help us now, but do not hurt us in 2 to 3 years. mission achieved. You still have that future flexibility. Let's say, and Zucker, I think 5.3 sounds like about market, maybe a little higher, but
A little
right
higher.
around what market should be on him. So I don't see that as a bad signing at all. I get it. People love to hate on the Coyotes. There's always going to be a bias against from different outlets or different individuals. It's always going to exist. I've just accepted it. But if Toronto signed the same contract, if Nashville, if New York, I just don't see.
Oh, it's not a problem.
Level,
yeah,
against.
Well, I mean, you look at the Alex Killorn contract, and that's mind numbing to me. They give a guy who's played on way better teams, Tampa Bay, consistently. I mean, Pittsburgh is sort of post apex at this point. Tampa Bay's still apex, and Killorn has been on the benefactor or the beneficiary, I should say, of some very, very good players. And I think that contract is going to go south real quick because it's 4 years for a guy who I think is 3 years older than Zucker. Is nuts to me. So anyway, yeah, I think Killorn, I think that stands out to me as one of the better value ads of day one. Yeah, it's just so interesting. I mean, you talk about the people in Coyotes land who are the most interesting and most powerful right now and who are the most meaningful. And obviously Meruelo and Gutierrez. I mean, I will never forget being at that thing, the party that quickly turned into a post-mortem. It was people were sharing. The word that I would describe from that night is it was like a eulogy. There were people who were like, "Oh, I'll sure miss the Coyotes." That was the narrative of the night, and people were talking about their favorite memories and stuff. And Gutierrez gets up at the front of the restaurant, front of the bar, and he reads off this statement, and he is just he's just sort of swaying, and he's reading this thing, and he's done pretty quick, and he goes to walk out of the room, and he walks the wrong way, and he bumps into somebody, and then he walks out the other way, and he doesn't say the team's going to stay. He's just like, we're going to look at our options and tell you later. And so the juxtaposition between that and today or yesterday is quite staggering. I mean, and I mean, obviously, I think, there were some conversations that are had. And I think the Keller agents are easily the biggest players in this because they represent Cooley too. And you need Logan Cooley to sign next year. He's not going to sign now, but you need him to sign next year. It's just non-negotiable. You can't let him go back for his third year. And so, we've seen what he can do at college. He was a great pick. He should have gone number 1 overall. And so you got to do whatever you can. He was leaning on signing here before the vote. Now you got to prove to him that he's going to step into an environment where he can be a good player and where he's going to have an arena on the way and where, he's going to have support. He's going to have the Michellis, he's going to have the Kellers, but he's also going to have good veterans. And so this, Bill Armstrong said it. He builds teams. He doesn't build arenas.
Yeah, I love that quote.
Great quote.
That was legendary, dude.
Bill sure got good quotes. I think this is exactly what they needed. I think, just looking on paper, this is a team that is going to be better than teams. And, I remember the infamous tweet from last year where Dom Lashizin from The Athletic said that the Coyotes are the worst collection of talent in this model I've ever seen. And I remember looking at that on the day of and saying, oh, man, it's just I don't buy this at all. Have you seen the Chicago Blackhawks? I was saying that all last summer. And, of course, Chicago ends up being just legendarily terrible. And Arizona finishes with 70 points. And, of course, 70 points, still 6th worst in the league. But I think you look at this year, and you look at just in the Western Conference, and you look at these teams based on paper. I don't care if Chicago's got better. They're going to suck next year, too. And Anaheim, Leo Carlson, I don't even know if he's going to be in the NHL next year. I think they're going to be really bad. San Jose is going to be bad. I think Nashville is going to be horrible next year after all the subtractions that they've made. Ryan O'Reilly's not going to save that ship. I mean, who are their number 2 centers in Nashville? Seriously, who are their top 2 centers? Is it Ryan O'Reilly and Tommy Novak?
I was going to say, is Glass still a center, or did he get transitioned
I guess he could play the wing. I don't know. But, Nashville, I think is going to be real bad next year. I mean, look at their defense. They've got Yossi, they got McDonough, and really. So it's not great in Nashville. They got Luke Shen. There you go. There's a Coyote for you.
Former Coyote
so I think
legend.
Nashville. I think Nashville's going to be real bad. I could see Vancouver being worse if they, stumble out of the gate again. And I could see Calgary being worse if they have a bad year. But I think this is starting to look more like the Coyotes of the mid Chychrun tenure not in terms of trajectory, but in terms of the roster, where, you have some good veterans, you got the young players. What Chychrun never had, though, I mean, you could argue that he might have had this on the surface when he drafted Dylan Strome, but he never had a prospect pool that was quite this strong. He really never did. I mean, and maybe that's revisionist to me, but I never liked Strome as a prospect ever. I mean, there was probably a lot of reckoning down there, back and forth about what his upside was. I never liked him. I liked the Schmaltz trade a lot from day one. But I think right now, in terms of, I put out that U25 depth chart hierarchy, and you look at the guys, the Cooleys, the Simachevs, the Geekies. I mean, I'm not a huge Connor Geeky fan, but I still think he's, I don't see a lot that separates Geeky from Dylan Strome. And you look at, just the different talent. Artem Duda, I really like. Sam Lipkin, I really like. Gunther's coming. Daniel Boot is coming. These are all high first-round picks. The Coyotes made 6 first-round picks in the last 3 years. You looked at when Chychrun made those high picks, and he was trading them like 2 years later. He drafted P.O. Joseph, who looks like a very good defenseman, and he included him in the Kessel trade. And it's like, why did you do that? And even a guy like Kevin Ball, who I don't really like that much, but he's an NHL defenseman, and they traded him for, I don't even know. He was in the Taylor Hall trade, and he flipped the Mercer pick for Taylor Hall. And it's like he was constantly bleeding assets. And that's something that the Armstrong Coyotes haven't really done. They've done a very good job of stockpiling assets. So, I think the organization, apart from the arena, is in a much healthier spot. And, I will maintain the one thing that this Coyotes team really should have found a better way to do was keep Glendale as an option, because it prevents, you still have a 20,000 seat arena to fall back on. It gives you a little bit more credibility than playing at Mullett. But aside from that, and maybe they can find out a way to make Footprint Center into a temporary rink while they're building something out in Mesa or something, or Scottsdale. But apart from that, apart from the arena stuff, which who knows, but apart from that, the team is in a really good spot. And that's not me being biased. I think the prospect pool is strong. And frankly, I think the roster is stronger than a lot of teams in the West and the East.
I agree. I don't know if you saw my tweet, but I looked at this top 9. This was before the Kerfoot deal. I looked at that top 9. I'm like, this is the best top 9 I've seen since around 2020. That year they made the bubble playoffs, where they were first place in the division for what was like 2-3 weeks, like before the Taylor Hall trade. They were looking really good. And the difference is, I actually really appreciate you mentioning this, is they have so much coming down the line that you don't have this roster that the second the wheels fall off, you have nothing and have to start tearing it down. You have all these prospects in the wings. There is such a healthier spot. And the problem with Chychrun was he'd make all these moves and they'd seem so great on the surface. Like, hey, this team was looking really good. You add Taylor Hall. Taylor Hall unlocked something in Connor Garland to make him a 20-goal scorer that he just hasn't really had since that year. But took away in other aspects. Phil Kessel couldn't stay healthy consistently, had the 120-goal year, and for the most part just didn't help the team, to where it's on paper, these are great. It shows you want to make that next step. But the problem in hindsight, and I really wish that I was, I would have stepped back from the excitement to really say this, and I should have realized this. They hadn't even made the playoffs yet. You're not in the position to make those trades yet because you haven't even made the playoffs. And luckily, Ball and Joseph aren't that good as prospects, but they're still decent guys, still decent players, and you ended up getting rid of them for guys that you no longer have and didn't recoup any assets on. So I think that this team, I said it, the last year, I maintained all throughout the year, they're going to hover around a playoff spot and look like a playoff team for a while. It's going to be longer than it was last year. Last year, they were a surprise second wild card team for 3 days. That was a fun 48, 72 hours. That was really fun.
Yeah, it was. I remember that well.
They'll hover around that. They might even be the wild card 2 team for a little bit, but they won't make it next year. But as long as they keep building and going forward, they could be a playoff team as early as the last year in Mullett. But that's still, they're a little ways away from that, but if they keep building on it, they could be that second wild card team, depending on where everyone's at. And I want to transition into this real quick. McBain and Michelli still haven't signed. And I know they'll probably get it done. I'm going to assume there will be a bridge deal for Michelli. Maybe he gets like $3 million a year. I don't know how much they're going to offer him for the bridge deal. McBain, I feel like you could probably give him a 3 or 4 year contract because you know what he's going to be in your bottom six. Where do you think these RFAs they're going to lean with, and also throw in Ivan Prosvetov in there?
Yeah, well, I'll start with Prosvetov. That's the easiest one. I would give him just 1 by 775 and give him a little bump up in the American League. I think last year he might have still been on his entry level deal. I don't know that for sure, but I think you can I think it's a real selling point for these guys who are sort of on the bubble. I've always sort of maintained this, that they should be making league minimum in the NHL because it makes them so much easier to bring up, and then you offset that with a higher American League salary. He was on a 1 year deal last year with a minimum guaranteed salary of $140,000 and a regular minor league salary of $100,000. So it was sort of one of those blended contracts. I'd expect, similar this year, 775 in the NHL with a minor salary maybe of 150 and a minimum of 200. That would be my guess for Ivan Prosvetov. That would just make the most sense to me. Machelli and McBain, of course, are infinitely more interesting. I think you're right on with Machelli. I think he'll want to go to arbitration eventually. So, going for a 1 year deal, or at least have arbitration as a bargaining chip. I don't think there's going to be much desire on either side to lock him down. Maybe if he had played the full season last year, but I think there's going to want to be a desire to say, go do it again. We're giving you a lot of talent to play with. Go have a great season, and then we'll sign you for $6 million next summer. If you can set up Jason Zucker 30 times this year, boy, you can have whatever you want. So I think that's going to be what I wouldn't be surprised if that exact same conversation happens with Bill, where he says, look, we have given you a much better roster. There's no Zach Cassian on this roster. There's no Jean-Sebastien D on this roster. Laurent Dauphin. You're going to be playing with good players every night. You're going to be playing with the Bjugstads and the Kerfoots and the Jason Zuckers, and we want you to put in a ton of goals. We want you to score double-digit goals for sure. We want you to score a lot of points, and we're going to give you a hefty raise, obviously a one-way deal coming off your entry-level contract. You're going to be making the most money you've ever seen, $3 million a year. I think that makes a whole lot of sense, maybe 3.5. Go for the classic Arizona tax, and, make it a 1 year deal. I think that makes the most sense for both sides. Just, and then you're an RFA next summer. I think he has arbitration rights. Maybe it's in 2 years. I don't remember exactly. But yeah, nevertheless, I think that makes the most sense. McBain is interesting because he's already at arbitration. Whereas Machelli is, 1 year left until arbitration. So McBain's already there, which is kind of weird because he's been around for less time than Machelli has. But, I turned from a McBain skeptic at the beginning of the year to a real believer at the end. He was not impressing me at all at the start. I just didn't really see anything there. I thought he was just going to be sort of a warm body. No, I think this guy's got it. I think he's got some real jam to his game. He's not really, usually my type of player. I don't really love the big guy who doesn't have the greatest boots, but he's got it. It's just something that he's got. I can't describe it. He's just got it. So he reminds me a lot of Brian Boyle. So I would give, McBain, he's already 23. And I don't remember if his birthday is before. It's before July 1st. So, you could give him a 3 year deal and he would still be a restricted at the end of it. And I think that makes the most sense. 4 walks him straight to it. And I don't think 4 makes a whole lot of sense. I don't think there's a whole lot of precedent. I think it'll be either 2 or 3 for McBain. So for Machelli, I think it'll be 1 by 3. You have to consider too. If the Coyotes have an internal cap, and I was saying this when Fisher, the whole hullabaloo with Fisher not being qualified was going down, he had an arbitration case too. And I was a little bit worried because he'd had a big season. Maybe you get an arbitration case and he goes to $3 million and you're like, oh, I don't really want to pay Christian Fisher $3 million a year. And so you say, okay, we're just going to cut bait, enjoy wherever you're going. Thanks for your service. And we're going to go out tomorrow and give $3 million to a guy who we know is better. That was my exact words on June 30th. And they did that to a T. And so now the fact that they've done that makes me want to think that they're going to maybe go down a little bit with these RFAs, especially given that the cap is going up next year. If you sign either of them to a 1 year deal, you're going to have more room to go. You're also going to need to get over the cap floor next year. So, you have a lot more wiggle room next year. You're probably going to get a lot more revenue sharing. If you're still in that spot as a team, you're going to get that much more oomph in your budget structure. So, I think McBain makes sense on a 2 or 3 year deal, maybe 2.5 a year. That would make a whole lot of sense to me. And then, yeah, Machelli, a year, 3.5, somewhere in that ballpark. And, I think that would set them up pretty nicely for next season.
Yeah, and for me with McBain, him and Smith dominated rookie camp in my eyes. They had pretty good training camps. And McBain, immediately adopted that bottom six role. I'm like, okay, you know what? At least he knows his role. He's a consistent NHLer. Then at the end of the season, he's like, I'm just going to start creeping towards 15 goals and show you that goal scoring touch before it just died the last, I think, 3 or 4 games of the season. And I'm like, I asked Craig, I'm like, what is Jack McBain at the NHL? Because he just goes through those streaks, man. He's a solid bottom sixer. Maybe middle sixer is absolute top, but I think bottom sixer is probably the best place to put him. And just I hope they do get it done and get him on a multi-year deal. And I think we forgot one free agent, so I'll wrap back around to it.
Yeah.
Kerfoot, we didn't really get too in detail with him. I was shocked by this. And that's a solid bottom to middle six forward. He left Toronto to come here and was praising the organization. And to me, I said it on Twitter today also, that just speaks volumes to the culture change Andre Tourigny and Bill Armstrong have brought to this organization. And I just want to give them praise every opportunity I can. But, what's your thoughts on that contract and really where he's going to fit on the roster, do you think?
For the first time in a very long time, the Coyotes have 4 NHL centers, which is quite something. They got Hayton, they've got Bjugstad, they've got Kerfoot, and they've got McBain. And, I've never really been convinced that Boyd is an NHL center, so he'll be playing on the wing. Mm-hmm. You go back a year ago, and you were looking at Hayton, Bjugstad, Boyd. Before they signed Bjugstad, it was just Hayton and Boyd. Think about how dire that sounds. Yeah. So you weren't sure about McBain. You weren't sure about Nate Smith. I mean, that was bad. Now they've got an NHL center depth. And if Barrett Hayton takes a step and turns into a 50, 60-point guy this year, then all of a sudden you're looking at this and licking your chops. This team reminds me a lot of the Flames in 2014, where the Flames went out and made some signings. They got Mason Raymond. They got Derek Engelland, which didn't work out that great. Engelland worked out better than Raymond, but they just went out and made some signings and sort of proved themselves as being, players again. They were sort of active and sort of sending a message. And all of a sudden, the Flames started the season real hot, and they made the playoffs after finishing 4th last in the league the previous year. Now, I don't know if the Coyotes are going to do that this year, but they've got upside. They've got some real upside here, and I think Kerfoot provides some of that too. This is a guy who scored 50 points a couple of years ago, and he's a defensive center. But he's got that upside where if you put him on the right line, if you put him on a good power play unit, perhaps number 2 power play, maybe. I don't know if he gets there. I think your power play forwards are probably Keller, Schmaltz, Krause, Machelli, Gunther, McBain, Zucker, or maybe not McBain, Zucker. I don't know, something like that. He could slot in there, but it's just I think he'll PK for them too. I think he'll play on both special teams when all is said and done. Probably PK 1 and power play 2. So he's a real versatile player. Reminds me a little bit of Derek Ryan when Calgary had him. So it's a nice little piece. I think I don't know if Toronto was wanting to upgrade on Kerfoot when they got Max Domi, but I don't know who I'd rather have at this point, but I don't think it's as cut and dried as a win as some in Toronto are saying. So I think it's a really nice little pickup for Arizona. I think right now their forward core is pretty much set. They've got 4 good centers. I think they've got 8 pretty solid wingers, especially 6 really good top 9 wingers in Keller, Schmaltz, Zucker, Machelli, Krause, and Gunther, and then having Carcone and Boyd on the 4th line. I mean, that's as good as I've seen this Coyotes team. I like it a little bit better than they had in 2020, to be honest with you. So, it's really exciting. And now I think they got to make one more signing on D. I know there have been some rumblings. Even as is, I sort of like their mix, but if they can make one more addition, whether that be through free agency or on the trading block, I think they'll be set to maybe, push for 85, 90 points this year, which would be really big for them.
And one last thing I want to talk to you about, because the draft also happened. This has been a ridiculous. You have the RFA deadline, the draft, the NHL free agency. It's been hectic. What just TLDR? What do you think about the Coyotes draft, and who are either some of the current picks that you got your eye on, or maybe like the overall prospects in the pool?
Yeah, so Dmitry Simachev is probably the most polarizing prospect I've heard about in this year's draft, and it was even leading up to this year's draft where I knew guys who absolutely loved him, and then there were guys who looked at his numbers and were like, "How is this guy going to go in the first round?" Frankly, this is a guy who doesn't score a whole lot, and it's concerning at times when you have guys who don't score at lower levels. When they get to that higher level, it's rare that they put more offense up. And Simachev, the word that I hear about him so often, and I think Armstrong used it too, is he's a unicorn. He's a weird prospect, and he's a guy who kind of defies models. And so I'm really excited about him. I think he'll spend 2 years in Russia, like he's got it on his contract. If and when he comes over, it's a piece that could really put the cherry on top. And if you're looking at contending potentially in 2025, 26, that could be, reminds me of when Colorado got Makar and he came in the middle of the playoffs, and all of a sudden they were an elite team overnight. They went from a wild card team playing against Calgary, and they lost in game one. All of a sudden they got Makar and they won 4 straight, and they were done. Like, they were moving on because they were that good. So if Simachev, obviously he's a completely different player, 6'4", skates like the wind. I'm very curious. I put the comparison up on Twitter a while back with Sergachev, and it's so interesting because their paths were so similar in when they were 16, playing in the Russian Junior League, and then their paths diverged when they were 17 because Sergachev came to North America and he played in the OHL, put up big numbers, and that got him drafted 9th overall by Montreal. Simachev stays in Russia, and he does something that almost nobody does, and he plays in the KHL when he's 17. And the list of defenders who have ever done that, played more than 10, 15 games at age 17 in the KHL, you can count them on like one hand, maybe a couple extra fingers, but that's ever. And you look at them, and Dmitry Orlov is one of them. Another one is Shakir Mohamedullah, who went in the first round to New Jersey a few years ago. He was the main piece going in the Timo Meier trade, going back the other way. You look at Alex Nikishin. He probably should have gone in the first round because last year in the KHL at age 21, he had 55 points as a defenseman, and he's going to come over and be a monster for Carolina. You listen to that name, Alex Nikishin. He's going to be their Jacob Slavin replacement because he had a crazy year. Those are the guys who were right next to Simachev on the list. And so to be able to play in that league at all at age 17, obviously there were people who were looking at it and saying, well, how do you not draft Michkov? And, it would just be bad PR. It would be really bad PR. Now, you can trade down to 7. I maybe would have looked at that a little bit more. But ultimately, my guess is Philadelphia knew that Michkov wasn't going to go to Arizona. And so they probably weren't offering Arizona that much to move up, if anything, because they were probably going to say, well, you know what? We want Michkov. They're not going to take him. We're going to take him. It's fine. That's what would have – the only thing that would have made sense if they would trade it with Washington, and Washington moves up and takes him. My sense, though, is that Michkov didn't want to be in Ovechkin's shadow. He wants to do his own thing and go to Philadelphia and be the new face, not living in somebody else's periphery, stake his own foothold while also being in a big city, big U.S. hockey market that has been around for 50 years. And that's what Philadelphia is. That's not what Arizona is. So that, to me, is why Arizona didn't trade down, because, you trade down any further than 7, and all of a sudden you're worried, maybe starting to get worried about Washington maybe taking them. Now, I'm not super worried about Washington at 8, but Detroit at 9, I maybe would be worried about. If Detroit moves up to 6, no, I would not put it past Steve Yzerman to do exactly what Arizona did at 6 and take Simachev. So, yeah, he took Nate Danielson at 9. To me, that's a bigger reach than Simachev is at 6. So it's an amazing game of calculus. From there, Daniil Boot, to me, there were people who were saying, oh, they reached on 2 guys. I think Daniil Boot's right in that tier. I think Simachev, you can say he's below Leonard and he's below Michkov. You can maybe say that. You can maybe make that case, and that Arizona drafted, with a little bit of need in mind, but also saying we really like this player. We're going to take a swing on him. I think with Boot, the guys who he was around, the only one who I would have picked definitively ahead of him is Zach Benson, and that's never going to be Bill Armstrong's type of player. 5'9". He's not the overwhelming producer. I mean, he is an overwhelming producer, but he's not at Logan Cooley's level, and so it's not something where Bill's going to say, okay, we're going to take you. So with that in mind, I look at the guys who go after. I think Daniil Boot's in the same tier as guys like Matthew Wood and Sam Honzek and Oliver Moore. I think that's a fine pick, and the fact that he's Simachev's teammate, that to me adds even more moxie to it, because you get these two guys to come over together in 2 years, and they're going to want to play with each other. So that makes a whole lot of sense to me. I love the audacity of it. And my final point on the two of them is that I look at it and I see a lot of takes about the two picks, and people who are covering nationally and who are just regular NHL writers, and they don't like it. Then I look at guys who are prospect gurus, and I look at guys who are Russian scouts who specifically look at guys like in Russia, and they love these players. They absolutely love these players. I look at Dylan Griffin, who I talk to sometimes over at Elite Prospects. He's their Russian scout, and I talked to him after they picked Boot and Simachev, and he was really excited about it. And he said that they were two really good swings, and that he admired the guts to do it, and that he was like, yeah, I mean, you can maybe say they were reaches, but I see what they're trying to do. I wouldn't call them losers. That was what he said. So, I think it is a really calculated risk. I think it's a really fascinating risk, and I think if it pans out, could be just unbelievable. Beyond that, I've never been a proponent of taking goalies super high. Michael Hrabal, from all accounts, I don't know much about goalies other than save percentage. I'm never going to be, you can go talk to my colleague Mike McKenna about that. But I like Michael Hrabal on the surface, playing on a really bad Omaha team in the USHL, putting up pretty good numbers. Not a whole lot of goalies play. Not a whole lot of really notable goalies at age 17 play in the USHL. A lot of them are down in the NAHL. So to be a starter on a USHL team when you're 17, going to a really good college, I think he's a good bet. I wouldn't have taken him in the first round, but the fact they take him in the second round, I can live with that. I don't like picking goalies high. I think you can always get goalies somewhere, but if they're going to do it, I don't mind them doing it there. Beyond that, I really like Vadim Moroz. He's the guy they picked with their 4th third-round pick. I think that's an outstanding pick. Just on the surface, Moroz is so interesting to me because you look at it. He's 19. Okay, so he's coming off his draft +1 season. Okay, his draft year was last year. He could have been picked last year. He didn't get picked. He got picked this year. He shouldn't have been picked last year, but he should have been picked this year. And I think where he was picked, really good, because you look at Vadim Moroz, and he, in his draft +1 season as a 19-year-old, was going, up in the KHL. He was in the KHL at 19, which is no small feat. I mean, he was 18, really. No small feat. And there were 2 other guys who were picked in 2022 who were first-round picks who were also playing in the KHL last year, and he did better than both of them. Danila Yurov, who was picked by the Wild, and Miroshnichenko was picked by the Capitals. And both those guys are outstanding prospects who gimme first-round picks. He had more points in fewer games than both of them. And that, to me, is crazy. He plays for Minsk, and his contract is up after next year. He's a guy who I'd bring over after next year and play in Tucson and say, if you can seize a spot, dude, go for it. Because holy mackerel, on the surface, that is something. The other thing that I like about Vadim Moroz is that I believe he was in the MHL, the Russian Junior League, when Minsk went to the playoffs. And he played in one game, and he got an assist. And he also had 43 penalty minutes in that game, which is just amazing. Vadim Moroz had 43 penalty minutes in that game. So Vadim Moroz, he was their 4th third-round pick. To me, he's my favorite third-round pick of theirs. The other guys I don't know a whole lot about. Jonathan Castagna is interesting because he didn't play at a very high level. He played Canadian high school hockey. The only guy who I can remember being picked out of Canadian high school hockey is Mark Jankowski, who Calgary picked in the first round years ago, like 11 years ago. And that was a crazy reach at the time. Mark Jankowski was supposed to go like in the 3rd round. And that's the thing. They got Jonathan Castagna in the 3rd round. So, you know, if you can get a player who can play 3rd, 4th line center out of the 3rd round, if he follows that same trajectory, I think you're happy with that. Tanner Lutke, really good production in the USHL. Curious to see what he can do when he goes to college. And Noel Nord was a guy who was on my radar because I saw him last year playing for Team Sweden at the Ivan Holinka tournament in Red Deer, where I called a couple of games. And you know, he was noticeable. He and Zeb Forsfjell were 2 guys who stuck out to me just in my memory from that one. And Forsfjell went to Seattle, and Noel Nord goes to Arizona. So I like all 4 of their 3rd round picks. And beyond that, the only pick that really had me scratching my head was the Terrell Goldsmith pick, which has kind of become a meme in some circles because he's like 230 pounds and he's a huge defender who just, you know, does a lot of fights. My main takeaway from the Goldsmith pick after it was made was if your main highlights are your fights, you maybe shouldn't have been drafted. But, you know, they have so many picks. They made 12 picks that I don't mind them, you know. At the very least, he's a Coke machine, but if he can turn into anything more than that, then I think you're pretty happy. You know, maybe play sort of the role of the guy they signed today in Tucson, Montana Onyebuchi, which is an amazing name, by the way. But yeah, you know, sort of that similar type of, you know, role in the American League where you can maybe grow into something. But beyond that, you know, all their late picks, I don't really have that much of an opinion. Melker Tallinn, the goalie, had some interesting numbers this year. I think he was playing in the 2nd tier Finnish league or Swedish league or something. But yeah, really going back, Simachev and Boot, 2 really interesting bets. And beyond that, I think they did okay with their value. Daily Faceoff, we gave them an A- for their draft. I know that'll come as a surprise to anybody who reads the Arizona Republic, but nevertheless, we liked their draft. I know Corey Prominent, the Athletic, liked their draft. Scott Wheeler, the Athletic, was less enthused about their draft, but you know, your mileage may vary. I think it is brutally dishonest to try and paint it as some sort of universal panning, which is what the Arizona Republic was trying to get at. I thought, you know, I think that is just a completely unbalanced article. And I'm not one to make that kind of assertion, being in the industry myself, but I just was completely gobsmacked reading that article and how completely one-sided it was. But nevertheless, it's off topic. I like the draft, and I think their prospect pool is pretty good.
I was going to say, literally within network, because of who owns Locked On, we have reporters that don't seem like terrible people, but boy howdy, whenever you're talking about the Coyotes, it's just really one-sided. But anyway, I can say that on this channel. I can't say that. But I like the draft because they obviously it's a highlight package, and I'm leaning a lot on some of the writers. Craig Morgan was speaking to one of the scout writers on the draft floor, and the defensive component of Simachev's game I'm really interested in, and he can move the puck pretty well. If you develop that more, that's a bonus, but I'm looking at him as Zbigniew McCulloch, you know, defensive guy, and if you can get your first pair shutdown defensemen, I'm ecstatic. And Boot, my co-host Richie was talking that, you know, this kid's got this wind up where all you got to do is if you fix the timing on it to where it doesn't have to go back as far. I see him as being drafted to play with Krause. That's a Twin Towers line waiting to happen. And look, if both can finish and Boot has this ability to be able to accept passes really quickly and make that move to either transition to a shot or a pass, I love those picks. And then Ludke with the Arizona connection, his family, his grandparents lived out in Sun City, and he was a Coyotes fan growing up, partially a Coyotes fan growing up, Minnesota kid. And I love stories like that. I love seeing Simachev excited that his teammate got drafted to be a teammate here in Arizona. I like a lot of the upside. I like how Richie described Goldsmith as being a D-bag. And I'm like, look, every now and again, you get one of those big, heavy D-bag defensemen. I like it. I like log jamming up that goaltending prospect list. That way, if Ivan don't work out, if Anson Thornton doesn't keep developing, you have 2 or 3 more goalies right behind him. And I think their head of scouting said next year they can focus solely on best player available because all of your positions are locked up with just the need. And that's the most picks in Coyotes history, 12. That was ridiculous. They actually managed to pull that off. I'm just feeling so optimistic hockey-wise for the draft and free agency that the only downside would be I just don't want the arena thing to end up being a sneaky negative story at the beginning of January, and then I don't want Kelly to drag out. I feel like McBain, you'll get it done, but I don't want Michelli dragging out, because if you lose him, that's a step back regardless.
You can't lose Matthias.
Like it's still a step back, because Gunther's he's an NHLer, but he's not quite ready to be that solid day one top sixer. He could by the end of the season, but not day one.
Yeah, no, you got to get Michelli sorted out for sure. The Terrell Goldsmith pick is so funny to me. I mean, I can live with you drafting that guy if it's in the 4th round. That's for sure. Years ago, Calgary picked a guy in the 2nd round named Hunter Smith. And Hunter Smith had played for the Windsor Spitfires, and he, was on a very good Ontario Hockey League team. And they drafted him out of his overage season. So he was 19 when they picked him, and he had 40 points in 65 OHL games, which is not very good for a 19-year-old. Should not be picked in the 2nd round. But Hunter Smith was 6'7". He was a winger. Yeah, and but in Hunter Smith's draft year with the Windsor Spitfires, he had 0 goals and 1 assist in 30 games as a winger. And he didn't get picked. The next year, he sort of gets put on a good line, and he has a big year, but not that big a year. And they drafted him, and I remember watching Hunter Smith at development camps, and you could have told me he was a walk-on from the University of New Brunswick. I mean, he was just completely out of his depth. So my hope with Goldsmith is that he's got a little bit more oomph to him, that he's got a little bit more fluidity to him. The production certainly isn't overwhelming. It's not necessarily a profile that screams NHL player to me. Excuse me, but it's the sort of thing where you get a guy because of his tools, and you try to develop him along, and I can live with that. So, I published a list a couple days ago, maybe yesterday. I know it was 2 days ago. The top 25 Coyotes under 24. It's on my Twitter account, although nobody can read it right now. But I've pulled it up here, and it's just stacked. I mean, you go back and compare it to last year, where I did what did I even do? I did like a top 25, under 25, and of course Chychrun was still in there, and all that stuff. And so the top 10 last year, I mean, you go down to pick number 20, and you're starting to get into guys like Liam Kirk and Cam Dineen, and guys who were sort of projects. This year I had trouble filling out a list, like not filling out a list, but condensing the list. Like it was tough to get guys in there. I mean, you get a guy like Artem Duda, who a really good projection, like going forward here. Artem Duda going to Maine likely this coming year, and I have all the way down on my list at like number 14. Like, I mean, the way that I think of the 2022 draft is if you got Cooley, Geeky, and Duda in the 1st round, I like it a whole lot better than if you picked Cooley, Geeky, and Lamoureux. But like, that's sort of how I rationalize it. And I do have Lamoureux ahead, but it's just, I think Duda has got so much potential, and it just keeps going on and on and on, to the point where at number 25, I've got Milos Kellerman, and he's a guy who played NHL games last year. And so it's like, geez Louise, if you can get this arena situation sorted out, there is some real good stuff coming here, where the point where I have 3 of their 4 third-round picks this year are outside the top 25. Whereas I did a similar list for the Flames. The guy they picked in the 3rd round this year, Adar Suniev, was at number 8 on the list. So, that just shows you the differences in the type of pool. I have Jonathan Castagna, Tanner Ludke, and Noel Nord were my first 3 honorable mentions on the list. I had Moreau's at 23. And, that is crazy to me. I mean, I got, guys like Ben McCartney and Max Zuber and Anson Thornton and Ben, Melker Tallinn. I got those guys outside the top 25 entirely. So it's a real good crop. I look at all 25 of these guys, and every single name I see NHL games on that top 25. I see the potential to play. Aku Ratu at number 23. Galchenyuk at 17, and he's already played a whole lot of NHL games. He's 17 on the list, and I don't think you can make a very good case for pushing him up. Like, that's the thing. I think you can make a case for pushing him down, because the guy below him is Michael Kesselring, and the guy below him is Jan Yannick, and you're like looking, and the guy below them is Julian Lutz, who was a second-round pick, and it's like, wow, there are a lot of really good players here. Now, the point that I was making earlier today at a conversation with somebody, I think the Coyotes are at a point where they've got a whole lot of quantity. They've got good quality, but they've got a lot of quantity. They got a lot of picks coming, and they've got a lot of picks that they've already made. I think it's high time for Arizona to start buying. And when I say that, what I mean is you look at a guy like Victor Soderstrom, or you look at a guy like, I don't know, anyone who they've picked recently, really. I mean, a guy, even Lamoureux, even. And I'm not talking about deficit spending like the Chychrun years where they were throwing away guys like Kevin Ball and whoever, P.O. Joseph, willy-nilly to get veterans in their 30s. I'm talking about maybe trading Victor Soderstrom, and I like Victor Soderstrom, but I'm talking about trading Victor Soderstrom and maybe a couple second-round picks to get a guy who is in the NHL right now and real good. Because I think they're at the point where if there are these guys who are coming up on the trade block who are in their early 20s, they have the capital to get them and to strengthen their team to the point where they can make noise next year. And I mean, I don't mean this coming year, but I mean the year after that. It reminds me of when Dougie Hamilton was on the trade block and Don Maloney almost traded for him in Arizona. That's the kind of player I'm talking about. Sean Durzi, sort of on the lower end of that scale. I mean better players than that. I mean, he was mentioned earlier, a guy like Alexis Lafreniere, who's been mentioned off and on.
Top six goal, he would flourish.
That's the sort of thing, or a Capo Kakko, or wherever these guys are coming from. I think a guy like Travis Konechny is a little bit on the upper end of that in terms of age. I'm not sure if he's the guy I target. But if a guy like Morgan Frost or Joel Farabee became available in Philadelphia, then I'd be after both of them for sure. It's that sort of thing where I think they can begin to parlay this asset base that they have built, and it is one hell of an asset base, into a team that is not only strong at the top, but strong throughout. Because I think they've got a top piece in Clayton Keller, and I think they've got a top piece in Logan Cooley. I think they've got a couple of really good second-pairing defensemen, and I think J.J. Moser is a player who can become a number 2 in the right situation. And I think Dmitry Simachev, if all pans out, is the kind of player who can become a number 1. But I think you got to keep building and building and building. Because right now what I'm seeing with this top 25 is I'm seeing, a clear top 10, and then I'm seeing a lot of guys below that who are all sort of like jockeying around. They've almost got a lot of the same kind of prospect. And what I'm saying they need to maybe do is trade a couple of the guys in that 17, 18 range. It's almost like trading up in the draft. You trade a couple guys down lower to get a guy up higher. And, maybe you package in a couple picks there too, because they've got no shortage of those. And, that's exactly the kind of thing that I think they need to be doing. When Sam Bennett was on the block a couple of years ago, that's exactly what I mean by that. Florida traded for Sam Bennett. They traded a second-round pick and a prospect named Emil Heineman, who was a second-round pick himself. And Florida could afford to do that, although some of the trades they've made lately have been real deficit spending. But it's that kind of trade. They traded for a 24-year-old center who immediately became their number 2 guy. That's exactly what Arizona needs to do. Now, I like Barrett Hayton a lot. I wouldn't trade him for sure. I certainly wouldn't. But, it's just the kind of guy where if you can push Hayton down to the second line and trade for a guy to play on the top line, and then you bring Cooley in, and all of a sudden that guy goes down, and you've got Cooley, some guy, and then Hayton going 1, 2, 3, and then you can get Bjugstad out of here, and you can get Kerfoot out of here when the time comes, and those are your 3 centers. That, I think, is what you need to do. I think you need to continue drafting high as well, but it's time, I think, to start putting some of the chips in a little bit, so to speak, because they've kind of built a big deck, and they've built a big stack of chips, and they're kind of only doing the minimum bets still, just a little bit. I want to see them really push some things in here, maybe make a big swing on the trade market, because I think there are teams that are running into some cap problems, and they have too many, players who are sort of in the same vein and who they need to pay coming off of RFA, and They need to shed one. That's where I think Arizona can really step in. Philip Zadino maybe out of Detroit, somebody sort of in that neck of the woods. I think they can be really creative and for the better of their team.
I think definitely over these last 2 contractual years at Mullett, they should be exploring that because there's a lot of really good. If you're getting like an Anton Lundell type, you're getting like a guy that I would have loved that trade if that Chychrun alleged trade would have had any smoke to it. One last question for you before I let you shill and tell everyone where to find you. This has been perceived as being a very weak prospect pool in terms of defensemen. It has gotten a little better, but I'm just going to throw about 6 names at you. I want you to rank them. Okay? Just some of the more notable ones. So we have Soderstrom, Kesselring, Duda, Simachev, Maximilian Szuber, and I just blanked the 6th one. I just completely blanked it. We can go with Galchenyuk. I was thinking another younger guy, but I blanked it, so we'll go Galchenyuk.
Was it was the guy they recently Lamoureux?
Did I say Lamoureux? I thought I said Lamoureux.
No, you didn't say Lamoureux.
Langlois.
Okay, so we'll make it those 8 guys then. Cool. So Soderstrom, Kesselring, Duda, Simachev, Szuber, Galchenyuk, Lamoureux, and Langlois. Okay, cool. If I was to rank those 8 guys, Simachev is number 1 without much hesitation. To me, number 2, I would say, is Duda, followed by Lamoureux. I just like Duda's upside a little bit more, but Lamoureux is a crazy project. I mean, if he can pan out, you got something there for sure. Beyond that, so those 3 I think are the top tier for me. Beyond that, I think I go with Kesselring and then Galchenyuk. They're really close. They're both really on the cusp. And it's funny, we're at a point here these last 3 but I've forgotten Victor. No, Victor is number 4 for me. Victor is above those 2 guys. So it goes Soderstrom and then Galchenyuk and then Kesselring. Those 2 are sort of interchangeable. I might like Kesselring a bit more. Then, I really like Jeremy Langlois. I mean, I like him a lot. If I'm looking at Calgary, where I'm from, I take Jeremy Langlois over pretty much every prospect they have on D except for Jeremy Poirier and maybe Etienne Morin. But, I mean, I like Langlois a lot. And that kind of leads Maximilian Szuber at the bottom by default. But, I don't really know that much about him. I mean, he's a 6th-round pick. He's playing in the German league. He'll be back there again this year. So we won't really see him in Arizona for a while yet. But, that's a guy who if he comes over and he turns into something right away, then you've got found money. Just, the versatility and the depth they've got back there in terms of their prospect pool, it's really something.
What a difference that year makes. Although I thought that with signing him, they were planning on sending him to the AHL this year, but he might be a year off from eligibility.
Yeah, no, he's eligible. It's just I think they're keeping him over there on loan. It reminds me of something that happened with a Calgary guy named Johannes Schinval, who signed a 2-year deal with the Flames, and he played his first year of that contract on loan to HV71 in Sweden. And then he came over and he immediately got hurt and missed most of the season, and then he left. But that was, I think, what they're trying to do with Szuber is have him be signed but stay over there to develop, play big minutes in the German league against men, which you could say the German league is on par with the American league. And, I think you might be right. It's a really good league. It's better than people think it is. And then you come over and have him go on the 2nd pair in Tucson or the 1st pair in Tucson when he comes over. I think that makes a whole lot of sense. So it's tough to rank those 8 guys, but Simachev's definitely number 1. Szuber is definitely number 8. And then between there, it's kind of a crapshoot. I wouldn't put it past you if you said that you were going to put Galchenyuk at number 2. I mean, it all really is your cup of tea. That's just my thought. Yeah.
It's amazing what a couple of years has done to restock the cupboards on defense, because that was the need. And even us going into this draft, we as Coyotes fans accepted that was a need. And you get that true number 1 defensive prospect and a couple extra depth guys, and they've done a really good job helping to fix the D prospects to where I wouldn't be surprised if over the next year one of those guys is no longer in the system and they trade him on for another asset or another. Hey, we want to get this 23-year-old guy that Boston can't pay or Florida can't pay or something like that.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think that's a very good point. But
anyway, I appreciate you've given me an hour of your time. I I need you to look at this camera right here. You need to tell everyone, where can they find you? Because, well, you probably already know who Mike Gould is. He's, like I said, an actual a person in the media. But go ahead and tell the folks where they can find you.
Well, I've been cranking out stories over the last couple of days over Daily Face-Off. I've probably written about 40 of them. Just going completely crazy with UFA. That's what always goes on. July 1st and about the middle of March are always the craziest times for us. So yeah, I've been over at Daily Face-Off, breaking stuff. I broke a signing today, sort of, with Matthew Phillips going to Washington. I'm really excited for him. Heard about that one, and really excited for him. And I think people can know they can find me on Twitter at Mike T. Gould. And yeah, I'm around. I'll be in the desert hopefully this fall, maybe over the winter as well. I know the Flames are going to be there in January. So yeah, I know I'm looking forward to being back at the Mullett. It's a great rink. Even after the Coyotes are done there, I'll always love going back to the Mullett because it's just such a unique and interesting facility. Hopefully there are a whole lot of different cool events that continue to happen there. I know you're very familiar with that rink by now. So
yep.
Maybe I'll get to see a Sun Devils game this year. I'll try and link that up because that was something that I regretted not being able to do last year while Doan was still there. So yeah, it's something that I hope to do this year for sure.
Yeah, and it should be a very interesting squad, but I'll be talking Sun Devils at another time, and hopefully when you're back in town for the Calgary game, we'll have that signed and sealed deal for the new arena, and we can stop talking about it. We can stop talking
fingers
about it.
Crossed. Yeah, fingers crossed. No
your
kidding.
Time. And
of course.
Remember, go support friend of the show, one of the better Canadians that we all know in the Valley, Mike Gould, wherever he goes and whatever he's doing, which is always bigger and better things that we're doing here in the Valley. But that's just because we're hyping up Mike Gould over here. How's it going? The Arizona Coyotes were absolutely busy on day one of free agency, surprising pretty much everyone in the market, including guys like Craig Morgan. The Arizona Coyotes didn't sign just one guy. They didn't sign two. They signed 6 players on July 1st, day one of free agency, including 3 players returning for second or third go-around. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump right into it and talk about the players the Coyotes signed on day one of free agency. We're going to start off with one that I really like. We're going to start off with a guy that I actually wanted them to look at, but then when I saw that he scored over 20 goals last year, I figured he wouldn't consider signing in Arizona, and I was proven wrong. He did. The Arizona Coyotes signed winger Jason Zucker to a 1-year, $5.3 million contract. I was told they were going bargain bin shopping, but no, they actually paid fair market value, if not maybe a little higher than fair market value for Jason Zucker, who did struggle when he first got to Pittsburgh, which is kind of why he came to mind for me. I'm like, hey, that's a reclamation project. But last year in 78 games, he had 48 points, 27 goals, 21 assists. If you put him on a line with Matias Maccelli, Dylan Gunther, someone like that, good things can happen. And Jason Zucker has the potential to have a 25-30 goal season for the Arizona Coyotes, and that is just a phenomenal player to be able to get in free agency. On top of that, Jason Zucker was talking in the interview how he was actually intrigued with this market, with the team they're building, and he mentioned guys like Keller and Maccelli that he wants to play with. I love this signing, and it also shows that more players are willing to sign in Arizona. More players are seeing what they're doing here, and they actually want to come here. They want to be a part of it. So honestly, I really love this signing, and on top of that, it's a 1-year contract. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, Jason Zucker sucks, which it would be a new contract year. I highly doubt he will suck. But if he did, it's only on the books for 1 year. Oh, he's not playing all that well for you? Well, 50% retained. You can get like a 3rd, 4th round pick for him. I don't see a downside. This is a phenomenal signing, and Jason, welcome to the Valley. Next up, the Arizona Coyotes, they reacquired Nick Bjugstad, but not just like on a 1-year contract. Nick Bjugstad signed a 2-year, $4.2 million contract, getting a little bit of a raise, making a little more than $2 million per year, and honestly, the fit was perfect. Nick Bjugstad was playing consistent second-line minutes in Arizona, and he was excelling. He was playing very well, centering Matias Maccelli and Lawson Krause, kind of helping to elevate them a little bit. And in 59 games with the Coyotes last year, he had 13 goals and 10 assists for 23 points, more than anyone thought he was going to get. Then he goes to Edmonton, scoring 4 goals and 2 assists before the playoff run, and you know what? He played okay, but he was not going to play that top 6 role, obviously, in Edmonton. But getting that solid middle 6 role in Arizona, getting those minutes, this is phenomenal. He's also a leader in the locker room. He's talking about how he wanted to come back here specifically, talking about how he likes what they're doing here. He wants to be on the ground level and help him in any way he can. I love Nick Bjugstad. Love him as a player.
player, loved them bringing him back. This is a very good veteran presence as well as a skilled forward. Zucker is 31, Bjugstad is 30. You're getting guys that are pretty much at the tail end of their prime coming here to play for the Arizona Coyotes. It's a good sight to see. Next up, Kelly's back, baby! That is right, Alex Galchenyuk is back for his third go-around with the Coyotes. On top of that, he never sold his house in the Valley. He talked about it when he came back last time a couple of years ago, where he always just felt like he was meant to play here. He feels like Arizona is home, and he wasn't going to sell that house. He's coming back. It's a 1-year, 2-way contract, league minimum, $775,000, so he very likely is going to play in Tucson for the most part. But having Alex Galchenyuk back is really good for me because I'm really high on this guy, and considering the fact that he was tied for leading goal scorers back when he was on the Coyotes the first time, he's a hardworking guy that, in my opinion, just doesn't get enough credit. Now, he did struggle last year playing for Colorado. For the most part, he was playing down with the Colorado Eagles, the AHL, but he did get some NHL time. He was then traded to Nashville. They did not offer him a contract, and the Arizona Coyotes got to swoop in and lock down a 29-year-old player who's a solid, hard-working player that you can have down in the AHL, helping to lead those guys, helping to kind of build that winning culture that you also know is an NHL player that can play a responsible bottom six game if you need to have him come up for a couple of games or so. I'm really excited to have Alex Galchenyuk back, and I really like this signing. Next up, the Arizona Coyotes, they brought back Troy Stecher on a 1-year, $1.75 million contract. The 29-year-old defenseman in 61 games last year for the Coyotes had 7 assists, and you know what you're getting with Stecher. Stecher is a good defensive player, hard working. He's not exactly a shutdown or anything, but that's a good guy to have in the locker room, good guy to have on the ice, good guy to kind of help develop guys like Victor Soderstrom, Michael Kesselring. I like this signing. I liked Stecher last year, and technically we won that trade now because we actually retained one of the players, which is funny because we retained the player that we traded. The Arizona Coyotes also signed goaltender Matt Villalta. A 23-year-old goaltender, had solid numbers last year in the AHL for the Ontario Reign. 265 goals against, .910 save percentage. That is a much better goaltender to have kind of lighting a fire underneath Ivan Prosvetov than John Gillies. And again, nothing against John Gillies. John Gillies seems like a very nice guy. He seemed like a decent player. He's definitely not on the same level as Matt Villalta, who's going to be a much better backup to hopefully kind of motivate Ivan and help get him where he needs to be, because Ivan Prosvetov kind of needs to push for that backup spot in Arizona this season, so having him dominate in the AHL is going to help, and having Villalta right there should help motivate him and also give Tucson the depth they need, so that way if Prosy gets called up or injured or something like that, they still have a really good goaltender. And finally, what was probably the biggest shock for me, alright, I know the Jason Zucker thing, I wanted that to happen but didn't think it would. The Arizona Coyotes signed former Toronto Maple Leaf Alex Kerfoot to a 2-year, $7 million contract, paying him $3.5 million a year. The 28-year-old forward played 82 games last year for Toronto, scoring 10 goals and 22 assists for 32 points. He's a very good middle six forward, adding some scoring depth, some center depth. I'm so confused why he chose to come here. Look, I get it. Bill Armstrong and Andre Tourigny have done a phenomenal job rebuilding and reestablishing the culture here to be a good culture that players want to come here and play. But Alex Kerfoot is choosing Arizona over Toronto, and while I do personally know a lot of players want to play in Arizona, it is relatively rare to have players that have complete agency choose Arizona over Toronto. And now I know Toronto was probably not offering him the money he wanted, but at the same time, this is still a guy right there in the prime of his career, 28 years old, saying, I want to be in Arizona. And he was talking about the organization and how that's why he wanted to come here, because he's been impressed with the organization. Hell, Jason Zucker was actually praising the visitors' locker rooms and talking about how, yeah, you had a little area outside you can kick a soccer ball and get some sunshine. I know the area he's talking about, and that was kind of the design of, hey, we want to have a nice little area outside for the guys to get a little bit of exercise and kick the soccer ball around. I thought players hated Mullett Arena. I thought players would never want to play in a Mullett Arena. That's right. Don't believe stupid narratives you hear, but the Arizona Coyotes, in my opinion, they have to be the biggest winner in free agency. There is no way they lost any of these because Bill Armstrong achieved his mission. He wanted to improve the team. He wanted to get better players. He wanted to sign contracts now that would not hurt them in 2 or 3 years, and none of these contracts do. Nick Bjugstad and Alex Kerfoot are the only multi-year contracts, and they are 2-year contracts where, worst case scenario, you can move both of those very reasonable cap hits a year from now when the salary cap goes up if they don't play well or just don't fit in Arizona. It's no risk. It is literally no risk, potentially really high reward, and the Arizona Coyotes should be a much better, much more competitive team because last year, They were a scrappy team that surprised people. They were a hard-working team that had some good skilled players. Now this roster has been elevated, obviously, through drafting and trying to develop your own prospects, but through free agency to give them more talent, to give them a better overall top 9, where looking at this top 9 the way it's projected out this season, this is the best top 9 the Coyotes have had since 2019-2020 when they made the playoffs. I'm happy. This is literally a best case scenario free agency. They also added a couple more depth signings on day 2, but I'll talk about that in another video. I wanted to just focus on how productive the Coyotes were in day 1 of free agency, and honestly, I'm just happy. I am ecstatic that they went out there, they got the job done, and they got some good players that want to play in Arizona. How's it going? Now that I've had some time to kind of digest the Arizona Coyotes draft, let's go ahead and look at all the prospects they drafted and just give you my brief thoughts on them. Starting off with the first round, 6th overall defenseman Dmitry Simachev. This is a prospect that if you saw my live stream, I had never heard of the guy. I didn't really know how to react. But I did want to make sure I was abundantly clear that I was not going to offer an opinion because I kind of didn't really have one. But after listening to Craig Morgan's reporting, after listening to multiple actual scouts talk about this kid's defensive ability is phenomenal, and he has that first pair upside with him most likely being a top 4 regardless. And yes, while this season in the KHL he only played in 18 games scoring no points, an 18-year-old kid playing in the KHL, a grown men's league, it is one of the best leagues in the entire world, that's impressive. And the Arizona Coyotes showed a little bit of footage of him. He's really good with body positioning, and even Elite Prospects prospect profile kind of backs this up, where he's really good with positioning as well as tight defensive coverage. On top of that, while it was a couple of isolated plays, and I do believe this footage came from the MHL, which is essentially the AHL for the KHL, he can move the puck around pretty decently, so if he can develop that offensive game, this is a potential number 1 shutdown defenseman that should be minimum top 4, that if you can unlock a little bit of offensive upside, that is phenomenal. Next up at 12th overall, Simachev's teammate in the KHL, Daniil Boot. Kid is massive. 6'5", over 200 pounds, and pretty much, in my opinion, this kid was drafted to play with Lawson Crouse. I said it before and I'll say it again. The Twin Towers line of Lawson Crouse on the left, Daniil Boot on the right, or if you want to get a little weird and switch it up a little bit, that has amazing potential. On top of that, Daniil Boot has been described as a player that's really good with his hands. It's been described as being able to accept a pass and then transition very well into either creating another pass or getting a shot off. That is perfect to play with Lawson Crouse, and this kid has a lot of top 6 potential. On top of that, Richie was telling me about this kid's shot. I know it's a pretty long wind back, but you can kind of tweak that as you're developing, but this kid has power in his shot. Imagine the 1-tees, dude. It's not going to be Ovechkin levels, but if this kid can develop, if he does make it to the NHL level, the one-timer opportunities are going to be there, and it's going to be phenomenal. Last year in the KHL, he played in 15 games, scoring 2 goals, but remember, once again, that's an 18-year-old kid playing with men. Next up, 2nd round, 38th overall, the Arizona Coyotes drafted a goaltender, Michael Rabel. Solid USHL numbers last year, 286 goals against, 908 save percentage. But the interesting thing to me about Rabel is the fact that going into this draft, I've just been kind of casually consuming other content heading into the draft, and Rabel's name was brought up multiple times as unanimously being one of the top 2 goaltending prospects, and the Coyotes end up grabbing this guy with their 2nd round pick. I think that's a really good selection. And what the Coyotes did overall with the goaltending is they essentially log-jammed that position to where if Ivan Prototype doesn't work out, if Anton Thornton doesn't work out, you have 3 more goaltenders coming down the pipeline. The Arizona Coyotes right now have kind of fixed the goaltending and defensive depth issues they have in the prospect pool. Next up, we have the Coyotes' 4 third-round draft picks, starting off with 70th overall, forward Jonathan Castagna. Everywhere else, I've said Castagna because it's funny, but I do want to actually give some respect to his name. 6'3" center from the OJHL, I do believe that is Canadian high school hockey. Only 1 game played last year. It's pretty much look that they wanted a big, sizable center. There you go. You take a chance on the kid. I don't have too much to say about him, but it is an interesting pick. 2 selections later, 72nd overall, the Arizona Coyotes selected forward Noel Nord. Played 10 games in the Swedish Hockey League last year, and once again, I kind of don't know too much about him, but pretty much what I've heard about him is it's a decent, interesting pick that if you can develop into something, you have a little bit of size there. The Arizona Coyotes definitely like having size on the wings, but Elite Prospects does describe Nord as a smart offensive player, and he played, from what I can tell, pretty decently at the World Juniors, so there you go. Next up, 81st overall, center from the USHL, Tanner Ludke. I love this pick, but for completely selfish reasons. I just want to go ahead and read off his stats real quick from the USHL. So in 2021-22, 24 games, 1 goal, no assists, 1 point. Then last year, 22-23, he had a massive step forward, 57 games, 32 goals, 34 assists, 66 points. He put up the offensive numbers, and if he can translate any of that, that could be a solid middle 6 forward. But one thing I really like about this kid is he actually has an Arizona connection. His grandparents, they lived in Sun City, so he actually grew up going to Javin.com Arena cheering for the Coyotes. He actually was happy to be drafted by this team. He was talking about how he knew the Coyotes were interested in him, so every time they came up in the third round, he'd kind of get giddy a little bit. He's got some good tools, he's got some good size, and on top of that, he has that Arizona connection that I personally love a lot. And on top of that, he seemed excited to be a Coyote. So far, all these kids really seemed excited to be Coyotes, especially Simachev and Boot. They were ecstatic to be picked by this team, but also guys like Tanner Ludke, and I love stories like that. Next up, 7 picks later, their final third-round pick, 88th overall, Vadim Moroz. 5 goals, 9 assists, 14 points in the KHL last season. I do believe he's 19, so it's draft year +1. I actually had Mike Gould on the show last night as of recording, and he was very high on this kid. So I'm definitely going to refer back to that long 1-hour interview I had with him on the channel if you want more detailed thoughts. But Moroz actually should be a really good offensive prospect, and the fact the Arizona Coyotes got him in the third round, you really can't complain. Next up, 4th round, 102nd overall, the Arizona Coyotes grabbed Terrell Goldsmith. Richie described him very, very briefly as a D-bag. Massive 6'4" defenseman, over 100 penalty minutes last year. This is a defender that's kind of the Kevin Connaughton type, where he's just big, lumbering, he hits, he gets involved, he fights. With a 4th round pick, I don't mind that at all. The 4th round pick, you can go ahead and grab that, and it's good to have that in your system, because even if he just caps out at being an AHL defenseman, that's going to add some size and grit to the Tucson Roadrunners. Next up, 134th overall, the Arizona Coyotes select goaltender Melker Thielen. This and the next 3 picks, I don't really have too much to say on, so I'm just going to essentially give you the picks because this is another goaltending prospect. At the very least, it's going to add to the goaltending depth. I will know more when I actually get to see the kid play live. 160th overall defenseman Justin Kipke, doing another good job of trying to get a sizable defenseman in the system. 2 picks later, 162nd overall, they got center Samu Bao. Other than having a solid name, you have more center depth. He's got some size to him. I think that's a 6th round pick. They had, I think, 3 6th round picks. I have no complaints there. And finally, at 166th overall, their final 6th round pick and their final pick of the draft, they drafted goaltender Carson Musser, who once again adds that goaltending depth, but I won't really have too much to say on him until I see him live. And that is the Arizona Coyotes 2023 draft, and honestly, I love it. I love the fact they went for all size. They fixed so many issues in terms of they got goaltending, they got defense, they got more forwards, including more centers. They did everything in their power to essentially fully restock the cupboards. They picked 12 players. That is the most in Arizona Coyotes history. Don't care about the Jets, talking about the Coyotes. I do believe 10 or 11 picks was their last highest. They picked 12 players, damn near a whole team. They basically drafted an entire team. I just want to go ahead and give a lot of credit to the Arizona Coyotes scouting staff, the fact that they were one of the few teams, I think it was one of 2 or 3 teams, that actually live scouted Russian players. They went into Belarus, and that's where they watched Simachev and Boot. I'm also assuming they watched Moroz there. It's one of those things where they actually went so far out of their way to scout the players that most people only had access to footage of these players. They did the work, and hopefully this pays off because Simachev has the toolkit to be that #1 defenseman, especially with that lockdown defensive aspect. Reminds me a lot of Yanis Moser, the Bieniek McCulloch, really good in that tight, close game. But on top of that, Daniil Boot has a lot of size, a really good shot, and he also can move the puck very well. Very good at being able to transition from accepting the pass to shooting to cycling it back around, finding a new pass target. You have really good players there, and then a lot of size. A really good goaltending prospect in Rabel. I love this draft. Honestly, we're not going to fully know for like 3 to 5 years. You never fully know until a few years out. But on the surface, the kind of prospects they got, I like them. And yes, I want to briefly address there were multiple reports that Matvei Michkov did not want to be here. Craig Morgan reported the meeting did not go well, so it makes logical sense why you would, not want to waste your pick on that, and you want to go for a guy that, like Bill Armstrong's been consistent with, wants to be here. So yeah, I like this draft. I like a lot of the upside these kids got, and one of the things that the head scout said at the end of the draft was, now for next year's draft, they can focus solely on best player available because they've eliminated all of their needs. This situation sucks, and I don't really want to talk about it, but this does need to be discussed. This does need to be covered, so I'm just going to talk about it one take style and upload it for 8 a.m. in the morning. It's almost midnight right now, so let's go ahead and just jump right into it. Right when I'm pulling into work this morning, right around, 8-something, 8:40-something, this tweet goes live by the Arizona Coyotes PR Twitter account, and the Arizona Coyotes announced that they have placed forward Alex Galchenyuk on unconditional waivers for purposes of contract termination, and it was very strongly worded that the club will have no future comments.
And that is a big thing. Whenever you place a contract for termination, there has to be a breach of contract. Or, Philip Zadina, I know it could be seen as a little more common right now because Zadina and the Detroit Red Wings had a mutual understanding and they both decided to break up the contract. But just destroying a contract, terminating it, is not that common, and it typically has to do with bigger events and breaches of the contract and bad conduct off the ice. So it ended up usually is serious, and as I was kind of considering reading comments and looking at that statement, one of my first reactions was, please don't be a domestic incident, because preparing for the worst, I don't know. I don't know Alex. I'm not going to assume he is the kind of guy that would do that, but we don't know these people. So that was a bit of my concern. Luckily, all right, Katie Strang actually did have good reporting on this. She contacted the Scottsdale police and got confirmation that on July 9th, Alex Galchenyuk was arrested for multiple charges, including hit and run of private property. There was confirmation that there was no injuries, nobody was hurt, nothing like that. And as of right now, there has been zero confirmation that there is any sort of illicit substances or alcohol in his system. So as of right now, there is no DUI or DWI, which is good, because I'm not going to lie, I'm just going to be completely honest here. If this was a DUI situation, I would not be able to sympathize at all or be able to make this video. Just straight up, because there is no excuse for it. That being said, these charges are still potentially, they're bad, but I don't know if it's just because I was preparing for the absolute worst. It doesn't feel as bad, but it's still a bad situation. It's a hit and run, damage to private property. There's threatening, failure to obey, resisting arrest. There's a couple of charges on here that, while it's all misdemeanors, he'll probably end up, I do believe the proceedings start on August 11th, he'll probably end up with probation and a fine, and that's the consequences for his actions. Whatever happened, whatever is going to happen as a result, are the consequences for Alex Galchenyuk's actions, and part of those consequences is having his contract terminated, but the NHLPA has already confirmed they are going to be looking into this, and for good reason. Look, they have a union, it is what it is, and the union should be holding up any contract termination to scrutiny to make sure it's actually for a valid reason. And I do believe it was Craig Morgan reached out to Bill Daly and got confirmation that the NHL was made aware of the situation and made themselves available to be available for advice. They wanted to make sure that they can give proper advice to the Arizona Coyotes regarding the situation. So I'm going to assume that this is not only seen as the right call within the organization, but that it will have some weight to it, and I'm not entirely sure if if it will be turned over, it will be pushed back. But for Alex's sake, so long as again we don't get any big revelations, I do hope that the contract ends up being upheld and he can play in Tucson the second half of the year, because I don't want this guy throwing away his life at 29 years old over whatever's going on in his life. Look, I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a therapist. I'm not smart in general. I'm just a dude that loves my hockey team, that wants to make videos covering the team. Whatever's going on in his life, because you don't do whatever's going on with this police report if your life is going 100% A-okay. Whatever's going on, Alex, if you need help, please reach out. I do hope the Players Association will still he'll have access to whatever help he needs, every resources. I do hope that even if the contract is terminated, he gets that help, because while, again, the arrest, the probable fines, the probable probation or community service is consequences for his actions, as of right now, those actions are not to the level that they are unforgivable, and there should be a path forward for him to fix whatever's going on and be able to get back to his career, be it playing for the Tucson Roadrunners, playing for another team, playing over in the Euro Leagues, or getting a job within hockey. I hope he gets whatever help he needs. Whatever's going on, he gets it resolved, and he's able to get back on track, because no one's life should be thrown away at 29 years old. And again, this wasn't a situation where it was something irredeemable, like, God forbid, someone lost their life here. Luckily, that's not what's going on here, but just, this situation sucks. It sucks all around, and I wish the best for Alex. I'm glad that, as of right now, it isn't bigger than it is. Whatever fines you gotta pay, pay for the property you damaged, and get help. And hopefully, I'll see you in a Tucson Kachina. But even if I don't, I hope that you do land on your feet and that this is what it is and it ends up not being any worse. But there you go. The Arizona Coyotes have placed Alex Galchenyuk on unconditional waivers for purposes of contract termination, and we will know at about noon today, as you're seeing it, so about 4 hours after it goes live, whether or not he ends up clearing unconditional waivers. But whatever it is, I'm going to assume he will probably end up clearing, but there you go. Alright, we got some big news on the RFA signing front. That is right, the Arizona Coyotes made 2 RFA signings yesterday. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. First and foremost, per Craig Morgan, the Arizona Coyotes have re-signed Matias Maccelli to a 3-year, $3.425 million contract. Here's the contract breakdown by Craig Morgan. Not gonna lie, that is a solid deal for the Arizona Coyotes and Matias Maccelli. He gets a pretty substantial pay bump. Maccelli is coming off of a season where he missed 18 games, played 64 games, 11 goals, 38 assists, 49 points. He led the league last year for rookie assists. He also led the league in rookie points per game, and if he would have played additional games, he would have had more points than Matty Beniers. Matias Maccelli is such a solid player, 22 years old, so take him until he's 25, right there in the prime of his career. The kid is fast, he is smart, he has a phenomenal pass. I will not stop at the Ray Whitney comparisons. He is ridiculously smart, knows exactly where to put that puck to find his teammates, and even though shooting is like his fourth instinct, he has an NHL level shot that if he continues to develop that, he could probably top out at right around 20 goals a season. So $3.425 million cap hit for a player that's going to be somewhere around a 50 to 60 point scorer, that is phenomenal. This is a great value contract. Matias Maccelli gets that pay bump. The Arizona Coyotes get that stability with him. And Matias Maccelli will be a Coyote for at least the next 3 years. But that wasn't the only RFA the Arizona Coyotes signed, because Ivan Prosvetov, that is right, Ivan the Terrible, he is back for a 1-year contract. I think it's around an $800,000 cap hit. A little more guaranteed money in the AHL, but he can deal with all that. He can deal with a little bit extra money. I'm going to deal with him being back for 1 more year. The 24-year-old goaltender is coming off of a stint in the NHL last season where he impressed until he stopped. Last season, here are the save percentages he had for the first 3 games he played. .975, .935, and .941. Then over his next 4 games, he would surrender at least 4 goals against per game, with 2 of those games being 700 save percentages and 2 of them being 800 save percentages. Now, one of them was almost a 900 save percentage, but almost is just almost there. On the flip side, when you look at his whole career, his numbers at the NHL level are actually getting better. So, his first 3 seasons, he played 3 games. Next year, he also played 3 games. And then last season, he played 7 games for a total of 13 games to this point. 415, 422, and 398 goals against. So that goals against is starting to come down at the NHL level. And save percentage, 824, 875, and 880, meaning, yes, his goals against is getting better. His save percentage has improved every single year. And at that current trajectory, he will be right around a 900 save percentage in a couple of years. But obviously, he's not exactly where the Coyotes want him to be yet. But they've also done a lot of interesting things, like give him a really good backup goaltender in Tucson, draft a lot of goaltending prospects, already have goaltending prospects like Anson Thornton and Rasmus Cronin in the system. While he will still be an RFA at the end of this season with arbitration rights, it does kind of feel like this is that show-me year for Ivan Prosvetov, because if he does not show that he has that NHL level potential, that NHL starter potential, this will probably be the last year. And as a big Ivan Prosvetov fan myself, I hope he fights for the backup job in the NHL, forcing the Coyotes to trade off one of their goaltenders. That is what I hope, because I am really high on Prosvetov and I really want him to do well. So Ivan, welcome back, and please get the job done, man. I want you to be in Arizona. Next up, Craig Morgan also had a small update when it came to the other RFAs the Arizona Coyotes have, so here's the tweet. Yanyanik's qualifying offer has expired and there's been no progress on a new deal. And Jack McBain's arbitration hearing is scheduled for July 30th with so far no new progress on a deal. Yanyanik, I'm not too surprised about. Look, he is a decent AHL level player. His last NHL stint was not very good. He's probably not exactly on the Coyotes' radar considering how many good young prospects they have in the system. I'm going to assume he's not going to re-sign, or if he does, it'll be a little bit later on. It'll be a 1-year contract and it'll be his last contract with the Coyotes. Hopefully he proves me wrong. Hopefully he gets another contract. Hopefully he plays better. But he's looking like just an AHL level talent, so at least let's get him back in Tucson. And then with Jack McBain, Bill, get this one done. Jack McBain is a great bottom six forward, a lot of size, has a good shot. We need to keep this guy, all right? It'll get done. It'll probably be like a Lawson Krause situation where it's like an hour before arbitration starts because, you know what, we get out of bed a little bit late here in Arizona, but just get that one done because if Jackery McBain goes somewhere else, I will be a little depressed. And there you go. That is your update. Matias Maccelli is going to be here for 3 more years. Ivan Prosvetov is back for 1 more. Yan Yannick is looking like he's not going to return, and Jack McBain needs to re-sign. The Arizona Coyotes made some depth signings over the last week or so. Let's go ahead and take a look at them. We'll start off on July 8th. The Arizona Coyotes agreed to a 1-year contract extension with forward Nate Smith. The 24-year-old forward was originally acquired by the Arizona Coyotes in exchange for a second-round pick from the Winnipeg Jets back in 2022. Last season, in 64 games for the Tucson Roadrunners, Smith recorded 12 goals and 15 assists for 27 points. This move does maintain some depth for Tucson. I do want to see him take a bit of a step forward because Nate Smith showed a lot of promise in the very brief stint he had in the 2021-22 season, and by comparison, his performance in Tucson last season just left me disappointed. That being said, he's only 24 years old. Hopefully this year in Tucson, he's a 20-plus goal scorer. Next up, on July 11th, the Arizona Coyotes signed free agent defenseman Montana Onyebuchi, phenomenal name, to a 2-year contract. Onyebuchi is 23 years old, 6'3", 220 pounds. This is a big kid. And last year for the San Jose Barracuda, he played in 35 games, scoring 3 goals and 7 assists for 10 points. The reason you bring in a guy like Montana Onyebuchi is to bring some size to Tucson's defense, as well as give the Arizona Coyotes a valuable defenseman to call up if you have some injuries. Welcome to the pack, Montana. Next up, on July 12th, the Arizona Coyotes signed defenseman Travis Dermott to a 1-year contract. The 6', 202-pound defenseman only played in 11 games for Vancouver last season, going through a lot of injuries, so hopefully this will end up being a bounce-back season for him. The 26-year-old defenseman has only played in 279 career NHL games. He recorded 14 goals and 41 assists for 45 points in that time, so definitely not bad, but I'm looking for defense with him. I'm not exactly expecting offense. Next up, on July 14th, the Arizona Coyotes signed forward Zach Sanford to a 1-year contract. That's right, the former Blue now plays for the Coyotes. Sanford has some size, 6'4", 207 pounds. He spent most of last season in the AHL playing for the Milwaukee Admirals. He played 45 games, scoring 12 goals and 16 assists for 28 points. As someone who actually likes the St. Louis Blues, someone who actually has a lot of friends that are St. Louis Blues fans, what you're going to get from Sanford is someone that's probably a middle to bottom 6 forward at this point of his career. He will flash some brilliance. He will show some upside, score some goals, do some nice stuff, and he will also disappear and absolutely frustrate you. So heading into this one, just expect a decent bottom 6 forward who will primarily play in Tucson. Regardless, the Arizona Coyotes add a Stanley Cup champion, so make of that what you will. And finally, on July 15th, the Arizona Coyotes signed forward Justin Kirkland to a 1-year contract. Apparently his nickname is Costco, so great nickname. Will he be the one buying hot dogs this time instead of Phil? 26 years old, 6'3", $194. And last year at the San Diego Gulls, he played in 32 games, scoring 9 goals and 9 assists for 18 points, so he's a roadrunner. You sign him to go down to Tucson, and maybe if you have some injuries, you can call him up. There you go. Those are the 5 players the Coyotes signed, 1 being a re-signing, the other 4 being brand new free agents, 2 defensemen, 3 forwards, so you have a full starting lineup right there. Expect all these players to play primarily in Tucson, but depth is depth, and I like most of these signings. Especially Montana Onyebuchi. That is a phenomenal name. Mike Gould, thank you very much for reporting that one like a week and a half before it happened. Too bad I couldn't find your tweet. I've been up all night making Rattlers content, alright? I got one more video in me, and it has to be Coyotes related, because while at work, okay, can I just ask a favor of Arizona sports, specifically the Coyotes, Craig Morgan, all y'all? Can you break news when I'm home? Can you do it when it's a weekend and I actually got time to, whatever. Today, Craig Morgan put out the following tweet, and if you've been connected, if you've been following Craig Morgan, you've been actually paying attention to the news cycle out here, this should not be that much of a surprise in theory, but let's go ahead and talk about the tweet first. Per source, there is momentum towards Logan Cooley signing his ELC to play for the Coyotes this season.
Cooley previously announced that he returned to Minnesota for his sophomore season, but he left the door open in this Q&A that I conducted with him. That article is from July 5th, 2023, right around rookie camp, because, again, if you actually pay attention to Arizona sports, you pay attention to the Coyotes, you actually read Craig Morgan's stuff. This should not theoretically be surprising because Craig interviewed him at the very beginning of rookie camp. It was one of the first questions that came up. It was more so clarifying why he went back to college and how much of an impact the arena had, which he did acknowledge the arena did have an impact because, well, when you go from having that set plan to potentially not, it is completely logical for a kid to want to try to make the best possible decision for himself, which I fully support, mind you, because if this would have been a distraction heading into the season, that's not the best environment for him to play hockey. It would have just been better for him to go back to the NCAA, focus on his game, and keep developing. But we got the update from Javier Gutierrez, a very public update at the NHL draft. They are down to about 6 sites, and Craig Morgan's reporting about 2 weeks before that was that they are in deep negotiations with the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community to build on land in the 101 corridor. And look at that, one of the areas that Gutierrez specifically said was the 101 corridor. Now, I'm not entirely sure that's going to be the one that gets done, but with how much progress they have made on the arena discussions in such a small amount of time, whatever Logan is being told behind the scenes, he already wanted to go pro. He was already talking about how he was leaning on going pro, but then after the arena vote, he decided to make that decision to go back to college. Whatever he is being told behind the scenes has to be very comforting for Coyotes fans, because even if he does not sign the ELC, the fact that it was already kind of shaky, he was considering it at rookie camp, he still wanted to turn pro, and now Elliot Friedman is responding to Craig Morgan saying he wouldn't be shocked if it happened in the next 24 to 48 hours. Relocation bros are probably going to be on life support with this one, because all this means is great news, and that is all of the side stuff, the off-ice stuff. Now we get to look at the actual lineup, and at the top 9 looks anything like Clayton Keller, Barrett Hayton, Nick Schmaltz, Matthias Michelli, Logan Cooley, Dylan Gunther, Lawson Krause, Nick Bjugstad, and Jason Zucker. I haven't even mentioned Alex Kerfoot and Jack McBain. The top 9 / the entire 4 forward lines for the Coyotes has not looked this good in years. Dare I say, since 2018-2019. Keep your expectations realistic, all right? I already had them projected at continuing to take those forward steps. I said I think for about a week or two stretch, they'll look like a playoff team, but they ultimately will not make it. If you add Logan Cooley, they might actually maintain a wild card spot for a few weeks. I still don't think they're quite a playoff team. Steve Peters made a very good point about this defense. While the offense has gotten a lot better, including getting guys like Sean Durzi on the back end, the defense still has a lot to prove and has a lot of developing to do, and the goaltending still has to remain consistent. So all of that with a grain of salt, they are still probably not a playoff team this upcoming season. That being said, they are going to be a ridiculously fun team to watch, and you have no idea how excited I am. Just the prospect. Again, we already knew. Coyotes fans already knew this. Craig Morgan already knew it. Even idiots like me knew it, because I pay attention to the actual reporting. Knew that Logan Cooley wanted to turn pro. Knew that this was a difficult decision for him, and that he was still a little flip-floppy on it. He wasn't fully committed to one decision or the other, and the fact that we're sitting here at the very end of July and he is contemplating signing that ELC heading into training camp, this is an exciting time to be a Coyotes fan. All you have to know is that your best prospect, since I don't know who, I genuinely cannot think of a name of a prospect that has been this highly touted within the Coyote system. It was probably back when they were still in Winnipeg, or when they first came to Phoenix. Daniel Briere is the only one that comes to mind. Wants to sign here, and you might see him as soon as this season playing in the Mullett Arena. We're going to have a lot of fun this season. This is going to be a lot of fun if he signs. All right, definitely keep an eye on Twitter. The Coyotes were having a little bit of fun with it. They had this tweet I didn't think about whatsoever. It's like, oh, you know, 92 degrees, it starts cooling down. I was like, oh, it's about the weather. I didn't even think about that. It's still 112 outside today. And then the Cacti in number 92. The social media manager is having a lot of fun, and the Arizona Coyotes are definitely teasing something. I expect this to happen, all right? Leaning on Craig Morgan, leaning on Elliot Friedman, looking at how the social media team is having some fun with it, I fully expect this will get done, and by Friday, we will be talking about Logan Cooley, number 92, and how he's going to look heading into training camp and the start of his rookie season. Let's go. I'm excited. Logan, you are making the right decision unless you decide not to sign. This is going to be a very outdated video, but I have complete faith. And no, I will not be deleting this if he doesn't sign. Logan Cooley signed his contract, baby! Literally the next day, the day after I made that video, Logan Cooley signed his entry-level contract. The 3rd overall pick in the 2022 entry draft. The 2023 Hobie Baker Award finalist, Logan Cooley, the best Coyotes prospect they have had pretty much the entire time I've been a fan, elected to come play professionally instead of going back to college for one more year. This is a good day. This is not a good day. This is a great day for the Arizona Coyotes because now that center depth is ridiculous. There's one more contract they sign. I'll make another video about that. But right now your centers are Barrett Hayton, Logan Cooley, Nick Bjugstad, Jack McBain. Technically, you still have Travis Boyd. We are 2 years removed from first-line center Travis Boyd having his revenge season. We never have to think about that again. We don't have to rely on Travis Boyd being the first number one center. We don't need to because Barrett Hayton will probably end up taking that job this year. I do believe he's on a expiring contract, so it's going to be very interesting what they do with Barrett Hayton because they do have players like Connor Geeky, Sam Lipke, and they have some solid centers in the system, so it's going to be interesting what goes on with this team over the next couple of years, what kind of players they end up signing, what kind of players they develop, they trade for. It's going to be fun, but as of right now, looking ahead to the 2023-24 season, Logan Cooley is going to slot right in there, probably at the second line spot, most likely centering a line with Matias Maccelli and Lawson Krause so you can keep that pair together. However, with how good Nick Bjugstad was with them, that could be your third line, a Calder finalist and a 2-time 20-goal scorer on your third line, to then have Dylan Guenther and Jason Zucker on your second line playing with Logan Cooley. They have so much depth to actually look forward to. You can even have Jack McBain, for example, or Travis Boyd playing on one of the wings, so that way no matter what, you have a centerman that can take that face-off should Logan Cooley be tossed out the face-off circle. This gives the Arizona Coyotes so much wiggle room, so much ability to be able to maneuver. I am so excited for this. This literally is probably the best thing that could have happened to the Coyotes right now. I was so excited to make this video, I forgot to put the jersey back. But seriously, this is an exciting time to be a Coyotes fan because now the Arizona Coyotes already had a Calder finalist last year. If Logan Cooley is as advertised, which he very likely will be, you could have another. You could have back-to-back years of Coyotes players being in the top 3, top 4, top 5 of Calder finalists. One reason I'm so excited about this kid showing up, first and foremost, he's going from one maroon and gold to the next. Forks up. There you go. He'll be playing permanently at Mullett Arena. So this time, if you want to pull a Michigan, you can do it all you want. Just don't do it against ASU again. But last year, 39 games, 22 goals, 38 assists, 60 points. And then 7 goals and 7 assists for 14 points at the World Juniors. Logan Cooley, at that level, he is just a step above. He is pretty much what Dylan Guenther was in the WHL last year, times 3, 4, 5, somewhere in there. That is how good he is. He does not benefit from playing in the NCAA anymore. Obviously, you do have some of the arena stuff. Whatever they have told him behind the scenes, as a side note, Coyotes fans should be very excited about, because anything that they're saying behind the scenes that got Clayton Keller, gave him a satisfying answer, that got Logan Cooley to say, you know what, I'll actually sign here this year, I won't wait the extra year, is really good news. And what we got publicly was, we'll see you in January, and that was already good news with reported 6 sites being on the table right now. This is such a good day. This is such a bright day for the Arizona Coyotes organization. I cannot stop gushing about how fun this is going to be of a season to watch, because all I'm looking for out of him is good top 6 play. All right, Barrett Hayton is your number 1 center heading into the season. I do not expect Logan Cooley to take over that number 1 spot. However, I would not be surprised if he does at some point, or if he ends up playing with Clayton Keller, because he wants to emulate Clayton Keller, essentially. Him and Clayton are really good friends. I would not be surprised at all if he ends up playing with Clayton Keller at some point, but he will likely start off second or third line, earn his minutes, solid year. I do not think 20 goals and 50 points is out of the realm of possibility. I with how good he is, I think that might end up being a conservative estimate. However, I want to at least throw that out there. I would not be surprised with 20 goals and probably having some around 20, 30 assists. But who knows? Maybe he goes higher, lower. He is still a 19-year-old kid. We do have to take a slight step back. We do have to kind of think about it for a second. Make sure we're not getting too excited, but all I know is if you're a Coyotes fan, this is ridiculously good news. Logan, welcome to the desert. Thank you for making the correct decision. And next time you see me, I'll be talking about another contract signing. Chychrun McBain, the McBain pain train is back! McBain! The pain train is back! Whoop, whoop! I am making myself look really dumb here. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and one of the best pieces of news I could have got as a Chychrun McBain fan came down a few days ago, I think on Friday, so as y'all know, I am very punctual and on time with everything. Jack McBain has officially signed a 2-year contract extension, once again on the day of arbitration, narrowly avoiding said arbitration because Bill Armstrong, he likes the arbitration game. Look, Craig, I know that no one actually likes the arbitration game, but I swear to the gods, this man does because he takes everything down to the wire. And the funny thing is, Elliot Friedman, he reported the cap hit. It's $1.599999 million a year. And one of the best jokes I saw was that he grabbed a soda from the vending machine. And honestly, this is one of the few Coyotes jokes I actually thought was funny because, yeah, no, it's literally $1 off of a $1.6 million cap hit. It is so ridiculous. And look, I'm glad he's getting a raise. I'm glad he's getting paid over $1.5 million a year. Jack McBain, in my opinion, is worth that. But it also is funny, and it's also fun to acknowledge how funny it is that it's 9999999 million a year. Jack McBain. Anyway, on July 30th, I think it was Sunday, Jack McBain, he signs a 2-year, $3.2 million contract. And again, the 1.59999 thing is one of the funniest things I think I've read. And he is coming off of a season where in 82 games, 12 goals, 14 assists, 26 points. Jack McBain is a very interesting player for me because at rookie camp, he was dominating. At training camp, which is the thing to keep in mind more, at training camp, like rookie camp, man among boys. At training camp, he looked really good. I thought he was going to be a 20-goal scorer, both him and Nathan Smith. Only McBain makes the roster, starts out really slow. His first point of the season was on October 25th at Columbus. He scored his first goal of the season. And before that, in the brief stint he had in the 2021-22 season, 10 games, 2 goals, 1 assist, 3 points. It was weird that I expected that much more, but it was just how good he was at training camp. I thought he was going to be a 20-goal scorer. And then he just embraces that bottom 6 role, which is phenomenal. I love that he did that because the Coyotes needed that role filled. And then after the Bjugstad trade, this dude just starts scoring goals. He's looking like he's going to be a 15-goal scorer and then stops at 12. I don't know what Jack McBain is at the NHL level. I don't, because bottom 6 feels harsh, but kind of feels like where he's going to be. But he does have that middle 6 potential where, like, if for whatever reason, if Barrett Hayton decides not to extend his contract, Jack McBain as your third-line center is definitely not a bad option. And I'm looking forward to what improvements he can make this season because he's shown he could be right around the 15-goal mark. If he can have another season like this, played all 82, he's 8 games away from his first 100 games in the NHL, so keep an eye on that. I think this is a guy that can get you about 15 goals. I don't know where his upper echelon point total is, though, because he plays that physical game. He's not afraid to get in front of the net. He's very much like what a lot of us wished Martin Hanzal was. So Jack McBain is a guy that can get a lot of garbage goals, rebound goals in. I could see 15 goals, but I have no idea assist totals. He had 14 last year. I would expect around 10 or 11 assists per season because I don't think he is the strongest passer. It's not his game, but he definitely has the ability to be able to get those goals, screen in front of the goaltender. You're going to get a couple of assists where it deflects off of you. He's going to pass it over to the side of the net, Matthias Machelli, or whoever's going to finish it. So I still think that he's got potential. I just don't know where to project his point totals. Let's say 15 goals, 12 assists, right around 27 points, 27, 30 points a season. I think that's fair. I think that's a good rough estimate for what Jack McBain is probably going to be at the NHL level. And I do hope he proves me wrong, because 20 goals, 15 assists, 35 points a year, that's great. I would love that. I wouldn't complain. I'm just not going to expect that going into this season. Anyway, there you go. Jackery McBain, the McBain pain train, is sticking around for a couple more years. Coyotes fans, we got nothing else to worry about, because the only other guy left to sign is Jan Yannick, and he's probably going to end up playing in Europe this year, so keep an eye on all of that. We'll definitely see how all this goes. And remember, I don't actually have a saying or anything that I say at the end of videos. It just sounded like the thing to set up for the end. Go away. How's it going? Back-to-back 12-plus hour shifts, a mostly cold shower, and obligations in the morning aside, I had to come make one video just for those 2 Tucson Roadrunners fans that follow me. I don't know why, but you watch my videos and I appreciate you. So, it was announced today on X.com. I feel like I'm going to get taken off YouTube for saying that website, but it was announced today by the Arizona Coyotes PR account that the contract for Jean-Sebastien Day has officially been placed on waivers for the purpose of contract termination, and Craig Morgan went on to add that it looks like he's going to be playing in Europe. It was also apparently D's request, and honestly, that sounds very similar to one Andy Mealy. That is right, we're going back to the Andy Mealy days. Signs a multi-year contract with the Coyotes before the 2019-2020 season. 58 games, 15 goals, 33 assists, 48 points for the Roadrunners. Really good, really productive season. And then he is placed on unconditional waivers and ends up going over to Europe to play for the KHL, the SHL, and coming up this season playing in the DEL. So it's good to see that Andy is still playing professional hockey. It was just kind of disappointing to see him go, because I jumped right on that meme train of Andy Mealy is back and Andy Mealy is a Coyote. We've also seen very similar things throughout Tucson's history. Think back to, again, Andy Mealy, Kevin Roy, who left in free agency. We have a lot of guys that'll come in, play really well for Tucson, do it for a year, and then they move on to other teams, be them other AHL teams or in Europe. Anyway, July 14th, 2022, last year, Jean-Sebastien D signs that 2-year contract with the Coyotes, and in 4 games, he registers 0 points. Now, that's not because he was terrible or anything. He was playing on the 4th line. He was just coming up as a injury call-up. However, 67 games played for Tucson, 23 goals, 27 assists for 50 points. Very solid offensive season, and one of a couple of things could be going on here. First and foremost, he's just getting better offers in Europe. He either might be top 6, have an even bigger role, he might be getting offered more money, more benefits. A lot of family men love to go over to Europe, because apparently there are some really good benefits to playing European hockey. What also could be going on is with the Arizona Coyotes adding some additional depth, his role with Tucson could be up in the air. Not because he would not get any playing time, but because what if a guy like Josh Doan, for example, might be poised to take his role? Just a couple of ways to think about it. Look, at the end of the day, Jean-Sebastien D decided he no longer wanted to play for the Arizona Coyotes organization, and the Arizona Coyotes organization, same thing like with Andy Mealy a few years ago, decided to oblige and put his contract on the waivers for termination. And while it was only 1 year in Tucson, I liked him. He was a good Tucson Roadrunner. He definitely helped the team get to the playoffs. He was helping some of the younger guys down there to develop, and he also played decently for Arizona in that bottom 6 role in the 4 games he had. I like the player, and I wish nothing but the best for Jean-Sebastien on his way to Europe. He's 29 years old, still relatively young. Go travel the world, kid. I say kid like he's not older than me. So I woke up to a DM from my buddy Jacob over in Ottawa announcing that the Matt Dumba thing finally happened. And then I saw Erik Karlsson was traded to Pittsburgh, and then Matt Dumba very soon after, I think it was within like an hour or something like that, signed a 1-year, $3.9 million contract with the Arizona Coyotes. And this is interesting, all right? 29-year-old defenseman, 6 foot tall, about $181, all right? Solid size, decent defenseman, who's had solid stretches of offense throughout his career. including 4 consecutive seasons with 12 power play points and 6 power play goals in 3 of those 4 seasons. He's definitely suffered some injuries in recent years, however last year, 79 games played, 4 goals, 10 assists, 14 points, bouncing back in terms of availability, but what would probably be considered a career low in goals because he only scored 4, and the last time he had that few goals was his rookie year. 1 goal and 1 assist in 13 games in 2013-2014. And his production last year was cut almost directly in half, 14 points, and the season prior he had 27. But one thing I want to note is the power play points. The previous 2 seasons, he only recorded 5 power play points, one of those being a goal, and last year he did not record a single point on the power play. So obviously Minnesota had other, probably better options to run their power play, but coming to Arizona, that actually could be a benefit because this team doesn't necessarily have that power play quarterback. They do have Sean Durzi coming in, who will probably be very good, but let's say Sean Durzi is a power play quarterback of the power play 1 unit, power play 2 could be Matt Dumba, or vice versa, which theoretically could cause that production to go up. $3.9 million contract, only 1 year, worst case scenario. If Matt Dumba sucks, you don't gotta re-sign him moving forward, so I'm not exactly worried about that, but this reminds me a lot of Shane Gostisbehere. As Ghost was coming off of back-to-back offensively disappointing seasons, getting acquired by Arizona, and immediately following it up with a 51-point season in 2021-22, and then recording 31 points in 52 games for the Coyotes last year, before recording 10 points in 23 games with Carolina, and playing pretty decently in the playoffs. Ghost is also currently 30 years old, so obviously they got him a little bit younger, 27-28 when they acquired him originally, but Matt Dumba at 29 years old is still right there towards the end of the prime of his career. While he has had some disappointing seasons, this could be a perfect fit with the Coyotes because they do need some offense generated from that defense, and while Janis Moser played surprisingly well and has a decent amount of depth offense in his game, as well as Juuso Välimäki can handle a little bit, and you immediately upgrade with Sean Durzi, you now have another right shot defenseman in Matt Dumba. I love this signing. This is a phenomenal signing for the Coyotes because if it does not work out, it's a 1-year contract, it is what it is. And in a future video, I do want to talk about the Coyotes defense, but when it comes to Dumba specifically, if it does work out, you can give him a 2 or 3 year contract that'll end when he's 33. So they have an interesting opportunity here with Matt Dumba to have a solid defenseman help kind of develop some of the younger kids, as well as give some solid play for the team, helping them become more competitive because this season is going to be a lot more competitive. Whether y'all want to take that seriously or not, this upcoming season will be a lot more competitive than last season, and this team's going to be really fun to watch. So I love this signing. Welcome to the desert, Matt, because we needed more veteran presence. We needed another right shot defenseman. Oh wait, it looks like we actually have an overabundance of right shot defensemen, which is never a bad thing because if he plays well enough and they're not in the playoffs, because they're not going to be in the playoffs this year, that could be an asset you can flip at the deadline, as well as guys like Jason Zucker if you want to, and get more assets while again still being competitive and realizing what you want this team to look like for the next couple of years. So I don't know. I don't see a downside to this contract signing. I am excited. It is funny that obviously Matt Dumba, this was not his first option. I don't think that's me breaking any news, all right? This was not his first option, but with the Erik Karlsson trade happening, this kind of was the last option, and he actually is the highest paid defenseman for the Coyotes at $3.9 million. Every other defenseman either makes $1 million plus or under $1 million, so they're definitely getting a good value bang for their buck. But they're also going to have some interesting decisions to make with defense. But again, I will talk about that later. As for this, Matt Dumba is an Arizona Coyote, and the 1 week they're going to have a playoff spot is going to be a really interesting time to be a Coyotes fan. Alright, so let's talk about this. The Arizona Coyotes have the opportunity to completely change what this defense is going to look like in the 2024-25 season. Why am I thinking so far ahead? Well, because I noticed this while looking at the Arizona Coyotes on Cap Friendly after signing Matt Dumba. Here are the 7 active defensemen they have signed. Matt Dumba, Sean Durzi, Josh Brown, Troy Stecher, Juuso Välimäki, JJ Moser, and Victor Soderstrom, with Travis Dermott technically still on injured reserve. All 8 of those defensemen have one thing in common. None of them are signed to this team past this season. Stecher, Dumba, Brown, and Dermott are all going to be unrestricted free agents, while Soderstrom, Durzi, Moser, and Välimäki will all be RFAs, with Välimäki and Durzi having arbitration rights. Out of all those defensemen, only Matt Dumba is making $2 million or more per season. Every other defenseman is either making in the $1 million or under $1 million. For the 2023-24 season, as of right now, August 6th, 2023, The Arizona Coyotes are spending around $11.5 million on their defense, and next season it could be much, much higher. Matt Dumba, if it works out, you can sign him for a 2 to 3 year extension. If it doesn't, it is what it is. So for the purpose of this, we'll just say it doesn't work out for whatever reason. He's playing well, but he's traded at the deadline. Let's say at the power play time and in Coach Andre Tournier's system, Sean Durzi plays really well, and he signs an extension, let's say at least 3 years, $3 million. Let's say Valimaki continues to build that consistency and gets somewhere between $1.5 and $2 million. Yannis Moser, legitimately, with how good he has been defensively, excellent he's been defensively, as well as having a little bit of offensive depth, if he can keep that up, he can make upwards of $3.5 million. Honestly, it could be more. It just kind of depends on that market. And then Victor Soderstrom, I would imagine if he gets extended, it would be around the $1 million range, probably on a 1 or 2 year contract, because he is still developing. I just listed 2 defenders that could easily make around $3 million, meaning right now they're spending about $11.5 million. That would be approximately $6 million among 2 players. But that is just me spitballing, alright? I am not the GM. I do not know how the defense market's going to turn out. They all could be making $2.5 million or $1 million. It doesn't really matter. But it also gives them the flexibility, because let's say you lock up Durzi, Valimaki, and Moser, and Soderstrom's not quite ready, but you extend him anyway. That gives you free open cap space and roster contract slots to bring in other defensemen. You either look at some of the defensemen in your own system, you can sign free agents, maybe you go for a trade at the trade deadline, a couple defensemen you bring back, anything really. That gives them so much of an opportunity to look at their defense, look at where it's developing, what they like, what they're going to need. Right now, they actually have an abundance of right shot defensemen. Out of all those 7 active defensemen, 5 of them are right shot defensemen. The only 2 that are not are Moser and Valimaki. Now that we've talked about the NHL defensemen and how none of them who are signed through this season have any more years in their contracts, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the depth in the system that have signed contracts. 23-year-old Michael Kesselring is on an expiring contract who will be an RFA. Maverick Lamoureux and Maximilian Szuber, the 19 and 20-year-old defensemen respectively, both have 3 more years. Patrick Cook, 26 years old, only has 1 year left. Montana Onyebuchi, a 2-year ELC. Vladislav Galchenyuk has 1 more year, as does Cam Crotty and Steven Compher, though Compher is not likely to get a call-up if they did need that spot. I would assume Kesselring is probably the guy that would get that call-up. Maybe Galchenyuk. That is not counting their most recent draft pick, Dmitry Simachev, who has a couple more years left on his contract in the KHL. That's not accounting for guys like Artem Duda. They still have some really good young defensemen. But Maximilian Szuber, who is 20 and very likely going to go back to the DEL this year, could play in Tucson if they felt he was ready for it. So if you take that into account, let's just say Lamoureux plays 1 more year in juniors and Szuber plays in the AHL this season as an example. If Szuber was playing as well as you would like him to play, he could push for a 7th defenseman spot or just stay in the AHL. And a guy like Maverick Lamoureux, depending on how well he plays in training camp, he could end up being on the NHL roster or get sent to the AHL to develop. Also, don't forget Vladislav Galchenyuk, who has played well so far in Tucson and is only 22 years old. It would make a lot of sense that if they felt he was ready, let's say he gets 10, 15, 20 games this season, and he looks really good, you extend him 1 or 2 years, and he is an NHL defenseman for the 24-25 season. And of course, that's not even talking about potential UFAs, but it is definitely too early to be looking at 2024 UFAs. But what I want to talk about with this video is that this defense, which was legitimately a bit of a problem last year, is already looking better with more than enough opportunity to add, change, swap out, do what you need to with all the cap flexibility in the world because they are not tied down to anyone long term. The longest current defensive contracts of the Coyotes are Maverick Lamoureux and Maximilian Szuber, and if Lamoureux goes back to juniors this year, he will still have a full 3-year ELC, and Szuber, if he plays in the DEL, I do think that burns 1 year, so he'd have 2 years left, but I'm not quite sure how that one works. He would still have 2 or 3 more years left. Other than that, Montana Onyebuchi is the only one that has an additional year on his contract. All I want to get across with this video is that the Arizona Coyotes are doing a really good job. In the background, very sneaky, I don't think anyone's really talking about this, setting themselves up for ultimate flexibility with their defense, and that defensive core could look completely different as soon as the 2024-25 season. So with that being said, there's a little food for thought, a little more Coyotes content for you, and I am out of here. This is huge. This is massive. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and John Gambadoro, literally as of like 10 minutes or 20 minutes ago, as I'm finally recording this, trying to get everything set up, okay? has some breaking Coyotes news. Arizona Coyotes owner targets Mesa land for new arena. Let's go ahead and just blind right now. I did kind of thumb through it a little bit, but blind read right now. Give you all the information as it is right here and fresh. Jump right into it. Arizona Coyotes owner attempting to purchase Mesa land for new arena. Arizona Coyotes owner Alex Meruelo has put in a letter of intent to purchase 41 acres in Mesa for the team's new arena per Arizona Sports' John Gambadoro. This would begin a process to develop the first privately funded sports and entertainment district in the state. Meruelo is still looking into other possible sites with areas in the East Valley, including Mesa, Phoenix, and Scottsdale, according to Gambadoro. Meruelo's goal is to have multiple sites under contract, so there are options. This is to have a plan in place by the first quarter of 2024, so a target date is hit for a new arena's completion in time for the start of the 2026-27 season. This would continue the Coyotes' efforts and intention of staying in the Valley. Right there, that is massive. I will continue to read in a second, okay? But that is massive that the Arizona Coyotes are going full-fledged in terms of, let's just go ahead and just try to buy this land. Let's go ahead and just try to buy this land in Mesa, considering we already know, per Craig Morgan's reporting, that they have been in negotiations with the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community in regards to that land along the 101 corridor, and now we have an intent to purchase land in Mesa. They are doing the exact opposite approach of Tempe. In Tempe, they had all their eggs in one basket, and while that was technically the correct way to go because Tempe was the best possible option, all it took was one snag in the plan, and boom, the entire thing blew up, bringing them back to square one. So I love this approach, but not only that we already knew about this, because that is not breaking, that is not the part of this that is surprising. It is the fact that he is actually putting his money where his mouth is with this intent to purchase 41 acres. Let's continue. Why are the Coyotes trying to put a new arena in Mesa? Today's development follows the results of the Tempe public vote released in mid-May that stopped the Coyotes from moving forward and building a new arena and entertainment district. The $2.1 billion project was expected to create a 1,600-seat arena, practice rink, 300,000 square feet of upscale retail, 1,600 apartments, 2 hotels, and a theater at Priest Drive and Rio Salado Parkway. With that plan squashed, talks of backup plans or relocation have since swirled around the organization. Prop 301, 302, and 303 all had to pass for the Coyotes to move forward. We already knew this. Go ahead and move on. The franchise responded by stating it will continue with the plan of playing at Arizona State's Mullett Arena for the 2023-24 season, as it did the season prior, while exploring new options in the Valley for a new location. They talk about Mullett Arena, they talk about the litigation with Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport. The Coyotes have been searching for a permanent home since the city of Glendale pulled out of a multi-million-dollar lease at Gila River Arena. Arizona had been playing on an annual lease until Glendale said it would not be renewed for the 2022-23 season. And that's all we get from the article. This is huge. This is massive. This is the breaking news we were all hoping for. And it actually does kind of sort of line up with some timelines, depending on what individuals you listen to, what individuals you talk to, who you are paying attention to for your sources. The Coyotes apparently have been wanting to announce something by the start of training camp. Before the start of the season. That's kind of what the Coyotes were aiming for, though they did publicly state that early January, January 1st, the very beginning of the year, that is kind of their hard date. They want something good to go, something that is done, signed, sealed, delivered. Now, I do have a couple of questions, and I do have a couple of criticisms I need to bring up, alright? Because John Gambadoro, he does have some sources, but I am not overly familiar with how good his sources are for the Arizona Coyotes specifically, so have a couple of asterisks here, as well as they do not specify the land. Nowhere in the article does Arizona Sports or John Gambadoro say specifically where in Mesa, just that Meruelo has signed an intent to buy the land. So definitely keep that in the back of your mind, alright? Now, as of July 17th, so not even a full month ago, the demolition of Fiesta Mall had begun. And Fiesta Mall is reportedly around 80 acres, so theoretically, that location could be on the table. Apparently we're not done. Alright, I don't know where I'm going to cut off the old video, but apparently we are not done because Craig Morgan has officially added his 2 cents. He has added a bit of context, so let's go ahead and read these couple of tweets. So, this syncs up with what I've heard, as John notes, and as I've reported previously, the Coyotes are still looking at other possible EV sites in Mesa, Phoenix, and Scottsdale. Still a long way to go. Again, it is not a done deal. I can also report that talks have gone quiet with the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community reps. Alright, so that kind of right there immediately takes away anything I was talking about that, because again, it's consistent with Craig Morgan's old reporting that those were going on. Those talks have since cooled down a little bit, which would also kind of make sense why Meruelo would want to be in a position to just buy the land outright in Mesa, and he had a second bit right here. So a couple of initial Mesa sites proved problematic for various reasons, but as we continue to report, the Coyotes and the NHL both believe that this team has legitimate options to remain in the Valley, and that's all we care about. That is all we care about, alright? All we care about is the Arizona Coyotes staying in the Valley, alright? All this means is while those talks with the Salt River Maricopa Pima Indian community have since gone quiet, whatever negotiations they had, however far they went, probably is going to remain where they're at for the time being. You have this preliminary intent to buy this land in Mesa, and then Craig Morgan adding on that multiple locations within Mesa were seen as problematic, so I'm going to assume that means Fiesta Mall, and maybe, just maybe, the location I showed earlier, that materials company, maybe that is also off the board, but that would still make a lot of sense if that was the option, but it is still technically in Mesa. So, again, alright, check out PHNX's reporting tomorrow, because we will get more information then, but this is a massive, massive bit of news from John Gambadoro and Craig Morgan, and look, all this means that the Coyotes are one step closer to staying in the Valley, and the people out there that have been demanding this team relocate can continue to cry harder, because as of right now, this team is not going anywhere. People like me have been saying it, people within the industry have been saying it, local media has been saying it, but if we can have one more stake in the heart of relocation, this is that stake in the heart. And this is massive news for the Coyotes fans out there. This is massive news for me, alright? Because that means potentially I get to maintain some sort of quote-unquote career covering this hockey team. It's Wednesday, my dudes. I'm not young or cool, I'm old. But you know what? The Arizona Coyotes made a statement, and I am not going to work until I make a video talking about that statement and reading it to you guys. Not only because I want a shorter day at work, but because I work hard to provide you guys quality Coyotes content. So, last night, John Gambadoro broke the news that Arizona Coyotes owner Alex Meruelo has signed a letter of intent to purchase a 41-acre parcel of land in Mesa to potentially be used for the Arizona Coyotes' new arena. And about 20 minutes ago, they released a statement. Let's go ahead and read it. Arizona Coyotes statement. The Arizona Coyotes issued the following statement today. Quote, "We can confirm that Coyotes owner, chairman, and governor Alex Meruelo has executed a letter of intent to purchase a parcel of land located in Mesa, Arizona, to be the potential site for a sports arena and entertainment district for the club. The Coyotes remain committed to being the first privately funded sports facility in Arizona history and ensuring the Valley as the club's permanent home." That is going to make a lot of people cry today. In addition to this property in Mesa, the club will continue to explore other potential sites in the East Valley. We appreciate the tremendous support that we have received from the many communities, elected officials, and community leaders who have expressed their desire to see the Coyotes remain in the Valley permanently. We would also like to thank NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman and Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly for their steadfast support of the Coyotes' efforts to find a permanent arena solution and for their recognition that Arizona is a tremendous hockey market. Hockey belongs in the desert, and no amount of crying is going to change that, but I love how it's in writing right here. Our incredibly loyal and passionate fan base is extremely excited about our team and the incredible additions we've made this summer, including Matt Dumba, Jason Zucker, Alex Kerfoot, Nick Bjugstad, Troy Stetcher, Sean Durzi, and the top prospect in the world, Logan Cooley. In order to ensure that our fans and fans in waiting can experience Mullett magic and the most exciting environment in the NHL, the Coyotes are very pleased to make available a very limited number of single-game tickets starting this Friday, August 11th. We will have no further comment at this time. I don't need any more comment from you guys this time. You've said enough. You've made me happy. You've made this fat guy's heart do a little extra pitter-pattering this morning. Because I love how they come out and they just confirm it. Yeah, that report from John Gambadoro, we did actually do that. We actually are trying to buy this parcel of land while keeping other options open, because unlike with Tempe was the perfect opportunity. It was the perfect parcel of land. There is no other perfect parcel right now that we know of, so keeping your options open makes it to where if one of them falls through, for example, as Craig Morgan was reporting last night, the negotiations with the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community are at a standstill right now. They seem to have kind of died down. If they would have taken the Tempe approach with this location right here, they'd be back to square one, but the approach they're going for is as many eggs as we can put in this basket as possible. Let's put some extra eggs in other baskets. And also, I love how they not only drop that this is an excellent hockey market, because it is, it's a good hockey market, and a lot of people are going to be mad about that, but it's a great hockey market. But also they mentioned that Logan Cooley is the best prospect in the world. I'm not going to agree or disagree, I just think that the cojones on them right now is pretty funny. That being said, there's your update. That is all we have right now. The Arizona Coyotes have confirmed themselves that Meruelo signed this intent to purchase this parcel of land, and if you watch Craig Morgan later today, alright, you will probably get more context, more information. This is all we got right now, and I'm gonna wake up in the morning and be late to work to give that information to you. Thank you for the shorter day, guys. Alright, so we got some minor news dealing with some Coyotes prospects as of August 16th, just a couple of days ago. The following article was released on PHNX. Neutral Zone on the futures of Coyotes free agents John Farinacci, Jan Yannick, and Sun Devils free agent Robert Mastro-Simone. I do plan on talking ASU a little bit later, but Coyotes first. So, the Arizona Coyotes have lost the rights to 2 college prospects, as well as Jan Yannick allegedly wants a trade. I shouldn't say allegedly, alright, if Craig Morgan is saying it, it's true, but it's just such a weird thing that Jan Yannick, of all people, wants a trade. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump into it. So, let's get the smallest bit of news out of the way first. The rights to Clarkson forward Anthony Romano are no longer with the Arizona Coyotes. They have essentially expired, and he's going back to college for a 5th season. 6th round, 176th overall selection in the 2019 NHL entry draft, Romano had some upside, and he's had some productive seasons at Clarkson. Last year, 19 games, 9 goals, 6 assists, 15 points, so he did miss some games, but was almost a point per game player. In the season prior, 37 games, 15 goals, 13 assists, 28 points, but I'm going to assume he's just not been good enough for the Coyotes to be like, yes, we want you to continue to be in the system, and he was 2 drafts before Bill Armstrong's first draft. It does make sense. You are moving on from a couple more pieces of the Chychrun era. Moving on to John Farinacci. This one actually disappointed me. This one made me just a little bit upset because I actually like John Farinacci. He has the winning mindset, in my opinion. He is the hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard kind of guy. I love John Farinacci's game and his attitude. Unfortunately, we've known this for a while. He's not going to sign with the Arizona Coyotes, and instead he signed a 2-year entry-level contract with the Boston Bruins. Considering it's not exactly that far off from where he went to school at Harvard University, it makes sense why he'd want to stay on the East Coast, but man, as a Coyotes fan, this sucks because Farinacci is a good player. In 2021-22, in 29 games, he had 10 goals and 9 assists for 19 points, and then last season, as the captain of Harvard, 19 games, 5 goals, 15 assists for 20 points. He was above a point per game player last year. Now, he did miss time, obviously, only playing in 19 games, but he was above a point per game player. This is a solid, probably middle to bottom 6 player. I'm going to assume bottom 6 player when he gets to the NHL, if he does make the NHL. But 6 foot, 190 pounds, this feels kind of like a Bill Armstrong pick, even though he was selected 76th overall in the 2019 drafts. So obviously 2 drafts before Bill Armstrong's first draft as Coyotes general manager, but this one sucks. That one legitimately hurts, and I know the Arizona Coyotes have done a very good job replenishing the stock of prospects. They have a lot of really good young players coming up in the system. It just sucks to lose Farinacci. So best of luck in Boston, but I'm sure as hell not going to be rooting for Boston. But at the very least, alright, this is better than the last Coyotes prospect you signed. Let's move on to Jan Yannick. It is public knowledge that back in July, Yannick did not accept his qualifying offer, and then mega douche Alan Walsh posted this following tweet. Fact, any NHL team can sign an offer sheet with another team's restricted free agent for $1,415,000 or less for no compensation. Alright, so I call Alan Walsh a mega douche because Alan Walsh is a mega douche. He blocked me on Twitter for rightfully pointing out the fact that he keeps constantly crying about the triple hard salary cap because he and his associates directly stand to gain more money if the salary cap either skyrocketed or a luxury tax system was introduced. But besides the fact, alright, mega douche Alan Walsh, Jan Yannick chose a bad time to have an off year. Alright, last season for the Tucson Roadrunners in 30 games, 7 goals, 16 assists, 23 points. Not bad, alright? And side note, in the playoffs, he's played 3 games and has 1 goal and 2 assists. He's a point per game AHL playoff performer, so there's a bit of a compliment for Yannick, but the season prior in Tucson, 2021-22, 51 games, 17 goals, 30 assists, 47 points. He chose a bad season to have that off year, and going into this year, I was expecting 20 goals. I was expecting him to be a consistent top 6 player in Tucson, and I think he was dealing with some injury stuff, obviously only playing in 30 games. He only had a cup of coffee in Arizona, 2 games. One of those games he came in and had 2 penalties, so 4 penalty minutes. They immediately sent him back down. I think they called up Milos Kellerman after. But this is a kid that is a solid top sixer in the AHL that just had a down year last year that still put up decent numbers. He was still not quite as close to a point per game as the season prior, but he was still pretty close to about a point per game. That's still good production, but at the NHL level, he's never done anything. 17 games, 4 goals, 1 assist, 5 points. That's not nothing, but it's not knock your socks off. In 2021-22, he did have a solid stint. Last year, he just didn't. And he has reportedly requested a trade. I just don't know what the trade market is for him. I don't know what you would get for Jan Unique. What, a 7th round pick? You might be able to swap for a bad contract or a prospect that's seen as more of a project that might bust. I don't know. Because Jan Unique, again, solid AHL player, top sixer, solid player. And even though theoretically this is Bill Armstrong's kind of guy, 6'1", 192 pounds, that's not going to give him a roster spot after having a down year last year. As of right now, Jan Unique has 3 options. He can sit out and not play and not get paid, and if he doesn't sign with the Coyotes or another team by December 1st, he can't play the rest of the season in the NHL. He can hope another team signs him to an offer sheet, or he can play in Europe, because he's already requested a trade. And I'm just going to say it right here, I don't understand why you deny the qualifying offer. I don't understand why you're going to request a trade, demand a trade, whatever. It does make a basic degree of sense in the context of he had an off year, and the Coyotes have so many good young prospects, he is going further down and down, like Robin Leonio said on Locked On Coyotes, further down and down that depth chart. It makes sense why he doesn't really have a future here, or he might not have a future here. However, there just isn't going to be a trade market for you, so either sign a contract in Europe, wait for your rights to lapse and become a UFA, or just sign a 1-year, 2-way contract, go down to Tucson, become a point-per-game player, get your stock up, and get traded at the deadline for something. I don't get it. Look, I like Jan Unique, alright, again, good AHL player, I like him in Tucson, this is not the caliber of player that you would expect to be demanding a trade, or throwing a fit like this. Like, it's kind of childish, and you know what? It is what it is, I suppose, but when the Arizona Coyotes won't sign you, I don't know, man. This might be the most common thing that was said in regards to the Coyotes within Coyote circles over the last couple of months, because it's true. The Arizona Coyotes have one last order of business, and that's locking down Coach Andre Tourigny to really complete this massive offseason of constant moves and locking up certain players, certain executives to make sure everyone's here for the long haul. And on August 23rd, 2023, about 5 days ago, we finally got the news. So, earlier on in the summer, Craig Moore was reporting that essentially the deal was done, but Andre Tourigny was essentially waiting for the deals to be done for his assistant coaches, a move that I have praised multiple times because Coach Andre Tourigny could have easily just taken his contract, allowed all the assistants to leave and bring in new people. I'm the star of the show. He could have done that. Absolutely 100% could have done it, and I genuinely don't believe anybody would have criticized him for it. Yet, he stood behind his people, and he's like, nah, I want to make sure that everyone that I want here gets contract extensions, and essentially, once this was signed, it was reported and confirmed that a lot of the assistant coaches were finalizing their deals as well, and over the course of the last week, part of the reason why I wanted to wait a little bit, part of the reason was I was busy, is his assistant coaches have all gotten signed. So we'll start off with Andre Tourigny. Like I said, August 23rd, 2023, he officially signed a 3-year contract to remain the Arizona Coyotes head coach for the next 4 years. Obviously, he had 1 more year left on the contract. That is this upcoming season at Mullett Arena, but gotta throw it out there anyway. Tourigny was brought in for the 21-22 season when this team embraced the rebuild. They fully started this brand new rebuild because the last one, the trigger was pulled too early. And while I do want to take a look at that roster before it was blown up and just ask, did they need to start the rebuild? At the end of the day, they did, and Andre Tourigny took a team that probably should have got like 18 wins and squeezed a 25, 50, and 7 record out of them for 57 points. Dead last in the division, they get 3rd overall, they draft Logan Cooley. That season could have been a lot worse. They could have ended up having the 1st overall selection, and while some reports suggest they might have taken Slavkovsky, I'm going to go ahead and argue that that worked out for the Coyotes. On top of that, players like Nick Schmaltz, Clayton Keller, Lawson Krause, all scoring 20 or more goals that season, really starting to show themselves to be the leader of this new coming core they're trying to build. In just about every way that matters to Coyotes fans, that first season under Coach Andre Tourigny was a success. Last season, 28, 40, and 14, doubling their overtime losses, cutting their regulation losses down by 10, and putting themselves just shy of a 30-win campaign, boosting themselves up to a 70-point season, a 13-point improvement on just 3 more wins. Oh, and Clayton Keller, 37 goals, almost had a 40-goal season. He was at 86 points. Lawson Krause, 24 goals. Nick Schmaltz, 22 goals. Those 3 players have all scored 20 or more goals in both seasons Tourigny has coached, whereas under Rick Tocchet, the Coyotes only had 3 20-goal scores in a 4-season span. 23 goals for Clayton Keller in his rookie year, 2017-2018. 2019-2020, Connor Garland scored 22, and 2020-2021, Phil Kessel recorded 20. The fact that Coach Tocchet had a much more talented roster and Coach Andre Tourigny is squeezing more and more production out of those same players, it's the exact same players. It's not brand new players. It's the exact same players that were on Tocchet's roster all 4 of those seasons. Tourigny is squeezing more and more out of them. Not even talking about guys like Shane Gostisbehere, a complete reclamation project for the Arizona Coyotes. Not even talking about Matias Maccelli coming out of nowhere from a national perspective to be a top 4 Calder finalist. Not counting all of that, just the core has absolutely excelled under Tourigny's system because he is phenomenal with young players and he's a very good offensive coach. Moving on to the next day, August 24th, 2023, one of the assistant coaches was locked up to a multi-year deal as well. Mario Duhamel signed a multi-year contract. He is a defensive coach, and he just completed his 2nd season with the Coyotes. He was brought in with Andre Tourigny. The next day, August 25th, 2023, a familiar face and name was extended to a multi-year contract. Coach John Madden, who, yes, I made the jokes at the time, but this is only his 1st season. He's getting a contract extension after just 1 year with the team, and he was a penalty kill coach. He was in charge of the penalty kill, special teams, stuff like that. And after just 1 season, they're confident they want to keep him around. And then finally, the longest tenured coach of the 4 I'm going to talk about today, Corey Schwab, signed a multi-year contract. He's been the goaltending coach for the last 7 seasons, and he's been with the Coyotes for the last 8. Let's see, the emergence of Darcy Kemper, Aiden Hill playing phenomenally for about a 2-week stretch, Antti Ranta back in 2017-2018, Karel Vejmelka coming out of nowhere to help this team win games they probably shouldn't have been winning over the last couple of years, Connor Ingram completely revitalizing his career. Need I go on? Corey Schwab is an excellent goaltending coach, and all I can say is he has done a phenomenal job here. This was a massive, massive piece of business to secure him for multiple more seasons to come. Finally, every major move has happened this offseason. I can finally start to do a timeline and actually do like an offseason review. But right now, we're on the coaching, we're on Tourigny, locking up Andre Tourigny, who has so far been the best coach in this franchise's history since Dave Tippett, who brought this team to a Western Conference Finals on a shoestring budget. I cannot wait to see where Tourigny brings this group because the amount of players that have had their careers revitalized and revived, the amount of guys that have had career years, the amount of guys that are absolutely succeeding and becoming elite to star level players in this league, I genuinely believe this is the coach that can lead the Coyotes to offseason success, and the fact that they got him locked up this season should be yet another step in the right direction, somewhere around 30 to 35 wins, right in that bracket. And the Coyotes should be sniffing playoffs in the next 2 to 3 years. Coach Bear, glad to have you for more years to come, and please make this be like a 12-15 year reign of Coach Andre Tourigny. As of September 6th, 2023, almost exactly 3 years since Bill Armstrong was hired, he has officially been extended, and this is a long extension, so I do believe he had 1 year left on the current deal he is on. But per Craig Morgan, this new contract extension that was signed on the 6th, almost 10 days ago, okay, I'm getting better at being punctual, will run through the 2028-29 season. Bill the Builder will be sticking around until almost 2030, and as someone who thought the roaring 2020s sounded like a decade away, and it's already, we're talking about the end of it, I don't want to think about 40. Please, don't make me think about 40. We're not here to talk about my existential crisis, however. We're here to talk about Billiam J. Armstrong. No idea if his middle name starts with a J, but I'm going to go with it because I got it right for Philip Joseph Kessel. But Bill the Builder signs a long contract extension, capping off what has probably been the best offseason in Coyotes franchise history. They literally, unironically, actually accomplished every single thing there was to accomplish this offseason except for build an arena. However, just like Billiam J. Armstrong said himself, I don't build rinks, I build teams. And we're here to talk about the team he's built. He was handed a terrible situation, all right? He was absolutely handed one of the worst jobs in the league, and it was funny, all right? I was watching his little availability, the media availability after he signs the contract, and he even said he had personal friends saying, you will have other opportunities, don't take this job. And despite that, Bill still took the job. You want to know why? Because he is him. He wanted the challenge, and also, like, he keeps reiterating constantly over and over again with players' wives and players and whatnot, who doesn't want to live in Arizona? I get it. It's like 128 degrees in the summer. That's like 2.5 months. We're fine. Anyway, he was put in a terrible situation. He wasn't allowed to participate in the first draft. And then one of the first things this team does on that big stage while he is working for the team, but is not allowed to participate in the draft, was draft a player they had to rescind the rights to, okay? He walked into an objectively terrible situation. He turned a broken down captain into Dylan Gunther, acquired King Louis Eriksson, gave us one of the dumbest final seasons in Glendale possible, and then rocks the Mullett with the Coyotes being in a playoff spot for like an entire day. They were literally a playoff team last year, and that's an actual fact. It was like for 2 or 3 days, but this team should have been nowhere near that. This man drafts Logan Cooley, the best prospect in the world. That's a real quote. I'm allowed to use it. And then this draft, when everyone was screaming to draft this guy or that guy, he absolutely proves once again he is him. And he drafts Dmitry Simachev, a very talented defenseman. And then just because he had the extra draft pick is like, you know what? We'll get his teammate because it'll make him happy. He then signs literally every free agent imaginable this offseason, weaponizing the cap space the Coyotes have. After spending 3 years getting so many draft picks, this team could enter another rebuild right now. They could sell off the current core, Logan Cooley, Clayton Keller, everyone. They could sell everyone off and still have enough assets for another rebuild, all right? This dude has like 2.5 rebuilds of just picks lying around, so when the Coyotes are ready to compete, those are going to be traded. Wait for it, all right? And we're not going to have Taylor Hall and Phil Kessel moves where they look good at the time and then they end up being terrible moves, and you can quote me on this, and I'll go on a limb here, right? All right, Bill's worst 2 moves were allowing a pick protection on the Christian Dvorak trade, which cost them first overall, but they got the best prospect in that draft anyway. And then trading Connor Timmins for a giant who's probably a 4th liner at the AHL level because they were going to have to waive him anyway. Those are his 2 worst moves, all right? I'm going to call my shot, all right? I'm Babe Ruth walking up to the plate, all right? These trades are not going to be bad trades like we saw in the Chychrun era. If you're a Coyotes fan, you should be reacting like this. Yep, that's right. Yeah, look at all the optimism in that man's face, all right? Look at it. Look at this. Because Bill Armstrong showed up in what was objectively the worst job you could possibly take in the NHL, and is single-handedly, by bringing in guys like Andre Tourigny, all the assistant coaches, by bringing in everyone they need to develop players, to scout players, to help them draft players, to get the best players you're gonna get. And has absolutely revitalized, rejuvenated, redone from the ground, all right? A complete tear down and rebuild from the ground, rebuilt the culture around this organization and team, and actually made it to where this team, once they move into that new building, is going to be a respectable franchise. And I can tell you this right now, as someone who has loved this team since 2006, I do not think I have ever been allowed to say that. At the end of the day, the Arizona Coyotes have extended the architect of the entire franchise at this point, extended him all the way until just shy of 2030. And while I don't want to think about the existential dread I can see down the hallway over there, the future is nothing but bright for the Arizona Coyotes, the organization, their fans, and the players. And whenever we're talking about that gosh darn Stanley Cup, I'm going to call my shot again. We can thank one man, and that man... After the Tempe voters rejected the Arizona Coyotes Arena and Entertainment District proposal on May 16, 2023, the entire state of the franchise went into complete limbo in a matter of seconds. And what many losers were gleefully proclaiming was the end of the franchise turned into the catalyst for probably the best offseason in Coyotes history. If, like me, you've been around since at least the 09 bankruptcy, where the Coyotes were in bankruptcy and then make the playoffs 3 straight years in a row, including a Western Conference Finals run, it's just another Tuesday. So you know what? I got some time. Tonight is opening day, and before I go into work for the ASU game, I want to take a little bit of time to go over what is one of, if not the best offseason in franchise history. After a couple of, let's be honest here, rough days of silence, the Coyotes did recommit to being in Arizona and since have been working on an arena deal that we did get an update on at the NHL draft, and that update is it should be finalized by January. Just before the draft, on June 24th, 2023, the Arizona Coyotes made a trade with the LA Kings, sending a 2024 second-round pick, the one from the Montreal Canadiens, in exchange for Sean Durzi, a 24-year-old right-shot defenseman who is seen as being very good offensively with some defensive inefficiencies, but then again, if you pair him literally with any of the following: Troy Stecher, Josh Brown, Juuso Välimäki, or Janis Moser, you will have a defensively responsible guy to play with him. A little side note, apparently he will play with Josh Brown on the third pairing tonight in New Jersey. Speaking of the NHL draft, at number 6 overall, the Arizona Coyotes selected defenseman Dmitry Simachev, who legitimately has top pairing upside, but at the very least should be a solid top 4 defenseman. And a little side note, a lot of scouts and people that talk about prospects for a living were really high on Simachev, conveniently after he was already selected, so thanks for telling Coyotes fans about Simachev earlier, but this really should be a solid pick. And then with their 12th overall selection they got from Ottawa in the Chychrun trade, they drafted teammate of Simachev's, forward Daniil Boot, and just seeing the reaction, just seeing how happy Simachev was with this pick, completely worth it in my eyes. Then we skip ahead to the start of free agency, where the Coyotes, who were not expected to be very active on the first day, they signed multiple players, including Jason Zucker, Nick Bjugstad, Matt Villalta, Troy Stecher, and Alex Kerfoot. Bjugstad and Kerfoot being the only 2 multi-year contracts, both being 2 years. Zucker coming off a season just shy of 30 goals that was nowhere on the map. No one thought in this market he was coming to Arizona, but they add a solid second-line scoring option, as well as bringing back guys like Stecher and Bjugstad, really showing that this culture here is something players want to come back to. They want to play here. They want to be here. And then getting a guy like Kerfoot, who, yes, according to Craig Morgan, Toronto no longer wanted, that is still a really good middle to bottom 6 option. They would go on to make a couple more depth signings, such as Zach Sanford and Travis Dermott, but for the most part, those were the bigger fish until a little bit later. Then on July 17th, a couple of weeks later, they get a deal done with Matias Maccelli, a 3-year contract extension for the kid that, in my opinion, should have been a Calder finalist. He had a higher points per game and more assists than the player who ended up winning it. He should have been a finalist, should have been top 2. Matias Maccelli had a phenomenal rookie season, and the 22-year-old forward will be here for at least 3 more years, so Matias Maccelli is here to stay. Then, in a move that shocked a lot of people, so shortly after that no vote happened, Logan Cooley recommitted to going back to Minnesota State. Well, something definitely had changed, because on July 27th, he signed his 3-year ELC with the Arizona Coyotes, deciding to make the jump to the NHL, exciting the entire fan base in the process, and leading to what we've seen for the last month or so. National media has been positively covering the Arizona Coyotes and hyping him up as a prospect, because he is legitimately one of the top 2 best young players this year. And that's a year including Connor Bedard, number 1 obviously. And the context of Connor Bedard being like a Connor McDavid, Austin Matthews type, that is a phenomenal conversation to be in, and legitimately, I think Cooley has a chance to win the Calder. Expect to see a lot of these at Mullett Arena this year. Then, in true Bill Armstrong fashion, on July 30th, just before arbitration, just like with Austin Krause the year before, just before it would have gone to an arbitrator, they signed a 2-year contract extension with Jack McBain. The 23-year-old center played in all 82 games last season, actually filling in on that second line, playing between Krause and Maccelli after Bjugstad was traded, and recorded 12 goals and 14 assists for 26 points, a solid season for him. Keeping him for the next couple of years really just solidifies that bottom 6, and honestly, I have no idea what Jack McBain is at the NHL level. There are times where he looks like he can be consistently a top 6er, other times where he's embracing that 4th line center role. I got no idea. I have no idea what Jack McBain is at the NHL level. And then finally, when it comes to players I'm going to talk about in this video, on August 6th, defenseman Matt Dumba signed a one-year contract with the Arizona Coyotes. Bringing in the 29-year-old defenseman was really seen as bringing in a veteran presence to help with this young defensive core, as well as, if he can have a bounce-back season this year, add a little bit of offense to someone that could potentially quarterback a power play. Now that the Coyotes got their roster set, they got all the players they want, the contract extensions they want to sign right now, everything added and the roster in place, on August 23rd, 2023, the Arizona Coyotes officially announced a 3-year contract extension for head coach Andre Tourigny, who is a phenomenal coach. He has been great with this roster. The last couple of years, they have not had as much talent as other teams, and he's made this team look competitive at times. Coach Bear has been a phenomenal coach, and it's probably top 2 in franchise history, even right now. And I said it at the time, and I want to reiterate it right here. I also have a lot of respect for Coach Bear, because reportedly, he actually wasn't going to sign this extension until his assistants all got taken care of, and within the next week, every single one of those assistants, all of his staffers, they all got multi-year extensions. So they saw what they had here, they saw what they're building with the coaching staff, and the Arizona Coyotes made the smart decision to listen to their coach and sign everyone and extend everyone. Seriously, they're doing things right this time. It's awesome, dude. Then not long after, on September 6th, 2023, they announced a multi-year contract extension for general manager Bill Armstrong. Multi-year contract, I think Craig Morgan said it's a 4-year contract, but you can double check that one by yourself. He's here for the long haul, and I remember watching that press conference. I liked a lot of what he had to say. I like that Bill Armstrong wanted this job, and even though he was even mentioning how he was warned to not take this job, he wanted it. He wanted that challenge, and he is building a winner here. 3 years into the rebuild, and we're already talking about this team making those big steps. It's phenomenal work he has done, and to have him here for more years, sign me up. They're actually doing the consistency thing, right? Like, they're sticking with one, regime, and, we're going to put all you guys in place, we'll give you guys the time you need. I love it. That is what competent franchises do, and the Arizona Coyotes, at least in my opinion, are showing they want to be that. And then finally, on October 5th, so last week, they announced a 3-year contract, a 3-year agreement with Scripps Sports to broadcast their games locally on channel 15.2. So if you go buy a $20 antenna from Walmart, you can watch 81 of the 82 Coyotes games this year broadcast locally completely for free. On top of that, Alex Meruelo, in an interview with Craig Morgan, did mention they are working on an app. They want to do the direct-to-consumer route, and also they might do something with satellite. So there you go. You're actually going to be able to watch all of the games, and it's actually going to be accessible and cheaper, and this is what sports should be. Accessible to the locals. The Suns, Matt Ishbia did a phenomenal job putting them on 3 TV so you can watch Suns and Mercury games. He is leading by example, and Meruelo smartly saw that and followed in his footsteps. Though context, Bally Sports did demand their way out of the agreement. The Coyotes did agree to it, but a little bit of context there. It's still a net positive and a really pro-consumer move by the Coyotes. And that brings us to today, October 13th, 2023, where the Arizona Coyotes will face off with the New Jersey Devils tonight to kick off the 2023-24 season. And Alex Meruelo recently released a statement essentially just saying, hey, we're going to be here for the long haul, and the only thing as Coyotes fans we can do is enjoy the start of the season and look forward to January because, well, the Coyotes already have a letter of intent for one parcel of land in Mesa, and while a letter of intent is not legally binding, it is the start of that process, and while we have yet to see any other letters of intent, I would imagine that as we get closer to January, even with Bill Armstrong commenting they're down to about 3 sites, we're either going to see more soon or this is going to be the one they end up buying. So the Arizona Coyotes pretty much have that arena deal where they want it to be right now. You're just trying to finalize it. So in an offseason that started off with a no vote and a lot of uncertainty, turned into one of, if not the best offseason in franchise history. And the only thing that I can say as a Coyotes fan is there's hope and optimism. This is a year that I'm not expecting them to lose. Yes, they're still going to lose games. All right, the overall goal this year should be painful mediocrity in terms of record, no longer being a lottery team. That should be the goal. But you know what? Last year, they were in the playoffs for 48 hours. This year, they can do it for a week and a half. It's going to be a lot more fun, competitive hockey, and I can't wait for it to start. Seriously, I cannot wait for the start of this season. And honestly, it feels weird because after that arena vote, I didn't know how to talk about Coyotes hockey anymore because that was so heavy and looming. And this entire offseason, they have done a phenomenal job in just making all the necessary improvements and making it easier to just talk about the hockey. Like I said, seriously, one of the best, if not the best best offseasons in franchise history, and I'm genuinely curious to know your guys' thoughts on this because I haven't seen this much optimism around the Coyotes in a while. I haven't seen this much, genuinely, not even when they went to the playoffs in the 2020 bubble, because you had the John Chychrun thing before. So this really has just been, minus the no vote, a phenomenally positive and productive offseason. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Coyotes Report. Doesn't it feel good to get these back? I finally have enough smaller tidbits to make an actual Coyotes Report. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. Your Coyotes Report for September 19th, 2023. And we will start off with news from September 6th, so like 13 days ago. I will become more punctual, I swear. But Craig Morgan posted the following on Twitter that, per source, the Coyotes have placed forward Liam Kirk on unconditional waivers for the purpose of contract termination because the Coyotes just didn't have him as part of their plans anymore. He wanted to go play in Europe, he wanted to sign a contract over there. The Coyotes decided to terminate his contract and let him go play elsewhere. And he's playing in the Czech League. He's played a couple of games this season, no points so far, but the 23-year-old forward, that was a phenomenal story for the Arizona Coyotes organization, and it just kind of sucks, all right? I'm a fan of Kirk. I wanted him to work out here, wanted him to be in Tucson long term, but it is what it is, unfortunately. I wish you nothing but success in Czechia, and yeah, Liam Kirk, no longer a Coyote. Next up, on September 13th, so just 5 or so days ago, the Arizona Coyotes PR Twitter account announced the following PTOs were signed. Notable names among them: defenseman Olli Juolevi, forward Hunter Drew, forward Ryan Dzingel back for a second time with the organization, forward Cameron Hebig, forward Micah Miller, forward Colin Tyson, former ASU alum, and forward Reese Vitili. Hebig, Tyson, and Vitili all played for Tucson last season. I do believe Ryan Dzingel played a few games for Tucson when he was injured a couple of years ago. And Hunter Drew, of course, signed with the Roadrunners this offseason. Olli Juolevi is one of the more interesting names in this list, the former 5th overall pick from the 2016 NHL entry draft, the same draft the Arizona Coyotes selected Clayton Keller just 7th overall, 2 selections later. And Jakob Chychrun, 16th overall, 11 selections later. It's definitely interesting that he now finds his way to the Arizona Coyotes on a paid tryout basis. After being drafted by the Canucks, Juolevi has played for 3 different teams, including the Panthers and Red Wings in 2021-22. And it seems like he's just looking to make the NHL roster. So honestly, you know what? I hope the best for him. No, having more defensive depth, maybe being in Tucson, maybe being a guy you can call up to the NHL, I would love to see Juolevi play well for the Coyotes. So welcome to the desert. And finally, we get to talk about the rookie face-off. That is right, the 2023 rookie face-off. The Arizona Coyotes were in Henderson, Nevada, taking on the Colorado Avalanche prospects, LA Kings prospects, and finally today, the San Jose Sharks prospects. I only got to watch some highlights on Twitter and then about 5 or so minutes of live gameplay today on my lunch break. Started off in the third period, the Coyotes were on the penalty kill, and while I was walking into the bathroom, they scored a shorthanded goal. So that's all I got to watch physically. So I'm going to be relying on Mike Gould's reporting, as well as Talon Hadley of Burn City Sports, who did a very good job putting all this together and making it a little easier to keep up with because, well, it is really hard to find solid numbers and game notes for this stuff. So I'll leave a link below in the description. Fantastic job. Jump right into it. On Friday, their first game was taking on the Colorado Avalanche in a game that they lost by a final score of 3-2. They then beat the LA Kings, and then finally today, 5-2 victory over the San Jose Sharks. Here are the notable performances. Josh Doan, 4 goals and 3 assists. Doaner looked a step above the rest, and that's what you want to see, all right? In a rookie tournament setting, a younger kid, 21, 22 years old kid, you want to see him looking better than his competition. That is what Josh Doan did, leading goal scorer and point scorer for the Coyotes with 7 points in 3 games. Next up, Connor Geekie, 3 goals and 3 assists. Honestly, he looks really good in the couple of clips I got to watch. I like his drive, has a decent shot. He sure was skating a lot better than a lot of people were giving him credit, so he at the very least has been putting in the effort on that front. However, he does still need to continue to improve on that. Next up, Aku Ratu, who had 1 goal and 2 assists, and his goal was a power play snipe, with the assist going to Maximilian Szuber and Josh Doan. Speaking of Szuber, he had 3 assists. Point per game, Max Szuber. With the last notable player being Maverick Lamoureux, who had 2 assists, and also Lutzy got an assist as well, so throw in Julian Lutz there. The Arizona Coyotes rookies went 2-0-1 in the rookie faceoff. The main team is over in Australia right now, getting ready for the preseason games, and we're going to have 3 preseason games in 2 days. 2 different teams playing on the same day. Actually, I think it's 3 different teams. I'll have to double check, but we're going to have a lot of players, a lot of Coyotes hockey going on. And to everyone that was like, why are they signing so many PTOs and so many guys? They need bodies, all right? I am mildly surprised the Coyotes did not call me to go play goalie out there because I can kind of move, not really. Anyway, that is your Coyotes report for September 19th, 2023. I am hopefully going to be caught up, and go Coyotes. And with that, the most pointless contract holdout is done, alright? Yannick has officially signed a 1-year contract, and I am left asking myself what actually was the entire point of any of that, because Yannick, while being a decent AHL player, a solid AHL player, he just didn't have any leverage. I don't understand the situation. So, if you've watched my previous videos, Craig Morgan reported it's like a month and a half ago that Yannick was seeking a trade. You had mega douche Alan Walsh, his agent, going on multiple Twitter tirades being like, fun fact, any NHL team can sign another NHL team's restricted free agent for like $1.2 million or less and not have to give up assets because he just wanted his client to sign a contract. And despite the fact the Coyotes, they extended the qualifying offer. I think it was around $813,000. It was actually a decent little raise from before, where his last 3 seasons he was making like $787,000. He actually signed this contract is a $775,000 cap hit. He signed for less than last year. Dude took a pay cut as well as losing money from the qualifying offer for this entire holdout, and I just don't understand the point of the holdout. Like, looking at his numbers in Tucson when he first arrived there in 2021, 29 games, 6 goals, 8 assists, 14 points, not bad. In 2021-22, 57 games, 17 goals, 30 assists, 47 points, an excellent season. And then last year, he missed his time due to injury, 30 games, 7 goals, 16 assists, 23 points, 10 less goals, like 14 less assists, less than half the points. He had a very down year, and as a 23-year-old forward, one of the last prospects from the Chychrun era, one of the last pre-Bill Armstrong prospects, if you're going to come off a down year, injury or not, and then enter a contract holdout when there is no leverage, I just don't understand it. I don't understand what he was hoping to accomplish, because yes, he did want to leave the organization. He requested that trade, he was asking them to get rid of him, but there just wasn't a market. All right, he had lost value, and what was the trade going to be? A minor league swap? Was it going to be Yannick in a 7th pick swap? What were they going to do to get rid of him, to make another team take him? Honestly, I feel like he should have just gone to Europe. I genuinely feel like he goes to Europe, he waits the 1 year for the rights to lapse, and I think that would make him available to any other team next year, because he would not only would have rejected the qualifying offer, but then never would have signed for another year. You miss 1 year in North America, and then you're free to go wherever. Instead, you hold out until just a couple of days before the Coyotes start their preseason in Melbourne, and you sign for less than you would have got with the qualifying offer. I do not understand what was going on here, and the only things I can say, all right, is I'm disappointed but not really surprised. I kind of expected them to not sign him, but like I'm at least happy Yannick gets 1 more year in Tucson, and he's never gonna watch it. But Jan, if you ever watch this, look, kid, keep your head down, work hard, raise your trade value, and get traded at the deadline and go flourish somewhere else. I don't see it happening in Arizona. Most people don't see it happening in Arizona. It is what it is, but that's all I can really say. All right, it's a really confusing situation that feels like, in my opinion, speculation, AZ Sports Guy, speculation mode. It feels like a delusional agent whispered sweet nothings into a prospect's ear at a moment where that prospect was not in a favorable position, and then ended up costing that prospect more money and maybe a part of their reputation down the line just because he's a mega douche. Anyway, that's all I got for you. I also talked about this on Locked On Coyotes. I just got done recording that, so if you want some more detailed thoughts on this, check that out some point later today. And Jan, seriously, please keep your head down, play well, get the trade value to get yourself out of this situation, and just put this chapter behind you. I go back to Mullett Arena tomorrow. That's not relevant to the episode, but today I get to talk about a Logan Cooley goal, a Josh Doan hat trick, and some roster cuts. Let's start off with the roster cuts. On September 23rd, the Arizona Coyotes made the following 4 cuts. Defenseman Justin Kipke, forward Ben Boyd, no relation to Travis, forward Josh Prokop, and forward Elliot Ekfard. Boyd goes back to St. Mary's, Prokop goes back to University of Alberta, Kipke will head back to the Victoria Royals of the WHL, Ekfard will likely return to the Alvenskan, and one more cut, Ryder Thompson heads back to the WHL. Now we move on to the Josh Doan news. On September 23rd, the Arizona Coyotes played 3 games in 3 different locations: Australia, Wichita, and St. Louis, 2 of those games being against the St. Louis Blues. In one of those games against the St. Louis Blues, Josh Doan was him. In a 5-1 victory over the St. Louis Blues, Josh Doan recorded a hat trick, triggering this fun fact from the NHL. Did you know Josh Doan's father, Shane, is the franchise's all-time leader in goals, but only scored 2 regular season hat tricks with the Coyotes, December 29th, 2015 and January 7th, 2012. I was at the game in 2012, I think it was against the Islanders, and he scored an empty net goal with like 4 seconds to go. If I'm not mistaken, Josh Doan recorded a hat trick in what is technically his first ever NHL game. That is ridiculous, on top of how well he played at the rookie faceoff. Other notables: Connor Geekie had a goal and an assist, Hunter Drew had an assist, as well as Julian Lutz recording a goal. Why did I mention Hunter Drew? There are a couple Tucson fans that watch me. As for the other couple of games, we'll start out on the 23rd. I think here was technically played on the 22nd, but on the 23rd at Australia, the Arizona Coyotes beat the LA Kings by a final score of 5-3, but the main goal I want to talk about was the 4th goal for the Coyotes. At 11:40 of the second period, with the Coyotes up 3-1, Logan Cooley travels the entire length of the ice, does a spinorama, and while falling, scores this beautiful goal. And did I mention Logan Cooley? I did mention Logan Cooley, right? Logan Cooley? Well, Logan Cooley is here, and he is him. Other notables: Matias Maccelli recorded a goal, Nick Schmaltz had a couple of assists, Clayton Keller had a goal and an assist, Hayden had a goal, and Durzi and Gunther each had assists. As for the game against the Blues in St. Louis, the Coyotes were down by a score of 3-0 at one point, before former Blues Zach Sanford scored in the 3rd period to make it 3-1. Then about 10 minutes later, Milos Kellerman, his first of the preseason, from Nate Smith and Zach Sanford, it's 3-2, and despite the Coyotes losing, Zach Sanford played pretty well, so Tucson, you're going to get a good player. And finally, yesterday, the other game in Australia was played, and the Arizona Coyotes lose by a final score of 3-2. Hayton started off the scoring at 11:18 of the first period, with the assists going to Keller and Durzi, so at the very least, Durzi's getting some assists. LA scores 3 unanswered goals before Travis Dermott scores his first goal as a Coyote in the preseason, with about 20 seconds to go in the game from Carconi and Kerfoot. Overall, the Coyotes went 2-2 in their first 4 games, including 3 games on the same day. I want to reiterate that one more time. They played 3 games in the exact same day, and went 2-1 on that day. The Coyotes are looking very good so far throughout the preseason. Logan Cooley is him, Josh Doan has a hat trick, and hockey is back, baby. How's it going? Your favorite community college dropout somehow turned credential media, and let's do a giant Coyotes report going up tonight, October 12th, just one day before the opener of the season, because boy do I not manage my time properly. So let's go ahead, waste no time, and jump right into it. We'll start off with the guys that got sent down to Tucson. Among the giant group of players getting sent down: defenseman Maximilian Szuber, forward Dylan Gunther, and defenseman Victor Soderstrom, Vladislav Galchenyuk, and Michael Kesselring. Tucson's going to be a lot better this year. They actually have a good, decent amount of depth down there, and while it does suck to see a couple of these players, primarily Gunther, starting the season in Tucson, most of those players will get their opportunity in Arizona at some point this season. Next up, in sad news for me, so on October 9th, 2023, the day after the Coyotes waived goaltender Ivan Prosvetov to send him down to the AHL, he was claimed on waivers by the Colorado Avalanche, and considering that Francouz is looking like he will not be back for a while, it makes sense. Colorado needed the goaltending depth. It just sucked because, personally, I didn't see him getting claimed. I would have not predicted him to get claimed, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, the 24-year-old goaltender's time in Arizona for now is done. As a goodbye, this kind of sucks because ever since 2019-2020, when he joined the Tucson Roadrunners, I've been really high on the kid, and I really did see him as being one of the next goaltenders for the Coyotes, but at the end of the day, it is what it is, and Ivan, while you'll never watch this, I wish you nothing but the best in Colorado. In better news, on October 5th, it was officially announced the Arizona Coyotes, they have their brand new broadcasting partner, and that is technically ABC 15. It's officially with Scripps Sports. It's a multi-year contract, and Coyotes games will now be broadcasted for free via the antenna. Yeah, go out there to Walmart, buy your $20 to $50 antenna, depending on how fancy you want it, and tune in to channel 15.2, and you will get to watch Coyotes games for free every single game that is not nationally broadcast, and I think that's about 79 or more for this season. On top of that, in a Q&A with Craig Morgan on PHNX, Alex Meruelo did confirm they are developing an app, so for everyone that for some reason was complaining about free TV, you will have the opportunity to pay for it. Also on October 9th, the Arizona Coyotes announced their opening night roster, and there really aren't very many surprises here. The only one for me was Travis Boyd, who was waived. The Coyotes get like $600,000 in cap relief or something like that for it, but he's on the opening night roster. It's going to probably be him as your 12th forward, Liam O'Brien as your 13th. They're carrying 13 forwards, 7 defensemen. But paper transactions are weird. I'm not going to pretend I understand it. I couldn't even understand, like, community college level history. And then finally, Alex Meruelo finally speaking to the Coyotes fan base in this open letter. I will have a link below in the description. And overall, it's a good statement. Essentially just, hey, we're not going anywhere. Committing to the Valley. I do take issue with a couple small things like, look, he's a Nevada businessman. I don't believe that he lives here full time. He does say that him and his family now live here. That's probably at least partially true, but he still has a lot of stuff going on in Reno. I am just saying, maybe just leave that part out next time. But no, seriously, minus a couple little small cynical critiques I could have, it is nice to hear from the owner speaking directly with the fan base and telling them we're not going anywhere, and essentially recapping all the work they've done in this offseason. I do apologize, I never got around to making the video. I don't want to make promises, but if I wake up early enough tomorrow, maybe I can get something done. But honestly, this has probably been one of, if not the best offseason for the Arizona Coyotes, and that is despite the arena thing still looming over the franchise, because we do not have a straight answer on that. But you know what? At the very least, every single other thing, every other aspect of this team, the franchise, has been taken care of. And like I said, it is good to hear from the owner. I would have really liked to hear this and the commitment to Arizona after the no vote. But you know what? Water under the bridge. At the very least, Meruelo and company have done a phenomenal job this offseason. So while I can crack a couple of jokes, seriously, this has been a fantastic offseason, so thank you very much. And that is all the news I got for you today. I am surprised I got through this as quickly as I did. I'll go ahead and get it uploaded tonight, and you might see me tomorrow, or I might just not wake up. I am very tired. How's it going? AZ Sports Guy here. I have literally like 7 minutes to film this, so I'm going to do it old school. I got the notebook. Let's talk about the Coyotes opener. No edits, nothing. This is going to be a classic 2018 AZ Sports Guy episode. So, the Arizona Coyotes, they went into New Jersey last night on Friday the 13th, 2023, to take on the New Jersey Devils in the season opener. And boy, was this an opener. So, New Jersey played the night before. They were 1-0 heading into it. This was the Coyotes' first game. And 6 minutes and 22 seconds into the first period, Matt Dumba, his first from Keller and Schmaltz. It was a really solid shot by Dumba. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I want to give him all the praise right now. He 110% is completely above, exceeding my expectations. I did not know what to expect from him. I was kind of having much lesser expectations. He's looked phenomenal. The Coyotes had 0 shots on their first power play, going 0-1 for it. At the 10-minute and 3-second mark, Janis Moser takes a penalty for interference. That is killed off. And then at 14 minutes and 18 seconds, Bjugstad, he gets a chance, Michele gets the rebound, and both the saves go to New Jersey's goaltender. He played pretty well. He's a backup goaltender. Schmidt had a very good game. Schmaltz, by the way, that's how you know I take my notes. Schmaltz, on that assist in the first goal, his 300th point, 200th assist. Congratulations to Nick Schmaltz. And then at the 17-minute, 21-second mark, the shots 13-7 for Arizona. When is the last time Arizona went into a really good team like this? This is a good Devils team and controlled the pace like that. Like, I am not used to the Coyotes leading in shots. Then Matt Dumba blocks a shot late with about 30 seconds to go, and the way Bob Heos was describing it, because like I said, I was listening to the game, in case I forgot to mention it, I was listening to the game, and then watching the highlights, whatever, when they would show up on my Twitter feed. He was saying that it was essentially, it was getting kind of crowded towards the net, and Matt Dumba with a really solid block there. 1-0 Coyotes after 1. The shots are 14-8 Arizona. They were originally announced as 14-7. Then Patrick Brown updated it right before the second period started. So I'm going to listen to Patrick Brown. All right, I'm going to listen to Browner on this one. And yes, those are a couple of jump cuts. I'm not as young as I used to be. Anyway, 3 minutes into the second period, New Jersey takes an interference penalty. That is killed off. Anyway, 3 minutes into the second period, New Jersey takes a penalty. And then Logan Cooley gets his first NHL point off a Sean Durzi one-timer, buried that You're going to see a lot of Sean Durzi goals from the blue line on the power play. A phenomenal job by him and Clayton Keller. The assist going to Keller and Cooley, obviously. Cooley getting his first point. And then you just get penalties. Like there is just too many penalties. And this is one of the few stretches of the game I didn't get to listen to all of it. So essentially, New Jersey scores 3 unanswered goals. That's the best way to say it. New Jersey scores 3 unanswered. It's 3-2 Devils after 3. And then the third period was not quite as eventful as I think we would have hoped. But at the 13-minute, 55-second mark, Nick Schmaltz, his first of the season from Logan Cooley, giving Logan Cooley his second assist of the night, ties the game, and we are going to overtime where the Coyotes actually had a couple of really good chances. You also had an opportunity for New Jersey when Timo Meier stole the puck, gets the pressure. Jack Hughes almost got the game winner, and Karel Vejmelka and the defense did a good job stepping up when they needed to. And then towards the very end of that, Vejmelka has to make another couple of saves against Hughes. Vejmelka had to be really good. Vejmelka had to be really good. New Jersey takes a penalty. The Coyotes cannot capitalize. There's about a minute 30 seconds to go, so they didn't really have too much time on the power play. Then we get to the shootout. So right here, it's Timo Meier, Nick Bjugstad. Bjugstad's the one who scores. Schmaltz versus Bratt. Schmaltz is the one who scores 2-0 in the shootout. The Arizona Coyotes win by a final score of 4-3 after a shootout. And they start off the season hot. They start off the season winning. And just listening to it, it was a different brand of hockey. Just listening to what this team was doing and how much more competent they were, how much better overall they were, how much more crisp the passes were, how much better, minus that first power play, how much better the power play was, how much better the special teams overall was and the defense was. This is a better team. We're not saying playoffs yet, all right? Again, we're just excited about more competitive hockey. And they walk away with this one with a victory. Schmaltz, a goal and an assist. Dumba and Durzi each having 1 goal. Keller and Cooley each had 2 assists. So the players that only had assists both had 2 of them. And if I'm not mistaken, Connor Bedard had 1 assist in his first game. Cooley doubled them up. So of course, Cooley's going to get 2 goals in his next NHL game. Vejmelka gets to win, 1-0 record, 33 saves, 3 goals against. Like I said, I think it was a 917 save percentage. Great game. It got sloppy in the second period when they allowed New Jersey to come back, and New Jersey's a very good team. You can't let them get back into the game because, as I pointed out on Twitter, all right, weren't they down 1-0? I'm pretty sure Bobby Howe said they were down 1-0 the other night in their first game. So, you know, you can't let that team off the hook because they're a cup favorite. I don't necessarily agree with them being a favorite because they're still a young team, but at the same time, they're still a cup favorite and you have to respect them. And the Coyotes, they get out of that one with a win. I'm so happy we get to talk about a win to start the season and not like a 6-2 blowout loss. So there you go. Coyotes win by a final score of 4-3, and I'll get back to my normal format, but I needed to make something for the first game, and I gotta be at work in an hour. How's it going? I got 3 games to talk about today and not a lot of time to do it because I am phenomenal at time management. Let's go ahead and jump right into it with the Coyotes report for October 20th, 2023. And we will start with the game in New York on October 16th, 2023, following that season opening win against the New Jersey Devils. It was a very frustrating back and forth game, and I did notice this early on. I was streaming the first period and watched most of the rest of it. I was listening to a little bit of the second period on the way to go get food. But I noticed this, especially in the first period, that the New York Rangers, they were getting all these tiny little opportunities that were just barely either bouncing over guys' sticks, the pucks were going to their skates instead of on the tape. So it's one of those things where it kind of felt like New York, they were not necessarily owed one, but they were going to get one. Like, they definitely had missed their opportunities. They were going to get one in. And then after a Clayton Keller turnover in the offensive zone, you have Mika Zibanejad and Chris Kreider in a 2-on-1 with Barrett Hayton, the only guy back to defend. Tip-tap, one-timer into the wide-open net, 1-0 New York, and let's keep on rolling. At exactly 5 minutes of the second period on the power play, Clayton Keller, his first goal of the season from Nick Schmaltz and Logan Cooley. We are all tied. Before we get into the third period where New York just needed to get the 1 goal, and the Coyotes, they lose out on an opportunity on a 2-minute 5-on-3, which frustrated me. If you get a 2-minute 5-on-3, you have to get 1 goal. You absolutely have to, and I get it. I said it on Locked On before, that New York is probably the better team. They're probably going to edge out the victory because they're a more win-now veteran team. It's a playoff team. This is a legitimate playoff team. There's no shame in losing. It was just frustrating because I can see what this team can do, and I forgot how frustrating it was to watch more competitive hockey. Anyway, In the third period of the power play, 8:26. Vinny Trocheck scores. It's 2-1. That's your final. And the Arizona Coyotes, despite making a push towards the end, New York just kind of played the style of hockey I imagine the New Jersey Devils did in the early 2000s, where, yeah, no, we're just going to play kind of shut down. We're going to get a couple opportunities, yeah, but it's mostly about shutting down, protecting the one-goal lead, and it was very frustrating to watch. But at the same time, that's a brand of hockey you got to be able to beat whenever you think you're a playoff team, and the Coyotes sure ain't there yet. But at the very least, they kept it closer. All right, I do want to say on the optimistic side, they kept these games closer. Now, there was some spats and a couple little disagreements at the end of the game, and whatever your opinions are on that, it is what it is. Connor Ingram gets his first loss of the season, 26 saves, 2 goals against, .929 save percentage. The worst save percentage so far this season. I will spoil it right now. The worst save percentage of the season was .917 among the two goaltenders. The goalies are playing phenomenal right now. But with that out of the way, let's skip ahead to the very next night on the 17th in Long Island, taking on the Islanders in a 1-0 loss. The only goal came at 3:47 of the second period on the power play from Matt Barzal, and that actually woke me up. I was streaming the first period. I went to go watch it in the living room. I fell asleep until this happened and went right back to sleep until the third period. So there is that disclosure. It was a very boring brand of hockey, and I was running on like 4 hours of sleep. It was a very boring brand of hockey because the Coyotes, they kept getting in their own way, and they only generated 6 shots in the first 40 minutes. Now, they did record about 8 shots in the third period, so they finished with 14 shots, but New York, a team that, at least of the most recent era, this most recent regime, is known for playing a more boring, kind of conservative brand of hockey where, yeah, you're finishing your checks, but it's low-scoring affairs. Yeah, 34 shots. They outshot the Coyotes by 20 shots, 34-14, and that was embarrassing. That was just something that frustrated the hell out of me. And yes, while the team kept themselves in the game, yes, it was a 1-goal game. It was just, it was frustrating. Again, I totally forgot what it was like to watch actual competitive hockey. Krov 33 saves, same exact amount of saves he had in his first game. 1 goal against, .971 save percentage, getting his first loss of the season. The goaltending's been excellent. Have I mentioned that before? The goaltending has been excellent. Then we skip ahead to last night, October 19th, in St. Louis, a game that I was actually working at the arena, get home, only get to watch a little bit of the third period, and it was already pretty much over at that point. So let's go ahead and give you the goal scoring summary. Nick Bjugstad kicks it off at 14:42 of the first period on the power play, his first from Machelli and Valimaki. Then Clayton Keller at 2:34 of the second period, his second from Nick Schmaltz. Jakub Frana decides to make it a 1-goal game again at 7:02, but then Michael Carconi at 7:44, his first of the season from Sean Durzi. Nick Schmaltz decides he also wants to score his second from Clayton Keller at 13:58. It is 4-1 heading into the third and final period, where Jason Zucker at 2:09, his first goal as an Arizona Coyote from Matias Machelli and Juuso Valimaki, both getting their second assists of the night. Sammy Blais makes it 5-2 at 3:16 before Sean Durzi on the power play at 16:59 scores his second goal of the season from Logan Cooley, making Logan Cooley once again a point-per-game player. He has been a point-per-game player at least every single game of his NHL career so far, starting it off well, I see. Connor Ingram, 24 saves, 2 goals against, .923 save percentage, and the Arizona Coyotes, they leave St. Louis with a 6-2 victory and having gone 2-2-0 on the opening road trip, as well as being in a tie for the second wild card spot. And since they have the least amount of losses, they are technically a wild card team right now. So for those that had the Coyotes in a playoff spot for like a week and a half like myself, that prediction's looking pretty good. Anyway, that is your Coyotes report for October 20th, 2023. Make sure if you want a little more detailed thoughts to catch me over on Locked On Coyotes, and I will hopefully see some of y'all opening night tomorrow hosting the Anaheim Ducks. How's it going, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. We got a Coyotes game report and a little bit of news, and I wrote down the notes on a physical piece of paper again. We are so back! Seriously, working for Locked On has made AZ Sports Guy a hobby again. It's fun just making stupid content and not trying to pretend I'm actually like a real reporter or anything. So, let's talk about this game, the Arizona Coyotes home opener hosting the Anaheim Ducks. Full disclosure, I was a little busier than usual. While I did get to watch a decent portion of the game, most of my notes are kind of generic, so I'll go ahead and just jump right into it here. So we'll start off at 15:09 in the first period. Anaheim takes a penalty, that's killed off. Then at 17:32, Anaheim takes another penalty, and at 17:41, 9 seconds later, Jason Zucker, the first Coyotes goal in the Mullett Arena for this season. His second goal as an Arizona Coyote on the power play from Juuso Välimäki and Matias Maccelli. And where does that sound familiar? In fact, if my memory hasn't gone the way of the dodo, Välimäki and Maccelli have paired for exactly 3 goals so far this season, with their assists being the primary and secondary in that order. So whatever they're doing it right. Anyway, at 19-19, towards the very end of the first period, Radko Gudas, he gets a penalty waved off. Carconi does get a penalty. His was a slashing penalty. That's killed off in the second period. 1-0 Arizona after one, with the shots being 10-10. It was surprisingly close, and I don't like that because Anaheim's not very good. Moving on. 3:29 in the second period, both Anaheim and Jason Zucker for Arizona both get penalties, and at 5:19, Anaheim gets another penalty that's killed off. At exactly 8 minutes, O'Brien and Johnson have a fight. 14:01, Clayton Keller, an absolute snipe, by the way, his third, from Nick Schmaltz and Jonathan Durzi, 2-0 Coyotes. 16:22, Clayton Keller gets a penalty, that's killed off. Anaheim takes a penalty with about 40 seconds to go, that was eventually killed off. 2-0 Coyotes after 2, with the shots being 26-22 Anaheim. Anaheim, I'll give them credit, they got their chances. Krova played phenomenal, but Anaheim got their chances. I have to give them plenty of credit for that. But their backup goaltender also had a really solid game. I gave a lot of credit to him on Locked On. Want to reiterate it here. Solid game for him. Anyway, third period, 1 minute 43 seconds. Anaheim takes a penalty that's killed off, putting Arizona 1 for 5 so far. And it was at that point it was brought to my attention that both Jason Zucker and Michael Carconi were out and would not return, because the Arizona Coyotes PR Twitter account tweeted that out. Craig Morgan updated us this morning. Jason Zucker is not on the ice. Michael Carconi is wearing a non-contact jersey. And Zach Sanford and Jan Yannick, who were both called up, I didn't see the announcement they were called up, are both on the ice for practice. So not a good sign. Carconi is likely going to be day-to-day, but if Zucker's not even skating, that one might be week-to-week. That is my personal speculation. Okay, I don't know anything. Clearly, you guys know that. Anyway, at 6:06, Krause takes a penalty. Skip ahead to 12:14. Vetrano is fourth from Silfverberg and Henrique on the power play. It's 2-1. It's a 1-goal game. 16:44, Anaheim and Arizona take offsetting penalties once again. Couple opportunities. The Coyotes couldn't bury the empty net chance. 2-1 finish, and the Arizona Coyotes win that home opener against the Anaheim Ducks 2-1, and they finish the night second in the Central and third in the conference. Though they have gone down one slot, they're around 5th in the conference now. They're still technically a playoff team, and if they can beat the Kings tonight, they keep themselves in that playoff hunt a little bit longer. Thus, like I said, heading into the season, they'll be in the playoffs for at least a week and a half. They're getting it out of the way right at the beginning. They are 110% getting that week and a half out of the way early. Vmelko gets the win, 2-1-0 record on the season, 29 saves, 9.67 save percentage. Great game for him. The shots 33-28 in favor of the Anaheim Ducks. And of course, your goal scorers being Jason Zucker and Clayton Keller. And solid game, seriously. It was a lot of fun, a really fun atmosphere. It was pretty much as electric as it was last opening night. I just want to make sure moving forward that while it was a lot more Coyotes fans this opening night, as is natural, I want to make sure that maintains throughout the season. With the product being better, that should help. But Coyotes fans, you got to get out there. You got to be loud, because I want more of that. That was good energy. Wasn't quite ASU levels of energy. ASU has a phenomenal environment, but we're getting a little closer. Keep building. Let's do it. Yotes are a playoff team. Something. They're going to the Cup Finals in the Mullett. Hello, darkness, my old friend. How's it going, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Had to take a couple of days off, because if I would have made this video a couple of nights ago, I'd have been yelling. There'd have been some screaming. There'd have been some expletives, and I can't apparently do that anymore. So, got a couple of games to talk about, both against the Los Angeles Kings last week. Let's go ahead and just jump right into it. We'll start off with the game on October 24th, 2023 in LA, where the Arizona Coyotes it wasn't good enough. Pretty sure this game was going on at the exact same time of Game 7 between the Phillies and the D-backs, so I was kind of in between them. It was between one of those games, so I was kind of standing right there for some of it, and then by the third period, I was just done. Full disclosure. Anyway, Chychrun McBain, 2 minutes and 59 seconds in, his first goal of the season from Travis Boyd and Matias Maccelli, who is on a point streak, mind you. He's the only one, I think, that's currently on an active point streak. And then we get 3 unanswered goals by the Kings in the first period, going to Kopitar, Lewis, and Moore, 3-1 heading into the second, where Nick Bjugstad, his second from Krause and Carconi at 6:17. 1-goal game, it's 3-2. LA scores. Keller scores again, his fourth from Cooley and Schmaltz. It's now 4-3. We head into the third period. Kevin Fiala at 5:35. And then I remember the Coyotes actually having a decent couple of opportunities, followed by the Kings actually playing some decent shutdown defense, followed by the Coyotes just being kind of incompetent. And then we have Adrian Kempe, I believe that was a empty net goal. By that point, I had shut it off, right? By that point, done. All right, I had enough third period hockey. And the Coyotes lose by a final score of 6-3. And what do you want me to say about this one? All right, the Coyotes, I was feeling pretty good about them. Then this happened, and I was just angry because it should have been a closer game. And yes, obviously Craig Morgan was correct when he said that the goaltending was kind of due for a bad game, but I was really hoping it wouldn't be that bad. Connor Ingram gives up 3 goals on 9 shots. Krov Melka comes in, surrendering 2 goals on 18 shots. Both goaltenders having a bad save percentage, 6.67 and 8.89 goals against, respectively. And I'm just going to go ahead and brush that one to the side. It's one bad game. Head into the game at Mullett Arena, where, disclosure, I primarily got to watch bits of the first period, and from the second and third, I was just all D-backs, followed by depression, and then listening to this lead just dissipate. Goal scoring starts off, 37 seconds in. Matias Maccelli is first from Nick Bjugstad and Janis Moser. Bjugstad's first assist, Janis Moser's first point. Mikey Anderson ties it up at 5:56, and then in the span of about a minute and 10 seconds, you have Janis Moser's first from Keller and Schmaltz, McBain is second from O'Brien and Stetcher, and Jonathan Durzi his third from Sanford and Vamelka. We go into the second period with a 4-1 lead. Then LA starts to chip away at it. Drew Doughty on the power play in the second period. It's 4-2. And then by that point, the D-backs had already given up their comeback loss. And I'm like, okay, here we go. Let me start hearing the Kings fans cheer. Byfield, Kopitar, Doughty's second goal of the night. 5-4 finish. I don't want to be alive anymore. This is a cry for help. And I'm just going to say it here. All right. I said it on Locked On. I'll say it here just to reiterate it. All platforms, you're going to get this message, okay? If the Coyotes lose to Chicago, I'm going right back on to pro tanking, and I'll be mad whenever they win because I forgot how not only frustrating it was to have expectations for a team, but I forgot how much it made me very angry at the end of the night. So, Krov Melka, 36 saves, 5 goals against, 8.78 save percentage. Can I really blame Carell? Like, the defense, from what I was told, was not playing particularly well. The offense also not playing particularly well. Even Logan Cooley getting a little bit of a bench action, riding the pine after a couple of shifts in the third period. And that's to be expected. Young kid, if he's not playing the way the coach wants him to, sit on the bench for the rest of the game, sends the message, he'll be fine moving forward. He's a kid. He's 19 years old. You think I'm not smart now? Do you think I was smart when I was 19? No, I would have started this then. But what else do you want me to say? What else am I supposed to say about this hockey game other than, wow, yeah, no, that happened. Yep, I am frustrated. I am sad. And I don't know where else you want me to go with it. Let's talk about point streaks. Matias Maccelli has 4 assists and a goal in his last 4 games. So he's above a point per game, playing really well right now. And then Jack McBain, he's scored goals in back-to-back games. Other players like, Clayton Keller, Nick Schmaltz on a really good roll right now to start the season. There are positives, all right? There are a lot of positives. I am just frustrated and not really caring about the positives because I want W's because this team can and should be better. Now, I do believe that Krauser missed the game against the Kings, the second game against the Kings. Zucker is out for a little bit. Sanford did come in and play pretty well, but it's also like, hey, I'm still kind of annoyed. Anyway, there you go. Coyotes lose back-to-back against the Kings. The next game is tomorrow against the Chicago Blackhawks, or depending on by the deadline I get this out tonight. It might be later today, but you get the point, all right? Coyotes need to bounce back, get back around 500, and also if they win tomorrow, they're right back technically in the second wildcard spot. So do that so I can still have my week and a half in a playoff spot. That's all I got for you. Like, comment, subscribe, follow me on Threads, go away. If you really thought I wasn't going to wear a Sonic mask for the Halloween episode, you really don't know me. How's it going? AZ Sports Guy here, and if you're a Blackhawks fan, you got the Monday Scaries, boys! I know it's Sunday Scaries, but I'm gonna use it for Monday because it's my show and I'm gonna do what I want. Anyway, on October 30th, 2023, the Arizona Coyotes hosted the Chicago Blackhawks in the Bedard Bowl, but not the one tanking for him, the one where he's here, Cooley's here, and we already know who's the better player. I'm also wearing the patented Chychrun McBain jersey. That's also going to be relevant today. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. So 28 seconds in, Bedard scores. Yeah, I watched it, and that escalated very quickly. His fourth goal of the season, but there would be at least 2 Coyotes players that would tie him in the game. So after that first goal, you know, Chicago's looking pretty good. Immediately, 8 unanswered goals. All right. Michael Carcone is second from Cooley and Durzi at 2:23. Josh Brown is first from McBain and Kerfoot at 13:53. Carcone is second of the night, third of the season from Krause and Bjugstad at 15:55 on the power play. Go to the second period. Carcone a hat trick, his fourth from Boyd at exactly 5 minutes, and no hats were thrown. So here you go. We're gonna juggle some hats. But in reality, it was because everyone thought Logan Cooley got the goal. So unfortunately, Carcone, you got to change your numbers. Apparently 53 is too close to 92. Anyway, Chychrun McBain, the McBain Payne train, is third from Kerfoot and O'Brien at 6:38. Durzi is fourth from Carcone and Boyd at 11:18. And Liam O'Brien, who actually has been like fighting to get his points in the season because he's had a couple of assists erased off the board. And I think 1 goal prior was also erased. But this one, he gets it, his first from McBain and Meruelo at 15:26. And finally, Chychrun McBain, second of the night, fourth of the season, from Alex Kerfoot at 10:37 of the third period. 8-1 shellacking. All right. And while there is no justice when it comes to actually like taking away a draft pick from Chicago, we can at least take away their dignity and make them lose to a college team 8-1. Woo! Okay. Okay, shots 33-30 in favor of the Coyotes, so it was pretty close. And let's take a look at the box score. Let's start off with Connor Ingram. Connor Ingram had a phenomenal game. 29 saves on 30 shots, 967 save percentage. And then, of course, Michael Carcone, player of the game, 3 goals, 1 assist for 4 points. Chychrun McBain, 2 goals, 2 assists, 4 points. Alex Kerfoot had 3 assists. Jonathan Durzi had a goal and an assist. Josh Brown with the goal. Who also had this? And Travis Boyd. Travis Boyd had 2 points in that one, 2 assists. That's what you do. The Coyotes at that point improved to 4-4-0. Now we head into Anaheim in a game that I look, here's how my schedule works. Hey, you're going to come in on these days. Those are Coyotes games. These are ASU games. I didn't even know they went to Anaheim for a game. Yeah. So let's go ahead and jump into that Anaheim matchup on November 2nd. I said November 1st. What do you want about? Anyway, they're in Anaheim. Anaheim entering the game with a 4-game win streak. And it's funny. I do want to make a video about this eventually, about like what happened with Anaheim and why all these young players never ended up panning out. All the young players they currently have on the roster are panning out. Troy Terry is third on the power play at 3:46. He also gets his second of the night, fourth of the season at 9:35 on the power play. And then Lawson Krause finally gets his first goal of the season. It's a pretty solid. He had some muster behind that one. His first from Moser and Bjugstad. Cooley is first from Moser and O'Brien. That is right, Logan Cooley. It was a bit of a break with a nice pass by Moser. A bit of a break and he just buries it. Cooley finally gets the monkey off his back. And then Krauser, this was a great one. So it's at 14:25 of the second period. I think the power play was just expiring. But you have Meruelo. He's just over there playing with it. He is playing with his food. He's going over back by the blue line, kind of top of the circle area. Throws it towards the net. It finds its way to Krause, who roofs it, backhand roofs it while falling down. It reminds me of a Shane Doan goal I can never find the highlight for again, but whatever. It lives rent-free in my head. Before Leo Carlson scores in the third period and Troy Terry scores to end it in overtime. And I was pretty upset that day, but the D-backs also lost the World Series that day, so... But the D-backs also lost the World Series that day, so it wasn't a very fun day in the Valley. 4-3 loss in overtime. The Coyotes fall to 4-4-1. And at the very least, okay, they finally got one of these 1-goal losses to go into overtime, so that way they can actually generate some points. Because remember, we're not tanking this year. The Coyotes need to generate something, but Lawson Krause, a couple of goals. And it's funny, I was talking on Locked On, and I said it there, but I want to reiterate it here. I grossly misspoke about Nick Bjugstad when I said I was trying to convey that line, the Bjugstad, Michelli, Kraus line, just didn't have the same chemistry, and that even though Bjugstad's playing very well right now, he's not going to be second line center Bjugstad. He's going to be third line center Bjugstad. Still a good player. They immediately, as soon as I started saying that, they're immediately producing again, and that line's back together, and the chemistry is right where they picked off. So this is one of those occasions where AZ Sports Guy looks like an absolute moron, and I'm okay with it. So I did want to take an opportunity to just reiterate one more time, I grossly misspoke how I was trying to convey my thoughts there. Anyway, now we get the matchup last night, November 2nd, hosting the Montreal Canadiens, and oh boy, this one's fun, alright, because I never got the picture of it, but this jackass in the student section paying like $120, $150 for his seat, wearing a Quebec hat, was like, oh yeah, you know, bringing Phoenix back to Quebec. First off, I have no idea why so many Quebec fans need this. The Quebec Nordiques went to Colorado and won a cup. They didn't go to the desert. But anyway, I just like being a jerk. A penalty shot, Schmaltz his third at 6:17. Monahan answers back about a minute later. Go to the second period, Lawson Krause, he's now scoring in bunches. His third from Michelli and Bjugstad with about 39 seconds to go in the period, the second period. That line is back. Like I said, it's back. Gallagher scores to tie it on the power play at 2:59 before Nick Schmaltz, second of the night from Cooley and Keller. Side note, Cooley is leading all rookies with 7 assists and leading with 8 points so far through 10 games. So Logan Cooley playing very well. 6:07, that's your game winner. 3-2 finish, and you lost to a college team. The Canadiens just suck. I know they're having a hot start. I know they have a better record than the Coyotes, but you lost to a college team in a college building, so you can cry about it. And to the jackass that brought that sign, you had to pay a certain amount of money to be there. I got paid to be there. We are not the same. Ingram gets another win. I think it's his third on the season. 28 saves, 2 goals against. Solid night for him. Also, NHL, I don't know why you messed up your website so much. That simple statistics and records and whatnot are no longer on there, but thank you very much. Anyway, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. It's probably how I'm going to title this video. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. The Arizona Coyotes improved to 5-4-1, and they are currently 3rd in the Central Division, 7th in the conference, which is fine because they're still 3rd in the division. That's just go my points wise, but they pretty much, I think it's been officially a week and a half they've been in the playoffs total days. So yeah, my projection was spot on. You guys can give me all the credit in the comments that you guys totally aren't going to give me, but there you go. The Arizona Coyotes winning 2 out of 3 is not bad. Being 3rd place in the division, not bad. And their next game is tomorrow, hosting Winnipeg. So make sure to have a little fun and tell your local Thrashers fan that it's going to be okay. How's it going? AZ Sports Guy here. Got a quick one for you, but this one's really interesting and in my opinion pretty important to discuss. The Arizona Coyotes, ever since they announced they are going to be broadcasting their games for free over the air, there's been a lot of varying opinions. Now, the logical among us know the basic concept that more eyeballs equals, over time, better ad rates, more people watching your games, more people buying your merch, more people interested in going to your games, and just overall growing the strength, visibility of your brand. Then you have people that were mad you had to pay $20 for an antenna. I know I've talked about it before, but as someone who grew up living in a trailer with a tiny little box TV with the only way I was able to watch Suns and Coyotes games being with an antenna, basic logic is more availability to more people is of course better. And while it has not exactly been a perfect launch, there's been some issues with blackouts, ESPN Plus, and trying to find it on other cable providers. I know Cox provides it. Dish has provided a couple of games. DirecTV has been some conflict there. So there hasn't exactly been the best rollout in terms of all the available options for everyone. However, the free over-the-air version where you just gotta buy an antenna has resulted in some very interesting numbers. So per this report, well, I'll go ahead and read it for you. In Phoenix, the Arizona Coyotes ratings have increased a whopping 900% from their RSN distribution last year. The equation is simple. More audience reach generates higher ratings to deliver Scripps significant new revenue right now, primarily through incremental and meaningful core advertising revenue growth and higher distribution revenue for the independent stations on which they air. Oh, did I also go talking about finances and whatnot and basic logic to that? Oh, sorry. That's just me wasting a little bit of your time. But seriously, a whopping 900%. Javier Gutierrez was on PHNX a few weeks ago saying they were reaching less than 1 million homes while they were with Bally Sports Arizona. Bally's was a terrible thing for the overall sports community here because only a couple of carriers carried the network and it was expensive to get. Shifting the focus to free over-the-air accessibility while also developing the other options so that way people outside of the market, people that might be a little far outside of the range of the antennas, can still watch the game, something they still need to work on and need to improve. Completely valid point. But they are also, for context, I know a lot of people for some reason were freaking out about the Salt Lake Coyotes, but as Javier Gutierrez said, and I'm still mad I didn't get to make the joke first, no one's talking about the Albuquerque Coyotes because they've been broadcasting games in Phoenix, Albuquerque, and in Salt Lake. They are trying to grow the audience, and they've done so by 900%. The equation is simple. Make your games accessible. More people will watch. I know, it's a mind-blowing statistic. It's a mind-blowing thing to talk about, but it's basic common logic. And so far, even with the spotty rollout of the additional options to watch the game, they're still up 900%. That is ridiculous, but it's also a fantastic positive step for the Coyotes because that's how you build a fan base, because if people cannot watch your games, they're not going to care. If you do not make it easy and accessible for someone to watch your games, why are they going to be a fan of your team? Why are they going to follow if they have to go so far out of their way? The Arizona Coyotes making it easier to watch the games has done nothing but benefit them, and we get to report more and more good news for you. Obviously, there's going to be some smooth-brained individuals that are like, oh, because we're moving to Salt Lake, but then again, you can ignore these people because all they really have going for them is the hopes and prayers that one day the Coyotes may eventually leave, and they're not. Come on now. Anyway, there you go. Some positive news for you. Reminder, if you're within the valley, you're just one antenna away from watching games. And then on Cox, I think it's channel 61 Dish. It was on 61 for a little bit. DirecTV has just been DirecTV. Go ahead and ignore that a little bit, but there you go. There's still multiple ways to watch the team, and the antenna has been working so far. You know what? It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I can't sleep. Let's talk about Matias Maccelli. So after the loss in St. Louis, I actually wrote down these notes because he was on a 9-game point streak, and I don't feel like he was getting enough attention. So let's do the Matias Maccelli video. In the first 3 games, he recorded no points, obviously a slightly slow start, and we're kind of wondering, is there going to be a sophomore slump? Me, personally, I did not predict one coming because it wasn't like he's a top-line player, where my basic logic behind a lot of the sophomore slumps is guys being figured out, quote-unquote, or guys that weren't being focused on are now focused in on because of the whole year of footage on them. Anyway, Matias Maccelli gets his first points of the season. He gets 2 of them on October 19th at St. Louis. He gets a couple of assists, and crisp passing, everything you want out of Matias Maccelli, and it started a 9-game point streak where against Anaheim, the home opener on the 21st, had an assist. At the Kings on the 24th, 1 assist. Gets his first goal of the season at home against the Kings on October 27th, and at that point, he's on a 4-game point streak, 1 goal and 4 assists. He's averaging an assist per game on this point streak at that point. And then the next game against Chicago at home on the 30th, October 30th, he gets an assist. He also gets an assist at Anaheim on the 1st, at home against Montreal on the 2nd, at home against Winnipeg on the 4th, and then hosting Seattle to end that homestand. He gets his 2nd goal of the season before that point streak is snapped on November 9th at St. Louis. And in that 9-game streak, he had 2 goals and 8 assists for 10 points. He averaged just below 1 assist per game. Matias Maccelli, really crisp passing, had 1 phenomenal pass tonight at Dallas over to Jason Zucker, and that was a clapper by Zucker, good one-timer set up by Maccelli. It's one of those things where he is such an underrated player still to an extent, and the more you say someone is underrated, the less underrated they become. They become properly rated over time. But the fact that because he's a little more quiet, because he doesn't score all the goals, and mind you, at least one of those 2 goals was an absolute snipe, and it's one of those things where the words Tucson Roadrunners coach Steve Potvin just pop into my head that he has an excellent shot and he needs to shoot more. And every single time he scores, I'm like, yeah, no, he needs to shoot more because this kid is good. This kid is great. So it's like he just because he's a little more quiet and a little more pass heavy, not quite as goal scoring heavy. I think a lot of people forget he's out there or underrate it because 1 assist here, 1 assist there, 1 assist there. But he puts together these quiet point streaks where he's over a point per game in that 9-game stretch. He's at the 10 points. And right now at this point of the season, in 15 games, he has 2 goals and 9 assists for 11 points. He got an assist, like I said, tonight against Dallas, so he didn't score for 2 games. He had no points against St. Louis and Nashville. It is what it is, and he already looks, once again, really good when he gets back on the score sheet. And I know it's a short video. I know this is not some mind-blowing, here's this statistic, and here's his goals for above expected, and here's this. It's one of those things where he doesn't get talked about enough. There is not enough highlighting him. So I'm going to sit here and at 1 o'clock in the morning make a 4-minute video about how Matias Maccelli is a pretty darn good player, and the fact that he's still like just below a point per game, 11 points in 15 games, still just below 102 games into his NHL career. And he's still like not getting like the proper respect, and he wasn't even a Calder finalist last year. That's gonna go down as like one of the biggest not travesties, that's too strong a word, but it's gonna go down as like one of the biggest shames of like how did that, like, come on. Anyway, there's the Matias Maccelli video. I want to talk about Matias Maccelli. It doesn't matter that I only had a couple of minutes of material. I wanted to talk about Matias. I'm sorry. Matias Maccelli. There you go. Matias Maccelli's little point streak there. And still, very fast, very efficient passer. Excellent shot. Please shoot more.
How's it going? Yep. We're going with this format. We are changing over to this one take on the phone again because... frankly, YouTube kicked me in the pills recently, and I don't really have the time I used to make videos, so I have plenty of time to take notes. I can throw them up on a whiteboard, so the comparisons to the hockey guy, yep, I am leaning into them. So let's talk about the road trip. The Coyotes are in their second home game tonight against the St. Louis Blues, so ironically enough, we're going to start off with the game against the Blues. On the 9th, they go into St. Louis and lose a frustrating game by a score of 2-1, a game that they took 7 penalties. 7 power plays for St. Louis, and luckily, at the time, St. Louis, 3.5% on the power play, so abysmal. The Coyotes took advantage of that. The penalty killing numbers got a lot better after that night, and then very quickly not so much throughout the rest of the road trip, but Lawson Krause actually at 15:44 gets his 5th from Keller and Schmaltz, tying the game, but St. Louis scores. Go to the third period. The Coyotes do have a power play. They have some opportunities. Do nothing with them. And that kind of bothers me. It really bothers me that, like, I understand the argument, and I actually do, to a degree, think there is merit to it, that whenever your offense is not on the ice that long because you're killing so many penalties, it doesn't really get the chance to get going, that's fine. It was a 1-goal game. It was a 1-goal game at that point. All they needed was to just score the 1 goal. You go to overtime, you get a point. And couldn't do that. And it was a frustrating game. So there's that one. And then the next one, the goal scoring goes away, comes right back. A 7-5 win at the Nashville Predators on the 11th. The goal scoring summary here is ridiculous. So Carcone is 5th from Cooley at 9:58 of the first. Stetcher ties it up, his first from Moser at 14:05. 1-1 at that point in the first period. And then Nashville scores another couple goals. Keller, his 6th from Cooley and Durzi on the power play. Kerfoot, his first from Boyd and Dumba. We're all tied at 4 in the second period. Carcone gives the Coyotes their first lead of the night. They can get 5-4, his 6th from Moser and Ingram. That's right. Connor Ingram right here getting some points on the road trip. Sean Durzi is 5th from Keller and Cooley, power play of the third period. And then Bjugstad, his 3rd from Clayton Keller and Barrett Hayton. 7-5 final. And if you look at Connor Ingram's numbers, 37 saves, 5 goals against, 881 save percentage. He played okay. When you're facing that many shots, I think it was 43 total, if my math is correct. I did fail math, probably. Unless we're talking about Glendale Community College, but we're not talking about Glendale Community College. So my math should be accurate there. And the offense dies, comes back up to life. Then they go into Dallas.
Full disclosure, I did not watch that game. I had no interest because as long as I have been covering this team, the Coyotes cannot beat the Dallas Stars, and they take them to overtime. So Clayton Keller actually scores the first goal of the night, giving the Coyotes an early lead, his 7th from Barrett Hayton at 5:33. And this is the game where I think at least 2 of these injuries happened. I don't remember if it was this game or the next one. It was after a Barrett Hayton goal. So the one against Columbus. So we'll get to that in a second from Barrett Hayton. But in this game, Juuso Välimäki ends up taking a puck to the jaw. And Matias Maccelli also ended up getting an injury at some point on this road trip. Comes right back immediately, scores in his next game. So I think that was against the Thrashers down here. Oh, it's stupid. I shouldn't laugh at my own jokes. But anyway, Zucker is third from Maccelli and Moser in the third period. Then Lawson Krause giving them their second lead of the night. His 6th from Durzi. Tying goal. You go to overtime. They lose in overtime 4-3. They at least got a point at least. I mean, you get a point against Dallas, a team this team just cannot seem to beat. And I know I just doubled up on words twice in back-to-back sentences. Can you tell I'm not used to this format? Along with the stupid long pause. Anyway, then they go on to Columbus. And this was a game that I listened to a little bit of. I was doing something that night. Don't remember. On the 16th. So the 14th are in Dallas. The 16th are in Columbus. And Barrett Hayton, after he scores his 2nd of the season, and it's his 2nd in a handful of games, Barrett Hayton actually started getting on the board more. 1 goal and 2 assists throughout the 4 games in this road trip. Had a solid trip. Ends up sustaining an injury. And then Craig Morgan goes and reports on Twitter he's expected to miss about 4 to 6 weeks. This team, the 2018-19 Coyotes are back. I also have a video planned for that, but this team's already getting injured again. Anyway, Hayton his 2nd from Kesselring and Dumba, Cooley his 2nd from Durzi and Keller, and Lawson Krause, the game-winning goal, his 7th from Nick Bjugstad. Lawson Krause, 3 goals on the road trip. Lawson Krause had a very productive road trip, and it was, most of the games they lost, actually. He only scores in the games they lose, except for the Columbus game. Yeah, love it. Anyway, over those last couple of games, Vejmelka, 32 saves, 4 goals against, 889 save percentage against Dallas. And then Connor Ingram, 39 saves, 2 goals against, 951. Connor Ingram, heading into his start the other night, actually was on a 5-game winning streak. Connor Ingram, the Coyotes just tend to win a lot more when Connor Ingram is in the net. And personally, I'll stand by this, he's my starter. I think Connor Ingram should be the starter. Then, you go into Atlanta, you lose 5-2. We're not going to talk about that game here today, ladies and gentlemen, because Maccelli getting his 3rd, so he gets injured against Columbus. He's fine to face the Thrashers. Dumba is 2nd from Boyd and Schmaltz. Dumba actually had a goal and assist on this road trip. Solid numbers. Finally getting to see him wake up a little bit. They needed that. But the actual goal-scoring leaders or the point production leaders on the road trip, Lawson Krause, 3 goals. Clayton Keller, 2 goals and 4 assists. He was above a point per game on the 5-game road trip. Michael Carcone having a multi-goal game at Nashville. Barrett Hayton, a goal and 2 assists. And he did that. He gets injured against Columbus. 3 points in 4 games. With Barrett Hayton, it's one of those things where it feels like he's going to be a slow starter, but when the points start coming, they come in bunches. And this is going to be a big setback. Missing him for 4 to 6 weeks sucks. He's not. I don't think he's perfect at the number 1 center role. However, he's really good in between Clayton Keller and Nick Schmaltz. He's someone that probably is your 2nd-line center whenever Cooley's developed. If they end up bringing in another center, that's where you want him to be. 2nd center, good position for him. But on this team, he's number 1 center, and that loss, they're missing him. They definitely are missing him. Jonathan Durzi, 1 goal and 3 assists. He has been as good as advertised, if not better. And I will still always laugh that he embarrassed my wife at FanFest. Yes, I know you can hear that, honey, and I think it's hilarious. Anyway, talking about the goaltending. Karel Vejmelka, not a bad goaltender. That's not the entire point that I'm bringing this up, but I wanted to compare the two because they're still doing the 1A, 1B format. Vejmelka, 0-2-1, 3.33 goals against, 8.93 save percentage. He had that phenomenal save percentage, the 9.52 against, I think, the Blues right here. It's just one of those things where Vejmelka, very hot, not so hot. It's one of those things where it's the consistent inconsistency, and that's another reason why I think Ingram is the starter of this team. 2-0-0, 3.50, not a great goals against when you give up 5. That's going to do it. 9.15 save percentage, though. He has an excellent save percentage. He's been good all season, more consistently. He's been blown up a couple of times. Both goaltenders got blown up a couple of times. It is what it is. And then injuries. I don't remember if McBain got hurt here or just before, so he's on the board. But Juuso Välimäki, Barrett Hayton. Now you also have Travis Dermott from just before. Jack McBain. McBain is expected to miss about a month. He's week to week on injured reserve. They're missing some depth, and you can tell. You can 100% tell. However, even though I'm going to argue St. Louis is not a good team, the Coyotes and St. Louis have a lot of things in common in terms of consistent inconsistency and mediocrity throughout the year, so it's a lot closer than I would originally expect. On top of that, the Coyotes blow them out the first time at home. You expect St. Louis to try to fight back. You beat Nashville, team you needed to beat. Columbus, I may have overrated them a little bit on lockdown, but you had to win that game, so you at least win 2 of the 3 games you kind of had to win. You forced the Dallas game into overtime, which kind of cancels out the bad performance against St. Louis, and then you lose to the Winnipeg Jets. I don't know what to say about that one. I don't. It is what it is. The Jets are actually a good team, and it's weird because I was expecting them to not be, but hey, pleasant surprise, and Jets fans, start filling up that arena. Anyway, there you go. That is the overview and everything I had for the 5-game road trip. I wanted to make a video because I think it's interesting that this road trip, I definitely thought Columbus was one that was going to be more of a struggle than it was. I was not aware of how much they were struggling at the time. So you come out of this one 2-2-1 with 5 points. It's not bad. That's you're saying right at 500. Your points percentage is a net positive. It's points in 3 out of 5 games. If they keep playing like this, and they kind of have been throughout the entire season so far, win 1, lose 1, win 1, lose 1. At least they're starting to force a couple games into overtime. That's how you get free points. They're going to matter a lot at the end of the season. The Coyotes are keeping themselves in playoff contention. Right now, they find themselves 1 point out of the second wildcard spot against the St. Louis Blues. So if they win tonight in regulation, the Coyotes are going to be back in the wildcard spot. It's late November. Thanksgiving is this week, and we are talking about the Coyotes still in a playoff spot. So it just shows that the team actually has improved. It's a lot more fun to talk about, obviously. And I forgot how frustrating competitive hockey was, because then you get mad at the little things. So there you go. Expect to see something about injuries, and I'm going to enjoy having to not edit videos anymore. I'm not even gonna try to hide behind that one. We are back. Let's talk about injuries. So the Arizona Coyotes, the 2018-19 team, are back, baby. Though the mediocrity, the consistent inconsistency, and the team being half dead. So let's go over the major players that have injuries or did miss a slight little bit of time. Michelli ended up missing most of one game. I think it was the game against not the Jets, but the Columbus Blue Jackets. Ends up scoring in the next game against the Jets, and then ends up getting an assist. It originally was his goal, but they took it away, an assist, when they come back home. But anyway, let's go down the list. Jack McBain, week to week, he's expected to miss about a month. He's officially on IR. Your third to fourth line center, depending on what they're having him do. Typically on the fourth line, he's physical, he's big. He definitely gets the depth scoring, but it's more so in bunches. So 1 minute he's on pace for 20 goals, the next minute he's on pace for about 10. So a little inconsistent with the depth scoring, but he does provide what you need in the bottom 6 role. And in my opinion, the only person that really has any business replacing Barrett Hayton right now would be McBain. Because Barrett Hayton, even though he's not exactly short, he's just more on the thin side. So it surprises me that Barrett Hayton ends up leading the net front battle a lot. McBain can easily do that. So this loss of Barrett Hayton would not matter as much if Jack McBain was in the lineup, because McBain could probably just fill in temporarily. He's not a number 1 center or anything. But he can fill in temporarily for the exact use that they have Barrett Hayton playing out there. So McBain, a huge hit to the bottom 6, and yeah, no, the team has missed him. I don't remember, but he is on the top of the list because him and Dermott both got hurt around the same time. I think he got hurt the game before the road trip. So they've been missing him over the last few games. Travis Dermott, he misses some time due to being ill. Then he ends up getting injured almost immediately when he comes back. He's just on the injured reserve. I haven't seen an update, a week-to-week, day-to-day or anything. So just putting IR up there. And Travis Dermott is someone that I don't remember what the expectations were. I remember seeing him as hey, this could be a good depth guy. and hopefully he can have a bit of a career bounce back with the Coyotes. And defensively, he's been really good. Whenever he does play, he's definitely been someone that, while he doesn't belong in the top 4 per se, I feel like calling him a third pairing defenseman might be a little bit harsh, and just to try to convey that he actually has been pretty good defensively, and the teams missed that. And Josh Brown, I think Josh Brown is fine. I don't dislike Josh Brown. Troy Stecher is a solid 6th defenseman. When you start having to rely more on guys like Josh Brown and try to force Troy Stecher up the depth chart a little bit, you have issues. And right now, the defense being banged up. Speaking of defense being banged up, Juuso Välimäki. Day-to-day, he takes a puck to the jaw. I think that one was against the Dallas Stars on I think that was the 14th. He hasn't been back since. He ends up... Luckily, the update was it didn't hit his eye or anything, but it's his jaw. And he stayed in Dallas the extra night, ends up coming back to the Valley. He's been rehabbing since. No update on a return, but I haven't officially seen week to week or anything, and I haven't seen him on the IR yet. So, day-to-day, technically. Asterisk, though. Not the most confident on that one. Then we have Barrett Hayton. Barrett Hayton, who, before the injury, on that 5-game road trip, he had a goal and 2 assists, 3 points in 4 games. He ends up getting injured on the play that he scores that goal. It's his 2nd goal of the season. Tough break because I know for whatever reason he gets a lot of criticism in the fan base. I don't agree with it. I don't agree because Barrett Hayton does every little thing you want him to do. He's been doing it for the last couple of years. And again, the net front battle thing. I don't expect Barrett Hayton to be the guy that's fighting in front of the net, yet there he is. He's right there battling in front on the power plays, but defensively, he's responsible. Offensively, he gets involved not only in front of the net, he's a solid passer. He gets involved in a little bit of physicality in the offensive zone to try to maintain possession of the puck. I'm not sure if you're supposed to call it back check. I don't want to necessarily say forecheck, but I'm trying to describe the concept without having the proper words in mind, and he does a little bit of everything on the ice. And Clayton Keller and Nick Schmaltz are a very good combination, and they all seem to run together well. I still stand by. I think he is a second-line center, but on this team that does not have that clear first-line center, he takes up the responsibility pretty well. And you're already seeing the team missing him. There is already a hole there. He's on IR. Craig Morgan updated he's going to miss about 4 to 6 weeks. It's such a tough break. It is such a tough break because the kid does everything. He really does. I don't think he gets enough credit, and the team's missing him right now. There is no one else I can just slot in there. So Logan Cooley is a good second-line center right now. He has a little bit of a lack of confidence in terms of shooting, and I don't think, for the most part, him and Keller are compatible. The context being that whenever they're on the power play together, Logan Cooley never wants to shoot. He's immediately either passing it right back to Keller or looking to pass it right back to Keller. And I know it's Keller's team, but that's also why I want them on separate lines. And they brought up Travis Boyd from the 4th line to be the number 1 center again. So yes, for the first time since that was a 2020-2021 season, first-line center Travis Boyd is a thing again. We now get first-line center Travis Boyd as the meme that I never thought would return. He's played fine in the bottom 6 this year. I didn't think he had a spot on the team. He's proven me wrong. He's still a good player. Never said he wasn't a good player. I just didn't think he had a spot on the team with the depth. And yeah, now they're running a little low, and he's filling in as much as he can. Matias Maccelli takes that puck to the face. He loses a couple teeth. That's why I just put a few teeth. That was his cost. And he ends up missing no time. The very next game against the Winnipeg Jets, scores a goal, gets an assist the other night at home. He's immediately getting right back on it. He has a point in every single home game so far this year. He maintained that the other night. See if he can maintain it tonight against the St. Louis Blues. But, he still has to be thrown on there as a mention. But as of right now, there are 4 players, including a top 4 defenseman, definitely a good depth center, but he is depth. I want to emphasize that. Your current number 1 center, and a surprisingly solid defenseman that, while the offense really isn't there, and that's not supposed to be a criticism, I never expected Travis Dermott. I was hoping he'd have a little bit more. I think he has a couple assists in the year, but his defense has been solid. All I really care about. So you're missing that guy that can slot in the top 4 if you need to, And with both of these guys being out, Troy Stetcher has to go into the top 4. Josh Brown has to go into the top 4. Michael Kesselring playing very sheltered minutes on the bottom pair. You got to try to figure out what you're doing with that. You don't want to rush the kid, but you also want to give him a proper chance. They are starting to run thin. And the problem is they're running thin down the middle as well. Dylan Gunther, it would be nice for him to get a call-up so he can play with, Jason Zucker, Logan Cooley, see what you got there. But you need another center. And again, if McBain wasn't hurt, the Barrett Hayton thing would be easier to swallow, because then you can just have Travis Boyd be the fourth line center and everything's all fine. I think they were doing something with Alex Kerfoot. I wouldn't mind Kerfoot trying him out with Keller and Schmaltz for a game just to see, because I'm pretty sure he's a little faster than Travis Boyd, but that's a conversation for a different day, I suppose. So far, I think the coaching has kind of done the best they can, but when you start having injuries pile up and you're losing 2 of your key players right here and key depth, yeah, right now it's going to be a challenge. It's also why right now I don't know how to bet on this team. I don't know how to accurately project what this team should be, because they're missing key contributors, and it's going to take some time to adjust. But that's the current injury report. What is today? The 23rd, I think? Sure. It's November 23rd, and if it's not, I'm not changing that because I don't edit videos anymore. There you go. There's your injury report for the Arizona Coyotes, and I am going to go, maybe get the board ready for one more, maybe not. So what the hell was that? Unironically, what the hell was that? So, the Blues come into town a couple of nights ago on Monday the 22nd, and yes, the Arizona Coyotes were, for some reason, at fault for no NHL games on Tuesday. Yeah, no, I can't figure that one out myself, because, you want to play 2 and 3 instead of back-to-backs, because back-to-backs aren't the best for your players, but whatever. So the St. Louis Blues come into town. Because of where I was positioned that night, I got to watch the entire thing, and I did not particularly care for what I was watching. So, Braden Shen gets the scoring started off, his 6th from Jake Neighbors at 8:47 of the first. Then about 2 minutes later at 10:40, Nick Bjugstad, his 4th Matias Maccelli. We are all tied, but then Parayko was 3rd from Saad about 2 minutes later at 12:15. Jason Zucker answers back, his 4th from Michael Carcone at 18:06. It is 2-2 at the end of the first period, and the Arizona Coyotes, actually, they seemed like they were just going to keep bouncing back, and the goals were going to come, and it was going to be one of those higher scoring games, which obviously it was. And then at one point in the second period, I'm about to get into right now, I thought the game was going to finish 13-10 or something. So, Lawson Krause getting the Coyotes their first lead of the night, his 9th from Maccelli and Bjugstad, 22 seconds into the second period, but then back-to-back short-handed goals on the exact same power play. Nick Leddy is 2nd from Kapanen, and Topchenko is 4th from Falk. Literally 30 seconds apart. Vamelka is pulled, 7 saves on 11 shots at that point, .636 save percentage, and the person I was working with looked at me and was like, are the St. Louis Blues shooting 36%? That is a basketball team's 3-point percentage. I laughed, and then I cried. Anyway, Michael Carcone, I think this is the play, it was so the play keeps going. They end up calling it goal after a while, so they blow it dead. 6:56, Carcone is 7th from Kerfoot and Boyd. Carcone, 2 points on the night, continuing to be one of the Coyotes' best offensive players, and considering how he's only finding his way towards the top 6 because he kind of bumbled into it because of injuries, probably not the best thing to say right now, but Carcone is playing well. That's not meant to be anything against him. Nick Schmaltz gives the Coyotes the lead right back, his 5th from Moser and Keller at 8 minutes, so a minute and 4 seconds later. Then Robert Thomas ties it, his 7th from Chychrun Perunovic, about 2.5 minutes later at 10:49. Then Kevin Hayes, his 3rd of the season from Saad at 4:13 of the third. That was it. The goal scoring just dried up. This was a game I thought was going to be 10-13 by the end of it, with how they were just trading back and forth. And no, that's not what ended up happening. Connor Ingram comes in and gets the loss here. So Ingram, 18 saves, 2 goals against, 900 save percentage. Decent night. He'd like to at least have one of those 2 goals back. One of those 2 goals, obviously, no duh, but I feel like one of those 2 goals, off the top of memory, wasn't a very good one to give up. But then again, no goal is good to give up. You can tell me in the comments. So he gets back-to-back losses after 5 consecutive wins, dropping his record to 6-3-0 on the season. I'm going to stand by it. I've been saying it for a while.
he is the starting goaltender. He is better than Karel Vejmelka. He's more consistently better than Karel Vejmelka. However, the defense is also atrocious. All right, this is not all on Karel, because here's my thing, and I will always maintain this. Whenever you're at the certain point, so a couple of years ago when the Cardinals were undefeated and the Packers came into town, and that interception is what lost them the game. Oh, well, you had this play and that play and that play. Yes, that is objectively correct, and if those plays go different, the entire game is different. What matters to me is right here. The Coyotes had the lead. Despite all of this, despite the back and forth, despite the terrible defensive play, despite the questionable goaltending, the Coyotes still had that lead in the second period. That is the moment where, despite everything else, the game was in their hands. Same thing with that Cardinals game, for example. I'm like, yeah, that interception is the reason they lost. Everything else could have changed the outcome, but it doesn't matter once you get to that point. All this is said and done, and you still have the lead, and or the game is tied. That is it. That is legitimately it. And the Coyotes, for some reason, they'll play really well against teams that are better than them. They'll play pretty well against teams that they should beat, that are well below them. But those teams like St. Louis, like Winnipeg, those teams that the games should be closer because by other metrics, these teams are very similar. They're a very similar skill level, very similar whatever. The Coyotes just can't seem to win those games right now. And yes, there's a lot of injuries. However, once again, you still had the lead. You still had that lead right there. Injuries did not cause you to give up that lead. Poor play is what caused that lead to go away. Shots, 9-7 St. Louis in the first, 14... I have to have typed that up wrong. I have to have put that up wrong. I think it was 14-12. So forget that. Pretty sure that was 14-12. 8-6 in the third period. St. Louis 31-25 by the end of it. St. Louis controlled pace of play more than they should have, despite the fact the Coyotes had plenty of chances and plenty of times where they were actually in the offensive zone with some good pressures. Gotta give them some credit there. Power plays, Coyotes 0 for 2. They obviously, yeah, it's only 2 opportunities, but they really needed at least one of those. And 0 for 3 for St. Louis. St. Louis is a terrible power play. At least that will help the Coyotes' numbers. All right? At least that will help the Coyotes' numbers. Face-off percentages, St. Louis 61%. The Coyotes 39%, obviously. And I have it right here, so I'll go ahead and just grab it for you. The start to the Stanley Cup Gauntlet, not going the way the Coyotes want. They are in Vegas tomorrow night, I do believe. And I will be going on vacation starting Sunday. So tomorrow I'm going to be in here, hopefully recording a lot of videos for you guys to go up over the next week. But anyway, frustrating loss. I was mad. I was mad watching this because it shows that despite the injuries, despite, again, bad defense. The defense was bad for a good portion of this game. Despite the questionable quality of goaltending, all that coming together, this team can still put up 5 goals. This team can still take a lead late in games, and this team still, by a lot of other calculations, by penalty kill percentage, power play percentage, goals for per game, stuff like that, is better than St. Louis. Yet they end up going. I think that knocks them just below 500. Because I think I just copied the records exactly as they were in the book. But 10-7-1, St. Louis is at the end of this. The Coyotes, I don't remember if they were 8-7-2 or 8-8-2 heading into that one, but at a loss, there you go. It's a morning, I'm getting ready to go to work. Anyway, there you go. Don't expect too many of these, but it's definitely fun to get to talk about specific games, because the Kings game, they lost 4-1. I had nothing to add to that. I'm sorry, nothing to add to that, so that can just be a statistic in a Coyotes through 20 video. Anyway, there you go. There's the game. Go away after you like and subscribe, I guess. Yeah, we're doing this one. I'm late on this, all right? I'm going to be on vacation when you're watching this, but this email was sent to me. Yes, it is about a TV deal. Arizona Coyotes moving to new home with Scripps TV. I left that part out because I thought it'd be funnier. That is the email that I got at work the other week, and yes, I did have a heart attack, so while I am writing the Incredicoaster, you guys can have a nice morning watching this video. So,
There actually is news here, and I want to update this because for some reason people do turn to me every now and again for where to find the games. Starting on November 20th, so about a week ago as I'm recording this, the Arizona Coyotes are officially moving from channel 15.2 to channel 61, the CW station. It's going to be via Cox and DirecTV. And I have Dish Network. It's on in the other room right now. They're currently playing the Vegas Golden Knights right now. So for 64 of the remaining 65 games, they'll be televised this way. And that is how that's how you're going to watch these games. And look, Coyotes, I'm going to say this right now. Don't you ever do this to me again. They knew. They knew what they were doing here with that headline. You guys owe me a comfort cheeseburger or something because that was not good for my blood pressure. But hopefully y'all had a laugh. Hopefully you got the notification on YouTube. I uploaded this video. You got a little jolt of adrenaline. Got the information you needed, and now you're good to go for the rest of the day. So, yeah, the Arizona Coyotes going from 15.2 to 61. It's also opening up on more cable providers, making it even more accessible. So you can still get it via the antenna. You can still get it via whatever cable provider you have now. I don't know too much about the streaming options. This video is pretty exclusively for the TV stuff, but there you go. Quick video, probably for Monday morning. No idea. Maybe tomorrow on what the Coyotes are up to with their TV stuff. And don't ever start an email with this again. I will have a heart attack. I was out of state for this one, all right? But I'm still going to give it to you guys, all right? I have a little bit of time before it's time to go to work. You're going to get my opinions on the arena update. We got the little clip was uploaded on November 29th, 2023. I think it was from the day before that. This is from PHNX. All these are quotes directly from them, and I might, maybe, possibly give you one small bit of information I heard. Anyway, so here's what we got. Quote, they expected announcement on the arena, hoping by the end of the year, good stretch into the new year. Exactly what we already know. I know, like, we all want it done sooner. I know that the internal, again, depending on who you're listening to, what reports you're listening to, internally, it's gone anywhere from the start of the season to All-Star break. So it's this right here, by the end of this year into early next year, is kind of already in line with what we've heard, including by PHNX, by Craig Morgan, who's doing the reporting here. So that's not really the update. That's not really the news, but you have to lead with that. Then, when they announced this actually was news when he said this. When they announced this, it will not just be another site. It will be the site. When they announce this, it will be the site they are zeroing in on, their final site. And considering there's been a couple of scatter reports, like Bill Armstrong saying a couple months ago they're down to the last two sites. Mesa obviously was one of them because that one was public. We can actually talk about that one just a little bit, but we still can't tell you what the exact plot of land was, but the area. So it will be the site, not one of the last two, not one of three, the one that they are trying to zero in on and finalize. Hopefully by the end of the calendar year, by a little bit into next year, is when they're hoping to announce this. Again, same exact information. That's not exactly news. We already knew this. Craig Morgan is just doing a responsible job trying to reiterate the timeline so we don't get a little too excited. Another reason why I wasn't really worried when the 30-day window passed, we didn't have anything. I know that, like, as long as it's done by January, we're fine. Anyway, this was interesting. And I know quarter one was brought up by Gary Bettman. That was brought up by him and I think one other, Bill Daly. Someone else in the league, but it was at least Gary Bettman did say this. Deadline is by the end of quarter one. And Craig said March. That's why I put March with a question mark. Craig said March. And I know that's how the quarters work, all right? I know. And but March? This has to get done by the All-Star break, latest, in my opinion. And I know these deals take a long time. I know there's a lot of dotting the T's and crossing the I's. They did add, this is not information, I ran out of room on the board, but I'm not going to waste your time on the board anyway. They did add, they're trying to avoid a vote. No, not trying. They must avoid a public vote. Of course. all right, they just lost a vote. It shows at the very least they don't know how to run a proper campaign right now, but at the very worst, it shows that the public will not be on your side if they think there are tax dollars involved. And considering the last deal didn't actually have tax dollars involved, avoid the vote. We knew that. They've been saying that since day one, since after the May vote, the no vote for Tempe. They've been saying that consistently. Not going to waste your time with it being on the board. They are going to avoid that. For some reason, there are people that genuinely think they're going to go in for another vote. That would be the dumbest possible thing they could do. So they're usually fans in like Houston or Quebec or whatever. Anyway, this is the most important part of the quote right here. All right? I think I technically put it up here twice. It's about the close, not about the plan. So they've at least got the plan down. And we already heard that it's essentially going to be the exact same as the Tempe Entertainment District. It will be almost the exact same. They want to have the theater, they want to have the shopping, they want to have the residential. All of that they still want here. They're going to have to adapt it whatever way they're going to need to adapt it for whatever new land. However, depending on where it's at, it could be pretty plug and play. Relatively plug and play. So it's about the close. They have to close this deal. Before we can start celebrating, the Coyotes have to get the job done, and they have to close this deal. And that's going to be the most infuriating part is because the closing can take a long time. Ask your parents if how long it took to close their house. The closing part of the deal is just usually a lot of stupid paperwork. And I know closing a house is a little bit simpler than this, but I'm just saying it's not exactly a non-issue. So it's about the close. They need to close this. I can only tell you this much. I'm hearing Phoenix. I didn't know if me wearing the Phoenix jersey, even though they're playing Glendale under these. Weird. I didn't know if wearing that was enough of a hint, but there you go. That's what I'm hearing, and that's the only information I am allowed to talk about at all in any context. Anyway, stay tuned for more information down the line on Locked On Coyotes. But anyway, and PHNX, obviously. But anyway, that is the actual arena update. So when Craig was voicing his concerns, and I made the video, I think that was a week and a half or 2 weeks ago at this point. Yeah, I was on vacation for a week. I made the video 2 weeks ago. I still wasn't worried then. I'm not worried now. And none of this is concerning, except for March. March is the only, mildly speaking. If I know that's how quarters work. I know that. But if they drag this into March, just move the team. Not actually, but like the amount of stress that's going to cause me, the amount of years it's going to take off my life expectancy. No. All-Star break better be the latest this gets done. I swear. But there you go. They are expected to announce this. We already kind of had that time frame in mind, but he reiterates that. Not elaborates. He reiterates on that. But the site, that is the real update. When we hear something, which also kind of makes sense why we haven't heard anything yet. They had the deal in Mesa they were working on. They've had the deal with the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community that they were working on, that the talks just stopped. That's how Craig reported it. I'm going to assume it just means that they got to the point where they wanted to be with the deal, and because that is not the best possible location, they moved on. But that is my personal speculation. That is not anything that was reported to me. So obviously we've heard bits and bobs about different sites they have spoken to or different cities they've been speaking with. However, when they actually announce something, it will be the site. So we will actually be allowed to just look at that site. Hey, this nice Phoenix site. There's a lot of dirt. Sure is a lot of dirt. Anyway. But yeah, so there is a little bit of forward momentum on this. And if you don't hear anything by... My arbitrary date is January 30th. That sounds about right. There's 30 days in January, right? 30 days in September, April, June, and November, so 31. So by the 30th, if there's not like some actual real rumblings, then you're allowed to be concerned. But there was no reason to be concerned before. I don't think any of this has any reason for concern. And also remember,
if they're going to relocate, you need all the owners, or at least the majority of the owners, to want to leave this market, and they have shown very clearly and consistently they don't want to. So I'm just saying, if all this falls through, you go Operation Ishbia. But that is me personally talking, not any single rumbling of her behind the scenes, because there has been no update on that. Anyway, there is your actual arena update, and I did not mean for this to be like 2 or 3 arena videos in a 2-week span. I literally just wanted to talk about the news and some rumors and whatnot, but this is actual news. This is an actual news video. I'm done wasting your time. I'm going to go ahead and this button right here, I'm going to click it, and you are going to like and subscribe. How's it going? No content last night. Godzilla -1 came out. Phenomenal movie, by the way. The first time I ever actually wanted the human characters to succeed. However, you're not here for my opinions on movies. You're here for my opinions on the Arizona Coyotes, or at the very least to see how they perform in the month of November 2023, and a little better, slightly better, even though there was a stretch here where it didn't feel like they were. So let's go ahead and go down the list. You start off on the first at Anaheim, a 4-3 overtime loss. You come home the very next night, a 3-2 win against Montreal. Characterized as kind of one they got away with. However, you still get the win, and a win is a win. Winnipeg, they lose 5-3 to the original, or to the fake Jets, the original Jets dethroned by the fake Jets. Then they host the Seattle Kraken, and ASU alum Joey Decord give him a nice homecoming welcome, a 4-3 shootout finish. Go to St. Louis, lose 2-1 in a very frustrating 7-penalty night, but we're going to move on past that for right now. Then on the 11th, they're in Nashville. The 7-5 victory. Solid effort for them. I think Carcone had 2 goals in that one. At Dallas 3 days later, overtime loss 4-3. They at least kept it competitive and at least took Dallas to overtime. That's one thing that I'm liking. I'm seeing a little more this month. They are actually, some of these 1-goal losses, they are taking to overtime. That is free points, by the way. Then against Columbus 2 days later on the 16th, 3-2 win. And then at Winnipeg to finish that 5-game road trip, a 5-2 loss. 1 fewer goal than they scored at Mullett. And for whatever reason, Winnipeg has their number this year. The Coyotes, if you want to be considered better than them, you got to actually beat them. So there you go. On the 20th, they're at home against LA, 4-1 loss. It just didn't really look competitive that night. Then they host St. Louis a couple of nights later, a 6-5 regulation loss. Very back-to-back game. It looks like the Coyotes are going to pull through with that one, and then they just didn't. I guess credit to St. Louis. Then I'm on my vacation, I think, at that point. I'm pretty sure it was these 2 games I missed. 25th at Vegas. 2-1 shootout, or a shutout win, phenomenal performance by Connor Ingram, and the Coyotes, they take care of business against the defending Stanley Cup champion in what technically starts, I'll give you the St. Louis one, technically starts this Stanley Cup Gauntlet. They're playing the last 6 Stanley Cup champions back to back to back. So right now on that, they are technically 3-1, but because we're just going to start here with the defending Stanley Cup champions, that's how we're going to play with the numbers a little bit. But then they come home against Tampa Bay on the 28th, a 3-1 victory, then hosting Colorado, the winners a couple of years ago, a 4-3 overtime victory, a solid game. I do not like how the last goal was considered an own goal because I wanted Michelli to get his points, but anyway, throughout the month of November, they are 7-5-2 at 16 additional points. As of right now, they are the second wild card team. They win tonight, I think they can jump into the first wild card spot. The fact they're staying in the playoffs, as long as they're staying in the hunt, even when right around here they were starting to kind of fall out of it a little bit, getting right back in. Their first 3-game losing streak of the season, they followed up with their first 3-game winning streak of the season. So the mediocrity, record-wise, like I said going into the season, the goal is mediocrity. They're maintaining it slightly above NHL 500, but if overtimes didn't exist, they're 7-7 this month, still maintaining a decent team on the ice despite the team kind of died around here injury-wise. Juuso Valimaki finally came back against Colorado, and the defense just looked better. I have no idea how else to describe it except for a similar feeling when Juuso first came to Arizona. The defense just looks better when he plays. He's a good defender. He's an impact defenseman. I'm not going to say he's a top pair, but top 4 guy easily. Maybe you can have him as your third pairing defenseman when your defense is like playoff ready. Like, I'm going to compete for a cup ready. and that's meant to be a compliment. So they're getting a couple of their guys back. They're still missing guys like Zachary McBain and Barrett Hayton, and they're still considered week to week. And there you go. At least they are improving the road record 3-2-1. At home 4-3-1. They need to clean that up. Their home advantage last year was ridiculous, and they need to keep taking advantage of the unique atmosphere, because you don't get a home ice advantage like Mullett very often. And what a lot of us are noticing, there are less and less opposing team fans that are showing up this year. There still obviously is going to be opposing team fans. I'm not trying to make the claim there aren't, but we're seeing less and less of it. You need to take advantage of it, unless the Coyotes genuinely need to play 82 road games to be competitive. In which case, Coyotes fans stop showing up so we can win a cup this year. Jokes aside, they're maintaining solid records, clean it up a little bit at home. The team is fine as of right now, and they're getting healthier now. The top 10 goal-scoring leaders, I don't know why I forgot to put the goaltending on here, so that's kind of a bonehead move by me. However, Connor Ingram. Connor Ingram's played phenomenally. He has like 9 wins of the season. He's been the starting goaltender for the last 3 games, has a shutout, and his goals against average is pretty low as of these last couple of games. Save percentage last I saw was like a .928. He is playing phenomenal hockey, and Karel Vejmelka is struggling. So there's me touching on the goaltending. I just forgot to put that on the board. I did remember looking at the numbers. I mostly do my job here on AZ Sports Guy. Clayton Keller, 22 games, 8 goals, 12 assists, 20 points. He is probably the quietest ever leading point scorer. He is probably the quietest ever elite level talent, because you hardly, and this is not meant to be a diss or anything. I'm just trying to put it into words. You kind of hardly notice them on the ice with guys like Carconi and Krause heating up this month. You're not noticing Clayton Keller as much. However, he's not really that flashy. However, he's still scoring points. He's only 2 points below a point per game. A multi-point game gets him right back at it. Nick Schmaltz played all 22 games, 6 goals, 11 assists, 17 points. He's having a solid season. I think he's still on pace for his normal around 50, 60 points, maybe a little bit higher than that. Matisse Machelli, 22 games, 3 goals, 13 assists, 16 points. His streak has ended. He no longer has a point in every single home game. That was a fun stat to keep track of for a while. Nicholas Bjugstad, 22 games, 5 goals, 10 assists, 15 points. Yeah, when I said number 2 center Nick Bjugstad wasn't there this year, I think I lied. Not intentionally, but I lied. Yeah, no, Nick Bjugstad's still number 2 center Nick Bjugstad. Just took him a couple weeks to get to it. Logan Cooley, 22 games, 2 goals, 11 assists, 13 points. The kid needs to shoot. He is playing fine. He's doing a lot of the rookie mistakes I kind of expected. He's still not shooting. I don't like the combination with Keller and Schmaltz, because whenever you watch him, there's a little play where it was in the Colorado game where Schmaltz sets him up behind the net, and he doesn't even give Schmaltz like a couple of seconds to get set up. He just throws it right back on Schmaltz's stick. He doesn't have the confidence to lead the plays right now. And I don't think putting him with Keller and Schmaltz is helping that at all. He needs to be with the like Zucker and Carconi, all right? Because that is not working as of right now. That does not mean Cooley sucks. He doesn't. He's obviously playing well. It's just he is forcing those passes too much. Machelli did it a little bit against Colorado. He tends to do that. He's a very pass-heavy player. Cooley is supposed to be a goal scorer at this level. So I'm just saying, get him off that line. Because he is doing way too much. I don't want the puck on my stick. I don't want the responsibility, and that's not how he's going to score goals. Michael Carconi, 21 games, 10 goals, 3 assists, 13 points. Same thing with Lawson Krause. Carconi was scratched the first game. Lawson Krause is out 1 game sick. Both have the same stats. Both are tied for the team leader in scoring, and both of these players are on pace for 30 goal seasons. We're a little over 20 games in. If you do basic math and you times it by 4, for the 82, they're on pace for 40. They're not scoring 40 goals, so they're probably on pace for around 30 or so. Jonathan Durzi, he's gotten quiet a little bit, just a little bit. 22 games, 5 goals, 7 assists, 12 points, still solid numbers. He's a little bit above a half point per game. I'd like to see it come up a little bit, but he's playing defensively, responsibly, and I can't get mad that he's not at, almost a point per game. Yanis Moser, 22 games, 2 goals, 9 assists, 11 points. He's woken up a little bit offensively. It's good to see. the amount of assists he's racking up. And then to round out the top 10, you remember last time, Zachary McBain was right in there. However, he hasn't played in like 2.5 weeks. Alex Kerfoot, 22 games, 1 goal, 8 assists, 9 points. He is the quietest, the absolute quietest racking up points right now. I forget he's on the ice all the time. And defensively, that is a phenomenal thing to say. Defensively, that means he's doing his job right. All the little things on the ice, he's doing his job right. Offensively, it's a bit of a mixed bag. However, quietly racking up those assists, he's playing a lot better than even I recognize he's playing. And he's also playing on the line currently with Carconi and Zucker, and he's playing well. I don't know how long that lasts, but he's playing well. That was a solid addition. And as you're seeing, 2 of the offseason additions are playing pretty well right now. And technically, if Carconi is not an everyday NHLer last year as being an AHLer, and then Cooley being in college last year, technically you can consider that 40% of their top 10 scoring is all additions. But I'm not sure I'm ready to make that argument. So there you go. The Coyotes throughout the month of November 2022 was frustrating because they could have been better. So right here, this game against St. Louis, that needed to be a win. They needed to win that game. They didn't. The second game against St. Louis, they also needed to win that game and didn't. They have, one last chance tonight against St. Louis to finally right that wrong and at least split the series 2-2. So right there, they could have been 9-3-2? 9-3-2. And I think there's at least one other game where it was close. I'm not really going to get too hung up about the Dallas game because honestly, it's Dallas. They have the Coyotes number, but they could have been, 9-3-2. It could have been a different story, and I think those extra 4 points would have put them at third in the Central. However, they would have at least been above St. Louis. So if you want to be considered better than St. Louis, you gotta beat St. Louis. If you want to be considered better than Winnipeg, you gotta beat Winnipeg. It's simple. I don't make the rules, but there you go. Coyotes, solid, productive month of November. They're staying in the playoff race. And hopefully, you're going to go ahead and tease up the next video right now. Hopefully, we will have that arena update after a very successful December 2023. All right, final video before I head for vacation, but I have no idea which day I'm going to upload this one, so you might see this on Monday. Anyway, let's talk about the Coyotes through 20 games. About 10 minutes ago, they beat Vegas 2-0. To give themselves right back to a 500 record, right back to painful mediocrity. And honestly, I'm not even mad. So the Arizona Coyotes, through 20 games, they are 9-9-2 with 20 points and a 500 points percentage. Their last 10 have been 4-5-1. They have struggled a little bit more. We'll get to the injuries in a second. However, they are just below 500 in the last 10, but they're keeping their record right around painful mediocrity, so it is mission accomplished. They're keeping themselves in the playoffs. They are currently 1 point behind both Seattle and St. Louis for that first and second wild card spot, respectively. So they're still in the playoff hunt. You got to give them a lot of credit, all right? Despite the struggles, despite what we're going to talk about in a second, they've kept themselves in a lot of these games. However, the Mullett magic, not quite what it was last year thus far, 4-4-0, and they've lost a couple of games by 1 that if they would have got to overtime, they're in a playoff spot right now. Talking about the LA 5-4 loss and the St. Louis 6-5 loss. Away, they are 5-5-2, so they are painfully mediocre. No matter which way you look at it, painfully average, but hey, improvement. I'm not meaning that in a derogatory way. I'm not trying to be sarcastic. This legitimately is an improvement. This is much better than what we were at before, and they're staying in the playoff race. So, despite McBain, Dermott, Hayton, Valimaki, and Dumba all being out, all missing time, Dumba just got scratched tonight in exchange for Galchenyuk, who goes into the boards with an awkward hit and left for the dressing room. Jason Zucker, late in the third period, I think it was a puck off of his ankle. I watched the play, but it didn't really register in my mind what happened. I was kind of in and out of the rooms. But he does hobble to the bench. We will wait an update on that. That's why he has a question mark there. McBain is still technically week to week. He's been out for 7 games now, so about a week or 2 he's been out. Hayton, 4 to 6 weeks. He's only been out about a week. Valimaki, never had a timeline. Dermott, never had a timeline. He's on IR. Dumba, considered day-to-day at this point. The injuries are piling up. I made the joke, 2018-2019 is back. However, hey, on the bright side, next year is playoffs.
Let's go ahead and look at the stats of the players. So we'll start off with the goaltending because there's an asterisk here. I do have Ingram's win from tonight. However, the stats have not refreshed. I don't have his goals against or his save percentage. Both have gone up with a 2-0 victory. It's a shutout victory for him. 7-3-0, 294 goals against, 910 save percentage. The goals against is going to go down. Save percentage is going to go up after this game. I've been saying it all season. I actually been saying it since the end of last season. I think Ingram's the better goalie. I think he's going to be the starter. I think at some point, they're probably going to look to move Vejmelka, who has just struggled this season. 2-6-2, 3-4-5 goals against, 892 save percentage. He's had a couple of phenomenal games, and a lot of not so much. Karel Vejmelka is not having a very good season. I do hope he bounces back. I'm not against Vejmelka, but I do think out of the two, it's Ingram's net. Looking at the stats leaders, we'll make our way up from 10. McBain, 13 games, 4 goals, 3 assists, 7 points. 1 minute, he looks like he's on pace for 20 goals. Next minute, he's on pace for 10. And right now, he is unfortunately out long term. Janis Moser, 20 games, 2 goals, 8 assists, 10 points. Took him a little bit to get going. Now he's at a half point per game pace. Not bad at all out of him. Carcone, 19 games, 7 goals, 3 assists, 10 points. Solid numbers out of him. He's playing okay on the second line with Zucker and Cooley. That's kind of what you wanted him for. A bottom sixer that can come in the middle six and help out. Jonathan Durzi, 20 games, 5 goals, 7 assists, 12 points. He is pretty much a number 1 defenseman right now. He's doing everything offensively. He's playing solid, fundamental defense. And I cannot wait for that contract extension. Bring it on. Logan Cooley, he gets his 11th assist tonight. It's a 3-way tie for second between him, Schmaltz, and Keller. But Cooley, 20 games, 2 goals, 11 assists, 13 points. Not bad. He's not at his point per game clip he was at throughout the first 7 or so games, but he's having a solid rookie season. I just want him to shoot the puck more. He's getting some time with Keller and Schmaltz. Yes, actually, I got the assist tonight on what ended up being the game-winning goals. Clayton Keller's 8th goal of the season. Lawson Krause, 19 games, 10 goals, 3 assists, 13 points. He is the goal leader. Krauser is having a phenomenal November. I think he's one shy of breaking the record for the franchise. Almost a program. I've been doing too many college videos tonight. Nick Bjugstad, 20 games, 4 goals, 10 assists, 14 points. Whatever slow start he had for the first 5 games or so, completely gone. I just want to take this opportunity one last time to acknowledge on Locked On, I grossly misspoke about him. I was trying to convey that you weren't going to get second line center Bjugstad out of him. He's going to be just a third liner. Him, Krause, and Machelli weren't having the same chemistry in the first handful of games. Got separated for a while, got put back together, lights out immediately. And look, right there, Machelli, Bjugstad, and Krause. That line is right there to round out the top 5 in scoring. So he's having another great season. It's good to see that everyone click. And Matias Machelli, number 3 on the team, 20 games, 3 goals, 13 assists, 16 points. He's actually tied for second with Nick Schmaltz. A bit of a quiet start. Got it going. He has a point in every single home game. He has been lethal. His shot has been excellent when he decides to shoot. He only has 3 goals in the season. If he just shoots a little more, he'll score 20 this year. No doubt in my mind. He just needs to shoot a little more. And technically, there's still time, all right? It's a quarter of the way through the season. He's at 3 goals. He technically, if he picks it up in the next 20 games, he can close the gap. But right now, he's not projected for the 20 goals. It's just he needs to pick it up. Schmaltzy, 20 games, 5 goals, 11 assists, 16 points. Excellent season so far. He's been reliable. He put a lot of work in the offseason, I was told, and to work on his conditioning. He's looked phenomenal. It's looking better and better every day. They did not trade Nick Schmaltz, so one of the few times I'm wrong. Anyway, Clayton Keller, your leading scorer, 20 games, 8 goals, 11 assists, 19 points, just shy of a point per game. Keller has also just been his standard excellent self. He'll go through a couple of games where he doesn't score, then a 2 or 3 assist night, he's right back in it. So, honestly, or a goal and 2 assist night. Clayton Keller, everything you need out of him, your franchise guy. Obviously, I would like the points per game to be above 1, so I'd like him to have 21 points right now. Boo-hoo, I'm going to cry over 2 points. He's been great. And you look at it, the players that need to be up here are here. Keller, Schmaltz, Machelli, Krause, Cooley, a little lower than you'd like. You'd maybe like him above Bjugstad, but we're not going to split hairs too early. And the only 2 defenders are Durzi and Moser. And we would have liked Matt Dumba to have better offensive numbers. He had the first goal of the season, or a goal in the first game of the season. Then he's got some points in the last handful of games he's played, but the defense just hasn't quite been what you want from him. They're missing some defense. Valimaki also tends to get some decent depth points. I'm not saying he should be up here in the top 10, but it's comforting that our forwards are actually taking over and we're actually having respectable, solid, consistent numbers. And of the top 10, 20 games in, only one player has fewer than 10 points, and it's because he's injured. If McBain hadn't been injured, he played the last 7 games, he'd have 3 more points. So the offense is working. The offense is working. The defense can use some work. The goaltending has been hit or miss, but you're getting consistent stuff out of Ingram and a few really good games out of Amelka. So maybe if they do make a move, you choose to make a move at goaltender. I do know they can use another defender, especially if Galchenyuk is also out. Then you kind of have to give Soderstrom the call-up. Josh Brown's been playing fine, but Brown works best as your 7th defenseman. You don't want to force him out there too much. And I get you kind of have to right now, but kind of the situation they're in. But it's still all good. There aren't many things to complain about. I get frustrated game by game because if they win the games they're supposed to win. That's 2 more wins against St. Louis. They're at 11-7-2. And they'd be in the playoffs right now. And it's just because I know the team can be better. And I know they will. We're just going to have to wait another year. But enjoy the competitive hockey we've been getting. And there you go. That is the Arizona Coyotes through 20 games of the 2023-24 season. Let me know your thoughts below. Like, comment, subscribe, and all that fun stuff. And I will see you guys later, unless I die in a car crash on the way back from California. No idea. All right, let's talk about the Stanley Cup Gauntlet. Yeah, I've had this picture in the office for a couple weeks now, and I was not going to miss the opportunity to talk about it. I'm just late. Anyway, so for a little over a week there, the Arizona Coyotes were not only the hottest team in the NHL, but among the best. So we call it the Stanley Cup Gauntlet. I am not going to double-check the spelling of Gauntlet. That's how I think the video game series is spelled. So I'm taking a huge risk here. My wife will be the first comment telling me I can't spell. Now, for the purposes of this 6-game stretch, we're going to talk about 5 of them, and we're going to conveniently forget the loss at home to St. Louis on the 22nd. But here are the last 5 Stanley Cup winners. Technically 6 because Tampa Bay won 2. And after the St. Louis game, the Coyotes were the first since there was 10 teams in the league. Pretty sure it was 10 to beat the last 4 consecutive Stanley Cup champions. You add Washington to that list. Now they have beaten the last 5. And we'll get to the cold streak afterwards. We're going to keep it to the positivity. So on the 25th, you head to Vegas. 2-0 shutout victory. Connor Ingram starts all these games, by the way. Really good game. I was not expecting that. On the 28th, most of this took place while I was on vacation. So apparently, if I want the Coyotes to win, I got to go on vacation. 28th, you come home, a 5-game homestand. You take on Tampa Bay, win 3-1. You host Colorado a couple of days later, the last day of November. A 4-3 overtime victory. All counts the same. On December 2nd, hosting St. Louis, you finally get a little bit of revenge because St. Louis won the last couple of meetups, 4-1, and then you host Washington, a 6-0 shellacking. Washington was playing better, too. Leading up to that game, Washington was playing better than they had to start the season. I was not expecting that one. Coyotes, they showed up. Hey, got to give them all the credit in the world. But the person I really got to give the credit to, all of it, every single bit of it, Connor Ingram, all right? This 5-game winning streak does not happen without him. So I put a couple of the highlights on the board here. Obviously, if you want to do the math, he gave up 3 goals in 1 game. 1 goal in each of 2 games and had 2 shutouts. He was averaging below 2 goals against per game. I think the exact math is in like the 1.79 range, but I'm not going to do the exact math. Here are the highlights. 5-0-0 record. He had 2 shutouts in that stretch. He had 4 games of a .968 save percentage or better. 4 of them. The only one that was not was that Colorado game. That was a .903. All 5 of them were a 903 or better, by the way, so every single one of them. And he ended this stretch of games. His save percentage had skyrocketed to .930. That is cartoonish. That is Vezina numbers, and I said it at the time, and I don't regret it. If the Coyotes, or if Ingram would have maintained that, and he continues to maintain it throughout the rest of the year, he's a Vezina favorite, and I have no problem starting that narrative, because this stretch was phenomenal. Craig Morgan did a piece on him. He's definitely not the kind of guy he's not a narcissist like myself. Let's put it that way. He doesn't like all the attention on him. But with how phenomenal he was playing,
He deserved it. And then it just kind of went away. But we can talk about that later. Here are some of the notable players. It's not everyone. Michelli had a goal and an assist. Krauser, I think, had a goal and an assist in the stretch. But here are some of the more notable players. Let's work our way down, shall we? Michael Carcone had 5 goals in the stretch. He was a goal-per-game player. He did not score against Vegas. He had a 2-goal game. I think it was the one against Colorado, but he did have a 2-goal game in there. Nick Schmaltz, this actually felt quiet to me. 4 goals and an assist. Nick Schmaltz had a phenomenal point-per-game stretch there. Alex Kerfoot. I forgot this. This is not an order of total points. I was just going down the list and calculating everyone. He had a goal and 8 assists. He was above a point per game. Alex Kerfoot, after a very quiet start to his Coyotes tenure, very quiet, just doing your typical bottom 6 stuff. I know a lot of injuries have led to more of an opportunity. He has been getting some power play time, just a little bit of context there. So this is a little more natural than it might feel, but 1 goal and 8 assists in 5 games is ridiculous. He was almost a 2-point-per-game player. Alex Kerfoot, of all things. So he definitely made up for the quiet start, and now his numbers are going to be pretty good down the stretch. Nick Bjugstad, 2 goals and an assist. You had Clayton Keller, above point-per-game players, 1 goal, 5 assists. Logan Cooley had a goal and an assist. Jason Zucker, a goal and 2 assists. And the most surprising name down here, one that I was going to make a video on, things just didn't happen, Michael Kesselring. 4 assists down the stretch. He is having one of the most quietly productive stretches. Giannis Moses also on a pretty good stretch down this bit. It's just you would never expect to see Kesselring on here because it's like a secondary assist here, 1 assist, he didn't have any multi-point games. That's why it was so quiet. And he was on a 4 or 5 game point streak before that ended. He also got his first goal not that long ago. So Michael Kesselring literally doing every single thing that the Coyotes needed Victor Soderstrom to do. I am very much happy with how that went down. So the Coyotes had a phenomenal 5-game stretch. I forgot to make a video on it. I'm not going to lose that opportunity because we got a couple of negative things to talk about. So I'm going to start with the positive because that is what we do here on this channel. But after this, they were, I think it was 4 games above 500, 4 or 3 games above 500. They were 6 points above the team behind them to secure a wild card spot. They were actually in wild card 2. At the peak of this, they were 2 points behind Winnipeg for the 3rd spot in the division. That, to put this in perspective, how that massive 10-point swing benefited this team. They looked phenomenal, unbeatable even, but we knew it wasn't going to last. I knew it wasn't going to last, and you're not going to win all your games, but the fact that they were able to rip this off, it's not insignificant. These are all the former Cup winners, and Tampa Bay's had some struggles, still a pretty good team. Colorado, still a good team, despite, I think, their captain's still injured this year. St. Louis, not a very good team, but they're mediocre enough to stay in the playoff race. They're still technically a playoff team. Washington, still is around a playoff spot. Vegas, they had that phenomenal start. They are still top 2 in their division. At least last I checked, they were still top 2 in their division. None of these were easy games, unless you want to count St. Louis. That's the only one you can try to count on paper, but none of those are going to be easy. And the Coyotes set that record as the first team to do this. As the first team to do this, and it also makes me wonder what the schedule makers planned for this. Some people like to say the Coyotes get favorable schedules. I'm going to argue, when's the last time anyone had a Stanley Cup gauntlet? They got lucky having Elias at home, I guess. I don't know. There you go. The Coyotes had that massive 5-game winning streak in the Stanley Cup Gauntlet. If I misspelled Gauntlet, I'm going to see a lot of comments down below. Alex Kerfoot, Michael Carcone, Nick Schmaltz, Clayton Keller all had phenomenal stretches down here. Connor Ingram, real MVP-style play here. And if they can get back on track after the skid they're on, I see no reason why he can't continue and why he cannot, once again, be a Vezina favorite. But there you go. 5-game winning streak, Stanley Cup Gauntlet, week and a half too late. All right, so I am recording this after midnight, so technically it's the first video of the day. So let's talk about the Coyotes through 30 games. I originally was going to do a smaller video talking about how the Coyotes broke that losing streak.
I didn't hit the deadline, so let's go ahead and talk about their record through the last 10 games. So, through 30, they are 15, 13, and 2. They are 1 point ahead of St. Louis, and I think one other team for that second wild card spot. Yeah, no, we're almost at Christmas. The Coyotes, 30 games in, are still a playoff team. Absolutely ridiculous. And over the course of the last 10 games, they are 6-4-0, 6-1-0 at home, 0-3-0 on the road. Let's go ahead and just briefly talk about it. So, we still got a couple of games when I was on vacation here. The 28th against Tampa Bay, they win 3-1. Against Colorado on the 30th, it's an overtime victory, 4-3. Hosting St. Louis in the second, 4-1 win. And then to close out the Stanley Cup Gauntlet, a 6-0 victory over the Washington Capitals. They then host the Philadelphia Flyers in a very dull game, which they lost 4-1. And you think right there you finally give Ingram the night off. They don't. For Boston, he plays. It's a 5-3 loss for the Coyotes. It would actually be the only first half, or the first half, I should say, of that losing streak. And they go into Buffalo in the 11th. 5-2 loss there. Then Pittsburgh the next night, a 4-2 loss. Not a whole lot you could do there, except for come home and beat San Jose and Buffalo 1-0 and 2-0 respectively. Especially the San Jose game, one of the most boring games I ever worked. Oh my goodness. But there you go. That's how they got their 6-4-0 record. Down here will be relevant later, but I instead of going with just the top 10 scores, I want to try something a little bit different this time. I want to go over how players are producing over this 10-game stretch, but I'll still put the leading goal scorer down here, or leading point scorer. It's Clayton Keller, 10 goals, 16 assists, 26 points. But with the results out of the way, let's go ahead and talk about how certain players are playing. Michael Carcone had 7 goals in this streak. He is, 14 goals? He's leading the team. And it was really nice of Lawson Krause. Whenever Lawson Krause was within 1 goal of Carcone, he let Carcone score again before he would record another goal. Schmaltz had 4 goals in this stretch. Matias Maccelli, he is the second leading point scorer on the team. He is just below Keller. I think it's 4 points less. He has 22 points, 6 goals. 16 assists, 22 points. How the math works. The Finnish Fettuccini had 3 goals and 3 assists in this stretch, as did Lawson Krause. Alex Kerfoot. Alex Kerfoot has been a surprising player over this stretch. 1 goal, not bad. 9 assists. He had 10 points. Technically, he has the most points in the stretch. He's a point-per-game player in the last 10 games. Obviously, he's not going to continue that the entire season, but it's good to see stretches like this because whenever the Coyotes need it, you get a couple of depth players playing, producing. Sure. Clayton Keller, 2 goals, 5 assists, and Michael Kesselring is the last notable one. Janis Moser had some assists too. But Kesselring, for a while, he's on like a 3 or 4 game point streak. 1 goal, 4 assists, 5 points. Not bad. Let's get to the goaltending. Start with Karel Vejmelka. He finally gets a couple of starts after 19 days of not playing. 1-1-0 record. Exactly 2 goals against because he played this game and that game. He played against Pittsburgh and then shut out Buffalo when they came home. So exactly 2 goals against. 9.38 save percentage, really solid. Obviously, this wasn't his best game, but he answers right back. The numbers are right there where you want it. And if that trade happens anytime soon, Coyotes might get some good value. Connor Ingram, the clear starter on the team, 5-3-0 record, 212 goals against, 9.28 save percentage. He's been fantastic. His save percentage on the season is like 9.23. There was 1 point before a couple of bad games. It happens. You're going to get blown up a couple of times. But before a couple of bad games, Ingy had a 9.30 save percentage. He also, if you look at these shutouts, on this stretch, the Coyotes have 3 total shutouts. 2 of those belong to Ingram. And the game before this was another Ingram shutout. So Ingy has 3 shutouts in the last 11 games. He is playing ridiculous hockey right now. Just I can't say enough good things. Let's do a little bit of an injury report. So if you guys remember last time, there was a lot of injuries on the board. Nothing on the board this time, not because no one's injured, because a lot of players got healthy and I ran out of space. But there are technically 4 active injuries. So Jack McBain came back a couple of games ago. I think it was the San Jose game specifically he came back. Hasn't put any points on the board yet, but give him a little bit of time. He missed at least a few weeks. Barrett Hayton still has no update, so he's the one that the big one that's still injured. Travis Boyd, good solid depth forward. Ilya Kolyachonok, and Jonathan Durzi. He has the 10th most points on the team right now, and he ends up getting injured in the game against Washington, sits the Philly game, goes out there against Boston, ended up playing some pretty sheltered minutes. When I was doing a seat check when I was listening to the game, and they even said on the broadcast he's playing sheltered. He's pretty much only out there for the power play. I think he had 14 minutes in that game, and then he's missed the next 4, and he will miss tonight when you see this. And since I'm recording it past midnight, yeah, I can say tonight, he will miss tonight against Ottawa. And hopefully that's not going to be – he's technically day-to-day, but hopefully it's not going to be a longer-running thing. But past that, and then Kolyachonok, obviously, I think he had 1 game before he got injured. Valimaki's back. Travis Dermott's back. Jack McBain's back. They're getting healthy, and after a handful of games of the 11-7, they're right back to a standard lineup. I do believe Milos Kellerman is no longer on the roster, but don't quote me on that one because they've been playing Zach Sanford a lot more. There you go. That's the Coyotes through 30. They are not bad. 32 points. You're in the second wild card spot. You're 4 points behind Nashville, but you're 1 point ahead. Who saw Nashville playing well right now? You're still a point ahead of St. Louis. If they can get the win tonight against Ottawa, you keep the streak going and you keep the positive momentum. If I'm coming back here, because pretty much every single one of these reports, they've been about 500, maybe a game above, maybe exactly 500. If they keep this going throughout the season, yeah, they're not going to make the playoffs, but that is so much better than it's been over the last couple of years that, I don't know, I'm excited. It's Christmas, it's almost Christmas, Coyotes are still in the playoffs, and all we're waiting on is that arena news, but that'll come eventually. All right, just pulled into work, but we got something Coyotes related to talk about, so I'll go ahead, pop off the ASU hat, and officially clock in to cover some Coyotes. So, back in November when the Coyotes were in Dallas, Juuso Valimaki takes that puck up high, goes to the hospital, misses a handful of games. He's back, he's healthy and whatnot. So there's an investigation going on by the NHL, NHLPA into the treatment he got. And there are plenty of people that do not read the articles. I actually didn't have context on it until I saw the Frank Saravelli tweet. I originally saw this reported by Craig Morgan when I was getting ready to leave. Now we have a little more context, so I'll make the video before clocking in. He goes to the hospital with his wife, who happened to be on the trip, and a Coyotes employee, and was basically told, hey, go sleep it off. Hey, yeah, he ended up, I think the report said 55 stitches and internal bleeding and whatnot, so he needed stitches. He needed immediate medical attention, and because they were busy, they allegedly told him, yeah, no, go back to the hotel room and sleep. And I just got done watching the Hockey Guy video, so obviously I am going to steal a line here, so credit where it's due. Yeah, no, he could have died due to that. That is something where you actually can die if it requires that many stitches. I have one cut on my hand right here. I accidentally cut my hand open working in a warehouse like 5 years ago, and that required 2 or 3 stitches. It was not that deep of a cut. It required 2 or 3 stitches. It required like 55. This could have been bad, and allegedly they were just like, oh, go sleep it off, you're fine. Doesn't really surprise me, because you guys know how these things work. Nobody really wants to do their actual job. So that's the context of what's going on right now. Like I said, Juuso is fine. He's playing right now. He's not injured anymore. He's still wearing a face cage that I can tell. I don't know when he's going to stop wearing that, but however long you need to wear it, because internal bleeding and like 50 stitches. Yeah, I completely understand and don't fault him there. So there you go. If you are too lazy to read past the headline, here is a 2-minute video explaining what happened. He's dropped off at the hospital. They were allegedly busy and allegedly told him to just go sleep it off in the hospital, despite requiring stitches for the internal bleeding. So has nothing to do with the Coyotes organization, nothing to do with the Coyotes medical staff, but as per usual, you can go ahead and I might link the Saravelli tweet. You can see the people that don't know how to think in the comment section. So there you go. Thank you for watching. Like, comment, subscribe, and maybe, just maybe, if you work at a hospital, do your damn job. Yeah, I don't fucking know either. All right, I know I don't curse on this channel normally, but like, this team was dead.
This team was legitimately dead, and then they just rose from the ashes. They rised up from the grave like some necromancy or a phoenix or something, like the Phoenix Coyotes. Anyway, another impulse buy. No idea. I couldn't tell you what the logo is, but it is a Coyotes jersey. Anyway, they hosted the Colorado Avalanche last night, coming off of a 4-1 loss prior to the Christmas break, and oh boy, it looked, at one point in this game, it looked like this team was just done. Kind of frustrating to watch. Rantanen on the power play is 18th at 16 in the first, and that was kind of the only action of the first period. It was only a 1-goal deficit, all things considered. It kind of came across more like an unfortunate bounce because the Coyotes, they led shots 9-6. Nice. I did say it backwards, though. I kind of ruined my own joke, but at the very least, it was a competitive first period. The Coyotes actually came out and played pretty well for the most part. And then Colorado they get the goal in the power play. Kind of is what it is. I was coming off of a 5-on-3. So it was Carconi and then Dumba going to the box. And then Dumba's penalty had like 40 seconds left when this goal goes in. So there you go. Then we go to the second period where it's domination. It was kind of embarrassing. So Chychrun is 5th at 1:04 the second. O'Connor is 5th at 7:56, and McKinnon is 19th at 13:26. Side note: Nathan McKinnon already at almost 20 goals. Ridiculous, man. Anyway, Krauser does at least get the Coyotes some momentum. Heading into the second intermission. His 15th team leading, so no longer good guy Kraus letting Michael Carconi take the lead. His 15th from Bjugstad Traded at 16:31. We head to the third period. We had, just for some context, I got to watch a good bit of the first period, decent little bit of the second period, and the third period I was just kind of hanging out, alright? I was just kind of hanging out. However, also on record, the Coyotes did not start scoring until after I walked down the ASU hallway yelling, "Tony!" So you're welcome, by the way. So at 3:48 of the third period, Michael Kesselring is 4th from Sean Durzi. It's a 2-goal game. And that was kind of all I really wanted at that point was, just make it a game. You're going to lose the game anyway. Just make it a game. Jason Zucker, then his 6th from Sean Durzi and Logan Cooley at 7:04. It really is a game at that point. What are these mad lads up to? Then Jonathan Durzi, his 6th from Matthias Michelli and Lawson Krause at 17:53. How my blood pressure will never recover. All right, being a fan of this team is definitely just shaving years off of my life at this point. And then we go to overtime. And there's a couple of rushes. I turn back to one of my coworkers. I'm walking over. There's also some random guy in a suit standing there, so I don't know. I don't know who just caught me saying that. But I walk over and I'm like, they have a shooting allergy. Literally seconds later, Chychrun McBain. No, I gotta do this right. Give me a second. Chychrun McBain, the McBain pain train. I apologize, but I really don't. Anyway, Chychrun McBain, the McBain pain train. His 6th goal of the season from Jason Zucker and Jonathan Durzi. And that's your final. The Arizona Coyotes come back from a 4-0. They were dead. All right? I need you to understand this context. This team was fucking dead. Last time, high energy. You're gonna get a couple expletives. It's not a very common thing on the channel, but this team was dead. They were dead. They were done, buried, and they came back to win. It's funny because St. Louis was winning 2-1 over Dallas at one point in the game. So I'm like, it was late in that game, by the way. It was like the second period for the Coyotes. So I'm like, well, the Coyotes are going to be out of a playoff spot. Yeah, no, hold my beer. Nope, they still want that playoff spot. I can't believe it. First and foremost, the Coyotes really are the devil. 666, come on now. Consecutive goals, Zucker, Durzi, and McBain. I don't know that happens very often. So the Coyotes, you know what? To a lot of the fans that think the Coyotes are all the problem with the NHL, you might actually be right. I'll give you that. You might be correct. So the player of the game has to go to Jonathan Durzi. 1 goal and 3 assists. Phenomenal. He's been a little quiet recently. He also missed some time due to injury. Well, guess what? He's healthy and good to go now. Zucker and Krause each had a goal and assist. Michelli had a couple of assists. And then the McBain pay train! game-winning goal. Karel Vejmelka, 20 saves, 4 goals against, .833 save percentage. It took 16 shots for Colorado to get 4 goals. I feel a lot better about Ingram's performance in Colorado, and they also maintain the trend that the home team wins every game of this series. So the Coyotes have the opportunity to throw a wrench in that. I think the next matchup's in February, but I can fact check later. Karel Vejmelka gets to win 6-7-2 record. He's been playing pretty well. I don't think last night was a good effort. I think it was like lower mediocre, but also the defense in front of him wasn't doing him any favors. So it's like, I'm not going to throw it all on him. But it's like I said, I'm feeling a little better about Connor Ingram's last performance. So it's just you're playing Colorado, man. They dropped 4 goals in back-to-back games, by the way. At one point, it was the exact same final score as it was in Colorado, the 4-1. And I'm like, got him right where we want him. Sarcastically. Did not expect a comeback. I'm not getting credit for that. I'll get credit for the Tony thing. I will not get credit for, right where we want him. Because it was a sarcastic comment I made to myself and I was walking away. So, I don't know, man. What do you say to that? What do you say to this? All right, this team has been, throughout the season, very rapidly getting away from that kind of blue-collar identity they had last year. And they're trying to change it with a little more skill-based, a little more, I can't think of the proper term. I'm just going to say structured hockey and hope that makes perfect sense to anyone watching. But then, in this game, and I think it's the last 2 home games. I know they had to come back against Ottawa as well. The last couple of home games, this team, it's almost like they enjoy dying in the first half of a game because they also haven't scored a goal in the first period, I think, for 4 games in a row now. They like dying early on just to energize and wake up, and that is obviously not sustainable for a playoff push, but it's exciting to watch. It really is, and it makes for high emotion and me getting on here and being like, yeah, because what the hell did I just watch? There you go. In overtime, the definitely were dead Arizona Coyotes come back to life. 5 unanswered goals. This went from 4 unanswered, kind of embarrassing, to 5 unanswered, even more Go on Twitter and look at the clip for the Colorado announcers announcing this. It's hilarious, all right? It's one of the greatest things ever. This game, I don't get it. I gotta go to work. I'm recording this 7:50 in the morning. I gotta get to work, but this. This is so stupid! Happy New Year! So, you're going to see some things on the board. I want to talk about the Coyotes. I wanted to put them in perspective. So, on the last day of 2023, yep, we are now in 2024. Hope you guys enjoyed my animated debut earlier today. But on the last day of 2023, I decided to compare the Arizona Coyotes to the Toronto Maple Leafs. The reason I chose Toronto out of a hat, this is funny. Alright, this last little bit just came out before I recorded this, so thankfully I got distracted and did not record this yesterday, but I just wanted to compare the Coyotes to the Toronto Maple Leafs because, well, hockey mecca, it's kind of the biggest deal possible. Toronto is, without a doubt, a hockey market, and it's a real hockey team. So, I kind of wanted to compare where the Coyotes are right now with that team to put it into perspective how good the Coyotes have been. So, here's what I chose to focus on. I originally had a point I wanted to make with budget, and then I kind of didn't really have a good enough joke or a strong enough point, so I just threw that on there just to have the budget on there. So, the Coyotes, 19-14-2, 40 points. They are in the second wild card spot. Toronto, 17-10-7, 41 points. They are third in the Atlantic. Very comparable. It's actually kind of ridiculous how comparable they are, considering how the East is typically seen as the harder conference, which I kind of can't really disagree with, but the Coyotes being in the Central Division this year has also managed to be very strong. So I guess a couple of things are standing true, but the Coyotes, I think they'd still be right around the same part that they are at in the Eastern Conference. It's a much tougher conference, but obviously they're facing maybe some weaker opponents in the West. So grain of salt, but the numbers are very comparable record-wise and also where they're at in the standings. Both run a playoff spot. The projected cap, this does include LTIR money. So LTIR contracts are factored in on these numbers. For the Coyotes, it's just over $80 million. And for Toronto, it's $97 million as the cap hit. And just to kind of put it more in perspective, here are the leading point scorers. For the Coyotes, Clayton Keller, 31 points, right around a point per game. A little bit below. Solid season so far for Keller. Willie Nylander has 48 points so far this year. The dude is ridiculous. Having a phenomenal season. It's a contract year. You can have your own conversations of whether or not whatever contract he's going to get is going to be worth it, but he's going to be getting a big contract. Lawson Krause, 16 goals for the Coyotes, is on pace for around 40 goals. Kind of ridiculous. And we still kind of need to have the conversation as that Lawson Krause has been a 20-goal scorer in back-to-back seasons. He's on pace for around 40 this year. I know everybody wants him on their team. Why does everyone still value him as a throw-in type? I'm still confused. Austin Matthews, 29 goals. It's not close. It is 110% not close. Yet the Coyotes, record-wise, are still right in there. To me, comparing the Coyotes to Toronto in this regard, Toronto is a team that's win now. They have a lot of things that they're going to want to figure out for the long-term future. But as of right now, they got their main guys under contract. You're going to want to take advantage of that and make a cup run. That's what mode Toronto's in now. The Coyotes are still trying to come out of a rebuild. And the fact that you're getting a couple extra wins, again, a little bit of an asterisk because the West does tend to be a little weaker than the East. And I know Toronto's had their struggles, but they're still going to be a playoff team. I know the goaltending's been awful. I know that. All right, I know that there isn't that much depth in Toronto. There's been a lot of issues. The top-tier talent has been top-tier this year. It's been helping them. I've been paying attention very, very little bit to Toronto, but I try to keep up. I understand Toronto has issues. I understand Toronto fans want those numbers to be better. This is still a good team. To put it into perspective, they might be struggling. They're still a very good team. The Coyotes, I don't know, 6-4-0 in their last 10. They tend to be mediocre. Starting the season, there's a lot of win one, lose one, win one, lose one. Then you go on their first 3-game losing streak of the season. You rip off 5 wins, 4 consecutive losses. You win 6 out of the next 7. I don't understand it with this team sometimes, but the numbers, the Coyotes are not paying that much in salary. Toronto's paying a lot more, and for their top-tier guys, they are getting a lot more. Their top-tier guys are better than the Coyotes' top-tier guys. That's not even a contest. But the fact that the Coyotes still, despite the fact that they don't have a Willie Nylander, they don't have an Austin Matthews, they don't have that top echelon of talent, they're still very similar record-wise. And when I actually wrote down some of this stuff, I was mildly surprised at just how much better this Coyotes team has been. And also, if you look at recent records and starts, this is the best this Coyotes team has been since the last year they made the playoffs in 2019-2020. And knock on wood here, I don't suspect we're going to have another shutdown. That I hope to God that doesn't age poorly. But it's interesting. To me, it's a testament. It's not bringing down Toronto. It's taking a team that we know is good, comparing them to the Coyotes. And while the Coyotes are probably maybe a more complete team is an arrogant thing to say, but the team is more spread out. There's a lot more even scoring, where Keller and Schmaltz, despite being 2 of the 3 top scorers in the team, they don't need to be relied on to carry the offense every night because the team has done a really good job spreading around the love a little bit. So it's a team success. It's a team success thing for the Coyotes, and when you put it next to a team as good as Toronto, at least as good as they should be, I think it just puts in perspective how much better this team has been, and just how good this start to this season is. And I still think they missed by 10 points. I would not be surprised if the Coyotes make the playoffs this year. Now, this came out as a nice little troll job. These numbers are straight from the NHL. And the Coyotes tweeted it out. So, this was not planned. This is an add-on. These are the numbers I published yesterday on Twitter. I might post it late tonight. It depends on when I post it. But this came out. So, you got 3, 6, 9,
12. Your top 12 teams in attendance percentage. We're going by percentages. Obviously, some buildings are bigger than others. So in order, Vegas, Minnesota, Nashville, Colorado, Carolina, Tampa Bay, Dallas, New York, the Rangers, Boston, Seattle, and Arizona. Those 11 teams are averaging a sellout every night. Toronto is at 99.91. I know it's not a big difference percentage-wise. I know all these teams are averaging way more people. I just thought that was mildly funny, and since I wanted to make this video anyway, there you go. Not only, yes, there you go. You found me out. Not only are the Coyotes paying less for more, but they're also outdrawing Toronto. Relocate the Leafs to Tucson. No, but seriously, I thought that was funny. I want to throw it in there, but the entire point of this video is just how much better the Coyotes have been this year than I think anyone expected. I genuinely feel like this team is so far ahead on the rebuild. I just want to see if they can finish the job this year, or if we're still waiting next year for playoffs. I'm still going to stand by. They're going to miss it by about 10 points. I think I said they're going to get no less than 81 or 85 points. They're going to be in the 80s this year. It definitely feels like unless something falls off, but there you go. Looking at to start the new year, the Arizona Coyotes to start this new year are, for some reason, again, despite the talent not being comparable, are still somehow a much better team than given any credit, and comparable to what is one of the better teams, should be one of the better teams in the league. So, there you go. Thank you for watching. I am going to go to bed. How's it going? We got another car video. So I didn't have enough time to make this video last night, and I got like 40 minutes before I got to be clocked in at work. So I do want to talk about this. It did come out yesterday. Jason Zucker has been suspended for 3 games. And honestly, I kind of figured it would be 2 or 3. And I really just kind of want to break down a little bit here. If you want more detailed thoughts, check out Locked On Coyotes. The episode is up. But just very briefly, I've watched the replay a handful of times, and the inciting incident is Nick Cousins hitting Juuso Välimäki. And I don't know why Juuso Välimäki went down. It looks like whenever Nick Cousins commits to the check, remember, hockey's a very fast game, all right? Any of us can criticize what someone should do looking at a slow motion replay. And this is not me defending Nick Cousins. I know he has a bad reputation. He did that to himself, all right? This is just me looking at this specific play. So, we can criticize in slow motion, but it's a fast game. He's committing to the check before Juuso goes down. Now, I don't know if Juuso lost an edge, if he tripped. I don't know if he chose to go down on purpose. I don't know. Not going to try to speculate on that. The only thing that matters is Nick Cousins commits to that check, Juuso Välimäki goes down, and it is an elbow to the head. All right. Now, to give Nick Cousins some credit, he was trying to adjust, and not a whole lot you can do while you're already committed to that check in a fast game. I get that. However, it was still primary head contact. He should have been penalized. Just straight up, Nick Cousins should have got a penalty on that. And I also think Department of Player Safety should have taken a look at it, and he should have got a game. I'm not arguing for a long-term suspension. He should have got at least something. However, then after that happens, Jason Zucker is standing there. All he sees is his teammate go down and get hit into the boards viciously, and he boards him. It was a pretty solid contact, and Nick Cousins' head goes right into the glass. He falls in the ice. He does stay in the game, so thankfully no one is hurt on the play. As far as we know, Juuso is also fine. And then Zucker gets the 5 minutes and a match penalty. Small difference between like a major and a match penalty. Like a game misconduct and match penalty is that match penalties, every player is technically suspended indefinitely until the league looks at it. So it was kind of always going to be a suspension. Like I said, I'm not surprised he got suspended. I do think, maybe I could try to fix that glare, my goodness. I do think that the 3 games was harsh. It should have been 1 or 2, but he still did commit that board. And the one thing that I'm a little disappointed with is the reaction from the fans online. Obviously, you have some Panthers fans that are like, that Nick Cousins did nothing wrong. You're objectively incorrect. You also have Coyotes fans that
seemingly don't understand one of the earliest life lessons everyone should learn. I grew up with anger management issues. It was definitely a tough time getting through school, and I've always learned that they don't care about the inciting incident. Nobody cares about what starts the fight. They care when they see you retaliate, and it's a major problem overall with just how unfair life is, because that's it. Life is unfair. That is it. And it's one of those things where, yes, player safety should have done something. Cousins should have been penalized. I don't know if the refs saw that. Obviously, they saw the Zucker hit, so they're going to penalize him. Like I said, you don't see the initial incident, you're gonna see the follow-up. There's one time I was in school. This kid came over and pushed me. I punched him in the face. I'm the one who got in trouble for punching him in the face. Like, you know what I mean? They don't care about the initial. The first person that pushed me, that started the fight, didn't get in trouble. I did, and I don't know if like people haven't learned that lesson. I don't know if I'm just in a unique position, but it is frustrating. That is not an excuse to start going on tirades about the whataboutisms. Like, yes, there are legitimate cases. Like, for example, the fine that Chicago got for what they did versus the Coyotes being stripped draft picks versus how Ottawa got penalized. It's showing an inconsistency in terms of the severity of what happens connected to what the punishment is. And I think there's a conversation to be had there, but it's a conversation. It's not a let's just rage and be like, well, this and that. Like, no. At the end of the day, the Nick Cousins hit was bad. He got Uso right in the head. That should have been a penalty. Should have been at least a game. Zucker sees it and retaliates. He's also going to get in trouble for retaliation, because if you also just don't penalize the retaliation in any way, shape, or form, it just continues to escalate. The hockey guy did a phenomenal video I just got done watching, talking about kind of how the escalation has gone, talked about the Steve Moore incident. You all know about that. You probably watched that video before you watch this one, but it's just, the Department of Player Safety does need to address the retaliation as well, but they also need to address the inciting incidents. And I think it's something that they need to improve. Something has to change. I actually kind of like the hockey guys, like yellow card, red card system, where it's like you get a warning and then it's a suspension, do away with the fines. I do actually kind of like that idea, but that's outside of my pay grade. I just wanted to talk about the situation very briefly on the channel, just because, like, Zucker gets suspended, we're likely going to be facing the 11-7 for the next 3 games. You guys know my opinion on that. And I did kind of want to just, on the personal channel, talk, because some of y'all, I understand it's not fair. It isn't fair. Life is not fair. But some of y'all are like on a whole different level right now on the socials, and I'm just like, chill. It is what it is. It's 3 games. Let's just get through it. Zucker did what he felt was right to stand up for his teammate. The incident is now done. Not a whole lot we can do about it. Yes, Cousins should have also got something, but it is what it is. Anyway, those are my thoughts. If you want more detail, check out Locked On Coyotes, and I guess I'm going to continue the vlog I'm recording.
How's it going? I meant to make this video yesterday, but I was building a computer yesterday, and that was a hassle all in and of itself, alright? I bought the wrong RAM. Anyway, let's talk about that Coyotes game against Boston, because they were outscored 9-2. So far this homestand, there's one more game left tonight hosting Calgary. They're 0-3 on the first 3 games of the homestand, outscored 9-2 in the first couple of games. Obviously, you do have Zucker getting a 3-game suspension, so that kicks in for the second game there. They call up Dylan Guenther, scores a goal in his first game. They are still outscored 6-2 to the best team in the NHL, the Atlanta Thrashers, and it's looking bad. 0-3 on the homestand. They're getting outscored. Is that 15-4 in the last 3 games? Ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous just how poorly the offense, defense, and goaltending were all playing. And at the same time, this team, if you remember it earlier on in the season, whenever things go bad with this team, it kind of feels like it's all at the same time. Anyway, then we get this game against Boston, where Boston gets up to that early lead. It's Pastrnak on the power play, his 25th of the season, Going to that second period, Clayton Keller responds to the power play goal of his own. His 14th from Dylan Guenther. Dylan Guenther he's above a point per game player right now. And allegedly, we got some news from Craig Morgan. I haven't been on Twitter very much. I get obsessive. I spend way too much time on the platform, so you're going to be seeing me tweet a lot less. Anyway, Boquist gets to lead right back for Boston. Guenther ties it before the end of the second period, his second of the season from Cooley and Bjugstad. Yeah, Dylan Guenther is a goal per game player, and he has 3 points in his last 2 games. And apparently, he's staying up. They sent Kirkland down. Zucker's back in the lineup. Guenther is staying up, and I said it. I was saying it on Reddit, I do believe, and it's. I know the plan was to send him right back down, so I figured they would stick to that, and they were still going to send him down. I'm like, I know they're going to still send him down, but he's sure as hell going to make that a hard decision, how well Gunther's been playing. Anyway, the Michelli in the third gives him a 3-2 lead, his 7th of the season from Krauser. DeBrusque gets his 9th to tie it on the power play. Only 1 regulation goal. The hockey guy pointed that out in his video as well. Interesting. Boston only gets 1 regulation goal before Nick Schmaltz. So I'm actually in the tunnel watching this, and Nick Schmaltz, I thought it was Sean Durzi. I just saw a right-hand shot on the Jumbotron coming from the point. I thought it was Sean Durzi. His 13th from Keller and Moser, a 4-3 win. The Coyotes at home in Mullett Arena beat Boston. I do believe that's every single time Boston comes to Mullett Arena, they lose. So apparently one of the other, actually, I think it's the only other NHL team that ever shared a building with a college team cannot win these games in Mullett Arena, cannot beat the Arizona State Coyotes at Mullett Arena. I just think that's fascinating. It's interesting. And I like pointing out things that happened 100 years ago. Anyways, funny enough, the Coyotes actually led in shots, 36-33. They outshot Boston. And heading into this game, Boston still didn't have 10 regulation losses. It's kind of ridiculous. And I guess just a shot breakdown from period to period. Coyotes 12-6 in the first, tied all 11 in the second. 14-11 Boston in the third, tied 2-2 each in overtime. And then we also had it was a sucky moment. Linus Ullmark, I thought he took a shot to the head. Again, I'm watching it on the Jumbotron, so I got a really bad look at it. I just see the shot, he goes down, and they end up having to help him off the ice. Swayman comes in. Coyotes score pretty soon after that. And I really genuinely hope this was just something out of context. As I'm walking around, I hear someone say torn ACL. Genuinely hope that's not what it was, because you don't want to see. I hate Boston a healthy enough, just like the rest of yous, but I don't want to see any of their players hurt. So hopefully Ullmark is okay, and the Coyotes still get that win. So all we care about is the win, but I did want to take just 15 seconds to say, hey, I hope Linus Ullmark is okay. Connor Ingram. Let's talk very briefly about Connor Ingram. So Connor Ingram posts a .909 save percentage in this game, having 30 saves on 33 shots, 3 goals against. He kind of needed that win because both Vejmelka's been playing better down the stretch of the last couple of weeks, let's say 2.5 weeks. Vejmelka's been the better goaltender in the stretch. Both of them were kind of struggling the last handful of starts. So the team as a whole has, so it's not just on them, not just picking on Connor Ingram. Just wanted to acknowledge that, but solid game out of him. The defense, I don't think, played poorly. I think it was an overall decent game. And the fact that they managed to keep fighting with Boston, who is genuinely one of the upper teams in the league, it's one of those frustrating things that as a Coyotes fan, we know what's going on here. We see it all the time. We've seen it for years. And that's anytime the Arizona Coyotes take on a team they shouldn't beat, or at least a good percentage of the time. Winnipeg, obviously, Winnipeg handed them their ass. But when it comes to like these teams that the Coyotes genuinely shouldn't beat, they are teams that are just better than the Coyotes. They come out there with solid performances, and led by guys like Dylan Guenther right now. So yeah, Gunner's gonna stay up. Hopefully he gets a longer stretch. And look, Dylan Guenther, I know it pissed him off getting sent down to the WHL last year. I know he didn't want to get sent down last year, and I guarantee how well he's playing right now is because he's like, I refuse to let you send me back down. So let's see how long that lasts. I would like to see it stretch until the All-Star break, but beggars can't be choosers. Anyway, Coyotes get a 4-3 overtime win over Boston. They do manage to set themselves up to salvage the homestand. If they can win tonight against Calgary, you'll see it on the board. I didn't have as much time today for this video, so it's more of a rambling video. You'll see it on the board. I'll talk about the homestand. They have the opportunity to salvage it, getting 4 out of a possible 10 points. Not the greatest, but when you start off 0-3 being outscored, what did I say, 15-4? You take what you can get. Anyway, I'm the AZ Sports Guy. I don't know why you guys keep watching these, but please like, comment, subscribe, or, I mean, if you're tired of seeing this face, wear a blindfold. I was always told I had a face for radio.
Okay, I gotta leave for work in 30 minutes, but I wanted to get you a video on that atrocious homestand. I know, that's gonna stick out to you. We'll get to that, because that was embarrassing. That was a terrible homestand. However, okay, just a little bit of a silver lining. I have the notes ready for the Coyotes through 40 video. Maybe I'll get to it tonight after work, maybe tomorrow. They are 5-5-0 in their last 10. They are maintaining pace. They are maintaining that painful mediocrity. Still better than last year. Anyway, with the little positivity out of the way, let's talk about this embarrassing homestand. So it starts on January 2nd. It's a 5-game homestand. It's a 4-1 loss to Florida. Zucker gets suspended in that game. He did earn the suspension, by the way. The only goal being Kerfoot from Kraus, the shorthanded goal. Vmelka gets the loss, 35 saves, 2 goals against, 9.46 save percentage. That's the best performance by a goalie in the stretch. That is the best performance by a goalie in the stretch, and it's not even close. They lost 4-1. I think 2 of those goals were empty netters. I don't know. I stopped paying attention after a certain point of some of these games. The Islanders, 2 days later, that's a team they should have been able to beat. That is a team that they should be able to compete with. They got blown out of the water, which annoys me because I hate the Islanders. I hate the Islanders for a very personal reason, because they're big dum-dum doo-doo jerk faces that forced me to have to wait around after their game last year. Anyway, 5-1 loss. They went back to the 11-7 for that. And look, I'm going to note it every time because the 11-7 is stupid. All right? Any potential benefits are short-term at best, and especially if your team is not scoring, the 11-7 does not help. Bear, stop doing it. Stop it. I know people just like blindly trust everything he does, and he's done a phenomenal job. 11-7 is not one of the things that's been a phenomenal job here. I'm glad they got blown out in that game. We needed to get Dylan Guenther called up. Anyway, the only goal being Schmaltz from Durzi and Kerfoot. Just an embarrassing night. Ingram, 26 saves, 5 goals against, 8.39 save percentage. No one's playing well. All right, Vmelka had 1 good game here. No one's playing well, though. The offense, the defense, the goaltending, no one is playing well. Mediocre at best, and I'm trying to be nice here. Then they host the Winnipeg Jets. Yeah, when you get blown out 6-2, I'm not doing the Atlanta Thrashers meme. I'm not. You get blown out 6-2. They call up Dylan Guenther. Nick Schmaltz, his 12th from Keller and Dermott. That makes it 2-1. Then it's 4-2 with Dylan Guenther scoring. 1 goal, 1 game. He did not want to get sent back. He's doing the Matias Maccelli. So, Guenther, it's common knowledge. He was pissed when he got sent down last year. He had that chip on his shoulder. He's been dominating in the AHL. He's below a point-per-game player by 1. 28 points, 29 games. He's been phenomenal. The only person that has more goals than him is Josh Doan down there so far this season. And then he comes up, he scores in his first game. Basically, he's looking at Bill Armstrong, not actually, like it's a metaphor. It's a metaphor. He's basically looking at Bill Armstrong like, you're not sending me down. The exact same thing Matias Maccelli did a year ago in training camp, where he looked at management like, yeah, you're not sending me down. So, good on Guenther. Veggie gets the loss, 31 saves, 4 goals against, 8.86 save percentage. We go to the Boston game on the 9th. Okay, we get some solace. We have the ability to salvage this homestand, get 4 out of the possible 10 points. There you go. It's a 4-3 overtime win. Keller is 14th from Guenther. Guenther is 2nd from Cooley and Bjugstad. Gunther's been pretty good for Cooley, by the by. You then have Maccelli is 7th from Kraus. Schmaltz is 13th from Keller and Moser. That's the overtime win. I was watching it from the Zam tunnel. I legitimately thought Sean Durzi was the one who scored that goal, because all I saw on the Jumbotron was a right-hand shot coming from the point. Ingram, 30 saves, 3 goals against, 909 save percentage. If you haven't picked up on it yet, I'm going to throw it directly in your face here. One of the problems has to be defense, and the amount of 30 or more shot... I know the Coyotes give up a lot of shots, all right? But there's not been a single game in this entire homestand they've managed to give their goalies a break. Anyway, then they host Calgary on the 11th. They needed to win this to salvage the homestand. They get blown off the ice. You know what? They shouldn't have come out for the third period. They should have just left. It was embarrassing. A 6-2 loss. They've lost 6-2 twice on this homestand, both the Canadian teams. So there you go. That's what you get. That's what you get, AZ Sports Guy, when you have a little bit of fun on Twitter. I'll get to that later. I will get to that later. I want to make sure no one deletes their tweets. Anyway, Krause is 17th from Bjugstad and Machelli. Keller is 15th from Cooley and Kesselring. But Melka gets the loss, 8 saves. First shot, first goal. With the first 4 shots, there were 3 goals. They were down 3-0. 4 goals against, 6-6-7. Connor Ingram, 16 saves, 2 goals against. You know what? I'm not a professional. Every fucking game, they're giving up 30-plus shots. No other way. There's no other way for me to properly convey this other than just saying the defense is not defensing. That's it. All right. The goal scoring, you're outscored 19-10. All right. So you're outscored 9-2. When you embarrassingly try the 11-7 again, you call up Gunther. It gets a little better. Slightly. Now you're going from 1 goal a game to at least 2 goals a game. That's progress, I guess. 2x return is pretty good. But they still got outscored 19-10 in the homestand. That's embarrassing. That is quite frankly embarrassing. The Boston victory helped. But what do you say on the homestand? What do you say? There's nothing productive to say on this. Zucker comes back 1, 2, 3 for the Calgary game, right? No, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, Calgary. I don't know. I can't count. They're 1-4-0 on this homestand. Do they deserve me counting? I don't know. Anyway. You want some positives to end it out? Okay, let's talk about the production. Nick Schmaltz had 3 goals. He had a very good homestand. Gunther, 2 goals and an assist through 3 games. He is a point-per-game player. They're playing in Minnesota tonight. I want to see Gunther get some more because they haven't sent him down yet. Keller, 2 goals and 1 assist. So technically, if you want to make the argument, Gunther is just as good as Keller. You can't send Gunther down now. Krauser, a goal and 2 assists. Machelli, a goal and an assist. And Logan Cooley, a couple of assists in his last couple games. Gunther's been good for him, all right? If you have Gunther play with Machelli and if you have Gunther play with Cooley and maybe Zucker, that's a solid combination. There you go. Embarrassing homestand. It'll be a little more fun when I talk about the Coyotes through 40. Like I said, hopefully tonight or tomorrow. No idea. I make videos when I have time at this point. But yeah, I promised you a video, and here is me. Suffering and bumbling through this video. There you go. That's how much I love you guys. And if you love me back, I know you don't. Go ahead and unsubscribe. Anyway, like, comment, subscribe, and I'll be back for more pain later. Alright, so the Coyotes 3-game road trip. AZ Sports Guy being a day late and $1 short. Let's talk about it. So, after that terrible 1-4-0 homestand, it's kind of the go on the road for 3. Not gonna lie, I didn't even look at the schedule. I didn't even know where they were going. I was like, yeah, they're on the road for 3, aren't they? And I was like, you win 2 out of 3, you're right back on track. Not far off from what they did. And as I'm gonna get into it a little bit, I was a little upset, especially in this game right here. However, some of these stats are gonna kind of calm me down a little bit. So, we will start off on the 13th at Minnesota, and it was funny. Kirill the Thrill comes back in that game, as well as, I think, one other player, and I was this close. I was this close from making the joke, oh, they needed to pull out the big guns to beat the Coyotes, and I still kick myself for not doing that, because now it's just my word versus the ether. They win 6-0. It so ridiculously one-sided. I came home from work. I was watching, I think, the end of the second and the entire third. That was a really fun game. If you're a Coyotes fan who was frustrated, like I was, with that homestand, Nick Bjugstad, I think it was a homecoming for him. 3 goals. Zucker also had a couple points in that game. Keller, 2 goals and an assist. Really solid. It was a breakout pass. I think it was the 6th goal of the night, his second of the night. Breakout pass, solid move for him. Good goal. Connor Ingram, 38 saves, shutout, and this team is averaging, I think, 33 shots against per game. It's just kind of their identity at this point. Connor Ingram, I apologize. You're just going to have to try to dodge bullets.
Then 3 days later on the 16th at Calgary, this game frustrated me. So Sean Durzi, I think he gets the first goal, Cooley gets the second. They spend the entire 45, almost 50-minute period of that game just to get that 2-0 lead, and it never really felt like they were in control. And Calgary, they're a hungry team. They are probably going to be a playoff team this year, and I think Patrick Brown said it phenomenally, that this stuff is going to happen for them to learn, essentially. And I think that's correct. This one was hard to swallow because the Coyotes, 3 unanswered goals. They immediately surrender that 2-goal lead. I think it was 2 goals within 3 minutes. And honestly, Ingram didn't really have much of a chance on him. Calgary they found that desperation. They completely outplayed Arizona, and it felt like it took Arizona 2.5 periods to get that 2-goal lead. Gone in a flash, you go to overtime. And I think Cooley's the one that takes that late penalty, and from that point on, you're like, yeah, this one's done. The Coyotes lose 3-2 in overtime. Connor Ingram, 27 saves, 3 goals against, 900 save percentage, 30 shots against exactly. He does get 1 break, however, and that's against Rick Tocchet, former coach of the Coyotes. And the Vancouver Canucks, I think Garland got on the board for this one. Travis Dermott ties it, and the second goal goes in at the end of the second period. 2-1 loss in regulation. Ingram, 24 saves, 2 goals against, 923 save percentage. Finally. All right, and Tyson Nash or Matt McConnell, I forget which, actually mentioned it on the broadcast. His team's averaging 32, 33 shots against per game. Finally, they give Ingram a little bit of a break, and it's just the scoring kind of dies off here. And it's really frustrating. However, put it in perspective, best team in the West right now. A fringe playoff team that's been on a really hot streak, a more hot run lately, kind of similar to Edmonton, but Edmonton's been better, obviously, especially in comparison with that rough start. Now, 1-1-1, pretty much the definition of Coyotes mediocrity. However, still keeping themselves in that playoff race to get 3 out of a possible 6 points. You're getting half the points. Look, 1 point shy of you win 2 out of 3, you get 4 points. I can't complain. I would have liked this to go to overtime so you could still get that extra point, but you know what? As frustrated as I was in this game, and this game was also a bit of a grind fest as well, here's what the numbers show on that road trip. So, the goal differential was 9-5 to +4 in favor of the Coyotes. I know this really helped sway that, but put it in perspective, these are both 1-goal losses, very competitive 1-goal losses, kind of like we talked about going into the season. You're going to see a lot more of that. And while I would like the Coyotes to get more of these into overtime, they're just not this year. But they only surrendered a total of 4 goals over those 2 games, putting them in that 2-game stretch against playoff teams at 2 goals against per game. That's not bad. The goaltending has been playing phenomenally. The defense is getting better. So that really tough stretch they were having at home seems to finally they worked through that. And then 3 goals per game, 1.66 goals against total. I can't be mad. It's frustrating. These are frustrating. Losses like these are going to teach this young team how to win. And when they're ready to make the playoffs in a year or two, I think it's going to really help them. But while it's frustrating, you look at a couple other numbers, and it's like, okay, I'm not as upset about that. It's still, you don't like to lose, but you can't exactly throw a fit when you're still getting decent performances. Nick Bjugstad was a goal-per-game player off the back of that hat trick. Keller, 2 goals, 2 assists, above a point per game. Durzi, a goal and 3 assists. He's been phenomenal. 6 to 8 year extension when? Thank you. Alex Kerfoot, a goal and an assist. Jason Zucker, 3 assists. McBain and Schmaltz each had an assist. Schmaltzy gets hurt in, I think it was the Calgary game. He gets hurt. They're down to 10 skaters. The 2 weeks is not up. I cannot complain about the 11-7. I'm a man. I try to be a man of my word. So going into this, Carcone gets back into the lineup. Carcone did score the last home game, and it was after that last home game against Nashville. They won 3-2. Ironically enough, that was a pretty fun night. I might get around to making a video on that. Bear with me. But Carcone gets back in the lineup, gets a goal. He was immediately, Schmaltz, after that game, was ruled out for tonight's game against Pittsburgh at home. I'm still a little confused. However, it could just be they're taking extra precaution, and sometimes things get tweaked and your timeline kind of adjusts. He's still considered day-to-day. However, he's missed coming up on about a week.
I would expect that to be he's going to miss maybe a week and a half, hopefully, optimistically. He's been ridiculously consistent this year. He's been healthy this year. Hopefully it's just a minor thing. But that's also something to at least mention because you don't want, like, with how good of a season Schmaltz has been having, the injury history, you don't want that popping back up. But so far, it's only going to be a couple of games, 3 games total. Hopefully it doesn't go much past that. Anyway, that's what I got for you. Not bad overall. And, let's see if I can squeeze out one more before going to work today. All right, second intermission. The Vancouver Canucks are up 2-1. Let's talk about the Coyotes through 40. I've had half of this board ready for over a week, and I haven't exactly had time to get to it. So, the Mullett is back. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. So, the Arizona Coyotes through 40 games, they have 20 wins, which is surprising. I think the last time they had 20 wins through the same mark was, I think it was before the 2020 season. But I'm not fact-checking that because I don't have the time. Anyway, 20-18-2 for 42 points. They are just outside of a wild card spot as of this point, and they're 5-5-0 in their last 10. This team absolutely loves going painfully mediocre, and I'm only being a little sarcastic. So, we started off actually with a really solid comeback win at home on the 19th against Ottawa, 4-3. You go to San Jose, winning 5-2, then to Colorado on the 23rd, just before Christmas, for a 4-1 loss, before coming back home, overtime win 5-4 on the 27th. And funny enough, it actually started my long streak of like 2 weeks without a day off. Anyway, go back to close out the new year, go back to Anaheim on the 29th, 2-0 victory. So at the very least, when they win, the wins aren't that bad. They're kind of impressive. You come back home against Florida. Realistically, it's a 2-1 loss, but it's a 4-1 loss. 2 of those goals were empty netters. Then on the 4th, so the second game of the new year, second game of this 5-game homestand, 5-1 blowout loss. It's not even close. It was pretty embarrassing. Winnipeg, yep, like I said, whenever Winnipeg does what Winnipeg did to the Coyotes, we're not doing the Thrashers meme. 6-2 win, or 6-2 loss, I should say, talking from the Coyotes' perspective. Then on the 9th, they host Boston for the second time at Mullett Arena, and it's funny, to my knowledge, the only other NHL team to share a building with a college team cannot seem to beat the Arizona State Coyotes. 4-3, it was a comeback, well, not really exactly a comeback, but a 4-3 overtime win. Then you get blown off the ice on the 11th, 6-2 against Calgary on this homestand. They got blown out. You know, I will consider this a 2-1 loss for the purposes of the example. They got blown out by 4 goals at least 3 times. Not a good way to end the month. End the 10-game stretch. They started off strong enough, winning 4 out of 3, and then, well, yeah, they win just 2 out of the next 6. But I mean, at least it's averaging out. I know we're still trying to come out of the rebuild. It's just frustrating whenever you see what the potential is and they go through a struggle. Is what it is. So far, this road trip definitely going a lot better. And mixed in there, you lose Coyotes legend Zach Sanford. Anyway, your top 10 leading scorers. Let's start from the bottom. Yanis Moser, this is through 40 games. 3 goals, 13 assists, 16 points. Carcone, 14 goals, 5 assists, 19 points. And at least 8 players are a half point per game or better. Logan Cooley, 3 goals, 17 assists, 20 points. Sean Durzi, who actually missed some time due to injuries, 6 goals, 15 assists, 21 points. Bjugstad, 6 goals, 17 assists, 23 points. Kerfoot, 5 goals, 19 assists, 24 points. Nick Schmaltz having a solid season. Just missing tonight's game so far against Vancouver. Hopefully it's a short-term thing. He was game-time decision. 13 goals, 13 assists, 26 points. Lawson Krause, 17 goals, 9 assists, 26 points. Matias Maccelli, he is not having a sophomore slump. And I talked about it a little bit on Locked On. I think sometimes a sophomore slump has to do with more star players because there's a lot of footage available and you have a lot of teams putting focus on them. Maccelli is just doing his thing. 7 goals, 22 assists, 29 points, playing really well. Only 6 points shy of the team point leader, Clayton Keller, 15 goals, 20 assists, 35 points. Just 5 points shy of being a point per game player. Having another really good season. It's not as impressive as last year, but the numbers are going to average out to similar enough, but he doesn't need to pick it up if he wants to be a point-per-game player. Goaltending-wise,
borderline night and day. And it's not like Vejmelka didn't have a couple of solid games. That probably just tells you how bad he was at the start of the season. So, we'll start with Vejmelka. 6-10-0 record, 3.32 goals against, 8.99 save percentage. Struggling. He's had some good games, some good stretches, still struggling. Connor Ingram, despite a couple of struggling stretches, 14-8-0, 2.62 goals against, 9.15 save percentage, and I don't get to talk about it in this video, but he is officially the shutout leader in the league. Connor Ingram should have been an all-star. Connor Ingram is having a phenomenal season, and genuinely, I like Clayton Keller. Connor Ingram should have got the nod instead, and that's my opinion. But the Coyotes through 40 games in the season, they're averaging just above a point per game, which is not bad. They're winning half of their games so far. They're still kind of maintaining that mediocre record, but at the same time, it's better than it has been. Even throughout this frustrating stretch of hockey, you still had this solid stretch of hockey. I mean, when you want to break it up into halves, they win 1 out of 5, all right? It's a pretty bad stretch to end it, and that was your homestand. But prior to that, they won 4 out of 5. So it's kind of peaks and valleys for this team, it feels like. It's kind of the highs and lows, but at the very least, not bad. Solid through 40 games, having a lot of fun so far this season, and hopefully they can come back tonight against Vancouver, and I can talk to you. Video might post tomorrow, but I can talk to you about a 3-game road trip where they at least get above a point per game. But there you go. The Arizona Coyotes through 40 games. Ups and downs, overall mediocrity, not bad. Much better than we've had to talk about for the last couple of years.